When I was a child, I read a novel. There was a person trapped on the same day. No matter how he committed suicide, when he woke up, he would return to the starting point of that day. Is it possible? This is the case for us? Lin Shen said. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, but pointed to the communicator in Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen suddenly felt that his IQ was crushed. Although the communicator had no signal and could not go to the Sky Network, he could not contact others, but the time above was still gone and did not stop. If you are trapped on the same day, you should go back. Chapter 692 The Temple That I Can't Get Out Of. The two of them searched on this planet full of ancient temples for several days, but they couldn't find a way to leave. Every night, they have to watch a classic performance, and they can't do it if they don't want to. Lin Shen was a little suspicious. There was no teleportation device on the ancient temple star. If the little star wanted to kill them, how could he let them escape? Old Wei, I have an idea. I don't know if I can give it a try. Lin Shen said in contemplation. What? Wei Wufu stopped and looked at Lin Shen. Is it possible that the teleportation device that leaves here is actually in that fairy court? Lin Shen pointed to the gate of the fairy court in the night sky and said. You, go up? Wei Wufu said and shook his head repeatedly, no. Danger. Immortal. Opportunity. That's all I said, let's look for it again. If I really can't find a way to leave here, I can only try this path in the end. Lin Shen smiled and said, no matter what, I have always met the Jade Emperor. He is still my guardian immortal spirit. He can't watch me die. If it really doesn't work, I can still recite his real name and ask him to come out to help me. After searching for a few more days, he was still clueless. Lin Shen knew that he could not wait any longer and had to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. Calculate the time, the effect of the dark domain lotus seed is almost about to reach the best effect. If you can't go out, go to Nirvana, the base change land, and it will be difficult to think about double Nirvana. Old Wei, I don't have time anymore, so I can't wait any longer, I can only take a try. After watching for so many days, I found that the failure of Nirvana creatures failed is that the degree of base change in their bodies is not high enough. Have you noticed that the Nirvana creatures here are somewhat different from the Nirvana creatures in other places? They have more or less carb-based creatures on their bodies. Just like the nine-tailed jade fox, most of its body has crystal structures, but its ears are shrugged. Most of the failed Nirvana creatures are like it, with these carbon-based creatures on their bodies. The golden giant has no such thing on his body, so he succeeded. Is it possible that what determines success or failure at the jade level is not the level of the level, but the completion of the body's basic transformation? In the Superbase form, I am a 100% basic transformation body, and maybe I can pass the jade level. But if I want to open the gate of the immortal court, I need to have the power of immortality. I can only try it and see if I can use the name of the Jade Emperor and call the door open. If I can't open it, I can only ask the Jade Emperor to come in person. Finally, try again, and, method. Wei Wufu said suddenly. What method? Lin Shen asked in confusion. Mountain God, sign. Wei Wufu pointed to Lin Shen's forehead and said. Lin Shen instantly understood what Wei Wufu meant and nodded, you can give it a try. When he was in the Mountain God temple before, the Mountain God left the Mountain God mark on his forehead, which should be equivalent to obtaining the position of the Mountain God. Although I don't know why the statue of the Mountain God is doing this, if you have the position of the Mountain God, it is equivalent to being a person from the Immortal Court. Can you use this identity to directly enter the Immortal Court? Unfortunately, the Mountain God mark I got last time disappeared during the day and did not appear again afterwards. It is probably really gone. If you want to get the Mountain God mark again, you have to go to that Mountain God temple again. The two of them formed a plan and walked towards the mountain temple in the dark. They encountered those temples on the way, and there were also fires inside. They looked different from the dilapidation during the day. The temples in the dark night were all complete. Are these temples able to give others the position of gods at night? The position of this temple is obviously higher than that of the mountain temple. If you can get the position of this temple, the effect should be better, right? Lin Shen couldn't help thinking when he passed another temple. But after thinking about it, Lin Shen still didn't dare to go in, so it would be better not to have any trouble. When they came to the mountain temple again, they indeed saw that the scene of the night had been restored in the mountain temple. The statue of the clay statue is perfect, offering tables, incense burners, candles, everything is exactly the same as that night. The two entered the mountain god temple, and the clay statue did not react at all. Until Lin Shen lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them into the incense burner, the mountain god indeed lit up his eyes again and shone on Lin Shen's body. The lines of the mountain god were exactly the same as last time, but when he asked Lin Shen if he confirmed it, Lin Shen did not say it as last time, but asked back, "Do you want to give me your god position?" As soon as this said, the mountain god was obviously stunned for a moment, looked at Lin Shen with a strange look and said, "You, no. Don't you know me?" Lin Shen immediately said again when he saw that he could talk to him. "Why do I want to know you?" The mountain god frowned. "He doesn't know me, that means he has no memory of what happened last time, but how could he have no memory?" Lin Shen was full of doubts. "You know, no matter what, you must take over the position of the mountain god." The mountain god said, his eyes narrowed, and Lin Shen suddenly felt a pain in his forehead, and a bloody mountain mark appeared on it again. "I can finally get rid of it." With the voice of the mountain god, with a click, the clay statue of the clay figure broke into a pile of clay again. "It's done, I'll try," Lin Shen said and walked outside the temple, wanting to leave the temple and break through the jade steps. But he had just walked out of the temple gate and found that he had returned to the temple. Not only did he return to the temple, but he appeared on the altar, where the clay statue was originally located. "I'll go." So that's what happened. Lin Shen suddenly understood. In order to confirm what he was thinking, he quickly rushed out of the mountain temple and returned to the altar out of thin air. No matter how Lin Shen rushed out, it would be the same. As long as he stepped out of the range of the mountain temple, he would be forced to teleport back to the altar immediately. "I originally wanted to use the gods to enter the immortal court, but I couldn't even go out of the temple gate. Fortunately, this mountain god mark will disappear during the day, otherwise it would be too miserable to be trapped in this mountain god temple for the rest of my life." Lin Shen was a little nervous, afraid of an accident. Fortunately, when it was daytime, the mountain god mark on his forehead automatically disappeared, and he would no longer have any impact when he walked out of the mountain god temple. It seems that there is no shortcut to go. Lin Shen was helpless and could only rely on his own strength to step on the immortal court. Wait, that stepping on the immortal court technique, it's not just used to walk this jade staircase. Lin Shen suddenly remembered this incident. Chapter 693 Thunder and Fire Body Fighting. You bring all these things with you. If you find a way to leave after this gate and can take you away, let's go together. If you can't take you away, you can find a safe place to wait for me. Don't walk the Jade Steps road, and wait for me to come back to pick you up. Lin Shen gave him all the things that Wei Wufu could use first. If Lin Shen enters the gate of the immortal court, he must also give Wei Wufu enough survival ability to wait until he comes back. Lin Shen had already planned that if he could not take Wei Wufu with him, then he would go to find Xiao Xingxing after Nirvana and force him to get Wei Wufu out no matter what. With the protection of Yuling, Wei Wufu shouldn't have any trouble staying here. After everything was arranged, Lin Shen, under the escort of Wei Wufu, headed towards the direction of the Jade Steps. Above the fairy tale-like sphere, the colorful snail, which calls itself a little star, is lying leisurely on the stone, and the snail shell behind it is shaking like a rocking chair. It's so boring. I finally came 2 living people, 2 damn humans, and I had to send them to the mysterious god star. Little Xingxing seemed to have thought of something, and turned over like a turtle, and muttered to himself with a strange expression, "Speaking of it, there is still a way out for the mysterious god star. Those 2 humans won't run out alive, right?" However, Xiao Xingxing immediately denied this idea and cursed himself. "It seems that he is so old, I actually began to be suspicious. 2 humans who have been upgraded above the mysterious star. Once the night comes and the mysterious god is resurrected, they will be killed instantly, and it is impossible for them to survive. Even if they call the mysterious gods, and the mysterious gods are crazy, they really regard them as their sons and don't kill them, they will never think that the only way to leave the mysterious Godstar is in the immortal court. Even if they think that with their flying upgrades to other strength, they will never be able to walk to the gate of the immortal court. Even if they walk up, without the power of immortality, they will not be able to push the gate of the immortal court. Xiao Xingxing thought about it and found that the two humans could not leave the immortal star alive, and he must have been over-concerned. Lin Shen came to the Jade Stairs, with the light of bows and orders covering them, and the creatures in the dark dared not approach here, and there were no creatures on the Jade Stairs for the time being. Let's go. Lin Shen directly opened his skills and at the same time combined with the destiny, forcibly improving his own attributes, greeted Wei Wufu, and then stepped onto the Jade Step. The first time he stepped onto the Jade Stairs, he immediately felt his whole body burning. The flame seemed to rise from his skin, flesh, bones, and blood, and instantly swallowed his whole body into the flame. The flame burned every cell of his cell like wrought iron. If it had not entered the Superbase state, the inside and outside were integrated, but the burning of the flame would be enough to burn his flesh and blood to char. Fortunately, the Superbase form made his body completely without weakness. Under the burning of the flames, Lin Shen's body did not have much problem. Boom! A lightning suddenly hit Lin Shen. Even under the super basic form, Lin Shen still felt his whole body numb and his soul was almost slashed. Damn it, it's not okay if you don't summon the Life Foundation. Lin Shen looked at those creatures before, and they only attracted lightning after summoning the Life Foundation. He let the Destiny Rebel merge into his body, but he did not summon it, and it was not possible to do the same thing, and he was a little depressed. Fortunately, the power of lightning was not able to damage his body, but it just made him feel numb all over. As sure as I thought, as long as the basic degree of the body is high enough, the intensity of flames and lightning is not that high. It is not difficult to withstand the Nirvana level physique. With full skills, although my physique is weaker than Nirvana level, I should be able to withstand the flames and lightning in front. On the way, my super basicization and super recasting can play a huge role, recasting my body to an extremely high intensity. As long as I withstand the previous wave, I will definitely be able to move up. Lin Shen had already planned everything and raised his legs and wanted to step onto the second level. But this step was like carrying endless pressure and almost failed to get on. No wonder even those Nirvana creatures go so slowly. The Jade Steps are like strong viscose. The further away from the Jade Steps, the stronger the suction force below. Lin Shen thought and walked upwards in a wave step. As soon as he stepped on the waves, Lin Shen suddenly felt that the suction force under his feet decreased greatly, but after walking on the second step, Lin Shen felt that the flames on his body became stronger, and the more lightning appeared in the void around him, and the lightning seemed to be attracted, connected to his body, and continued to shock Lin Shen's body. Wei Wufu carried Lin Shen's backpack and retreated for a while, looking at Lin Shen who was walking up the Jade Steps from a distance. The fat boy also crawled out of his backpack, stood on Wei Wufu's back, and looked at Lin Shen walking on the Jade Steps. Fire rose on Lin Shen's body, and lightning hit him from time to time. With the combination of thunder and fire, he could no longer see his figure clearly. Wei Wufu frowned, as if he was very worried. I wonder if Lin Shen could withstand such terrifying flames and lightning. Even he had no confidence this time. That road is, after all, it is a path that even Nirvana creatures are difficult to complete. The key is that Lin Shen's body cannot evolve like the Nirvana, nor can it be promoted to immortality. This is the most dangerous. It seems extremely dangerous, but in fact, Lin Shen's situation is not as bad as it seems. In such an environment, the power of the world that Superbase articles can absorb is terrifying to an unimaginable level. The thick power of the world was sucked into Lin Shen's body, not only providing endless energy, but also blessing Lin Shen's body strength. With the support of high concentration of world power, hyperplasmicization and hyperplasmic recasting have also been strengthened, and the damage caused by flames and lightning to Lin Shen's body was quickly repaired. Step by step, the suction force of each step will become stronger, and the power of the wave step is gradually increasing, and it actually reaches a delicate balance with the suction force of the steps, making Lin Shen not that difficult to walk, and even a little faster than most Nirvana creatures. But after walking for half of the time, the power of flames and lightning had exceeded the maximum that Lin Shen's body could withstand. The brilliant silver crystal body began to turn red and hot, and slight cracks spread on his body. Fortunately, the Superbase recast is powerful enough to quickly repair the injured body. Before he could walk halfway, Lin Shen's body was burned by flames and lightning, as crystal clear as a piece of melting glass, emitting a strange silver stream. Chapter 694, Thousands of Tempers and Treads on the Immortal Court. The flames and lightning of the Jade level were originally used for the evolution and immortality of Nirvana creatures. Lin Shen, a flying upgraded and forced to climb the Jade level, enduring the baptism that only Nirvana creatures could withstand. It was already a terrifying thing to be able to reach such a height. If it weren't for the Superbase form, I'm afraid that when I walked up to the first Jade level, the flesh and blood body under the shell would have been burned to charcoal. The fire burned and bathed in thunder and lightning. Lin Shen moved forward step by step. His body changed repeatedly during damage and repair. His whole body was like a piece of burning red iron, repeatedly forged by the thunder and fire. When Lin Shen walked halfway through the left, the surface of his body had begun to melt, and iron-like liquid dripped from his body. Even with the talented skills and the huge blessing of the desperate person, Lin Shen's body still couldn't stand it anymore. The Superbase recast was too late to completely repair his damaged body. Fortunately, at this time, a hypersynthetic finally reached the cooling stage. Lin Shen's body suddenly cooled down rapidly, and white steam rose from Lin Shen's body. But under the terrifying flames and lightning, the white air evaporated instantly. Lin Shen's body, under the double forging of flames and lightning, had reached an incredible level. The Superbase form in this state is so strong that even most Nirvana creatures are difficult to compare with. But Lin Shen continued to move up. Not long after, his body began to melt again, and the repair speed of Superbase recasting could not keep up with the melting speed. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and forced the hypersynthetic again. Under normal circumstances, once the hypersylation has just been turned on, and the effect of the hypersylation has not been released, so it is impossible to turn on the hypersylation again, and the energy supply in the body cannot keep up. However, above this Jade level, the power of the world absorbed by super basic information is so much that Lin Shen's body cannot accommodate it. The power of the world consumed is far lower than the power of the world absorbed. A large amount of world power is accumulated in Lin Shen's body, with terrifying energy, which made him start the second hypersynthetic. The body with a terrifying strength in the hypersynthetic state has been strengthened again, and the hypersynthetic has just been turned on. In combination with the hypersynthetic recast, the damaged body has been repaired again. Lin Shen kept walking up step by step, and his whole body was bathed in lightning and flames, like a walking thunder and fire. Wei Wufu could no longer see Lin Shen's figure, and could only see a constantly changing glitter of glare. The flames and lightning were intertwined with the brilliant light on Lin Shen's body, making people unable to look directly. Wei Wufu stared at the light ball without blinking, and his eyes were thorned by the light and kept crying. Lin Shen's body began to drip liquid like melted iron juice again, drop by drop, and fell on the jade steps. The moment it touched the jade steps, it condensed into mercury crystals. Lin Shen knew that he could not stop, but once he stopped, the continuity of the wave step ended. He could not even walk a step above this jade step. Forced to support his body that was about to collapse, Lin Shen kept silently reciting the full name of the Jade Emperor God in his mind. Once his body could not bear it, he would immediately shout out the name of Jade Emperor. Fortunately, Lin Shen's body still maintained until the second hypersynthetic was completed, and the hypersynthetic entered a cooling state. The body, which was about to melt, cooled down in an instant. Lin Shen's entire body emitted a silver holy brilliance, and in every move, there was a mercury-like silver light flowing on his body. Now his physical strength has far exceeded that of the Ascensioner, and even the Nirvana. The secondary forging of flames and lightning strikes allows the super-based form that has completed hyper-based and recasting to reach its level and should not have strength. Lin Shen's previous judgment was not completely accurate. Although the degree of completion of the body's basic change is an important basis for reaching the Jade level, the Nirvana attribute is also an indispensable condition. Under the Superbase form, Lin Shen's body is perfect enough, but unfortunately he does not have the blessing of Nirvana attribute. He walked up with his body, the damage caused to his body by flames and lightning was too great. It was still half of the Jade Stairs before they could reach the gate of the Immortal Court, but Lin Shen's body, which had been strengthened by the second supersynthetics, began to soften and melt again.
Can you do it again? Just do it again. I will be able to walk to the gate of the immortal court.
Lin Shen gritted his teeth and turned on the hypersynthetic again. His body has undergone 2 hypersynthetics. Maintaining this state requires massive amounts of energy. When the hypersynthetics is turned on again, the energy consumed can no longer be counted. The massive world power absorbed by the super basic information was almost exhausted in an instant, and the super basic information was activated again.
The dazzling light shone with it.
Lin Shen took a step forward, and the flames and lightning on his body swayed like flowers. It's soon, it's almost, there are only a dozen levels left. Wei Wufu's eyes were red and swollen, and his face was covered with tears, but he still stared at the dazzling ball of light moving forward step by step on the jade stairs.
In fact, he couldn't see anything.
His eyes had been thorned by the dazzling light, and he looked at things with heavy shadows. Super Basics continues to absorb the power of the world, but the power of the world absorbed is almost impossible to keep up with the consumption of the third hypermagnetic. Fortunately, before the energy was almost unable to be supplied, the third hypersynthesis was finally completed.
After the extreme cooling, Lin Shen's body actually showed a black mirror state.
That is not really black, but silver crystals superimposed to a certain extent, forming a color similar to black.
It's like water that looks transparent. When the water reaches a certain level, it will appear dark blue or even black.
The flames and lightning that had almost turned into substances eroded Lin Shen's body, and the black crystal-like body began to drip iron juice again like red iron blocks.
Lin Shen was no longer able to use the fourth hyperplasmicization.
The power of the world could no longer keep up with the consumption. It was already very difficult to maintain the triple hyperplasmicization. He could only grit his teeth and go up.
Every drop of iron juice on his body made his body tremble. Only 7 steps are left.
Lin Shen's eyes became a little blurred, because the outer shell melted, losing the transparency effect, blurring his vision. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The iron juice on Lin Shen's body fell. When he stepped on the last step and came to the gate of the immortal court, all the lightning and flames disappeared. Wei Wufu's eyes, which had only a slit left, finally saw Lin Shen's figure clearly. It can't be described by the word human, like a piece of human-shaped iron that was burned, with iron juice constantly dripping from its body. The iron juice fell on the ground and immediately turned into deep water droplet-shaped black crystals, jingling and jingling.
Chapter 695 Entering the Immortal Court. Wei Wufu was frightened.
Among the Ascensioners, Lin Shen was probably the only one who could withstand the injury. Lin Shen stood in front of the gate of the immortal court. The triple supermagnetic was automatically lifted because the power of the world could not keep up with it.
The supermagnetic form was not dared to be lifted.
The supermagnetic text was still absorbing the power of the world, and the supermagnetic recast slowly repaired the injured body. Without the blessing of thunder and fire, the speed of absorbing the power of the world has slowed down a lot. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that the repair speed of the Superbase recast has become particularly slow. After a while, Lin Shen's body recovered most of its body, and the carapace gradually returned to its original appearance. Strangely, the carapace and the hypersynthetic body are still in the silver-black color, and have not returned to the pure silver color before. Without hypersynthetic, Lin Shen could still feel that his physical strength was far greater than usual. Now he didn't have time to think so much, and his body recovered for most of his life, so he reached out and pressed his hand on the gate of the immortal court and pushed the gate with all his strength. Unfortunately, as he expected, the door remained motionless. The gate of the immortal court that can only be opened by immortal power cannot be shaken by his current power. Even though the power contract provided him with a lot of power attributes due to the growth of dead fans before, compared with the immortal power, the gap is still so large that it can be ignored. Seeing that he could not push the door open, Lin Shen could only cough lightly and shout at the door, "I have a strong relationship with the Jade Emperor.
I will come here to visit me. Please open the door and let me in."
Lin Shen's words are the truth.
The Jade Emperor is his guardian immortal spirit, and his friendship is indeed extraordinary.
However, whether the terrifying existences in the immortal court believe it is not something Lin Shen can control. If the person inside ignored him, Lin Shen could only call out the name of the Jade Emperor and summon him out. Lin Shen waited for a while, but couldn't hear any sound, so he shouted several times, but no one answered him. It seems that I can only shout out the Jade Emperor. Lin Shen was depressed. The guardian spirit could only summon it once, and he would never have the chance to use it again unless he could find the 5 sacrificial robes. He did not think that guarding the fairy spirit was important before, but after seeing so many immortal creatures rushing into the immortal court, he had only obtained the throne of the heavenly soldiers. You can imagine how terrifying the power of the Jade Emperor was. Any small pawn in the immortal court is an immortal creature. Lin Shen can't imagine how powerful the Jade Emperor is. Just when Lin Shen wanted to recite the name of the Jade Emperor, he heard a crack and the gate of the immortal court slowly opened. It actually opened. Lin Shen was in surprise and looked back at Wei Wufu on the ground. Seeing Wei Wufu nodding, Lin Shen walked towards the open door of the immortal court. The gate of the immortal court is filled with clouds and mist, and there is no way to see what is inside outside. After Lin Shen walked into the gate of the immortal court slowly closed again, isolating the two worlds. Seeing Lin Shen walking into the gate of the immortal court like this, a powerful creature with a human body and snake tail rushed to the jade stairs. He forced himself to survive the baptism of thunder and fire, came to the gate of the immortal court, imitated Lin Shen's appearance, and shouted at the gate, "I and the Jade Emperor are the same." Before he could finish his words, a virgin lightning like a real dragon fell from the sky, directly turning him into ashes, and the hearts of many mysterious creatures trembled. Lin Shen walked into the fairy courtyard, but saw clouds and mists, a winding and twisting jade bridge that looked like a long corridor reflected into his eyelids. The sea of clouds tumbling around, the sky was filled with mist, and the jade bridge was rising and falling like a dragon in the sea of clouds, extending to the distance, with no end at all. Apart from this jade bridge, Lin Shen did not see pavilions and towers. The jade pavilions of Cheong Towers were completely different from the immortal courtyard he went to last time, and seemed to be not the same place at all. The immortal creatures that came in before him were nowhere to be seen, and there was not even a single person around. It's strange, why can't there be no one? At least there should be a reception? Lin Shen was confused, cleared his throat, and shouted to Yunhai, "I want to pay homage to the Jade Emperor, but I don't know where to go?" Silence, dead silence, without any sound. Lin Shen asked several more times, but no one answered him. This time, Lin Shen waited for a long time, but there was no movement, so he had to walk along the jade bridge. There is only one way here, so there is no need to worry about taking the wrong path. Lin Shen walked forward along the Yuqiao, and his pace was getting faster and faster. The Yuqiao was longer than he had imagined. Lin Shen had already run over the Yuqiao with all his strength. After half a day of rushing, he still couldn't see the end of the Yuqiao, nor did he see other buildings. With Lin Shen's current speed, even a huge star like the giant ring star should have circled around for such a long time, but why did he still not reach the end of the jade bridge? Lin Shen couldn't help but stop, stood in a relatively high position on the Yuqiao bridge and looked around, but still saw nothing, and he couldn't even see the gate of the immortal courtyard when he came. Standing next to the white jade railing, Lin Shen looked at the sea of clouds below. After seeing this, his face suddenly changed. I saw that the bridge hole below was looming in the sea of clouds. Above the bridge hole, a figure swayed gently with the rolling sea of clouds, and it was a corpse hanging between the bridge holes. Lin Shen looked carefully and found that it was not a corpse, but a lifelike white jade statue. The white jade statue carved a figure that looked like a fairy. It was originally very beautiful, but it was tied with a red rope and hung in the middle of the bridge hole, appearing and disappearing in the clouds and mist, which was a bit scary. Why is this place like a temple? It's just a weird thing. Lin Shen moved his heart and walked to other bridge holes and looked down. As expected, there was a white jade statue hanging in every bridge hole, and the people carved by each white jade statue were different. Some look weird and some are as beautiful as flowers, but no matter how beautiful the carving is, hanging in such a place will make people feel a little creepy. I don't know how long the jade bridge is, but there will be a bridge hole every few hundred meters. I don't know how many bridge holes there will be. If there are white jade statues hanging under each bridge hole, how many will it be?
Who is so bored in hanging so many white jade statues here? Lin Shen's expression was complicated. He didn't dare to touch those white jade statues, for fear that it would trigger some kind of taboo like the clay statues in the temple. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like the immortal court I've been to. What's going on? Lin Shen was full of doubts, but he couldn't wait here, so he could only continue running along the Jade Bridge. Chapter 696 Nirvana of the Ancient Temple. Walking forward day and night, Lin Shen began to wonder if he was trapped in a vicious circle of ghosts hitting the wall. At his speed, he stayed up all the time for several days and nights, and was still on the Jade Bridge, and there was no end at all. Anyone who came would think he was wandering around in place. But Yuchio only has one road. If it is really a ring, then he should walk back to the gate. After going all the way, Lin Shen could not see the gate, so he could only continue walking forward. When he was about to doubt his life, Yuchio was over. This bridge is really just a simple long. Lin Shen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw a white jade building appear at the end of the Jade Bridge. Fortunately, he had not tried to go back before, otherwise he would have to waste time on this Jade Bridge. Lin Shen walked to the Bayou Tower and found that there was only such a white jade tower at the end of the Jade Bridge. There was a sea of clouds on three sides of the building, and there was no other way. There was no plaque in the Bayou Tower, and there was no word in front of the door. Lin Shen shouted a few times, but no one in the building agreed. After saying a word of offense, Lin Shen reached out and carefully pushed open the door of Bayou Tower. An ray of morning light shone out from the door. Lin Shen was stunned when he saw the scene inside the door. In that gate, there were mountains, rivers, sunset, egrets, insects and frogs croaking. This is not the White Jade Tower, it is clearly the scene of the human mother planet. Lin Shen was a little unbelievable, closed the door, paused for 2 seconds, and pushed the door open again. What he saw was the afterglow of the sunset, not the furnishings inside the building. Lin Shen tried to walk in. With just one step, Lin Shen came to the riverside. He turned to look again, but disappeared the Jade Gate, and there was no Bayou Tower. Flying into the air and looking around, Lin Shen was surprised to find that this place was not far from the Superbase where he was born. Flying towards the Superbase, I soon saw familiar people and buildings. I'm really back. Lin Shen quietly returned to his hometown, and no one was alarmed. He just took a few glances and left to Tiancheng directly. The Wei family was very confused. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu had clearly gone to the underground space, and only the road from the town hall could come out. Why did Lin Shen come back from outside? Lin Shen said what he and Wei Wufu encountered, and everyone in the Wei family was stunned. Lin Shen told Wei Changqing that he needed to go to Nirvana first, and then go to Shuahai to settle the score with Xiao Xingxing and take Wei Wufu back. Lin Shen has calculated that he can use the mechanical watch to go to the mysterious planet with the Golden Buddha Temple, and after rebirth in the ancient temple, he can use the mechanical watch to return to the mother planet. After rescuing Wei Wufu, he can still use Yingyi Weijing to leave his mother star and will not be trapped here. For fear that Wei Wufu would have any accident on that strange planet, Lin Shen didn't dare to delay for a quarter of an hour and directly teleported to the ancient temple star. As he thought, the ancient temple star that he came to using a mechanical watch was from the Golden Buddha Temple. Lin Shen found the master of Chengdu, and after getting his permission, he dived into the ancient temple under the water again. When he arrived at the brazier that Lao Tai mentioned, Lin Shen opened the super basic form, took out a magic egg, swallowed it without hesitation, and then jumped into the brazier. The theory of evolution started to operate on its own, and suddenly it felt like a strange energy gushing out of the body like a spring water, flowing continuously to the limbs and bones. At the same time, the energy in the brazier also rushed to his body. It was obviously a burning flame, but I couldn't feel a trace of heat, but it was a little cold. The flames in the brazier wrapped Lin Shen's entire body in the flames, but Lin Shen felt that his body was soaked in ice water, and his whole body was indescribable to express his coolness. The theory of evolution automatically started to operate, and the carapace also emerged automatically. Lin Shen absorbed the energy of both, waiting for his body to enter the state of nirvana. Once you enter the state of nirvana, Lin Shen's body will undergo earth-shaking changes. How to maintain human nature in that state and ultimately restore human body is the key to nirvana.
The energy of the brazier was constantly sucked into the body, and the energy of the divine egg in the body was constantly decomposing and integrating into his body. However, Lin Shen did not feel the violent changes that others said, nor did he feel that his consciousness was affected. Peace. Lin Shen actually felt only peace, and the two energies were constantly integrated into his body in this peaceful state.
The effect of the dark domain lotus seed is amazing. It can actually integrate the two attribute powers so easily. Lin Shen thought this was the effect of the dark domain lotus seed.
Time passed by minute, and gradually Lin Shen felt something was wrong. At first, he could still feel the energy in his body becoming full, but his body never changed. Lin Shen originally thought that the energy had not accumulated to the point where the body could be nirvana, but until the energy gushed out of his body began to decrease, his body still had no changes, and there was no sign of nirvana at all.
What's the situation?
Lin Shen was surprised to find that the energy decomposed by the divine egg was almost drying out, and his body still had not entered the state of nirvana.
This is not right. Why didn't I have nirvana?
Lin Shen felt that the energy transmitted in the brazier was also decreasing, and he was suddenly panicked. He had seen many experiences of his predecessors in nirvana before, but had never heard of such a situation. Until the flames in the brazier went out, Lin Shen's body still did not change at all. He could feel that the energy in the brazier and the energy of the divine egg were indeed integrated into his body, but those energy did not allow him to enter the state of nirvana. Lin Shen walked out of the brazier, and the flames in the brazier had completely extinguished and were lit again.
I don't know when it would be. Even if the brazier is reignited, its attributes are different from now.
He has absorbed the power of nirvana of two attributes, and it is impossible to absorb the third one. Lin Shen was full of doubts and carefully studied his attributes. He was indeed still upgraded. The attributes did not change at all, nor did he obtain the nirvana attribute. After pondering for a while, Lin Shen suddenly thought of a possibility. He was fused by thunder and fire on the jade stairs. Although his attributes did not change, his superbase form and carapace had some changes. Is there any possibility that the change caused his body to have problems, so he failed to rebirth? Lin Shen removed the superbase form and wanted to take a risk and try it.
Will he be able to reborn under normal conditions? The result is still the same.
Under normal circumstances, he still has no nirvana and his body has no reaction at all.
What's going on? Could it be that it's a problem with evolution theory? There is no subsequent part of the malformed evolution theory. I am exploring my own practice. I can't be stuck here.
Lin Shen was in tears, but he couldn't even rebirth.
Thinking about it, I feel that it is wrong.
Even if there is something wrong with the theory of evolution, he absorbed the dual power of nirvana, and one of which is the power of the immortal land. Even if he has not practiced evolution, his body should react. Now his body has no reaction at all, which is absolutely abnormal. It must be a physical problem.
Chapter 697, Too strong is also a distress. When?
Lin Shen slashed himself one after another, and was happy while chopping. His brain did not break down, nor did he give up on himself because he could not have nirvana, but because he finally discovered why he could not have nirvana.
His physical strength was severely different from his attributes.
The values of the hardness and toughness attributes were the same as before, but the actual strength was far more than that. With his own full-strength attack, he could not leave any scars on his flesh and blood body, and at most he would leave a red mark. You should know that he used a slag knife, or a slag knife skill. Even the body of the nirvana creature cannot withstand the tug-of-war from the slag knife.
Such destructive power cannot even damage his flesh. How could such strength be just a little value shown in the attributes? After thinking about it, Lin Shen had only one possibility. When he was on the jade steps, Lehor repeatedly baptized his body, strengthening his physical strength. However, because he is just an assassinator, and the power of thunder and fire is targeting the immortal nirvana creatures and immortal creatures, his body has been strengthened beyond the flying upgrade. This strengthening is difficult to be reflected in the assassinator's attributes, or it may cause the watch to produce an incorrect detection result,
which causes this kind of value to be inconsistent with the actual attributes. The reason why he cannot nirvana is because his body is too strong, and the power of double nirvana still makes it difficult for his body to enter the nirvana state. It may not be entirely a matter of intensity, and there are deeper reasons, but the root cause must be the abnormal changes in the body being baptized by thunder and fire. After a series of tests, Lin Shen found that his current situation was a bit strange. Both hardness and toughness are very high, far beyond the numerical display, but there is no significant change in strength and speed compared to before. None of these are the problems, the question is how to be able to rebirth. The most direct way is to absorb more nirvana power until the body can enter the nirvana state. However, now there is no nirvana power with the same attribute to be used by Lin Shen. Then he absorbs the nirvana power with other attributes. After mixing various nirvana attributes, he enters the nirvana state. Lin Shen is afraid that he will become a non-human. But there is no other way. I can only fight for one thing, I can't never be reborn. Lin Shen took out the divine egg he brought and chose it in it. The original egg he used before was one he picked out from the nirvana level God-creating egg. Judging from the materials used to create the divine egg, the attributes of the divine egg that Lin Shen chose should be more suitable for him. Now that a divine egg has not succeeded in nirvana, Lin Shen doesn't know if another one will be more than enough. I use low-level divine eggs to create, but I am afraid that the amount will not be enough, and I will still not be able to reborn at that time. Do I need another one? Lin Shen didn't know if he could bear the 3 attributes. If he had 4 attributes, wouldn't that be worse? After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen chose a divine egg made of nirvana material and swallowed it. Strange energy spreads into the stomach and soon spreads throughout the body. Lin Shen quickly reorganized the theory of evolution and entered the super basic form to prepare for nirvana. Time passed by minute, and strange energy went from calm to surging, and then from surging to calm, and then nothing happened. The energy of this divine egg disappeared again, and Lin Shen's body still had no reaction at all, and there was no reaction to enter nirvana. Lin Shen was stunned at this moment. There was no nirvana yet. If he continued, it would be 4 attributes. At this point, there was nothing I could do. Lin Shen picked up another divine egg made of nirvana material, gritted his teeth, and swallowed it again. The strange energy spreads into Lin Shen's body like an electric current, bursting violently, and finally returns to calm. There is still no nirvana reaction. It's so fatal. Lin Shen's heart began to tremble. The more types of attributes, the more likely they become inhuman when they enter the state of nirvana. Now there are 4 attributes. Lin Shen dare not imagine what kind of backlash they will suffer once they enter the state of nirvana. Lin Shen is already a little difficult to get off the ground now. If you don't continue eating, you can't enter the state of nirvana, and you can't stay in the flying upgrade for the rest of your life. Eat it, the chance of becoming an inhuman is too high. No, I can't eat it anymore. I have to find a way to save Lao Wei first. Lin Shen gave up the idea of continuing to eat nirvana egg. He was afraid that if he didn't succeed in the fight, there would be no one to save Lao Wei. After putting away everything, Lin Shen returned to the Golden Buddha Temple. After saying goodbye to Master Chao-Du, he used a mechanical watch to return to his mother star. Because the nirvana level cannot enter the human mother planet, Lin Shen has no way to find foreign players. He can only hope that the dead fans will complete nirvana quickly so that he will have the chance to deal with the damn snail star. Although he was unable to achieve nirvana, his physical strength was no less than that of the top nirvana. With the destructive power of the dead pink, Lin Shen still has a great chance of winning unless the snail is immortal. Lin Shen felt that the possibility of the little star being immortal is not high. If it is immortal, there is no need to teleport them to the ancient temple star, so just kill them directly. When he returned to Tianchang, Lin Shen did not say that there was something wrong with his nirvana. Wei Changqing and others thought that he had succeeded in nirvana. Originally, Wei Changqing and the others wanted to go to the Sea of Blood with Lin Shen, but Lin Shen was persuaded to stop. There is an indescribable creature in the Sea of Blood, which is almost 100% certain that it is an immortal creature. No matter how many people they go there, they cannot deal with that creature. When Lin Shen goes alone, Xiao Xingxing should be curious about how he escaped from that planet, and it is likely that the immortal creature will take him over again.
If there are too many people going there, something might happen. If Xiao Xingxing let the immortal creature kill everyone else and only Lin Shen is alive, wouldn't they be betrayed?
Lin Shen was betting that Xiao Xingxing was not very strong and had not reached the immortal level.
He wanted to win by surprise. The key is, when will the dead fans be able to complete Nirvana?
Although I wish I could get rid of the Sea of Blood immediately, Lin Shen could only wait patiently for the dead fans to complete Nirvana.
Fortunately, the dead fans did not make Lin Shen wait too long.
After waiting for less than 5 days, the dead fans completed their third Nirvana. The attributes of the dead fan have not changed, but the Nirvana attribute has undergone new changes, from the original True Extreme Deconstruction Deathlight to the True Extreme Deconstruction Destruction Deathlight.
In addition, Dead Fan also has an extra Superbase talent skill, Superbase Demonization.
Superbase Demonization is a strengthening skill with doubled attributes, which is somewhat similar to the Superbase form, but the side effects are a little greater. After using Superbase Demonization, there will be a significant period of weakness.
Even so, Superbase Demonization is already a very powerful talent skill. Chapter 698, Mutual Acting Skills.
Dead fans have always lacked a talented skill with full attribute gain, and this time they finally made up for it. With the dead fans in hand, Lin Shen's confidence suddenly became much stronger, and he entered the underground world again and headed towards the Sea of Blood. If a person has never eaten meat, he will basically not have the desire to eat meat because he has no idea what meat tastes like. But once you taste the taste of meat, it is difficult to return to the previous state of no desires and no desires.
Although the little star is not a human, it has the same weakness as humans.
It has been on the pink star for countless years before, and has never seen outsiders, nor has it communicated with outsiders. Although it feels a little lonely, it can bear it. But since the last time I met Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, Xiao Xingxing suddenly felt a little restless inside and could not calm down. Xiao Xingxing even regrets it now, regretting that he shouldn't have taken Lin Shen and Wei Wufu away from the mysterious divine star so early. We should keep them for a few more days and let them be audiences for a few more days. When we have enough singing and are tired of playing, it is not too late to get them off the mysterious star.
The more Xiao Xingxing thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Why am I so anxious? I'm just a 2-fly upgrade, and I'm afraid they can escape from me? With their little knowledge, I'm afraid I can't even leave Pink Star. The little star has been spending these days in annoyance and is a little depressed. Suddenly, the little star lying down seemed to sense something, and his originally lazy body suddenly started to bounce. I don't know where it took out a single-tube telescope, pressed it on its right eye, and looked at the other side of the Sea of Blood. Another creature came to the Sea of Blood. Another human.
When Xiao Xingxing saw a human figure appearing on the beach, his body was excited to bounce. But when it saw clearly the appearance of the human being appeared by the sea, its eyes widened, its face full of disbelief.
How is it possible? I'm not teleported to the secret star god. How could it come out? Little Xingxing's eyes were almost glaring out. No. No. A Ascensioner cannot escape from the mysterious star. This is just a human who looks very similar to him. Humans originally all look similar to him. Maybe this is his brother or twin.
The more Xiao Xingxing thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. If you want to know who he is, you can tell by grabbing him and ask. Thinking of this, Xiao Xingxing took out a silver whistle from somewhere, puffed out his cheeks, and blew the whistle. The strange immortal creature in the Sea of Blood suddenly started to move at the bottom of the sea and swam towards the opposite shore. When Xiao Xingxing saw the man's surprise appearance when he saw the dream beast, and turned around and wanted to escape, he was even more sure that this human was not the Aeon who was teleported to the mysterious god star by it. The dream beast easily caught the man. Judging from the other party's explosive power, it should be a Assassinator.
Silly human, you must not kill you so easily this time.
The little demon in Xiao Xingxing's heart was ready to move. Lin Shen was brought to Pink Star by the Dream Beast, and his experience was exactly the same as last time. But he still looked at the pink planet in surprise and did not deliberately look for traces of the little stars.
Welcome.
Xiao Xingxing still had the same opening remark.
Lin Shen looked around like last time, but did not look at the ground. Humans are always so stupid. Seeing that this human is as stupid as the two humans before, Xiao Xingxing could only clear his throat and said again, "I am here?" "What a big snail, you can actually speak." Lin Shen lowered his head and saw Xiao Xingxing, his eyes widened, showing an extremely shocked expression. Ignorant stupid humans have no knowledge at all. Xiao Xingxing secretly complained in his heart, but his face was filled with a smile. He said kindly, "I am not a snail, my name is Xiao Xingxing." He is the most gentle, kind and helpful creature in the universe. "My friend, do you need help? You really want to help me? I was attacked by a strange creature in the Sea of Blood just now. Do you know what kind of creature it is? If I fly back from the Sea of Blood, will it still come out to attack me?" Lin Shen asked with a happy face. "You and I are really sympathetic. I was caught here by it. The creature is called the Dream Beast. It is a very terrifying immortal creature. It traps me here but does not kill me. It is like a cat and mouse, treating me as its plaything. I struggle again and again, but fail again and again. It is so powerful. Sometimes I even want to end my life." Xiao Xingxing looked scarred and sad. This guy is also an acting guy. Even though he knew he was acting, he was really moved. If he hadn't suffered a loss and was fooled, he would have been fooled by it. Lin Shen sneered in his heart, but his face showed an indignation. "You don't have to be too pessimistic. We can join forces to deal with it, and we will always think of a solution." "That's great. We will be friends in the future. What's your name?" Xiao Xingxing looked excited, as if she finally had a relative. "My name is Lin Shen." Lin Shen replied truthfully. This is obviously not a person, but they are all the same stupid. It seems that they are related to the previous Tian. Xiao Xingxing asked with concern, "This place is so dangerous, why did you come here?" "My elder brother and second brother have visited this area before and haven't contacted them for many days. I suspect something happened to them, so I came here to find them." "Little Xingxing, have you seen humans appear nearby?" Lin Shen asked back. "No, maybe they are not as lucky as you, and they were eaten by that dream beast." Xiao Xingxing was secretly happy in his heart. As it turns out, these are the two fools and human brothers, and they are also fools. Lin Shen's face changed when he heard this, and his voice trembled. "Big brother. Second brother, they were really killed. I just speculate that they might not have come to the Blood Sea at all, but went to other places to explore. Now they may have gone home." Seeing Lin Shen's face pale, no trace of blood, and his eyes were gray, as if he had no vitality at all, he couldn't help but feel a little compassion and comforted him. "If that's the case, it would be great," Lin Shen said suddenly and turned his head to look in the direction of the sea, gritting his teeth and said, "If that dream beast really killed the eldest brother and second brother, even if I fought for my life, I must kill it and avenge my eldest brother and second brother. You have no use to do your best. The little Ascensioner, even if you give you another 10,000 lives, it is not enough to kill a dream beast." Xiao Xingxing thought this in his heart, but his expression suddenly became extremely solemn, and he said seriously, "If you want to kill it, I have a way." Chapter 699 Is singing in Kung Fu really possible? Xiao Xingxing said to Lin Shen seriously, "Sing." "Singing?" Lin Shen stared at Xiao Xingxing in a daze, with a look of confusion. He did not perform this time, but was really full of questions. Xiao Xingxing said seriously, "I was imprisoned here by the Dream Beast for so many years. I don't know how many times I have fought with the Dream Beast. Although I am not its opponent, because it wants to play with me, it did not kill me, which allowed me to survive until now. After so many years of enduring humiliation and burdens, I didn't get anything at all. After my secret research, it was also a coincidence that I discovered that the Dream Beast has a very fatal flaw. It is afraid of singing. Its combat power will be weakened by singing. The louder you sing, the better you sing, the more the combat power of the Dream Beast is weakened." Xiao Xingxing seriously deceived Lin Shen. Is this kind of thing actually happening? Lin Shen was surprised at first, and then suddenly looked dark. "It's a pity, I can't sing." "It's okay, I'll teach you." Xiao Xingxing said proudly, the singing I mentioned is not anything, but my own secret singing technique. You don't really think that the singing of ordinary people can affect the existence of a dream beast, right? Little Xingxing, how should I thank you?
Lin Shen's eyes shook, tears in his eyes, but they did not fall off, fully interpreting a man's gratitude and reserve.
We are connected to the same disease. Helping you is helping me.
We work together to kill the dream beast and leave this ghost place. Xiao Xingxing's voice was passionate, like a brave man who vowed to fight against the demons to the death. Working together to kill the dream beast. Lin Shen looked excited, but unfortunately the little star had no hands, otherwise Lin Shen would have wanted to shake hands with it tightly to show the revolutionary friendship between the two.
No further ado, I will teach you the secret method of singing that I created.
You can learn it as soon as possible, so we can join forces to kill the dream beast as soon as possible. After Xiao Xingxing finished speaking, he began to teach Lin Shen the secret method of singing seriously.
Of course, Xiao Xingxing didn't really want to teach Lin Shen any secret singing method.
She was just too idle and fooling Lin Shen to play.
She was playing with Lin Shen as a fool.
The so-called secret method of singing is some of the thoughts it brings out when it is sings. It cannot be said that it has no reason at all, but in fact it has nothing to do with the truth. But Xiao Xingxing said it with confidence and striking, as if that was really the case.
Is this really possible?
Lin Shen felt that if he didn't question what Xiao Xingxing said, he would seem too mentally retarded, or he had ulterior motives. Lin Shen and Xiao Xingxing Su and Wushou are just trying to find an opportunity, and they will be subdued with one blow, and they will never be given any chance. After these two experiences, it is basically confirmed that the creature called the Dream Beast by Xiaoxingxing is able to command it. If he couldn't succeed with one blow, he would let Xiao Xingxing call the Dream Beast over. No matter how strong Lin Shen's body was, he could not withstand the immortal power. Now Xiao Xingxing actually wants to show his acting skills with him, just as Lin Shen's desire. Find an opportunity to touch Xiaoxing's acupoints 9 times, and you will definitely be able to hold it in the last moment.
Even if it is an immortal creature, you have to surrender. Each person and each snail have their own ulterior motives, one teaches seriously, and the other learns seriously. In order to be able to make up for one's own explanation, Xiao Xingxing really thought about the principles and techniques of its nonsense singing secret method, etc. Fortunately, Lin Shen was able to make up for one's own explanation when he questioned it.
Usually, the little star still secretly calls the Dream Beast over as a support. Every time the Dream Beast seems to be about to rush to the planet, the little star keeps singing and pushing it back, making it unable to get close to the pink star. Lin Shenkai didn't care whether what he taught was useful or not. Anyway, he showed great ambition and worked hard to practice the secret singing method taught by Xiaoxingxing every day. Seeing Lin Shen's diligent practice, Xiao Xingxing seemed to really want to avenge his brothers by relying on the secret singing technique, and he couldn't even close his mouth all day long.
This fool actually believes in the secret method of singing. He was really kicked by a donkey.
Xiao Xingxing looked at Lin Shen's eyes as if he was looking at a clown, and he was in a very happy mood. In order to get closer to Xiao Xingxing and be able to get in close contact with it, Lin Shen tried to come up with various questions about the secret method of singing to invite Xiao Xingxing. In order to answer Lin Shen's questions, Xiao Xingxing also tried his best to explain the principles and techniques of the secret method of singing to Lin Shen. Sometimes Xiao Xingxing himself thinks he is a genius, and he can come up with so many wonderful ideas, which makes the fool stunned and look at it with admiration every day. Let you live a few more days, and when you discover that the secret technique of singing does not exist at all, it will be your death period.
Xiao Xingxing was reluctant to kill Lin Shen for a moment.
Of course, Lin Shen knew that Xiao Xingxing was fooling him, and he would not really take this shitty secret singing technique seriously. Practicing hard is just superficial skill. The real purpose is to approach the little stars and use the emperor to command the princes. After practicing the techniques mentioned by Xiao Xingxing for a few days, it is naturally impossible to have any effect. Lin Shen suddenly thought about it and sang his own war song using the secret method of bullshit singing that Xiao Xingxing said. After this singing, Lin Shen was suddenly stunned. It is normal that war songs can give him blessings and singing them himself can also be effective. What is abnormal is that when he sang war songs himself, the blessing he could get was very limited, and the effect was far from that of Lao Wei's cooperation with Mu Yu, which was about the strength of the blessing of an ordinary ascensioner singing war songs. But this time after he sang the battle song, the blessing effect of the battle song became extremely fierce, which was even stronger than the effect of Lao Wei in cooperation with Wenxin Muyu. Can you say, the secret method of singing that Xiao Xingxing taught me is true? Lin Shen's mind flashed through, but he immediately denied it again. The secret method of singing is only effective for his war songs, which is completely different from what Xiao Xingxing said. Lin Shen just made a mistake. During the practice, Lin Shen took various opportunities to make physical contact with Xiao Xingxing. Every time his fingers seemed to accidentally touch the red dots on the acupuncture point of Xiao Xingxing. Lin Shen didn't use any force at all, so Xiao Xingxing naturally couldn't feel anything. After several days of time together, Lin Shen finally met the same acupoint on Xiao Xingxing 9 times. The strength is not the key. The key is that you have already counted the same acupoint 9 times. The next acupoint will inevitably produce an effect and no one can stop it. Xiao Xingxing already regarded Lin Shen as his little fan, and never expected that he was about to be in trouble. Little Xingxing, I'm done. Xiao Xingxing was thinking about how to fool Lin Shen, a fool today, but suddenly saw Lin Shen running over happily. What happened? Xiao Xingxing looked puzzled, not knowing what this fool was having fun. The secret method of singing. I have mastered it. It has really. It has. It has. It has. It has been excitedly. Lin Shen came to Xiao Xingxing. The secret method of singing, have you practiced it? Xiao Xingxing looked at Lin Shen, who was so excited that he was speechless, and his head was full of question marks. Chapter 700 Controlling the Little Stars. It's done, it's really done. I've really practiced the secret method of singing. Lin Shen's excited face showed a look of guilt. Little Xingxing, is because the secret method of singing you taught me is too incredible. At the beginning, I doubted you, wondering if you were lying to me. I'm sorry, I was really ignorant at that time. As he said that, Lin Shen sincerely stretched out his fist, as if he wanted to touch Xiao Xingxing to show his friendship. Of course, Xiao Xingxing did not have a fist. In the past, it used to touch Lin Shen with its eyes to show friendship and encouragement. This was also what Xiao Xingxing taught Lin Shen. Usually it encouraged Lin Shen in this way, allowing Lin Shen to practice singing secret skills more hard. In the past, it took the initiative. But this time, Xiao Xingxing was still in a confused state and did not react at all. It was still thinking, what did Lin Shen mean by practicing the secret method of singing? The things it imagined were just imagined out of thin air. How could it really practice the secret singing technique? And what happened to this touching speech? It actually made Xiao Xingxing feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing that it did not react, Lin Shen took the initiative to send his fist over and gently touched it on the side of its eyes. Xiao Xingxing subconsciously tilted his eyes and touched Lin Shen's fist. But after touching it, Lin Shen's fist did not retract directly like before, as if intentional or unintentional. After the fist was released, he pressed it on its neck. Xiao Xingxing was still in a state of surprise and a little guilt in her heart, and she never expected this to happen. Of course, it is mainly because Xiao Xingxing doesn't think Lin Shen has the ability to hurt it, so he has no psychological expectations. In this case, Lin Shen's fingers were easily pressed on Xiao Xingxing's neck, and then Xiao Xingxing suddenly felt his body numb, and then completely lost control of his body, as if he had become a vegetable. Xiao Xingxing was shocked and immediately wanted to activate the power in his body, but he could not feel the existence of his body at all, as if his mind had been stripped away from his body. Lin Shen's fingers danced, and quickly moved on it, moving downwards, using the characteristics of one of the 10 must-see points. There are not as many acupuncture points on Xiao Xingxing's body as humanoids, and there are several acupuncture points in the snail acupoint. If there is no one in 10, it will be difficult to perform movements when clicking the acupoints. One must win 10 times, which does not mean that you can win once 10 times. The effect is normal, but it is only the 10th time. Lin Shen used strong strength to use these fingers just now, but they did not play any role at all. Only when they were still one of the 10 must-win results can they play the effect of pointing acupoints. This made him a little lucky. Fortunately, he was careful enough to find an opportunity to click Xiao Xingxing first.
Otherwise, judging from Xiao Xingxing's physical strength, he might not be a match for Xiao Xingxing at all. It would be almost impossible to click the same acupoint on the small and medium-sized star in a row. Xiao Xingxing looked shocked and couldn't believe it. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that he couldn't even move his mouth, let alone make a sound. Little Xingxing, I don't have time to talk nonsense to you and answer my questions, otherwise I will kill you. Tell me, how to go to the planet that is the ancient temple. Lin Shen said, untying a hole on Xiao Xingxing's body and restoring its speaking ability. Xiao Xingxing looked at Lin Shen in shock and said, You are a Tian, it's impossible, how could you come out of the mysterious God Star? As soon as he said that, Xiao Xingxing suddenly realized that it could speak. The next second, Xiao Xingxing wanted to activate his power to kill Lin Shen. But it was surprised to find that apart from sound, it still had no control over its body. What skill is this? It can actually control my body. The Asinator's innate ability cannot have such an effect. Xiao Xingxing was shocked and angry, and it was actually deceived by Lin Shen. I originally thought Lin Shen was the clown who was playing with by him, but I didn't expect that the real clown was me. It seems you don't want to live anymore. Lin Shen's face turned cold. He took out the scum knife that was put in the space, pointed at Xiao Xingxing and said, Now I'll ask, you answer, otherwise don't blame me for not being missed with old feelings. Trump. Xiao Xingxing said disdainfully. Without saying a word, Lin Shen directly slashed at its neck with a knife skill, and slashed on Xiao Xingxing's neck with a strong cutting effect. He could not even saw its neck open, without even a scar. The blade of the slag knife was directly cut on it, like a file-like blade. When the saw was tug-of-war, Xiao Xingxing's neck was like rubber, twisted with the blade, and it had no effect at all. Xiao Xingxing was amused. Trump is garbage. Even if I stand here and don't move and let you kill it casually, you can't hurt a single hair. I really can't hurt a single hair of your hair because you don't have that thing at all. Lin Shen said, lifting the scum knife and pressing it directly on Xiao Xingxing's snail shell to file. Crack! Crack! Don't waste your energy. My shell has been refined through 9,981 processes, and its strength is comparable to a mortal. Before Xiao Xingxing finished speaking, he saw some colorful powder floating in front of him. Damn, you. Xiao Xingxing was shocked and angry, and let out a sharp scream. It was originally impossible for its snail shell to be damaged before, but it never expected that the knife in Lin Shen's hand could actually hurt its snail shell. Lin Shen ignored it at all, pressed the scum knife and filed it hard. The snail shell is indeed hard and unimaginable. With the power of the deep forest, it is impossible to hurt the snail shell even a little bit. However, the slag knife repeatedly filed it hard to grind light marks on the snail shell. Although it is very slow, as long as you persist, even the iron pestle can be ground into a needle, and the snail shell will be worn out sooner or later. The hardness of the slag knife is beyond imagination, and it is actually harder than a snail shell. Xiao Xingxing said that its shell is comparable to immortality, and Lin Shen believed it, but the slag knife was obviously harder, and it floated away the colored powder of the snail shell filed. Stop. Xiao Xingxing was obviously a little panicked. Lin Shen kept silent, as if he didn't hear it, and continued to file it with his knife, and more colored powder was flying out. Xiao Xingxing was angry and anxious, but his body could not move at all, and the power in his body was completely out of control, so he had no choice but to deal with Lin Shen. The little Xingxing wanted to call the dream beast over, but the whistle that summoned the dream beast was inside its snail shell, and there was no way to operate it. Chapter 701 Forced Confession. Damn! What kind of evil ability does this human have? I can't move at all. Xiao Xingxing was frightened and furious, but he couldn't do anything. He could only say, don't do anything randomly, what do you want to know, say. Lin Shen still ignored it and continued to file it with one knife after another, focusing on it without any distraction, as if he would never stop without sawing it open. The person was under the eaves and had to bow his head. Although the little star had a heart that wanted to crush Lin Shen's bones and ashes, he had to say, the treasure box that teleported to the mysterious God Star was in the blue room on the left. If you have seen it, go and get it yourself. Lin Shui finally stopped, but instead of getting the treasure box in the house, he asked again, where is that mysterious star? How do I know where that is? Stop, stop. Before Xiao Xingxing finished speaking, she found that Lin Shen had started filing again. Seeing Lin Shen ignored it, Xiao Xingxing could only grit his teeth and said, I only know that the treasure box can be teleported to the mysterious God Star, and I also know that there are those strange things on the mysterious God Star, but where did the mysterious God Star come from and where the things on it come from, I really don't know. Who are you and why are you here? Where did this pink sphere come from? Lin Shen stopped and did not rush to ask how he could leave the mysterious star, but to first understand the origin of the little star. Little Xingxing just hesitated for a moment, and Lin Shen started filing its snail shell again. Little Xingxing was so angry that his brain was about to explode, but there was no way. He could only bear it and said, I am all victims like you. I was caught here to guard this pink star. Lin Shen didn't believe Xiao Xingxing's words at all, so he continued to file hard. What I said is true. The person who caught me was the king of the ancient realm. I really don't know what this pink star is. The king of the ancient realm just asked me to look at this planet and don't let any creature discover the existence of pink stars. If someone comes here, they must silence them. You must never let the news of pink stars leak out, especially humans cannot discover the existence of pink stars. Xiao Xingxing shouted anxiously. Why can't humans discover the existence of pink stars? Lin Shen was puzzled. It seems that the king of the ancient realm had known about the existence of humans for a long time. So a long time ago, the king of the ancient realm had visited the human mother planet. How do I know that the king of the ancient realm just gave this order, and he didn't say why? Seeing Lin Shen going to take action again, Xiao Xingxing quickly said, I really don't know. It's useless to kill me. I'm just executing the king of the ancient realm. If you don't believe it, you can go to the first red room on the right to see it. There is a worksheet that says what I need to do. If you go and check it out, you will know that I'm not lying. What mysterious star have you been to? Which road did you take? Lin Shen continued to ask without going to the red house. Like you, the mysterious God Star has only one way out. Xiao Xingxing had no choice but to answer. After hearing this, Lin Shen pressed the scum knife on the snail shell. Xiao Xingxing hurriedly said, it's just walking on the jade stairs and then coming out through the gate of the immortal court. The king of the ancient realm took me there. He said that there is only one way to go out. As for whether there are other ways, I really don't know. Lin Shen asked Xiao Xingxing a lot of questions again, and gradually learned some things about the pink star and the mysterious star from Xiao Xingxing. Little Xingxing didn't know if the pink star was originally here or was brought over by someone later. When it was captured by the king of the ancient realm, the pink star was already here. The king of ancient realm used some methods on the little star, so that it could only stay here to guard the pink star. But what kind of methods did the king of the ancient realm use? Xiao Xingxing refused to say anything when he died. The secret that Xiao Xingxing knew was dug out by Lin Shen little by little, including the fact that it could use its whistle to control the dream beast. The whistle and the dream beast are both left by the king of the ancient realm. In addition to the dream beast, there are also many immortal creatures lurking in the sea of blood. But even the little stars cannot control those immortal creatures. Once someone wants to cross the sea of blood, those terrifying immortal creatures will take action. The only thing Xiao Xingxing can control is the dream beast. If it weren't for the fear that Lin Shen and Wei Wufu would have left, it wouldn't have ordered the dream beast to take action to catch them back. Of course, the dream beast could have killed Lin Shen and Wei Wufu at that time. It was just because Xiao Xingxing found that they were just flying and upgrading and was too lonely, so he thought of catching them on the pink star to provide him with some fun. If it had known that it would fall to this point, it would never have allowed Lin Shen to come to the pink star alive. The more Lin Shen asked, the more he felt, the colder he felt. If there was only one path to the Jade Stairs, wouldn't Wei Wufu be trapped in it? Unless Wei Wufu was willing to rebirth on the mysterious divine star, and then leans on the body of Nirvana to walk up the Jade Stairs and try to push open the gate of the immortal court, he will be trapped there forever. No matter how Lin Shen used the means to force Xiao Xingxing, he could not ask for more information about the mysterious star. Xiao Xingxing didn't even know that there were actually two mysterious stars.
One is the mysterious god star teleported in through the treasure box, and the other is the mysterious god star teleported through the coordinates of Hulu Mountain or mechanical watches. There is basically no difference between the two mysterious gods during the day. The only difference is whether there is a golden Buddha temple. The difference at night is mainly the appearance of the gate of the Immortal Court. The two iconic places, Golden Buddha Temple and Immortal Court Gate, are the differences between the two mysterious gods. And these two mysterious gods are related to the king of the ancient realm. I am afraid that only the king of the ancient realm can explain clearly what is going on. Little Xingxing, you will never be able to solve my skill. If something happens to me, you can only stay calm for the rest of your life. Now I want to enter the red house, you can think clearly. Lin Shen grabbed Xiao Xingxing and walked towards the red house. Wait. The moment Lin Shen was about to push the door and enter, Xiao Xingxing suddenly called him. What do you mean? Lin Shen said to the little star in his hand. Let's make a deal, you let me go, I'll let you go back alive. Xiao Xingxing said. I want to live, I don't need you. Lin Shen said, leaving Hong House, walking towards another house, and then reaching out to push. You can't get out of this house when you enter. Xiao Xingxing suddenly said again. Lin Shen ignored it and pushed the door and walked in. Before, Xiao Xingxing took out the treasure box from this room and gave it to them as a gift, the mysterious star that they sent to. Lin Shen went into the room and saw that the room looked like a place where a person lived, with a bed and a table, and some artistic photos were hung on the walls, but the protagonist of the artistic photos was not a person, but various musical instruments. There is also a guitar hanging next to the photo and a drum set in the corner of the wall, which looks like a place where a person who likes music very much lives. But this person cannot be a little star. The furniture here is obviously for creatures of this type of human body, not a snail. On the table, Lin Shen saw the box. Regardless of Xiao Xingxing's objection, he took Xiao Xingxing and opened the box directly. No, it will die. Amid the screams of Xiao Xingxing, the box shining brightly, and the person and snail were sent to the mysterious star. There is something going on today, and the remaining 3 chapters will be updated until 6 p.m. Chapter 702 Entering the Mysterious Star Again. I'm dead. Xiao Xingxing's face turned green when he saw the dark night in front of him. Others don't know the danger of the mysterious god star, but little star is very clear about it. Not to mention that it cannot move now, even if it is not imprisoned, it will still be unable to escape death when it comes to the mysterious god star in the dark. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but Xiao Xingxing only felt that in the darkness where he couldn't see his fingers, it seemed as if there were countless monsters, who were opening their mouths wide and swallowing them in one mouth at any time. Suddenly, Xiao Xingxing saw a white fluorescence light in front of his eyes, illuminating a small area nearby. What? Little Star was surprised and happy. The darkness of the mysterious star could not be illuminated by any light. After a closer look, I immediately found that Lin Shen was holding it with one hand and a rough-looking bow in the other hand. The bright white light emanated from the bow. Xiao Xingxing saw the appearance of the bow and was shocked. How could the sun-shooting bow be in his hands? No wonder he did not die in the mysterious star, but how could this bow be in his hands? Lin Shen identified the direction and then quickly looked towards the direction of the mountain temple. He asked Wei Wufu to wait for him there. If nothing unexpected happens, Wei Wufu will definitely not leave. Don't run around. Even if there is a sun-shooting bow, the mysterious god star is not a place you can break around. Xiao Xingxing shouted. You think about how to get out. If we can't get out, you have to be here to accompany us. Lin Shen brought it here just to force it to see if there is any other way out. How many times do you have to tell me to believe it? I only know that there is only one way to get out of the gate of the Immortal Court. If you don't believe it, you can find it yourself. Xiao Xingxing gritted his teeth. Lin Shen ignored him and headed towards the area where the mountain temple was located. Sure enough, he saw a white light in front of the mountain temple from afar, which was Wei Wufu holding the Jade Order. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen and came up. After the two met, Wei Wufu looked at the little star in Lin Shen's hand and was slightly surprised. Xiao Xingxing was even more surprised when he saw Wei Wufu.
I originally thought that Lin Shen survived alone, but I didn't expect that the other Afu was not dead, and Xiao Xingxing didn't see what the jade order in his hand came from. It said that there is no other way out except to go to the immortal court. Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu, if it really doesn't work, just go to Nirvana here. After Nirvana, go to the jade step with us and go out from the immortal court gate. At worst, you can recultivate after going out. We have enough resources now, and it won't take much time to recultivate. As he said that, Lin Shen took a few divine eggs, including the divine egg made of immortal materials, and handed them to Wei Wufu. Since Wei Wufu no longer has the chance to go to the ancient temple to Nirvana, and he can only take the path of small Nirvana here, then this immortal level god-making egg is the best choice. If he does not plan to recultivate, then use this Nirvana. If he plans to recultivate, use another Nirvana to create a divine egg. Where are you going out? Wei Wufu asked with a frown. It's still on the mother star. Lin Shen didn't care much about it now, so he could just get Wei Wufu out first. Now that the road to Hulu Mountain is that Nirvana will no longer be trapped in the mother star. Whether Nirvana is outside will have little impact on Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu took the sacred egg and was about to put it in his mouth, but was stopped by Lin Shen. Little Xingxing, you have to think clearly. Now tell us the way out and I can give you a way out. If we can go out ourselves, you will have no value. I will leave you here and let you die. Lin Shen said in support of Xiao Xingxing. I really only know that path. Even if I kill me, I can only say that. If I tell you that I know there is another path, but I don't have it, you won't let me go at that time. Xiao Xingxing said helplessly. Since that's the case, you can just die here. Lin Shen threw the little star on the ground and said to Wei Wufu, it's too dangerous tonight, so you'll be reborn during the day. Wei Wufu nodded, and the two sat down and waited for dawn. Lin Shen told Wei Wufu what happened after he entered the gate of the immortal court. The little star, who was tilted on the ground and unable to move, also heard Lin Shen's words, but was shocked after hearing it. What did you say? You only saw a white jade bridge behind the gate of the immortal court. Isn't that right? Are you blind? The pavilions, towers, jade buildings, and jade buildings in the immortal court, and it is difficult to find that fairyland even if you search the universe. You actually said that there is only a white jade bridge there, and there is a jade statue hanging on the bridge. Who are you lying to? Lin Shen ignored it and just said to himself, now you can only take the path of Nirvana, there is no other way. It's good. Wei Wufu felt it didn't matter. Wei Wufu didn't care much about whether to take the path of great Nirvana or small Nirvana, as long as it is enough. Seeing that Lin Shen ignored it, Xiao Xingxing had to shut up and stop talking. The immortal court appeared in the air again, and like before, it repeated many images of creatures breaking into the jade stairs. It lasted until dawn, and the immortal court and many creatures that had passed through the level disappeared, and the ancient mystery became like the ruins of temples everywhere before. Xiao Xingxing had no reaction. Lin Shen once again stopped Wei Wufu from using the Nirvana of the divine egg, and then walked to Xiao Xingxing with a scum knife, which made Xiao Xingxing's heart skip a beat. What do you want to do? Xiao Xingxing felt something was wrong and looked at Lin Shen in panic and asked. Uncle, I'm kind-hearted. I can't bear to live a life rather than die if you stay here alone. So I'll send you a trip first. As he said that, Lin Shen pressed the little star and started filing its shell with a slag knife. I have told you everything you want to know. You can't speak without trust. Xiao Xingxing shouted. I am just a villain who likes to be untrustworthy. Remember my name when I die. If you want to complain in front of the King of Hell, don't remember the name wrong. Lin Shen filed it hard, and colorful powder flew out of the snail's shell from time to time. No matter what Xiao Xingxing said, Lin Shen seemed to have not heard it. He continued to file it one after another, and soon the previous trace was expanded more and more obvious. Oh. I said, don't do it. Let's talk carefully if you have something to do. I really don't know. That. Brother Shen. Ancestor. You say something. Xiao Xingxing looked at the more and more colorful powder flying in front of him, and there was a layer of colorful powder falling beside him. He was so distressed that he could hardly breathe, but Lin Shen ignored it at all, and was so anxious that he had a heart broken to Lin Shen. Its snail shell is not an ordinary shell, but has been specially modified and it is difficult to repair if damaged. Originally, this thing was difficult to damage even the immortal power. Xiao Xingxing didn't know why there were so many terrible things on Lin Shen's body, and even its shell could be worn. Chapter 703 The Secret of Pink Star. Lin Shen had no intention of stopping, and he had never thought of letting Xiao Xingxing survive. Since it doesn't know there is another way out, it's useless to keep it. It just happens to kill it to avoid recurrence. Don't do it, I have good things, I'll exchange things for my life. Xiao Xingxing shouted desperately. Your things are hidden in the snail shell. When you saw your snail shell open, everything is mine. Why do you exchange my things for your life? Lin Shen continued to grind as he said. Xiao Xingxing's face turned black when she heard this. This man was even more shameless and his heart was even darker than it. He regretted death now. He should have killed Lin Shen when he first saw him. Crack! Crack! Lin Shen kept grinding, and I have to say that Xiao Xingxing's snail shell is really hard. It has been grinding for so long, but only a thin mark has been grinding out. I don't know when it will be worn out. This is also because Lin Shen's strength is not enough. If his strength is greater, the grinding speed will not be so slow. The hardness of the slag knife is enough. After grinding for so long, the slag knife itself has not been damaged at all. This kind of retention is stronger than that of ordinary immortal materials. This is not a waste, it's the real essence, right? Lin Shen was a little suspicious. The 10 Directions Ghost and God Slashing Spirit Swords are probably not so hard. At first, Xiao Xingxing wanted to use temptation, but was useless to Lin Shen, so he began to intimidate and finally started to curse. Lin Shen was not affected at all. After grinding for more than a day, he finally felt a little change in his hand. The snail shell was ground a little bit of a gap. As soon as the gap opened, a stream of compressed gas suddenly spewed out of it, causing the slag knife in Lin Shen's hand to fly out. Then I saw that the gas inside was spraying more and more, like a white mist column spraying hundreds of meters high, which was even more terrifying than a volcanic eruption. I don't know how much energy there is in the shell of Xiao Xingxing's fist-sized snail. As the gas sprayed out, there were all kinds of things that fell down like rain after being sprayed to a high altitude. Various musical instruments, pet keys, pet capsules, pet eggs, weapons, etc., and many things that Lin Shen and Wei Wufu didn't know fell from the sky. Bang! A piano fell from the sky and fell into pieces. Headphones, speakers, sunglasses, bed collapses, etc. were all broken to the ground. This is the year of reincarnation. Lin Shen saw dozens of irregular crystals falling down like rain. He picked them up and looked at them and it turned out to be the year of reincarnation. Is this an immortal pet egg? Lin Shen saw another huge egg, the size of an elephant. The egg was shining brightly on it. The space seemed to be twisted around the egg. The things around it seemed to be illuminated in a haha mirror, and all had been deformed. There was a mysterious golden immortal mark flashing inside. Lin Shen never expected that there were so many good things on Xiao Xingxing's body. He didn't make a little star, he simply found a treasure. There were also various bottles and jars falling from the air. Lin Shen saw that one of the bottles had retrospective liquid written on it, and was immediately surprised and happy. He quickly picked up the bottle and checked that there was no damage. The things inside did not flow out. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Even he has heard of the name of Huerue liquid. Legend has it that as long as you have a breath, no matter how serious the injury is, even if all your 5 limbs are cut off, you can immediately recover from the original state after drinking Huerue liquid. It is the top healing liquid in the universe. This guy has so many good things. Lin Shen became increasingly disbelief. Xiao Xingxing was just an unlucky guy who was caught to visit the door. I'm also glad that I didn't force myself, otherwise I might not have been able to do anything to Xiao Xingxing. Ah, that's the piano prince used by, that's the saxophone used by the king of singers, that's the last work of the painting saint. Kill me. The little star was almost collapsed. Its concern was not the things Lin Shen valued, but the ordinary objects that were broken. Okay, I'll meet your requirements now. Lin Shen asked Lao Wei to pick up things.
Seeing that Xiao Xingxing had stopped spraying things, he continued to work with a scum knife. Before, because Xiao Xingxing's body was too flexible, Lin Shen was not very hard to use when he sought it with a slag knife. The snail shell is hard and strong, and the slag knife is easy to exert force. After filing it down a few more times, the holes became more and more, and the soft and flexible body inside the little star saw the holes open. The transparent liquid seeped out through the hole of the snail shell, and the hard snail shell became an obstacle to restrain the little star's body, giving the slag knife enough support and exerting force, and saw the little star's flexible body in the snail shell bit by bit.
Beast! Xiao Xingxing let out an inhuman scream, but for Lin Shen, it was useless at all. Xiao Xingxing almost killed him and Lao Wei. Now Lin Shen made it like this again, and he had already formed a blood feud. He could not let it survive no matter what. I know the secret of Pink Star.
Xiao Xingxing also wanted to use his biggest secret to make Lin Shen stop.
Unexpectedly, Lin Shen still asked without asking, and still filed it desperately. Pink Star is the burial place of the king of the ancient realm. That star body is the tomb of the king of the ancient realm. I am the tomb keeper of the king of the ancient realm, only I know how to turn on the pink star. The king of the ancient realm has not really died. When he is resurrected, it will suck away all the vitality of your planet, all creatures on the planet will die. Little Star screamed and said a terrifying secret. Do you think I will believe you? If it is really like you said, a person like the king of the ancient realm will leave a living mouth that knows the secret?
Lin Shen said coldly.
He doesn't want to keep my living habits, but he has no choice.
If I die, the pink star will lose its function.
If he cannot nourish his body, he will never be able to resurrect. Xiao Xingxing said quickly. That's not right. If you kill you, all the problems will be solved.
Lin Shen snorted coldly. No, it's useless to kill me now. The corpse of the king of the ancient realm has been nourished enough. Although it has not been fully recovered, it is enough for him to be resurrected.
Xiao Xingxing quickly explained, actually, that pink star is an immortal spiritual foundation, called Chaos World. I am the spirit of Chaos World, so if I die, the Chaos World will lose its function and cannot operate normally. The king of the ancient realm took me out, created this body for me, imprisoned me, and placed a restriction in my body, and asked me to help him guard the tomb. Chapter 704 Nirvana Form.
Lin Shen was skeptical when he heard this.
The secret Xiao Xingxing said was a bit horrifying, but it didn't seem like he was lying. Only I know how to open the Chaos World. While the ancient realm king has not fully recovered and is still sleeping, I can help you enter the Chaos World to kill him. Otherwise, once he wakes up, all the creatures on your planet will be sucked dry and die from life. Xiao Xingxing continued. Why should I believe you?
Lin Shen stopped and stared at Xiao Xingxing and asked.
You don't have to believe me. Just bring me back to the pink star, that is, the Chaos World.
I can use my connection with the Chaos World to prove it to you. Xiao Xingxing said hurriedly.
Let's make the matter clear first.
Lin Shen frowned.
Xiao Xingxing didn't dare to play any tricks anymore, so he explained the causes and consequences of the matter clearly. Little Xingxing first told its origin. Its origin was so great that Lin Shen couldn't believe it, and suspected that it was lying. But with such an obvious lie, Xiao Xingxing is not a fool, how could it be so outrageous? Xiao Xingxing said that it is the spirit of the spiritual foundation of the Chaos World, and the Chaos World is the life foundation of a realm king of the ancient times. After the king of the realm died, his life base broke out and became a free body, but was found by the king of the ancient realm. He regarded the Chaos World as his tomb, used the power of the Chaos World to nourish the corpse, and waited for the opportunity to be resurrected. Because the Chaos World has the ability to block time and space, in the Chaos World, no cosmic rules outside the world cannot affect it. Only in that can the king of the ancient realm be able to avoid the light of death and have the chance to resurrect from the dead. If there is no protection from the Chaos World and just the continuous appearance of deathlight, the body of the king of the ancient realm can be completely destroyed. You said that the king of the ancient realm uses the Chaos World to resist the deathlight, and then you say that the king of the ancient realm is dead. Only by using the power of the chaos world can you nourish the body and resurrect it. Isn't this inconsistency? Will the dead light kill a dead person? Lin Shen frowned. Xiao Xingxing said with a bitter face, the king of the ancient realm is indeed dead. When he found me, he was already dead. On him, I could not sense any vitality, and I was clearly a dead person. And I also saw corpse spots on him. I don't know why a dead person can still have such powerful abilities and can attract death light, but those are all seen by me with my own eyes. Just above this mysterious divine star, he also experienced a death light, and withdrew the damage of the death light to him with his body. Just waved his hand, the death light was shattered by him. That kind of power seemed to be worse than my original master, Wutai Realm King. Moreover, he himself said that he was a dead person. Lin Shen looked at the little star with a complicated expression. Everything it said was too bizarre. Lin Shen asked Xiao Xingxing some questions again, but unfortunately Xiao Xingxing didn't know when the ancient world king would be resurrected. However, the little star has a special connection with the chaos world. Although the king of the ancient realm has tried his best to weaken this connection, the little star can still sense it, and the power of the chaos world is about to dry up. Once the power of the chaotic world completely dries up, it will lose the ability to block time and space. I think that at that time, the king of the ancient realm will definitely be resurrected, otherwise no one can stop it from falling. The king of the ancient realm has been hiding in the chaos world for so long. Many deathlights that should have fallen on him have not been able to fall down. Once the deathlight appears again, it must be extremely terrifying. Under such deathlight, ordinary immortals may not be able to hold on for a moment and will immediately turn into nothingness. When Xiao Xingxing followed the original owner Wutai Realm King before, Wutai Realm King also used the chaos world to escape the deathlight several times. As a result, when Wutai Realm King welcomed the deathlight again, the power of the deathlight was more terrifying than the previous deathlight, causing great damage to the body of Wutai Realm King, leaving almost irreversible injuries. It is precisely because of this reason that the Wutai Realm King eventually fell. According to Xiao Xingxing, once the king of the ancient realm is resurrected and left the chaotic world, he will inevitably usher in an extremely terrifying deathlight. The ancient king of the world who was resurrected from the dead should need a lot of vitality. If he absorbed the vitality from the outside world, the human mother planet would undoubtedly be the first to be affected. Lin Shen asked many tricky questions, and Xiao Xingxing answered him without any hesitation, which didn't sound like he was making up a story. No matter how well the story is written, it is not real after all, let alone such an outrageous story, and there is no omission in the details, but Xiao Xingxing's answer can match the details, making people unable to find any faults. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu, and Wei Wufu nodded slightly, and it seemed that he could not hear the flaw. Lin Shen temporarily gave up the idea of killing Xiao Xingxing in disgust with Wei Wufu. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to take Xiao Xingxing back to his mother star first, and then go to the pink star to check it out to confirm whether Xiao Xingxing was lying. But Wei Wufu asked Lin Shen to wait for him. He wanted to use the immortal level of the divine egg to complete nirvana, and then followed Lin Shen to go back to the Jade Stairs. Even if Xiao Xingxing dies, he doesn't say that he can leave the mysterious God Star. There may be no other way out. Lin Shen thought that Wei Wufu had only one way to go, and waiting would be a waste of time, so he agreed to his proposal. Under Lin Shen's protection, Wei Wufu swallowed the divine egg made of immortal materials. Under Lin Shen's nose, purple light threads surged out of Wei Wufu's body, gradually turning into a huge purple light cocoon. Moreover, the light of the purple light cocoon became stronger and stronger. At night, the light of the purple light cocoon was still strengthening, illuminating the nearby light. What's going on with this person's power of nirvana? Why is it so strong? When the king of Wutai realm was reborn, he had never had such a terrifying nirvana attribute. Xiao Xingxing looked at the light cocoon like an elliptical purple sun, his eyes were shocked and doubtful. In the originally dark night, under the light of the cocoon, the scene within a radius of hundreds of miles is still clearly visible. Suddenly, the purple light cocoon twisted and gradually turned into a huge demon god with purple light and shadow, with purple armor, purple helmet, purple boots, purple crowns, and white robe. However, purple light rose above the white robe. There were 3 eyes on his face, and behind him was a pair of purple phoenix wings covering the sky, like an ancient demon god walking out of chaos. The flesh and blood body has been completely crystallized, and no human characteristics can be seen from him. Lin Shen knew that Lao Wei had entered the nirvana form. Now Lao Wei is a nirvana creature. If he cannot withstand the influence of nirvana on his consciousness, he will always maintain it in this form, become a nirvana creature, and can never recover his human body. Wei Wufu, who was like a demon god, looked at everything coldly, and could not see even a trace of human nature. Chapter 705 Purple Fighting Mirror Realm. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu nervously, although he knew that with Wei Wufu's ability and Lao Tai's secret technique, he should not be in an inhuman situation. However, Wei Wufu used the immortal level of the divine egg, and for ordinary assonators, it is indeed too difficult to use it nirvana. Wei Wufu stood there motionlessly. It had been several hours since he had been in the state of nirvana creatures, and he had not recovered from his human body for a long time. No way. Don't happen. Lin Shen muttered in his heart. Fortunately, Lin Shen's worries were a bit redundant. The reason why Wei Wufu has always maintained the state of nirvana creature is purely because the energy of the divine egg is too strong. It was not until dawn that a purple flame suddenly burned on Wei Wufu's body. Where the flames burned, the flesh and blood body was restored from the crystallized body. Soon, Wei Wufu returned to his original appearance, and his cold eyes gradually returned to the clarity. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and quickly tapped a hole on Xiao Xingxing's body 10 times, sealing its listening and speaking ability, and then turned his back to Xiao Xingxing and asked Wei Wufu, "Is it okay?" "A little, problem, mutation, super basic," Wei Wufu said in a pondering manner. Lin Shen was happy when he heard this. All nirvana attributes? All. Wei Wufu answered affirmatively. Lin Shen was overjoyed. Wei Wufu's base transformation talent and life base were both mutated qualities, but this time he became a super base, which was a great improvement. However, the immortal level divine egg has its own material only mutated, and it should be impossible for Wei Wufu's nirvana attribute to become a super base, and it is even more impossible for him to turn his previous base transformation talent and life base into a super base. Lin Shen thought of a possibility. Wei Wufu had asked Lin Shen to observe his evolutionary technique before. At that time, Lin Shen's theory of evolution even entered Wei Wufu's body and was still running in Wei Wufu's body. Lin Shen was wondering if it was possible that Wei Wufu's talent changed abnormally during this nirvana this time. Lin Shen plans to find someone to try it in the future. If evolution theory can really affect other people's talent qualities, it would be crazy. Now there is no time to study these things. Wei Wufu has successfully passed away and tested his nirvana power. Wei Wufu's nirvana attribute is called Purple Fighting Mirror Realm. When he started testing, Lin Shen discovered that although the destructive power of the Purple Fighting Mirror Realm was very strong, it was not as strong as amazing. However, when Lin Shen summoned the dead fans to fight Wei Wufu, Lin Shen was shocked. The Purple Do Mirror Realm can actually simulate the power of nirvana of dead powder. Although the dead powder simulated by Wei Wufu is not as strong as the dead powder, it obviously has the characteristics of dead powder. The two of them carefully studied and found that the Purple Fighting Mirror Realm can simulate the opponent's nirvana attribute, but only the simulation characteristics. The intensity is still its own strength. Although Lin Shen had no interest in imitating others, it did not prevent him from envying Wei Wufu for having such abilities. The only pity is that this kind of simulation must be done by contacting the other party's nirvana attribute, and it cannot be switched at will. Once you switch to other nirvana attributes and want to simulate, you must re-engage. This kind of nirvana attribute is indeed suitable for Lao Wei. If I were given it, it would be useless. Lin Shen thought that it seemed useless to simulate his opponent's nirvana attribute. His techniques are unique to him. He must cooperate with his own strength to be powerful. He does not need to imitate others, nor can he imitate them. Although Wei Wufu only had a nirvana once, because nirvana uses the immortal level of divine egg, his nirvana attribute is stronger than the average nirvana who has several nirvana, but it is just not as strong as the dead pink. When the two of them arrived at night and the immortal court appeared again, Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu to go to the Jade Stairs first.
If there was any accident, Lin Shen would also come to summon the guardian spirit to help solve the problem. Wei Wufu was wearing a white robe directly, and a purple halo appeared on his body. The moment he walked up to the jade stairs, thunder and fire suddenly intertwined. Wei Wufu walked forward against the thunder and fire, step by step up the jade stairs. After Nirvana, his physical attributes and talents were greatly improved, and his performance on the jade level was even stronger than that of the golden giant. Lin Shen was surprised to find that the power of Nirvana on Wei Wufu's body turned into a property like thunder and fire, blending with the thunder and fire bathing him, and walked up to the jade stairs step by step, with ease, without any accidents, and directly finished the jade stairs and arrived in front of the gate of the immortal court. Unfortunately, Wei Wufu was not able to be promoted to immortality like the golden giant after being baptized by thunder and lightning. This made Lin Shen feel a little regretful. If Wei Wufu could be immortal directly, they would have guaranteed their return to the Sea of Blood. There is no immortal among humans now, and Wei Wufu was likely to be the first immortal among humans. Wei Wufu tried to push the gate of the immortal court, and Lin Shen suddenly became nervous. The Nirvana creature was immortal without being promoted. It seemed that no one could push the gate of the immortal court. If Wei Wufu can't push it away, then he just asked the Jade Emperor to come and open the door. Unexpectedly, Wei Wufu pressed the gate of the immortal court with both hands, and the power in his body continued to explode, and he slowly pushed open the gate of the immortal court. Although it seemed very difficult, he slowly pushed the door open a gap, and Wei Wufu rushed in. The door closed with a loud bang, but there was no sound of enthroning the throne in the door. Seeing this, Lin Shen also walked towards the jade steps, holding the little star in his hand. Xiao Xingxing was blocked with his listening and speaking ability. He tried hard to say anything, but he couldn't even move his mouth. It could only watch Lin Shen walk up the jade steps, his eyes full of horror. Wei Wufu easily walked through the jade steps and pushed open the gate of the immortal court with the body of a Nirvana, which surprised Xiao Xingxing. But Lin Shen actually wanted to go up, which scared Xiao Xingxing. It is normal for Lin Shen to walk on the jade stairs. Xiao Xingxing knew that he must have walked over the jade stairs, otherwise it would be impossible for him to leave the mysterious god star. But Lin Shen shouldn't have taken it to the jade stairs with him. If two people walk the jade stairs together, the power of thunder and fire will be doubled, and it will not only double. Although it didn't know what methods Lin Shen had used to climb the jade step before, it was hard to say whether he could withstand the power of thunder and fire. If Lin Shen can't stand being struck by thunder and fire and died on the jade stairs, the little star fell on the jade stairs, unable to move or speak, and unable to hear anything, and even baptized by thunder and fire every day, it would be really worse than death. After Lin Shen climbed to the jade level, he directly opened his skills and wanted to carry the baptism of thunder and fire. However, after Lin Shen climbed to the jade stairs had no reaction at all, that is, there was no flame burning and no lightning appeared in the air. Chapter 706 Special Treatment. Is it because I have walked once before that the jade step no longer treats me with thunder and fire? Lin Shen guessed. It would be better if there was no such trouble. Lin Shen went straight up, and the flames and lightning had never appeared. Little Xingxing widened her eyes, unable to believe what was happening now. It is different from what Lin Shen thought. Xiao Xingxing knew that no matter how many times he walked, he would have to undergo the baptism of thunder and fire. Even when the king of the ancient realm came here, he still experienced the baptism of thunder and fire. Of course, for the baptism of thunder and fire, it is no different from taking a hot bath for the king of the ancient realm. But regardless of whether it has any effect or not, the baptism of thunder and fire is inevitable, and the king of realms is no exception. Why did Lin Shen walk on the jade steps without the baptism of thunder and fire? Xiao Xingxing was a little suspicious whether the jade stairs were broken, but Wei Wufu had just passed by, so there must be no problem. What's going on with this guy? It's so weird. Xiao Xingxing was puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out how Lin Shen did it. It suspected that Lin Shen had any treasure on him and could avoid the detection of the jade stairs, so it did not cause lightning. But when Lin Shen came to the gate of the immortal court, Xiao Xingxing was shocked to find that the jade stairs had definitely detected Lin Shen. Because when Lin Shen walked to the front door, he had not yet opened the door, and the gate of the immortal court seemed to be a welcoming guest, and the door was automatically opened. If the little star could speak now, it would definitely scream out in surprise. What kind of treatment is this? The gate of the immortal court was actually opened for Lin Shen himself, and even the king of the ancient realm did not have such treatment. He had to push the door open to enter. What the hell is going on with this guy? Is he really a human? Xiao Xingxing was extremely shocked. Even though he had followed two world kings one after another, and had a lot of knowledge, Xiao Xingxing had never seen such a strange person. After Lin Shen walked into the gate, he saw Wei Wufu and Bai Yuqiao. After taking a look at the gate of the immortal courtyard that was automatically closed behind him, Lin Shen untied Xiao Xingxing's hearing and voice limitations. Didn't you say that the pavilions, towers, jade buildings, and jade buildings here are like fairylands? Lin Shen held the little star in his palm to let it see the scene inside clearly. How could this happen? Xiao Xingxing widened his eyes in surprise. This was completely different from the immortal courtyard it remembered. Seeing that it really knew nothing, Lin Shen walked forward with Wei Wufu. Little Xingxing kept muttering words like impossible and how could this happen, which was not constructive at all. Lin Shen was upset when he listened, and sealed its sound and hearing again. The two of them flew quickly, and Wei Wufu's speed was already faster than Lin Shen. He pulled Lin Shen forward, which took a lot of less time than Lin Shen last time he was alone. When they arrived at Baiyu Tower, the two of them walked through Baiyu Tower and finally returned to the vicinity of Suanio Base. Wei Wufu returned to Tianchang, while Lin Shen planned to go to the Zen Star. This time he returned to his mother star, originally wanted to be Nirvana, but now he cannot be Nirvana, so he has to go back and find out the root cause. Anyway, the pink star has been around for so many years. Even if there is really a king of ancient realms in it, it is not urgent to be Nirvana first. Because the teleportation array of the mother star cannot teleport the above creatures above the flying upgrade. I originally thought that I could not take the little star away with me, so I had to take the road from the Golden Buddha Temple. Who knew that after a try, he actually teleported the little star away? Seeing this, Lin Shen quickly turned on the transmission device again and then teleported over. Later, Lin Shen learned that Xiao Xingxing's body was created by the king of the ancient realm. It has no level itself, but is only used to accommodate the spirit body of Xiao Xingxing. When he arrived at Giant Ring Star, Lin Shen asked Tianxuan to check his body, trying to figure out what was going on now. Tianxuan checked for a long time, but he couldn't see the problem. This situation is unheard of. I can only speculate that the body is too strong, which leads to the inability to enter the nirvana state. Tianxuan thought for a while and said, "You don't have to worry. I know that a person should be able to see the problem. But that person is not in the Heavenly Man clan, you have to go to the Butterfly clan." Tianxuan decided to take Lin Shen to the Butterfly clan in person, and she had a good relationship with the person from the Butterfly clan. The Butterfly clan's rankings are very low in this race rankings. In the last race ranking battle, the Butterfly clan entered the top 10, but this time it was about to fall out of the 10,000 race rankings. Tianxuan told Lin Shen not to underestimate this race just because the Butterfly clan has a low ranking. The true strength of this race is much higher than their race rankings. Tianxuan even speculated that if the Butterfly clan really competes for rankings, it may have the level of entering the top 20. The person they are looking for this time is called Fet, who is a Star Master of the Butterfly clan. Fet is a very famous figure in the universe, and his abilities play a huge role in healing and recovery. For Fet, the regeneration of broken limbs is just the most basic operation. Fet is also good at solving various body changes. For example, if there are too many times of nirvana, the body is uncontrolled and develops towards inhuman. Generally speaking, as long as it comes in time, Fet has a way to control or heal it. The reason why Tianjue can maintain it until now is part of it. However, Tianju's situation is too special, and he himself is unwilling to give up his current nirvana attribute, so Fet had no choice but to help Tianju control it. The Butterfly clan is not ranked high, but the planets actually controlled can already be among the wealthy families. As a Star Master, fight is not something that ordinary people can do if he wants to ask him to help. If Tianxuan hadn't come together and Lin Shen came by himself, it would have been difficult to even see Fight's face. Even so, when Tianquan came, he still brought many priceless gifts. Lin Shen looked at the planet with all kinds of flowers and trees, and the small flowers everywhere, and butterflies flapping their wings in pairs, playing among the flowers and trees. When Lin Shen saw Fight, he was slightly surprised. He heard the name Fight and thought he was a man, but he didn't expect that Fight was a beautiful female butterfly man. She was wearing a white gauze dress, tall, fair skin, and her legs were extremely long. The white transparent butterfly wings like lace behind her made her look noble and elegant while also full of feminine temptation. Fit was half a head taller than Lin Shen, and she was wearing silver high-rooted shoes, and she was 1 head taller than Lin Shen. Standing in front of her, she felt like she was being looked down upon by the queen. When Fit saw Tianquan, he hugged Tianquan enthusiastically, then looked at Lin Shen and asked, "Soon, is this your little lover?" "Yes, there is something wrong with his body and I need your help," Tianquan said seriously. Fetty smiled slightly. "You are my best friend, he is your little lover, so I will take good care of him, don't worry." Chapter 707 Iceland. While the three were talking, Fit's communicator rang. Fit said embarrassed, and then went out. After a while, when Fight came back, he apologized to Tianquan. "I'm sorry, my friend, there's a bit of an emergency here, I need to deal with it. You guys rest here first and wait for me to come back." After saying that, Fetty left in a hurry. At first, Lin Shen felt nothing was wrong, but when he waited, it was almost dark and Fit was not back. "Baby, are you very busy?" Lin Shen felt a little confused and made them wait for a day. Why didn't they say a word or a message? Tianquan smiled and said, "She should be treating a big shot. Fit is nothing, he is just more money-loving and very fair. Whoever gives more money will give her to her first. There should be someone who gives her more money. When she finishes reading those who give her more money, it will be our turn. Aren't you good friends?" Lin Shen was stunned. "It is because we respect each other's ideas that we can become friends," Tianquan said with a smile. "I see, the things you bring are very valuable. There shouldn't be many more than what we give, right? Why haven't you come back after so long?" Lin Shen pondered. Tianquan shook his head. "You are wrong to think this way. The things we brought are really nothing. You should know that most of the people who come to Fit to treat are those who suffer from nirvana, that is, most of the people who come here are top nirvana. And if they are not able to control themselves and are about to become non-human, no one will come here. This means that they are here to ask Fit to help their lives. When a person is about to lose his life, he will be very generous. The property of a top nirvana is not comparable to that of me. I should wait patiently." "No more wait, who is not a rich man? Send a message to Fight, I want to see first." Lin Shen took out a reincarnation ember. "Tell Fight, show me first, this is her reward." Tianquan smiled, took down the ember of reincarnation and sent it to Fight. After a while, Fight pushed the door in with a smile and said, "Oh, my dear friend, I'm sorry to have made you wait for a long time. I'm so busy lately. I'm going to treat your little lover. By the way, what's wrong with his body? Is there too many nirvana cases that have become dehumanized?" "No. He hasn't." Before Tianquan finished speaking, Fit's communicator rang again. "Sorry." Fit took the news and said apologetically after coming back, "I'm so sorry, Tianquan, you guys wait first, I'll come back now." "Wait." Lin Shen took out another ember of reincarnation and threw it to Fight. He was really lazy to wait. The time of life was beyond measure by money. Anyway, these were all made from Xiao Xingxing, so he didn't feel sorry for him when he spent them. Fit took the ear of reincarnation, glanced at it, and smiled happily. "Tianquan, you have a really good vision. After finding such a rich and generous little lover, I began to envy you." Fit sent a voice message to the communicator, then closed the door, ready to start treatment for Lin Shen. When Lin Shen was telling Fet what was going on now, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. After a while, the door was pushed open and a man pushed the door and walked in. The people who came in could not tell which clan they belonged to. The green shell on their bodies wrapped around his whole body. They couldn't see clearly what their characteristics were, and they couldn't tell which clan they belonged to.
However, he looked like a blue jade-like carapace, and the shape of the carapace seemed to be goat's armor. The details were very particular, and it seemed that the evolutionary arts he practiced must be extraordinary. Fet, no matter how much they pay, I will give you double. I want to start treatment immediately now. The man with green armor glanced at Lin Shen and Tian Sun and said coldly. You want to double it, right? Lin Shen looked at the blue-armored man, took out his bag containing the ear of reincarnation, and then poured dozens of ear of reincarnation inside on the table. He looked at the blue-armored man and asked, where is your doublet? Take it out and take a look first. The man in the green armor did not move, and looked at Lin Shen with a secluded look and said, Lin Shen, I know who you are, but do you know who I am? If I want to kill you, the heavenly man race will not be able to save your life. Double what I just said is not enough? Lin Shen said calmly. Very good, you want to die, I will give you my best wishes, don't dirty Fit's place. The man in the blue armor said, turning around and walking outside. Fit stood up and stopped Lin Shen and said, don't have a conflict with him, he is Berdia, you guys are here to wait for me first. After saying that, Fit hurriedly left the room and persuaded Ray outside to go to another room. Ray is actually here, and there is something wrong with his body? Tian Sun said in surprise. Is he very famous? Lin Shen asked. It's very famous. The Bingrea of the Snow Clan is a very terrifying top nirvana. His Ice Thunder Chi is an extremely strange nirvana power. Many top nirvana people die in his hands, and they don't even know how they die. Tian Sun pondered, are we here to treat our bodies, so don't let the troubles come from outside. Lin Shen of the Snow Tribe has heard of it several times recently. The race ranks high and the power is also great. Lin Shen thought that there was no need to be angry with him, so he sat down and waited, which was considered a consent. But Lin Shen admitted his conscience, but some people refused to let him admit his conscience. Lin Shen and Tianquan were waiting for Fight to come back in the room, but Tianquan received Fight's message that Bingrea wanted to take Fight back to the Snow Clan for treatment, but he would not be able to come back in a short time. Is Bingrea intentional? Lin Shen's face was a little gloomy and he looked at Tian Sun and asked. Tianquan's face also darkened, and he stood up and said, let's go, let's stop the person from the teleportation station. Bingrea was obviously targeting Lin Shen, and insisted on taking Fight away and not allowing her to treat Lin Shen. Although Bingrea could not keep Fight in the Snow Clan, the people who came here to find Fight must have serious physical problems. As long as he kept Fight in the Snow Clan for a period of time, Lin Shen would definitely feel very uncomfortable. However, Bingrea didn't know whether there was something wrong with Lin Shen's body or Tian Sun's body. This is not important to him. No matter who has a physical problem, it is enough to make Lin Shen uncomfortable. When Bingrea was about to walk to the teleportation station with Fit, he was blocked by two figures falling from the sky. Isia, there is no need to do things so well, right? Tianquan said to look at Isia. I, Bingrea, have always been so amazing. Did you know it today? Bingrea said proudly and coldly. Let's change the update time, and update it twice at 12, noon and 6 p.m. in the future. Chapter 708 I Want to Hit Someone. Tianquan knew there was no need to talk nonsense to Bingrea anymore, so he turned to look at Fight beside him and said, what he said doesn't count. What I said does count. I will double the amount he gives. Before Bingrea could speak, Fit pulled Tianquan aside and said, sisters, it's not that I don't want to help you. The Snow Clan and our Butterfly Clan have cooperated to develop several planets. Now the Patriarch personally asked me to go with Bingrea, but I can't refuse. Let's do this. After Bingrea's problem is solved, I will come back immediately and go directly to Zhuangxing to find you. I will treat your little lover for free. I will pay the round-trip fee myself. How about an apology? Tianquan knew that it was enough to make Fetty pay without charging money and paying for her. But if Lin Shen continues to do anything, it will only be more difficult to rebirth in the future. The effect of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed will become weaker and weaker, and Lin Shen already has 4 kinds of nirvana powers in his body. Without the effect of the Dark Domain Lotus Seed, the risk of nirvana is too great. Is there really no other way?
You can buy the price at will, 5 times or 10 times.
Tiansun said with a frown. Sisters, this time it's not a matter of money. Fetty said helplessly. Bingria over there sneered and said, aren't you very arrogant just now? Do you think you can do whatever you want with some money? This world is not as simple as you imagined. I said your money is useful, so they are useful. I said they are useless. No matter what you bring, it will be garbage. I want Fight to treat you, right? Yes, let that kid come over. I want to hit someone. When I get so good, Fight stays for you to treat you. Bingria thought that Tianchuan needed treatment, so he was so at all costs.
Tianchuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Shen coming over.
You want to hit someone, right?
Then find a place. Tianchuan, don't worry, I will solve this problem by myself.
Lin Shen looked at Bingria and said. Bingria smiled, it looks like you are crazy, I like crazy people like you, so it will be great if you beat them up.
After saying that, Bingria turned to look at Fight and said, this is your place, you can arrange it. Fit looked at Tianchuan in embarrassment and advised, you are here to solve the problem, not to fight, take him back first. Tianchuan knew that Fight was also good for her and Lin Shen, and Bingria's ability was the top of Nirvana level. Although Lin Shen is a little famous in the universe, when he became famous before, he was still upgraded. Even if he was promoted to Nirvana, he was just Nirvana. How could he be compared with a top Nirvana like Bingria who had long been famous in the universe? In fact, Fit is not clear yet. Lin Shen has no Nirvana at all and is still an Ascensioner now. If she knew, she wouldn't even persuade her, so she pushed Tianchuan and asked them to leave quickly. Tianchuan gave Fetty a look and said lightly, since he has already said it, then that's it. Fight really couldn't understand what Tianchuan meant. Let Lin Shen fight with Bingria. Do you really want Bingria to beat Lin Shen up and vent? But the look of Tianchuan seemed to be like this. Beria urged again, and Fit had to take them to a martial arts venue outside the city. Bingria stepped into the martial arts field and looked coldly at Lin Shen who was walking in from the opposite side and said, I'm not serious about it. Don't blame me if I beat you to death. Try it anyway. Lin Shen stood there, his carapace wrapped around his body. Use your Nirvana power, you will have no chance if I take action. Bingria had a lofty expression. What power of Nirvana? I haven't Nirvana yet, I don't have that thing. Lin Shen said. As soon as this said, Bingria was slightly stunned. Fight, who was watching the game with Tianchuan outside, was even more surprised that his chin almost fell to the ground. No, is your little lover still an Ascensioner? Fit asked in disbelief. Yes, there is something wrong with his body. There is no way to rebirth. This time I came to you to solve this problem. Tianchuan said. Then do you want him to show off against Bingria? Go and pull him back quickly. Bingria is really brave enough to kill people. You are not tired of playing, and want to change another lover, right? Fetty said. I really want to change it, but unfortunately this is not that easy to die. Tiansun pretended to be troubled. She knew Lin Shen's situation. None of the 4 basic change powers could make Lin Shen's Nirvana. His physical strength had reached an incredible level. Even if Bingria wanted to hurt him, it would not be so easy. After a moment of silence, Bingria laughed, if you want a hero to save the beauty, this hero is not that easy to be a hero, and you may have to stay even if you have a good life. Bingria still thinks that Lin Shen is looking for a new beginning for the sky. My life is not very valuable. If you can take it away. Lin Shen said lightly. What else Bingria wanted to say, but Lin Shen said directly, don't you want to hit someone? Are you talking about it? Okay, it depends on your life-demanding spirit. I will make an exception to save you a life. Bingria stopped talking nonsense and directly punched Lin Shen. His punch did not use the power of Nirvana. In his opinion, even if dice comes, he does not need to use the power of Nirvana. Bingria punched out, and originally thought Lin Shen would dodge or fight back. Irea also watched the video of Lin Shen's battle with Christine and knew that Lin Shen's body skills and techniques were still very powerful.
Bingria's punch was not very fast, but he gave Lin Shen time to use the treading wave punch or pistol killing skills. Then Bingria used his power to directly break Lin Shen's pistol killing skills or wave punch, letting him know that there is an insurmountable gap between the Assassinator and the Nirvana. But Lin Shen didn't react at all when he slowed down. As if he was stupid, he stood there in a daze, not only without patrol, but even without dodging. Iria never expected this situation, and he was a little at a loss for his slowing punch. However, Bingria is a top figure after all, and after a little hesitation, he punched Lin Shen in the abdomen. In order not to kill Lin Shen, Bingria even pulled a little force with his punch. He is here to have fun. If he beats the person to death, what else can he have to do? Bingria punched Lin Shen's abdomen with a punch. With a sound, the sound of gold and jade clashing like a sledgehammer hitting the iron plate. Bingria maintained a fist posture, his fist was still pressing against Lin Shen's abdomen, while Lin Shen stood there motionless, looking at Bingria calmly. The scene was a little stiff for a moment. Chapter 709, Is this how you hit people? Fid was a little surprised. You little lover has the ability, you can actually handle Icelandia's punch. Although Icelandia is not serious and does not use the power of Nirvana, having such ability is already the top among the Assassinators. Tiansen smiled slightly, but said nothing. Bingria slowly withdrew her fist and looked at Lin Shen with interest and said, "It's interesting. She can actually carry me with one punch. She is worthy of being the one who can beat Christine." "Do not talk nonsense," Lin Shen said. Okay, today Bingria, has gained some knowledge. I am the only one who was ascended as you, in my life. This punch is the price of your arrogance." Bingria punched Lin Shen again. This time, he still did not use the power of Nirvana, but the force was secretly arising from his fist. But Bingria used the technique of breaking bone fist. He wanted to use this punch to directly break Lin Shen's shell to see how arrogant he was. When the sound of gold and iron clashing sounded again, but the scene froze again. Almost exactly the same as the previous punch, Bingria maintained a swaying posture, and his fist was still pressed against Lin Shen's abdomen, while Lin Shen was still standing there without moving, looking at him with his eyes down. The carapace was expected to be broken and Lin Shen flew backwards. Bingria was a little surprised and slowly moved her fist away. Seeing Lin Shen's position where he was bombarded by his fist, there was no trace on the shell, so how could it be broken? What's going on? Although I didn't use the power of Nirvana, the power of this punch is at least several times stronger than that of the Assassinator. Why is Lin Shen's shell so hard? Bingria frowned and looked at Lin Shen and said, "You are lying. You are already Nirvana, otherwise the shell would not have been so strong." "You said yes," Lin Shen said indifferently. "You can't afford to deceive me." Bingria used the power of Nirvana this time, and the green light burst out from his fist. His fist seemed to be a sun radiating with green light, and it blasted towards Lin Shen's abdomen again. Both Bingria and Fight felt that Lin Shen should resist or dodge this time no matter what. Who knew that Lin Shen was still standing there and motionless, allowing Bingria to bombard his shell with his fist with the power of Nirvana? Icedia's Nirvana power is a flexible force called Juyin Thunder Light. He bombarded the stone with Juyin Thunder Light. The stone looked intact, but only if a gust of wind blows, the stone would turn into powder. Bingria punched Lin Shen again, and this time Lin Shen still remained motionless. However, the situation this time was already expected by Beria. In his opinion, although Lin Shen was motionless, the shells on his body should have been beaten into powder by Juyin Lei Guang. "Do you regret it now?" Bingria closed her fist handsomely, stood up straight, stretched out her finger and ticked Lin Shen's forehead. The movement seemed to be done in one go, with 7 points of coolness and 3 points of handsomeness. In Beria's imagination, with a finger, Lin Shen's entire body had broken into powder and scattered. Bingria stood there waiting for the arrival of this scene, but 1 second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds passed, but Lin Shen was still standing there smoothly, with no sign of the shell on his body turning into ashes. Impossible. Bingria thought that the power of his finger was not in place, so he stretched out his finger and tapped Lin Shen's forehead a few times, but the hand felt still hard, not to mention that it was broken into powder. There was not even a crack at all. Bingria's eyes gradually became colder, and he stared at Lin Shen and said, "It seems that your Nirvana power is a defensive attribute, which can block my success power. You are also considered the number one person in Nirvana level. Unfortunately, you met me." As he said that, Bingria no longer held back. Juyin Thunder broke out wildly, and his fists hit Lin Shen heavily. Isia did not hold back this time, and Juyin Thunder lightning in power had exploded to its strongest state. Under this punch, Lin Shen still stood there and did not move. This time, it should be broken. Bingria reached out to push Lin Shen again, and his palm could touch Lin Shen's chest, but it still felt as hard as iron, and it was not broken. Isia pushed it for a while and the person froze there. It was hard to believe that Lin Shen could withstand his full blow with only the strength of the shell. During the battle of race, he was only escalating. Even if he was immediately reborn after that, how long would it take? Why was he so powerful? Bingria's face was gloomy and gloomy. "Is this how you hit people?" Lin Shen lowered his head and looked at Bingria's hand pressing on his chest and said indifferently. Bingria came to his senses and quickly retracted his hand that was pressing on Lin Shen's chest, staring at Lin Shen with a gloomy face and said, "You are indeed extraordinary. No wonder even Dai says you are an unimaginable genius. Oh, just fight if you wanna fight. Can you stop talking nonsense?" Lin Shen was speechless. Why did his opponent always like to tell him something or not? Does he look so like a person who can listen? Bingria was swallowed so much that she couldn't speak, and she swallowed the following words back. Bingria did not say a word and launched an attack on Lin Shen directly. Thunder and lightning appeared on him, and Bingria began to use his talented skills. Watching Bingria punch after punch, his fist hit Lin Shen like a thunderstorm. Fits were stunned. Among the Nirvana level, it is not that no one can fight with Iceland, and Iceland is not invincible at Nirvana. But he is the top Nirvana after all. Even if there are other top Nirvana who can fight with Bingria, no one dares to stand still and let Bingria fight like Lin Shen. Moreover, judging from Iceland's state, he had used various talented skills, but his attack seemed to be useless at all. Lin Shen stood there without moving, and had no intention of fighting back. After a storm-like attack, Bingria stopped again, panting at Lin Shen, who was standing there motionless, with his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. He had used various talented skills, but he failed to leave even a single punch mark on Lin Shen's shell. Fight, who was watching the game outside, saw the beautiful eyes full of dazzling colors. She had never seen such a person before. Impossible. This is impossible. No matter how strong the Nirvana level defense is, it is impossible to block my full skill attack. What's more, his talented skills are not defensive. Bingria looked at Lin Shen, his eyes becoming more and more strange. I don't have the strength to hit people, so don't make arguing all day long to hit people. Lin Shen said as he raised his hand and patted the dust that did not exist on his chest, and said lightly. Bingria's eyes twitched, and his head was covered with black lines. He gritted his teeth and summoned his life base, a blue dragon-shaped arm guard. The arm guard wrapped around his entire arm. The fist was in the dragon head fist gloves, the shoulders were dragon tail shoulder guards, and the entire arm was covered with green crystal dragon scales. Blue lightning jumped on the arm guard, as if it contained an incomparable brutal force. Chapter 710. Want to leave after the fight? The blue lightning on Bingria's arm became stronger and stronger, and the whole arm seemed to turn into a true dragon of lightning, exuding endless pressure. If I were you, I wouldn't have to withstand this blow with my body. Bingria stared at Lin Shen like a knife. Lin Shen didn't say anything, but just looked at Bingria quietly. Bingria was completely angry by Lin Shen's attitude, and his arm wrapped in arm guards pulled back to the limit, and then bombarded Lin Shen frantically. The roaring lightning dragon teared the space through the sky, and it was in front of Lin Shen, and the explosion of lightning penetrated Lin Shen's body. Juyin lightning combined with the electric light Dulong arm protection, coupled with the technique of the body transmissioning dragon fist, the power of this punch has reached the peak of Iceland's destructive power. The most terrifying part of this punch is not the terrifying destructive power, but the power can penetrate directly into the body, ignoring the defense of the base-turned carapace, causing damage to the flesh and blood body and internal organs. No matter how powerful your shell defense is, it cannot resist the power of this punch. The true dragon of lightning rushed into Lin Shen's body, and suddenly saw lightning flashing in Lin Shen's body, as if countless fierce currents were intertwined in Lin Shen's body. I didn't want your life, it was your own fault. Bingria looked at Lin Shen's thunderous body coldly, and guessed that the flesh and blood body inside Lin Shen's shell should have been electrocuted into coke. Tianquan, you little lover. Fit didn't know what to say. Lin Shen still didn't fight back and took Bingria's punch. Such power penetrated directly into his body. I'm afraid that the flesh and blood of the Nirvana person could withstand it. He would have to take half of his life even if he didn't die. How could a person like Tianquan like such a reckless and arrogant person? Lin Shen's body was filled with lightning, and lightning was seeping out of his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. In the end, his whole body was like a lit human-shaped light bulb, shining with terrifying lightning, and it seemed that the inside had been completely destroyed by lightning. When the lightning on Lin Shen disappeared, the person still stood there motionlessly, with the black carapace seemingly a dark abyss. Bingria glanced at Lin Shen, turned around and said to fight, let's go. As he said that, Bingria turned around and was about to leave here. In his opinion, Lin Shen was already a dead person. Do you want to leave after the fight? Lin Shen's voice made Bingria's body tremble and his pupils contracted. Bingria suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Shen, his eyes full of disbelief. Seeing Lin Shen's body moving and slowly walking towards Isia, Fit was also full of shock. You finished the fight? Is it my turn? Lin Shen said, raising his arm, pointing at Berdia in a gun-shaped manner. The cold sweat on Bingria's forehead suddenly dripped. He couldn't believe it. His full-strength attack seemed to be unable to hurt Lin Shen. He could not imagine how strong Lin Shen's body would be, how terrible the attacks such a strong body would be. Ahem. Lin Shen, you won. Fit left you. Bingria turned slightly, avoiding Lin Shen's finger direction, and said with a light cough. You have hit me so many punches, don't you think you can just forget it, right? Lin Shen said lightly. What do you want? Bingria asked with a bitter face. You have hit me so many times, it's not too much to bare my fingers, right? Lin Shen said. Not too much. Bingria said, gritting her teeth. That's good. Lin Shen didn't talk nonsense at all. He suddenly shook his wrist and shook his fingers, and a sand between his fingers shot out silently from the tip of his fingers. Bingria didn't expect that Lin Shen would do it as soon as he said he would do it. He would not dare to withstand Lin Shen's attack now, and his body moved quickly. Lin Shen carried his fist strength hard, which was Lin Shen's voluntary. He never said that he wanted to carry Lin Shen's attack. Isia thought she had avoided Lin Shen's attack, but the sand between her fingers silently drew an arc, just in time to hit Isia, who was dodging. Bingria, who was still proud of her own plot, suddenly felt a numbness in her waist, and her eyes suddenly became dark and she fell to the ground. If he did not dodge, but instead used his own strength to face the sand between his fingers, Lin Shen's strength would be really not as strong as him. But his self-righteous plan made him get sand between his fingers and seal the acupoints. Fuck, what the hell is this? Bingria fell to the ground, her body was cramping. He wanted to scream in pain, but she couldn't scream. Lin Shen lit his numb hole, and it felt bad. Fight stared at Lin Shen in a daze. Even a top Nirvana like Bingria could not stand it even if he had a finger. This was too horrible. Let's go. Lin Shen turned around and walked towards Fight regardless of Bingria's body twitching. Fit looked at the Bingria on the ground with some concern. If Bingria died here, the Snow Clan would definitely not give up. Not only will Lin Shen be in trouble, but their Butterfly Clan will also be implicated. I can't die, I just suffer a little. Lin Shen did not want to kill Bingria, but he would not make Bingria feel better. Fight breathed a sigh of relief and said nothing. After all, this was a matter between Lin Shen and Bingria. If she pleaded for Bingria again, it would be a bit unreasonable. Bingria watched Lin Shen and others leave, but wanted to scream but couldn't. Her whole body was numb and painful, as if her whole body was twitching. The sour feeling made him feel like he was going crazy. For a moment, Berea would rather die than endure such pain. Unfortunately, he couldn't even commit suicide now. His body kept twitching on the ground and finally fell into a coma. Fit asked someone to take Berea away and wake him up.
But Berea, who woke up, continued to twitch and soon fell into a coma again. The person sent by Fit saw that Berea was unconscious again and quickly woke him up again, but it only made Berea more painful.
He would rather remain unconscious all the time. What's wrong with your body? Is there something wrong with Nirvana?
Fit asked, looking at Lin Shen's body.
Tianchuan said before that Lin Shen could not be Nirvana.
After seeing Lin Shen's battle with Berea, she could not believe that Lin Shen had not yet Nirvana and thought Lin Shen was Nirvana, but something went wrong.
My body cannot be Nirvana. I have used the base change land and the Nirvana egg, but my body cannot enter the Nirvana state.
Lin Shen briefly explained the situation of his body.
Are you really still an Ascensioner? Fetty looked at Lin Shen in disbelief and asked. Yes.
Lin Shen nodded slightly. Fit used her innate ability to check Lin Shen's body and found that Lin Shen really had no Nirvana, and there was no Nirvana power in his body.
Chapter 711 Fit's Plan.
Fight used an instrument to examine Lin Shen's body, but she was extremely surprised. Lin Shen has no Nirvana, but his physical strength has far exceeded that of the Ascensioner, and is even stronger than the Nirvana person. After a series of examinations, Fight looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression and said, "Your body is indeed in serious problems, but I have never seen this situation before. How to say, if the body of the Ascenator is compared to water, then the power of Nirvana is milk. Pour the milk into the water and merge it with water, so that the water has the taste of milk. And your current situation, your body is no longer water, but a piece of iron. No matter how much milk you pour in, it is impossible for the milk to be fused with a piece of iron. Milk or milk, iron or iron, it is difficult to be fused together, so naturally it cannot be reborn."
Fit finally knew why Lin Shen could withstand the terrifying power of Isia.
Fight was very curious about how Lin Shen strengthened his body to this level.
Theoretically, it was impossible for the Ascenator to strengthen his body to this level.
Lin Shen only said that he used special methods to strengthen his body, so he naturally could not tell Fight about the mysterious God Star.
Is there any way to solve it? Tiansun frowned. There is no way out yet. Give me some time to think about it carefully and determine a plan.
Fit said in contemplation. Lin Shen and Tianchuan had to live in Fit first, and Fit went to search for information.
It was the second day when Berea's acupuncture points were automatically lifted.
At this time, Berea was tortured to death, her eyes were distracted, like a bullied young wife.
After recovering, Berea did not leave immediately.
Knowing that Lin Shen was still here, he went to find him as soon as possible.
Do you still want to continue?
Lin Shen couldn't help frowning slightly when he saw Berea looking for him again.
No. Berea's head shook like a wavy drum. I want to make a deal with you. Not interested. Lin Shen said. Don't rush to refuse first. It's not too late to decide after listening to me. Berea continued to speak on his own.
On a planet, Berea found a very special mutant Nirvana egg, but it was very dangerous. He could not get those mutant Nirvana eggs with his own power. The teleportation device of that planet can only teleport creatures below Nirvana and Nirvana levels, and the immortals cannot enter. Irea has organized a team several times before, and found many top Nirvana people to go to that planet, hoping to get the mutated Nirvana eggs. As a result, not only did he fail to get the mutated Nirvana egg, but he also suffered heavy losses. The reason why his body was wrong was because he was injured there and no one could withstand the attack of the mutated Nirvana creature there, and he couldn't do it himself. After fighting with Lin Shen, he saw hope. With Lin Shen's perverted physical strength, he might be able to withstand the power of the mutated Nirvana creature and enter it to remove the mutated Nirvana egg.
There are 3 mutated Nirvana eggs there.
If you can take them out, you can share one of them, or you offer a price, and I will pay you first.
Berea said. What kind of mutated Nirvana creature is that? Lin Shen asked.
I don't know what the name of that mutated Nirvana creature is. I only know that it has a double life base, a shield, and a sword. The sword has a strong destructive power, but this is not the point, it's just that the destructive power is strong, and I can solve it. The problem lies in its shield. Its shield has a special skill, and there is a statue of an evil ghost head on it. After the evil ghost head opens its eyes, our physical attributes and skills will be greatly weakened. Bingria talked in detail about the skills and characteristics of the mutated Nirvana creature. Lin Shen was a little surprised. The two-life base was already very rare and he also had comprehensive weakening skills, which was too rare. If its Nirvana eggs have the same ability after hatching, they are definitely the top Nirvana pets. Will you not find some pets or Nirvana who have weakened and enhanced skills? Lin Shen pondered. I've found it and tried it. If it works, I won't think about finding you. If I can take such a top-quality pet, how could it be cheaper for others? Bingria sighed, that Nirvana creature itself can be immune to negative effects, and the skills that increase sexuality will be eliminated by the skills of that shield. I have thought of many ways, but I can't solve the Nirvana creature. Lin Shen still rejected Bingria. Who knows if Bingria holds a grudge and wants to design and harm him? Bingria knew Lin Shen's concerns and continued to persuade Lin Shen, but unfortunately he couldn't impress him. Bingria did not give up, but stayed with Fight, and talked about this matter from time to time, hoping to impress Lin Shen. After several days of continuous visit, I didn't see Fight's figure. Lin Shen thought Fight had no choice. When this trip was in vain, Fight finally came to find him. Your current situation is almost impossible to rebirth under normal conditions. After thinking about it, there are only two ways, which may allow you to enter the rebirth state. Fit told Lin Shen without nonsense. The first solution is more direct, which is to directly retrain, restore the body to its most primitive state, and then evolve again. Lin Shen directly denied this plan. His current talents, skills and life foundations are of great help to him. If he re-educated, it is hard to say whether he can obtain these talents, skills and life foundations. If you don't want to re-educate, you can only use the second solution. Go to Chonggao Academy and find an immortal named Lu Ran. She is a teacher at Chonggao Academy. Her Nirvana power has the effect of catalytic fusion. With her Nirvana power, it may catalyze your body and let your body merge with the Nirvana power. Fit said. Maybe? Tiansun frowned slightly. I think this method is feasible, but it has not been verified after all. Whether it can be achieved depends on the actual situation. Fit said, if it can be achieved, you can come back and tell me. Lin Shen and Tiansun were suddenly helpless, but Fight had no other way, so he had to give it a try. Lu Ran has a weird temper, but she still has a bit of friendship with me. I can write you a letter of recommendation. Whether she is willing to help you depends on your luck. Fetty handed over a written letter to Lin Shen. After saying goodbye to Fight, Lin Shen thought about going to find Lu Ran to try his luck. Tianxuan and Lu Ran have no friendship, and with her identity, it is not convenient to go to the Supreme Family. Lin Shen could only go to Chonggao Academy to find Lu Ran alone. Chapter 712 Asking for help from Lu Ran. When Lin Shen rode on the spaceship to the Sublime Star through several teleportations, he saw that Bertia was also on the spaceship. When he left, he obviously did not alarm Beria, and I don't know how he found him. I'm not interested in the Nirvana eggs you mentioned, and it's useless for you to follow me. Lin Shen frowned and said. No, we can understand first, maybe you will change your mind in the future. Bingria was determined to follow Lin Shen, and he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Seeing that nothing he said was useless, Lin Shen simply ignored him and closed his eyes to rest. When I came to Chonggao Star again, Lin Shen came to Chonggao Academy, but it was not that easy to see Lu Ran. I asked some staff from the college, but no one could help Lin Shen contact Lu Ran. Lu Ran is a teacher from Chonggao Academy. I'll help you think of a solution. You can wait a moment and I'll ask for inquiries. Bingria didn't know what Lin Shen was looking for Lu Ran, but she was very enthusiastic about helping Lin Shen contact Lu Ran. Unfortunately, Bingria's face is not very useful in the Supreme Clan, so Bingria only found out about Lu Ran's recent teaching time. Unfortunately, Lin Shen and the others are not students of the college and cannot enter the teaching area.
They can only wait outside the teaching area to see if they can try their luck. When they meet Lu Ran, who goes to the teaching area. For several days, Lin Shen and the others did not meet Lu Ran. What are you doing with Lu Ran? You can tell me if you have anything to do. Maybe I can help? Bingria felt that this was an opportunity and whined. Lin Shen ignored him and sat on the flower bed to rest, thinking in his mind how to see Lu Ran. The last time he came on behalf of the Heavenly Man race, it was easy to see Lu Ran. Now that there is no identity as a representative of the Heavenly Man race, I didn't expect it to be so difficult to find someone. Lin Shen? While Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He looked up and found that Dies was standing not far away, looking at him with a look of surprise. Dies. Lin Shen was delighted when he saw Dies, and quickly stood up and met. Why are you here? Dies asked with some confusion. I have something to ask your mentor Lu Ran for help. Can you introduce me? Lin Shen directly explained his purpose. There is no problem for you to introduce it. What do you want to find teacher Lu Ran to do? Dies was a little curious. I have some physical problems and I need her help. Lin Shen did not say in detail. What's wrong with your body? Dies looked at Lin Shen, but did not notice anything abnormal in his body. I can't explain it clearly in one sentence or two. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Then come with me. Dies said and walked into the teaching area. With Dies leading the way, no one stopped him this time, and Berea followed. Isia, why are you here too? Dies then saw Isia and asked in confusion. Bingria put his hand on Lin Shen's shoulder and smiled and said, Lin Shen and I are good friends, and we are here specifically for him. You? Good friends? Dies looked at the two of them in surprise. Lin Shen took Bingria's hand away and said helplessly, when are we good friends? I won't know each other if I don't fight. I've long regarded you as a good friend. Bingria's face was extremely thick. Dies saw that the relationship between the two was not as Berea said, so he said, whereas where teacher Lu Ran works, it is not convenient for so many people to enter. It's okay, you guys go first, I'll wait here. Bingria walked aside and waited. Dies looked at him in surprise, and said nothing, and led Lin Shen to continue walking inside. After walking a little further, Dies said again, why are you with Irea? It's not that I want to be with him, it's that he has to follow me. Lin Shen said helplessly. I still know the man Bingria a little. If it weren't for asking for you, he wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Dies said with a smile, look at how he looks, I'm not a small matter. Lin Shen briefly explained the Nirvana creature that Bingria mentioned briefly. After hearing this, Dies looked up and down at Lin Shen and said, he actually begged you to go to the Ghost Star to kill Shura Ghost King? Do you know that Nirvana creature? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Dies said, the place where the Ghost Gate Star was discovered not long ago. The immortals could not enter. The environment there was a great blessing for the Shura Ghost King. Many people had the idea of fighting the Shura Ghost King's Nirvana egg, but unfortunately they all returned in vain and many people died. I have heard people say before that Bingria organized a team several times and wanted to kill the Shura Ghost King, but they also failed. He himself was seriously injured. I didn't expect that he actually came to you. It seems that you should have been Nirvana. Dies looked at Lin Shen and said, it just so happened that I have returned to Nirvana level. You and I can fight again. I haven't had Nirvana yet, so I'll talk about the matters of the exchange later. Lin Shen was a little depressed. Why are these people's minds full of strange thoughts of fighting and killing? Can't they enjoy life well? That's strange. You haven't had Nirvana yet. How could a person like Bingria find you to the Ghost Star? Dies said in confusion. Who knows, he has a brain disease, right? Lin Shen said. Unexpectedly, Dies shook his head and said, that person Isia is very capable and has no brain disease. There must be a reason why he can come to you, and he will never be targeted. Speaking of this, Dies looked at Lin Shen with interest and said, if you want to go to the Ghost Star, you can be considered me. I'm in trouble now, I'm not in the mood to go to the Ghost Star. Lin Shen sighed. Dice took Lin Shen to Luren's laboratory and asked Lin Shen to wait outside first. He went in and explained the situation to Luran. After a while, Dice came out and called Lin Shen in. Jiu said you have something to ask me for help. What's the matter? Luran asked bluntly. I have some problems with my body. There is no way to rebirth. Fit said that only your power of nirvana can help me. Lin Shen handed the letter written by Fit to Luran. After Luran opened the letter and read it, he looked Lin Shen up and down and said, Is your body as strong as nirvana as Fit said? Dice, who was standing beside him, suddenly lit up his eyes. You have not yet nirvana, your physical strength is comparable to nirvana? A little accident happened, and the body was over-strengthening, which was indeed a little stronger than the ordinary ascendant. Lin Shen sighed, Teacher Luran, can you help me? Chapter 713 Experiment. I can help you, but there are conditions. Luran said. You said. Lin Shen was ready to bleed heavily. The immortal's conditions are probably not something that can be solved with just a little money. I need you to cooperate with me to do an experiment. Luran said. Experience? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Yes, an experiment. If your physical strength is really as Fit said, there should be no risk in completing this experiment, provided that you are really an assassinator, but your physical strength can reach the level of a nirvana. Luran looked at Lin Shen and said. Can you tell me in detail what kind of experiment is this? Lin Shen was unwilling to be a guinea pig, but now he seems to have no other choice. Luran told Lin Shen in detail the experiment she was going to do, the process and purpose. Luran extracted a substance from a base-changing plant, which can strengthen the mental power of ascending organisms, but has strong side effects. If your mental power is strong enough, the chance of becoming an inhuman during nirvana will be reduced, which is an extremely useful effect. However, due to the strong side effects, it is difficult for the assassinator's body to withstand it, so this extract has always been difficult to truly use in the assassinator's nirvana. Luran has done many experiments. The body of the nirvana can withstand side effects, but the effect of enhancing mental power is very limited. And so far, no way to remove side effects has been found. After discovering Lin Shen's situation, Luran immediately had an idea. She wanted to use Lin Shen to conduct a complete experiment to determine whether this extract can really enhance the assassinator's mental power. After all, the experiments made by ascending creatures before were used, and those ascending creatures died in the end, but before death, the fluctuations of mental power were indeed greatly enhanced. However, the experiments made with nirvana creatures have not greatly enhanced their mental power, so Luran needs to confirm it again. After Lin Shen asked in detail what the side effects were, he directly agreed to Luran's conditions and was willing to be her guinea pig in exchange for Luran's help. The side effect of this extract is a toxin effect. If the body is not strong enough, the toxin will damage the body and cause organ failure. Because I have tried many times before, as long as the body's strength reaches the nirvana level, this toxin will cause very little damage to the body and will not be fatal. It can also treat the damaged body afterwards. Lin Shen's physical strength should be able to withstand, and he is not afraid of toxins, so he agreed to Luran so readily. Luran didn't say nonsense, and took Lin Shen to the experimental warehouse, isolated him in it, and injected him with that kind of extract. The extract was injected into the vein, and Lin Shen felt that the blood vessels seemed a little cold, and then he felt that his brain seemed to pump violently. The brain seemed to be pricked by a needle, and the brain was unprecedentedly clear. Just like a drunk person is awakened by scare, he only feels that his thinking and memory have become much clearer at once. Looking at the instrument outside, Luran saw that Lin Shen's brain cells were significantly active on the monitor, and there was no obvious side effects in his body, and he couldn't help but show a hint of joy in his eyes. Teacher, you succeeded. Dice, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel happy for Luran when he looked at the data on the monitor. Time has passed the critical point of the extract effectiveness. Lin Shen did not have abnormal reactions, and his brain activity has always been at a very high level. Luran shook his head and said, It's not considered a success. It's just that this extract can indeed enhance the mental power of the ascendant. However, Lin Shen's body is too special and does not have reference value. We cannot expect other ascendants to have the same physical strength as Lin Shen. Lu Ran conducted some simple experiments on Lin Shen, such as memory experiments, and found that Lin Shen's memory did not become very high. According to her calculations, this level of mental strength enhancement should greatly improve Lin Shen's memory and other aspects. Even if he cannot remember it, he should be far beyond ordinary people. However, Lin Shen's memory is still the level of a normal person, and there has not been much change, which makes Lu Ran a little doubtful, not knowing whether the effect of the extract has really had an effect. Although Lu Ran said that his memory has not improved and is still at a normal level, Lin Shen felt that his memory is stronger than before. He could remember the numbers of about 10 digits after listening to them once. However, Lin Shen did not feel the side effects mentioned by Lu Ran at all. Except for the fact that he felt a little cold when he started the injection, he had no other reaction. Lu Randa was convinced. After Lin Shen completed the experiment, he answered to apply her Nirvana power to help Lin Shen catalyze the fusion of Nirvana power so that he could enter the Nirvana state. My Nirvana attribute is called Creation Furnace Fire. It has the function of smelting various attribute powers. It can also refine the human body to a certain extent, so that the strength of the body will decrease. I have only used this function in the enemy. It is the first time I can refine the body and merge with the power of Nirvana. I am not sure whether I can succeed. Are you sure you want to try it? Lu Ran said to Lin Shen. Try it, I have no other way to go. Lin Shen nodded and said. Okay, let's start. A cluster of red flames burned between Lu Ran's fingers and then placed them on Lin Shen's body. The flame touched Lin Shen's carapace, as if it had encountered gasoline, and suddenly ignited Lin Shen's whole body, wrapping his body in the blazing fire. As time passed by minute, Lin Shen could not sense the abnormal movement of Nirvana power in his body except for feeling a little warm. More than an hour later, the flames on Lin Shen's body were extinguished, but he did not enter the state of Nirvana. It seems that your body is more intense than I imagined. You need to increase the furnace fire of creation. Lu Ran said, and a raging flame burned on his hand and pressed it on Lin Shen's body. The red flame wrapped Lin Shen in it. This time Lin Shen felt as if he had soaked in hot water, as if he had a little effect. But time passed slowly, and not long after, Lin Shen adapted to this temperature, but his body still had no changes at all. Lu Ran observed Lin Shen's situation and couldn't help but frown slightly, strengthening the furnace fire of creation again. Honest it, this time it should be effective. Lu Ran kept transmitting the furnace of creation into Lin Shen's body, and he wanted to refine his body. But no matter how the fire of the creation furnace was refined, Lin Shen's body did not change at all. Lu Ran felt something was wrong, so he stopped, and then tested it with the instrument and found that Lin Shen's body not only had not been refined, but its strength seemed to have increased again, which made Lu Ran stunned. Chapter 714, The Power of Nirvana. What's going on? Lu Ran had never seen anyone's body, and under the fire of her creation, she was becoming stronger and stronger, and was stunned for a moment. The various data displayed on the instrument show that the power particles in Lin Shen's body have become even more solidified. Teacher Lu Ran, what happened? Lin Shen looked at Lu Ran's expression, as if something was wrong. Lu Ran looked at him with a strange expression and said, the data shows that not only did my creation furnace fire not only fail to refine your body, but instead made the power particles in your body solidify more. Simply put, your body strength should have increased. After hearing this, Lin Shen sighed softly, isn't even your power of Nirvana possible? It seems that there is really no way. My creation furnace fire really can't help you, but I still have another way, which may be useful. I wonder if you would like to give it a try. Lu Ran said to Lin Shen's body with interest. Lin Shen's strange body made Lu Ran very interested, so she took the initiative to propose. What method? Lin Shen is like a drowning person now, even if it is a straw, he wants to catch it. If he cannot Nirvana, no matter how strong his body is, his strength and speed cannot increase, nor does he have Nirvana attributes and immortal laws. No matter how strong he is an invincible person at the same level and will never become a top powerhouse in the universe. Your problem now is that your own power particles are too solid, and the Nirvana attributed particles cannot be fused with it.
Now we have no way to soften your power particles. We can only find another way to enhance the penetration ability of the Nirvana-attributed particles, and theoretically achieve the same goal. Lu Ran paused and said, but because you have absorbed the Nirvana power, you cannot operate outside your body, and you can only complete this step in your body. This is more troublesome and the operation is much more difficult. If you can trust me, I can help you. If you have any concerns, think of other ways. Teacher Lu Ran, please trouble you. I want to give it a try. Lin Shen had no other choice, so he had to give it a try if he had the chance. Lu Ran was very cautious this time. Even Dies was driven out of the laboratory by her, leaving only her and Lin Shen, who were left in the experimental warehouse. Take off your clothes. Lu Ran turned off all the surveillance cameras and said to Lin Shen. Why? Lin Shen looked at Lu Ran in a daze, but unfortunately he could only see the mosaic, but he couldn't see what her expression was. Changing some characteristics of the power of Nirvana in your body requires high accuracy of control of power and there is no hindrance. In this process, you cannot use the base-transformed carapace, nor can you resist my power. I am a scientific worker, and you can treat me as a doctor, and you don't need to mind anything. Lu Ran looked at Lin Shen's eyes as if he was looking at a specimen or a guinea pig. Lin Shen thought about it and took off his combat suit. Lu Ran's very professional performance will not make Lin Shen feel too ashamed. But when Lu Ran said that he wanted Lin Shen to take off his last underwear, Lin Shen hesitated for a moment. Don't waste time. Lu Ran's cold voice made Lin Shen make his mind to remove his last defense, and lie on the test bench as Lu Ran told him. Lu Ran stood in front of the test bench, pressing one hand on Lin Shen's chest, and a strange immortal mark appeared in her palm. With the emergence of that immortal mark, the space around it felt distorted. Lin Shen suddenly felt a strange force controlling his body, causing his body to levitate involuntarily. Lu Ran's immortal law power invaded Lin Shen's body, looking for the power of Nirvana in Lin Shen's body, and then using the power of the immortal law to transform the power of Nirvana, making the power of Nirvana more permeable. This is a technical job. Looking at the entire universe, there are not many immortals who can achieve this level. There may be other immortals who are stronger than Lu Ran, but they do not have the fine control ability like Lu Ran. It is indeed rare in the world that can accurately control the power of the immortal law like a scalpel. It was quite smooth at the beginning. The power of the immortal law found the power of Nirvana hidden in Lin Shen's body and transformed it. However, as the transformation proceeds at any time, Lu Ran gradually realized something was wrong. With her understanding of the power of Nirvana, even if Lin Shen used the Nirvana-level base change land, or used the top Nirvana egg to complete Nirvana, the power of Nirvana in his body should have a limit. But now she has been constantly transforming the Nirvana power in Lin Shen's body, but she feels that the Nirvana power in Lin Shen's body is constantly emerging, as if it is endless. The power of the immortal law is consumed a lot, and such a fine operation will consume even more. Lu Ran originally thought that the transformation could be easily completed, but the power of Nirvana in Lin Shen's body seemed to be endless. Gradually, Lu Ran felt that the power in his body had begun to be insufficient. How could the power of Nirvana in his body be so huge? Lu Ran was surprised, but he had reached this point and could not give up now. He could only grit his teeth and persevere, hoping to complete the transformation before the power was exhausted. Obviously Lu Ran was a little too optimistic. Her power was almost exhausted, and the untransformed Nirvana power in Lin Shen's body was still emerging. Lu Ran gritted his teeth and took out a potion, poured it on himself, and immediately recovered some strength and continued to transform Lin Shen. Time passed minute by minute, and Lu Ran had already drunk the 5th bottle of potion, but the power of Nirvana in Lin Shen's body was still unable to be completely transformed. This made Lu Ran feel a little nervous. The 5 bottles of potions that could restore the power of the immortal law just now had already lost all her money, but she still couldn't complete the transformation. If she gave up now, her previous efforts would be wasted. Lu Ran gritted his teeth and persisted, cursing Lin Shen countless times in his heart. She now understood that Lin Shen must have absorbed more than one kind of Nirvana power, and it may even be 3 or 4, otherwise it would not have been possible to have such a huge number. At this point, it is useless to scold Lu Ran, so he can only force himself to persevere.
The last potion left is the last one that can restore his strength. After Lu Ran swallowed the last potion, she could only leave it to fate. If the transformation still could not be completed, she would be powerless. The power of the immortal law was consumed bit by bit, and soon Lu Ran felt like he was about to be hollowed out again. Do your best and leave your destiny. Whether you can succeed depends on your luck. Lu Ran drained the last trace of strength in his body and lasted for the last second. Until her body was completely exhausted, the power of Nirvana in Lin Shen's body was finally transformed. It's done! Lu Ran staggered back and fell on the chair, breathing a sigh of relief, and fatigue came like a tide. Chapter 7:15 Taking Advantage of Others' Danger. Lu Ran's physical strength was overdrawn and he supported himself to look at Lin Shen's body. According to the truth, the power of Nirvana in Lin Shen's body has been transformed by her law power, and the power of infiltration and fusion is far greater than before. Lin Shen should have started Nirvana now. But she saw that Lin Shen's body did not have any abnormal changes, nor did she overflow the power of Nirvana. This can only show one thing. The Nirvana particles she transformed did not reach the level of being able to merge with Lin Shen's power particles. Failed? Lu Ranxiang supported himself and walked towards Lin Shen, wanting to check Lin Shen's body again and observe the physical data. But Lu Ran's body was overdrawn so much. When he forced himself to stand up, he suddenly felt dizzy as if his brain was ischemia, and his body staggered and almost fell down. Lin Shen jumped off the test bench and held Lu Ran halfway through hugging and half-hugging him and said, "Teacher Lu Ran, are you okay? Sit down first." Lu Ran was held on the test bench by Lin Shen, but suddenly felt dark in front of him and then he fell into a coma. Lin Shen looked at the unconscious Lu Ran and carefully lay her flat on the test bench. "Teacher Lu Ran, I'm sorry, I have no choice." Lin Shen said sorry in his heart. Taking advantage of the opportunity to help Lu Ran, Lin Shen's fingers seemed intentionally or unintentionally touched the acupoints that controlled her to sleep 10 times, which made her fall asleep directly. Lin Shen did not think of harming Lu Ran, but the fire on Lu Ran must be taken away no matter what, otherwise it would be impossible to get along with the will of heaven and the perfect fire would be useless. The Nirvana particles transformed by the immortal law still cannot merge with the power particles in my body. It is really troublesome to want Nirvana now. Lin Shen lamented in his heart. Although I have not been able to rebirth, this trip has not been in vain. Lin Shen put on his combat suit, then said sorry to Lu Ran on the test bench, then carefully lay beside Lu Ran, put one hand on Lu Ran, closed his eyes and rested. Because Lu Ran was lit on his sleeping acupoint, until Lin Shen woke up, Lu Ran was still in a drowsy state. But when Lin Shen woke up and looked at Lu Ran, what he saw was no longer a mosaic, but a mature beauty wearing a white coat and a ponytail, looking refreshing and cold. Even in a drowsy mood, Lu Ran looks a little difficult to get close to. Beautiful is beautiful, but it is a bit too serious. Lin Shen didn't like the cold woman, so he just looked at it quickly and found that a pair of glasses fell on the ground. It seemed that it should be Lu Ran's, so he picked it up from the ground and put it on Lu Ran's face. She was obviously just wearing a pair of glasses. When Lin Shen looked at Lu Ran again, she was surprised to find that Lu Ran's face, which looked a bit cold and inhumane, still felt like she was not close to her, but it seemed that there was a desire to conquer her. Why are there such a special woman in the world? Lin Shen exclaimed, and couldn't help but think of the adjective of being pure in desire in his mind. It was obvious that he had only a pair of glasses, but it actually made a cold woman who seemed to make people unable to bear the evil thoughts instantly become an existence that people can't help but want to invade. It's really amazing. Lin Shen shook his head and excluded the evil thoughts in his heart. Lu Ran had tried his best to help him. He could not do anything to take advantage of others' danger. Moreover, he didn't want to be chased by an immortal-level strong man, and his life was the first priority. The fire seed on Lu Ran's body is indeed against the will of heaven and is 10% complete. Apart from the parent star, Lin Shen has never seen a fire seed other than the heaven reverse bones, which is not surprising. After setting Lu Ran's body in place and making sure there was no problem, Lin Shen reached out and pressed Lu Ran's body a few times, then stood beside him and waited for Lu Ran to wake up. The sleeping hole was untied and Lu Ran woke up soon. Almost in an instant, Lu Ran rose into the air, his body suspended in the air, and his cold eyes looked around. Teacher Lu Ran, are you okay? You have been in a coma for a long time, and your body has not had any problems? If your body is in trouble because of my reasons, I really don't know how to repay you. Lin Shen felt guilty and worried on his face, and looked at Lu Ran with true feelings. Lu Ran frowned slightly and looked at Lin Shen, but he didn't see any problem. Lin Shen's face was full of sincerity. Lu Ran checked his body and found no abnormalities, but he was still confused. Although her body was seriously overdrawn, with her willpower, it was impossible for her to fall into a coma in front of others. Moreover, she had seen the time and she had been in a coma for nearly 6 hours, which was even more impossible. She suspected that it was Lin Shen's fault, but although Lin Shen's body was different from ordinary people's strength, its strength was still only at the level of flying upgrades. Even if she was overdrawn, Lin Shen's strength could not hurt her, and it was even more impossible for her to fall into a coma. And she had no problems with herself, and there were no problems with the things in the laboratory, which lacked motivation. Teacher Lu Ran, are you okay? Lin Shen was also surprised at Lu Ran's calmness and clear logic when he saw Lu Ran inspecting the entire laboratory in an orderly manner. You don't owe me favors. This is our deal. You have been my test piece. I just try my best. What's more, I haven't succeeded yet. There is no problem with who owes who. You stay here first. I need to observe for another 2 days to determine whether your body has the possibility of nirvana. Lu Ran said, turning on the lab surveillance that had been closed before. Lin Shen knew that Lu Ran had turned off all the surveillance cameras before, and he had checked them specifically, so he had nothing to be afraid of, so he lived in peace, hoping that Lu Ran could have any other way to help him rebirth. Lu Ran called Dais over and asked him to take care of Lin Shen and observe Lin Shen's physical data. Once something went wrong, she would immediately notify her that she needed to go back and rest first. After leaving the laboratory, Lu Ran did not go home, but came to her own independent office and planned to have a smart brain. Click out the lab's video surveillance at 11:23 yesterday. Lu Ran told Jiwang. Okay, master. Jiwang quickly adjusted the lab video. All the surveillance in the laboratory were turned off, but Lu Ran himself hid one and it was not turned off, and Lin Shen could not find it. Soon, the intelligent brain projected the holographic image, and the time point was when Lin Shen supported Lu Ran and asked her to sit on the test bench. Lu Ran carefully observed Lin Shen's every move and felt that Lin Shen's movements were awkward and unreasonable. However, such movements had no power explosion point at all, and it was impossible to cause harm to her body, and it was even more impossible to make her unconscious. So Lu Ran was not sure whether Lin Shen had any problems. But when she saw Lin Shen put her on the test bench, he actually lay down himself and hugged her with his hand. His face suddenly turned red. Chapter 716 Lu Ran's question. Abnormal. This word immediately appeared in Lu Ran's mind. Then I thought of many scenes that she couldn't accept. Perhaps Lin Shen did a lot of unimaginable dirty things to her, but before she woke up, Lin Shen restored everything. Thinking that Lin Shen might have taken off her clothes and put them on them again, Lu Ran felt that his whole body was itchy, as if there were millions of ants crawling on her body. Lu Ran couldn't bear it for a second, so he rushed directly into the separate bathroom in the office, threw away all his clothes, and washed his body over and over again. When she came out of the bathroom, she had already changed into a brand new set of clothes and gritted her teeth to continue watching the video. Although she knew she had not been violated, who knew what dirty things Lin Shen had done on her? Now she wanted to tear Lin Shen apart. Lu Ran looked down patiently. She had to know what Lin Shen had done. As a researcher, even if it is a bad result, she must figure it out and not be so confused. The result surprised Lu Ran. In the video, Lin Shen hugged her sideways, then did not move, and did nothing. After a while, Lin Shen fell asleep. Sleep? Lu Ran thought of countless possibilities, but he did not expect this situation. Lu Ran wondered if Lin Shen was pretending to be asleep, but time passed slowly. Lin Shen was really asleep. She had to speed up the playback speed and let the video play quickly. Lu Ran felt that Lin Shen could not just hold her and sleep for a while. It must be because his body was too tired because of the previous experiments, so he had to rest before he would make a mistake. As a result, I kept seeing Lin Shen wake up, but nothing happened. Lin Shen did not do anything dirty to her, and even didn't move her hands even a moment. When Lu Ran saw Lin Shen picking up the glasses that fell on the ground and put them on again, he said, "How could there be such a special woman in the world?" The murderous intent in his heart suddenly disappeared a lot. Then Lu Ran saw Lin Shen lit her a few times, and then she woke up. The whole process was completely different from what she imagined. Lu Ran reads the beginning and the end many times, and the more he read it, the more he feels confused. There is no doubt that the reason why she was unconscious was definitely Lin Shen's hand, but she couldn't figure out how Lin Shen did it. She was sure that Lin Shen didn't exert much force on his fingers. Even if he exerted force, the power of phase upgraded could not make her faint. A ability to act on the immortal? Lu Ran made her own judgment, and her judgment was very close to the facts. This judgment made Lu Ran want to figure out what kind of ability it is. It has never been heard that the ability to upgrade flying can easily affect the immortal body, which is unheard of. What Lu Ran even more confused was what Lin Shen wanted to do when he attacked her. Lin Shen did not steal the laboratory stuff, nor did he do anything to her body, but just slept in a hug. Just like this, is it worth taking such a big risk to attack her? Lu Ran thinks no one can do this, right? If Lin Shen did something to her body, Lu Ran could understand it, but now Lu Ran felt it was strange. What is he planning? Lu Ran didn't believe that Lin Shen really just wanted to hold her and sleep for a while. He must have had some plans, but she had not figured out what Lin Shen was planning. Lu Ran had to figure out what he hadn't figured out. She stared at Lin Shen in the video, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lin Shen had just slept, and now he couldn't sleep even when he was lying on the test bench, so he chatted with Dice. Dice was very curious about how Lin Shen's body could strengthen to this level. Unfortunately, Lin Shen had no way to answer his question, so he could only go through it vaguely. The two talked about the Ghost Star and the Shura Ghost King again. Recently, many top Nirvana people have organized teams to go to the Ghost Star to seize the Nirvana egg of the Shura Ghost King. The abilities of the two life bases and the shield are too terrible, but due to environmental factors, the Shura Ghost King can be said to be a man who was in the way of the barrier of 10,000 men, and he has repelled wave after wave of Nirvana team, and many Nirvana people have died. Until now, no one has been able to enter the Ashura Ghost King's nest and take away the 3 Nirvana eggs. Judging from the information we have learned so far, the various abilities of the Shura Ghost King are very perverted, and their talent skills and life-based skills are very strong. Maybe the attributes of Shura Ghost King are not the strongest, but his skill configuration is definitely the best, and everyone is jealous. Such pets are worth cultivating to the immortal level. Unfortunately, the environment of Ghostgate Star is too harsh, and the Shura Ghost King has great blessings in such an environment. No one can handle the Shura Ghost King yet. Dice suggested that they could form a team to try it out. He could be responsible for entangling the Shura Ghost King. Lin Shen rushed in with this abnormal physical strength and took out the Nirvana egg inside. The Shura Ghost King is really too strong in that environment. If you want to be insured, bringing Isia with you is also a good choice. We 2 of us entangled the Shura Ghost King, which is considered as an insurance policy. Dice said. It's okay. Lin Shen was a little moved. It would be nice to get one such a strong pet. Now he is relying too much on dead fans. Although he has plans to train the Dragon Hunter Keeves, he has never had time to do it. There are ready-made powerful Nirvana pets available, which is much easier than cultivating them by themselves. The only problem is that it is difficult for him to complete Nirvana. While the two were chatting, Lu Ran came back from outside. Dios, go back first, I'm here. Lu Ran said lightly. Teacher, I'm not tired. Please rest for a while. Dice said with concern. Lu Ran said while watching the data, go back first, there is something important to you tomorrow. What's the matter? Dice asked. You will know then. Lu Ran sent Dice away in a few words. Then Lu Ran came to the test bench and looked at Lin Shen with a cold look. Now the Nirvana particles in your body have become extremely unstable because they have undergone transformation, but they cannot be Nirvana. This is a very unstable factor. I will give you a stabilizer first to prevent them from getting out of control. Lu Ran said,
then picked up a syringe and prepared to inject Lin Shen.
Teacher Lu ran, no need.
Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat, feeling something was wrong.
To take a stabilizer, Lu Ran should have taken it when he woke up. Why did he suddenly need to take a stabilizer? It's not that she discovered something, right?
Lin Shen wanted to refuse, but he couldn't hide. The syringe in Lu Ran's hand was directly stuck to him. Lin Shen's strong body could not stop the syringe with the power of law, and was directly stabbed in, and a tube of liquid was injected into it.
Chapter 717 Enough. It's over.
Lin Shen knew that the matter was exposed, and he might not be able to save his life. Lin Shen wanted to resist, but the immortal was too fast. He had no time to react and had already been injected with liquid. Lin Shen, who wanted to rush up, suddenly felt a dizzy moment and his body fell back on the test bench. Venus appeared in front of Lin Shen, with weak hands and feet, and unable to exert any strength. He seemed to have become a mollusk. He struggled several times but couldn't get up. After a while, Lin Shen felt that his mind was not so dizzy, but his body was still as soft as a pool of mud. Fortunately, his eyesight was able to focus again. Seeing the cold and beautiful Lu Ran stood in front of the test bench and looked at him coldly.
Teacher Lu Ran. Is there something wrong with this stabilizer? Why do I feel that my whole body is so soft?
Lin Shen pretended not to know, like an ignorant little white.
No problem, this is not a stabilizer, it is the cartilage liquid I studied.
If the creatures injected with cartilage liquid will have no support like liquid.
Lu Ran said lightly.
Lin Shen was shocked when he heard this. I'll go, this woman is so vicious.
I just hugged her and slept for a while. She actually wanted to turn me into a pool of mud.
He cursed Lu Ran in his heart, but still pretended to be innocent on his face. Teacher Lu Ran, it is inevitable that the injection error is inevitable.
You don't have to take it to heart. How long can the effect of cartilage liquid last? Is there a way to relieve it?
It's not an injection error, nor can it be resolved. You will continue like this, living like a pool of mud. Lu Ran's lips raised slightly, showing a weird smile.
Teacher Lu Ran, why are you?
Lin Shen was still struggling for the final struggle.
Why don't you know it?
Lu Ran said, taking out another syringe, bent down, looking at Lin Shen's face, which pierced directly on Lin Shen's neck. As the liquid was injected, Lin Shen felt something was wrong with his body. There was a hot current that gathered towards a certain limb along his soft and weak body, making Lin Shen feel like there was a place on his boneless body that was harder than steel.
What do you want to do?
Lin Shen was a little panicked.
A person like you can naturally not keep the root of disaster.
Lu Ran said as he took out a tray from the disinfection cabinet next to him. The tray was full of disposable work, including many different scissors and various surgical tools.
I'll go, this woman is so sinister.
Lin Shen was shocked and shouted quickly, Teacher Lu Ran, you must have misunderstood something.
I really didn't do anything to you. I just admire you, so I couldn't help myself. I swear. I have no evil behavior to you. In my heart, you are a noble, holy and undesecrated woman.
I suggest you don't talk or move around, otherwise you'll cut too much, don't blame me. Lu Ran chose a scalpel and studied it carefully in front of him. The expression fell into Lin Shen's eyes, which was even more terrifying than the devil. Lin Shen's body suddenly stiffened and he didn't dare to struggle and move anymore.
Teacher Lu Ran, I really did nothing.
Lin Shen said with a bitter face.
Now I'll give you the last chance. I'll ask, answer. If your answer makes me unsatisfied, the operation will begin immediately. Lu Ran ignored Lin Shen, leaned down and said to himself, how did you make me unconscious?
Lin Shen suddenly felt a cold touch coming from his limb, and immediately said without hesitation, I have a talent that can ignore defense to a certain extent. In my research on you, the talent you have shown has already exceeded 3 types of abilities.
Lu Ran said lightly. My talent is different from ordinary people, and I have 5 talent abilities in total. Lin Shen said.
Tell me out your talent abilities in detail, don't miss it, otherwise you will know the consequences.
Lu Ran was surprised.
Generally, evolvers only have 3 talent abilities. Evolutionaries with 4 talent abilities are extremely rare, and Lin Shen actually has 5.
War Song.
Lin Shen said the talents he had shown in front of others. Others have studied these talents and abilities many times. Even if Lin Shen doesn't say them, as long as those who have studied him, they should know that they are almost the same.
The only thing others don't know is the ability to point acupoints.
However, Lin Shen is not talking about pointing acupoints, but being able to see weaknesses and ignore the ability to defend to a certain extent.
Lu Ran had no doubts after hearing this.
If Lin Shen said something about acupoints and a 10-point win, researchers like Lu Ran would not be able to accept it, because in her opinion, those were simply unscientific.
Why do you do that to me?
Lu Ran's doubt had already been solved, and she wanted to figure out another doubt. Why did Lin Shen sleep with her in her arms, but he did not act obscenely to her? Apart from putting his arm on her body, there was no evil behavior. This seemed meaningless, so Lu Ran wanted to know the real reason.
Because.
Lin Shen didn't know how to explain for a moment. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt a cold limb and screamed in surprise, "Because I want to get you."
Now Lin Shen can only give up. The matter of rebelliousness cannot be said.
If Lu Ran knew that he would go to sleep with other women, she would almost certainly be able to eliminate harm for the people. Your behavior is not consistent with what you said.
Lu Ran stopped, but the scalpel did not move away, staring at Lin Shen and asked.
Lin Shen can now be sure that Lu Ran is not a guess. He must have seen everything happening in the laboratory, and there should be surveillance. Thinking of this, Lin Shen felt relieved. When Lu Ran saw the surveillance camera, he knew that he had not done anything. But Lin Shen couldn't figure out where the surveillance was. He had checked before and did not find the surveillance camera that was still on. Lin Shen showed bitterness on his face and sighed, "I really want to get you, but my reason tells me again that I am not worthy of you. I am just a flying man who is hard to reach even nirvana, and it is very likely that you can only stay in the flying and upgrading for the rest of your life. And you are a noble academy mentor admired by billions of people, and an immortal who others will never be able to become in the end. Like me, a person who is useless except handsome, can have a chance to sleep with you, and this life will be satisfied.
You are the lotus on the water, and I am just the mud at the bottom of the water. How can I bear to defile such you? You deserve a better person. I cannot ruin you because of my own selfish desires." "It's smooth-mouthed, it seems you really don't want it anymore,"
Lu Ran said as the scalpel in his hand tightened.
However, Lin Shen did not react as fiercely as before.
Instead, he closed his eyes, a calm expression appeared on his face, and a tear fell from the corners of his eyes. He said as if he accepted his fate, "I can have a sleep with you in this life, enough?"
Chapter 718 Shura Ghost King.
Click. Lin Shen heard a sound and felt a sense of despair, and tears burst out directly. "This time I really don't have any acting skills, and I'm full of emotions."
Lu Ran burst out laughing, "This is still a little bit like this. Remember this feeling and act like this next time you act." As Lu Ran said, straightened his waist, took another syringe, and gave Lin Shen an intravenous injection.
Soon, Lin Shen felt like a pool of mud had bones on his body, and quickly sat up and bent down to look. Seeing a certain limb stand up, the knife was inserted between his legs, less than 1 centimeter away from his limb. Lin Shen was shocked and sweated coldly. He quickly inserted the scalpel carefully and got off the test bench. The function of cartilage liquid is to be relieved, but the effect of another medicine liquid is still continuing, which makes Lin Shen feel a little embarrassed. "I will write down this account first, and I will be on call when I ask you for a test in the future." Lu Ran took off a sex glove and said while washing his hands with cleaning solution.
"It must be certain." Lin Shen said quickly, "Teacher Lu Ran, do you think of this antidote? It's good if you didn't cut you."
"I still want the antidote, so I'll take it myself,"
Lu Ran said and walked out of the laboratory.
Lin Shen had no choice but to follow Lu Ran to leave the laboratory. His walking posture was a bit strange. Fortunately, his combat uniform was more capable of binding a certain limb, otherwise he would be embarrassed to see others.
"Teacher Lu Ran, then I'll leave first." After leaving the experimental building, Lin Shen wanted to stay away from Lu Ran as soon as possible. Stop! Lu Ran called him. Teacher Lu Ran, what else do you have? Lin Shen stopped helplessly and looked at Lu Ran and squeezed out a smile. If you don't give me the communication number, how can you find me when you do the next experiment? Lu Ran said expressionlessly. Lin Shen gave his communication number to Lu Ran. When she asked Lu Ran for the number, she only said one thing, and she would naturally contact him when needed, and she didn't give him a number at all. Lin Shen was so unfavorable that he didn't think he really wanted the number. Anyway, he had already obtained the fire on Lu Ran and he didn't plan to see her again in the future. When he walked out of the teaching area, Beria was still waiting outside. Seeing Lin Shen come out, Bingria quickly greeted him. Joe said something was wrong with your body, is it okay? It's okay. Lin Shen shook his head. It's fine. What are you thinking about when I said? Bingria asked again. You go find Dies. If Dies goes, I will go. After all, Lin Shen has not yet been promoted to Nirvana, so he still has to find a reliable person to go with him. Although Dies is not a friend, this person's character is still okay, so there is no need to worry about being stabbed by him. I'll contact Dies now. Although Bingria was a little unwilling, he still contacted Dies according to Lin Shen's wishes. If he only cooperates with Lin Shen, he will find a few Nirvana people to come and help, and there is no need to give them Nirvana eggs. But if you look for Dies, you will definitely get a Nirvana egg for him. Fortunately, there are 3 Nirvana eggs there, including Dies, Lin Shen and Bingria, and one person can still get one, and there is no need to pay for another to find help. Bingria thought that he could accept this. The strength of the 3 of them should be enough to take down the pet egg of Shura Ghost King. After contacting Dies, Dies agreed readily. The 3 of them agreed to go to the Ghost Star, and then Lin Shen first found a place to rest. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. After a night, his limb finally returned to normal, which made him feel relieved. These women who do research are so scary. Lin Shen had made up his mind to stay away from Lu Ran in the future. Dies and Beria came to find Lin Shen early in the morning, but Lin Shen was still lying on the bed. Although he had woken up, he didn't want to get up. He waited for Dies and Beria to call him, and he reluctantly got up from the bed. The 3 of them went to the Ghost Gate Star together. For teleportation devices leading to the Ghost Gate Star have been discovered, and they have been divided up by 4 different forces. 3 of them have been used publicly, and they can be teleported from them as long as they pay. The money transmitted was naturally Bingriafu. The 3 of them came to the Ghost Gate Star. Lin Shen looked around and found that there were only stars, no moon or sun. The temperature was very low, but there was no glacier. Gravity is stronger than giant ring star, but it has little impact on Lin Shen and the others. There are black mountains all around, and you can vaguely see flowing light flying through the sky. It should be the Nirvana who is rushing on the way. Recently, there are many Nirvana people coming to Ghost Gate Star, all of whom are trying to fight the 3 pet eggs of the Azura Ghost King. Bingria is afraid of the long night and dreams, so she is very anxious to rush. But Lin Shen's flight speed was too slow to keep up with the Nirvana-level Isia and Dies. Bingria didn't know whether Lin Shen was or the Ascendant, and she was confused. She didn't know why Lin Shen flew so slowly, but she was afraid of offending Lin Shen, so she didn't dare to ask. Dies summoned a Nirvana-level mount and asked Lin Shen to ride with him, which increased his speed. Before the 3 of them arrived at the territory of Shura Ghost King, they saw that the valley in front was full of people, as lively as a night market, and there were people setting up stalls in the valley. The arrival of Lin Shen and the other 2 immediately attracted the attention of many Nirvana people. Bingria is a very famous person among the Nirvana. Not many people know that Dies has already passed away, but even if Dies does not have Nirvana, he will still focus wherever he goes. Only Lin Shen was relatively low-key because his carapace had some changes, which looked very different from the previous silver crystal carapace, so few people could recognize him. Lin Shen looked at the end of the valley, where there was a cave, and there were several Nirvana people outside the cave, fighting a Nirvana creature. The Nirvana creature looked like an evil ghost, with a vicious face, nearly 3 meters tall, carved from jade stones, a black jade armor and jade helmet, a single horn on its head, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. It is said to be a sword, but the sword body is slightly curved, and it is also a black jade texture. One side is bladed and the other side is thicker, which looks more like a knife. The black air on the blade is lingering, as if countless unjust souls are entangled. The shield of the other hand is in the shape of an arrow tail feather, which is also carved from black jade. On the front of the shield, there is an evil ghost avatar. At this time, the eyes of the evil ghost avatar are opened, emitting a strange red light. Those Nirvana people are all first-class strong people, and they are surrounded by several powerful Nirvana pets. Various gain-enhancing innate abilities cover the bodies of several Nirvana people, causing colorful halos to appear on them. But when the evil ghost avatar on the shield stared at them, the halo on their bodies disappeared without a trace. All kinds of Nirvana powers were intertwined, but they could not do anything to the Nirvana creature. The Nirvana creature waved the shield in its hand, and all the Nirvana powers were blocked. Instead, the black smoke sword energy cut from the sword in his hand could give those Nirvana people a lot of trouble every time. Several Nirvana pets have died on the ground, probably all of whom were killed by the Shura Ghost King just now. Chapter 719 Dual Practice Phoenix. Lin Shen looked at it for a while and saw the clues. In the cave behind the Shura Ghost King, black smoke was emitting outwards. Most of the black smoke with een and cold air floated towards the Shura Ghost King's body and condensed on the Shura Ghost King, as if giving Shura Ghost King a considerable blessing. There is also a portion of black smoke, which is attached to the valley bottom, making the nearby area look like a sea of black clouds. The Shura Ghost King stood in the black smoke and fought, while those Nirvana and their pets were flying in the air to fight the Shura Ghost King, and they did not dare to get contaminated with the black smoke. Vingria explained, those black smoke are extremely cold. Even the body of the Nirvana person will be invaded by the cold air when contaminated with black smoke. At the least, the body will be frozen, and at the worst, the blood will directly coagulate into ice. The body is worse than the power of Nirvana, and it will not be able to survive in the black smoke, let alone fight. After a pause, Vingria continued, the black smoke in the cave is thicker and colder. Unless you have a strong body like you, it is impossible to rush to the location of the Nirvana egg. Lin Shen looked at the cave. The black smoke in the cave was too thick and he could not see anything at all. He couldn't help but frown at Vingria and said, I can't see anything. How did you know there are 3 pet eggs inside? The Ghost Gate star has no stars as light sources, and it has always been in this state. There is no daytime. However, one day before, the Ghost Gate star entered another galaxy area. The stellar light source of that galaxy illuminated the here, and the black fog in the cave faded a lot, and the strength of the Shura Ghost King will also be greatly reduced. It was when someone rushed in and saw it. Vingria continued to explain, according to calculations, the ghost star will approach the galaxy again in about a month. At that time, the place will be illuminated again, and the black smoke in the cave will also be greatly reduced. We must hurry up and take away the Nirvana egg inside, otherwise there will be more people who can rush in, and we may not be able to get our turn. So that's it. Lin Shen nodded slightly. The Nirvana who came here now probably had this idea. Unfortunately, until now, no one has been able to rush into the cave to take away the pet eggs of the Shura Ghost King inside. While several people were talking, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed drastically. The ghost energy on the Shura Ghost King rose, and the black sword energy slashed out directly split a Nirvana pet in half. The Nirvana pet was the main flesh shield of those Nirvana people. It was chopped to death, and several Nirvana people were suddenly in chaos. Depending on the wrong situation, the Nirvana people retreated immediately. Even so, they were still killed by the Shura Ghost King, and they were able to safely withdraw from a long enough distance. The Shura Ghost King did not pursue him and turned back to the cave. His majestic figure disappeared into the black smoke. The Shura Ghost King is not tempted and does not leave the cave entrance at all. It is not easy to rush in. And even if he can rush in, the black smoke inside is so cold, an ordinary Nirvana will turn into an ice sculpture when he enters, and it is impossible to take out the pet egg. Even if it does not turn into an ice sculpture, its body will become stiff and slow. The Shura Ghost King will be dead when he chases it back. After Bingria said that, he looked at Lin Shen and Dies, and continued, Dies and I entangle it, you should find an opportunity to rush in. With your physical fitness, you should be able to withstand the cold and black fog, right? I have to adapt first. We will fight the Shura Ghost King together later. After I get used to the black fog, we will find an opportunity to rush into the cave. Lin Shen said in contemplation. Okay. Dies and Bingria responded. While the three of them were about to pass, they saw a man and a woman walking towards the cave where the Shura Ghost King was. Is that a person from the Phoenix clan? Lin Shen guessed their identities when he saw that the boy and girl had phoenix eyes and feathers, and his golden carapace was like the feathers of a golden phoenix. That's right, the Phoenix clan has just won the name of the first race in the universe, and it is now in full swing. Bingria looked at the two people from the Phoenix clan, a man and a woman, and frowned and said, the man is called Feng Feitian, and the woman is called Huang Feiwu. He is the pure-blood Phoenix clan. He is an extremely terrifying existence in the Nirvana level. Unexpectedly, they came too. The pure-blood Phoenix clan usually chooses a dual cultivation partner when they are very young. The Phoenix Nirvana technique they practice can allow them to rebirth together. The Nirvana attributes obtained by dual cultivation will be much stronger than those of single cultivation, so the pure-blood Phoenix clan has a much stronger Nirvana attribute than those of other races. The general Nirvana people who have passed away 2 or 3 times are not as good as their Nirvana once. Bingria said with some concern, Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu are the best among the Phoenix clans. Legend has it that they have experienced 11 Nirvana, and they are extremely powerful. Maybe they have the strength to take away the Nirvana egg. Should we go there now? They have passed, let's wait. Dies was not willing to compete with the people of the Phoenix tribe now. Lin Shen was unwilling to go to the line and agreed to wait. If they took it away, our trip would be in vain. Bingria had no choice but to watch the battle with Lin Shen and the others here. Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu just approached the cave, and 2 black smoke sword auras flew out of the cave, slashing towards Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu respectively. The two of them were not afraid at all. They each shot out a golden light, which actually shattered the black smoke knife energy. Bingria felt even more worried when she saw it. The Shura Ghost King rushed out of the cave, still the same shape as before. His majestic body was surrounded by black air, holding a shield in one hand and a sword-like weapon in the other. After coming out, he directly attacked the men and women of the Phoenix clan. Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu were shining with golden lights, and golden lights were shot out, which actually beat Shura Ghost King with black energy to retreat step by step. It was entirely up to the ghost shield to resist, so that he was not injured. The golden light seemed to be the nemesis of black gas. Wherever the golden light came, the black smoke around it was disappeared invisible. The ghost shield in Shura Ghost King raised his hand, and the ghost head on the ghost shield suddenly opened his eyes and emitted a strange red light. The golden light on Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu was suddenly weakened a lot, and even the speed was reduced. The two joined forces to fight the Shura Ghost King, and it was hard to tell the difference between the two when no one could do anything to each other. Golden light was shining everywhere, black air was like a tide, and various skills and the power of Nirvana were constantly colliding. The terrifying shock waves stormed in the nearby area, forcing the Nirvana who were originally in the valley to retreat, and they all flew to the mountains on both sides to watch the battle. Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu joined forces, but they were unable to gain an advantage. The Shura Ghost King was even stronger than I thought. People around were talking. Bingria also looked a little solemn and said in a low voice, the two people from the Phoenix clan's dual cultivation teamed up and their strength was not just doubled. It can be said that these two people were invincible in Nirvana. They couldn't even take advantage of them. We have to be careful later. While talking, I suddenly saw Huang Feiwu breaking out of the battle circle and rushing into the cave. Feng Feitian's golden light burst out, and his pupils turned into a circle of golden light. He had a golden feather blade in his hand, and a pair of golden light wings appeared behind him. He looked like a god wrapped in golden light. He actually relied on his own power to entangle the Shura Ghost King who wanted to rush back to the cave. Oh no, they're going to succeed. Bingria regretted it. Chapter 720 The Shura Ghost Queen. Feng Feitian fought alone in Shura Ghost King, but he was not at a disadvantage, which made everyone watching the battle admire him repeatedly. The previous Nirvana people were also from cosmic clans and could be named after them. There were even a few who were ranked among the top 100 people on the Nirvana level ranking list. They joined forces to fight the Shura Ghost King and used so many pets, but they returned in a desperate situation. Feng Feitian, one man and one feather, actually had a hard time fighting against the Shura Ghost King, which was really amazing. It's a pity that Feng Feitian has never participated in the race ranking battle, otherwise he would have been the top of Nirvana. The foundation of the Phoenix clan is really terrifying. Such prides of heaven have never participated in the battle. Their achievements are already shocking. I really don't know how many terrifying strong men they still hide. It's not just the Phoenix clan. Among those cosmic strong clans, I don't know how many hidden strong men have never participated in the battle. No one will put all the cards on the table. The golden feathers in Feng Feitian's hand burst into golden light, and the techniques used were like swords, and the body techniques were even more magical. Bingria saw the clues and said depressedly, "The ghost shield of Shura Ghost King seems to be useless to Feng Feitian and it is difficult to weaken his combat power." Dice was also watching Feng Feitian show his power and nodded after hearing this. "I heard that the Phoenix clan has an extremely rare basic transformation talent called Phoenix Blood. Only the pure blood Phoenix clan can be born to obtain it and be immune to all negative states. I think this Phoenix clan should be a similar talent." Bingria sighed, "I have also heard of the talent of Phoenix Blood. Even among the pure blood Phoenix tribe, it is a rare talent. I didn't expect Feng Feitian to have such luck. It seems that we have been in vain for this trip." Lin Shen looked at Dice and asked, "Did you choose to recultivate because your natural talent is not good?" Dice was born with Nirvana, and Lin Shen was always puzzled why he chose to re-educate. When he heard Bingria and the others talk about talent, he asked casually. Dice smiled and said, "My natural talent is not bad, but I want to experience things I have never experienced before, so I will recultivate it, which has little to do with talent." Bingria on the side said, "Dios is modest to say this. His natural talent is the top. I am afraid that his current talent may not be as good as his natural talent." Lin Shen was a little surprised. "Then you will lose money when you rebuild it?" "It's not a loss. One is the accumulation and inheritance given by our ancestors, and the other is our own choice. We can't say who is good or bad, but the choice is different." Dice popularized some knowledge of high races to Lin Shen. The reason why advanced races are advanced is that they have a high degree of evolution and have strong talents they have obtained, so they can evolve to a higher level. Therefore, the basic talent they inherit is generally very strong, and they rarely inherit poor talent, and many of them are even the top talents in the universe. These are the wealth left by their ancestors to them, and they are also the result of their efforts from generation to generation. The birth Nirvana like Dice was because before him, the result of the continuous evolution of his own with top talents was almost impossible to pass on his poor talent. Like Lin Shen, he began to evolve from the lowest level. No matter how strong he is, the offspring he gave birth to can only rise from the lowest level. If Lin Shen's spouse and descendants, as well as the spouses of descendants, are all top talents, when they can give birth to natural crystal bases or ascensioners, they may inherit the top talents of their ancestors. If the descendants are not powerful, each generation is worse than the other and there is no top talent, then it will be difficult for humans to obtain top talent in the future even if they evolve to give birth to natural crystal bases. Feng Feitian is a positive example. The Phoenix clan has evolved so far to make the baby become a top-level ascension body when he was born and possesses many top-level talents. Feng Feitian himself is powerful and has inherited the top-level talents and life foundation. Seeing that the Shura Ghost King never could do anything to Feng Feitian, the three of them felt that this time might be in vain. When the people watching the game were also admiring the power of the Phoenix clan and Feng Feitian, they suddenly saw a figure rushing out from the cave. I thought it was Huang Feiwu who took out the pet egg, but when I looked carefully, it was Huang Feiwu, but not only did she not get the pet egg, she looked very embarrassed. There were wounds on her golden feather armor, but the wounds did not bleed, as if they were frozen. But there are several wounds that are extremely deep, and the bones inside can be seen. Huang Feiwu ran out stumbled, his body obviously not very flexible, and he even shivered. After she rushed out, she immediately rushed towards Feng Feitian. Feng Feitian was also surprised and hurriedly met her. Another figure rushed out from the cave. It was a creature slightly shorter than the Shura Ghost King, but it was still much taller than the ordinary human race. Unlike the Shura Ghost King, this creature is snow white all over, like a carved white jade carved with white jade armor, with a graceful figure and a beautiful face, like a work of art carefully carved by a statue master. There is also a life foundation in each of her hands. In the right hand is a crystal clear knife, and in the left hand is a fork of the same material. It looks like a knife and a fork, but it is a little bigger. The injuries on Huang Feiwu's body obviously came from the knife in the creature's hand. There were still some red crystals on the crystal knife, which was frozen by blood. What is that? Is it also Shura Ghost King? Lin Shen looked at Bingria and Dais in confusion. I haven't heard that there are other Nirvana creatures inside? The person who rushed in before did not encounter this creature. I don't know where she came out. Bingria was also surprised. It should be the Shura Ghost King, but the gender is different. Dais said, staring at the creature that just came out. Nirvana creatures still divide male and female? Lin Shen always thought that basic creatures are reproductive unilaterally. Most base mutant creatures reproduce unilaterally, but there are some exceptions, Dais said. I have seen two immortal creatures before, one male and one female, and they reproduce in a similar way as ours. The husband is the Shura Ghost King, and the mother should be called Shura Ghost Queen. It seems that her abilities are a little different from those of the Ghost King. Lin Shen watched the battle. In the 2-on-2 battle, Huang Feiwu and Feng Feitian were at a disadvantage and were suppressed by the Ghost King and the Ghost Queen. There are certain factors in the injury of Huang Feiwu himself. Another important reason is that the ability of the Ghost Queen is completely different from that of the Ghost King, but it complements each other and has greatly improved its combat power, which is no less than the cooperation between Huang Feiwu and Feng Feitian, and is even more powerful. Chapter 721. 3 people go into battle. The Ghost King's sword opened and closed, with amazing destructive power. The sword behind the ghost was silent. The sword force she cut out was invisible at all, and there was no sound of breaking through the air. When you hear the sound senses the fluctuations, you will be hit by the knife. The fork in the other hand of the ghost behind the ghost is like the fangs of a vampire. It can actually suck the power of Nirvana into the fork and convert it into energy to bless itself. The Ghost King was head-on, and the Ghost Queen was erratic. Coupled with their strange abilities, Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu were very uncomfortable to fight. The Ghost King and the Ghost Queen are both very powerful and have the ability to attack together. If Huang Feiwu was not injured, they still have a chance. Now they may not be able to do so. Dais shook his head and said. As expected, within a while, Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu withdrew from the battle circle and gave up on continuing the battle. After they retreated, the Ghost King and the Ghost Queen did not pursue them, and returned to the cave without giving anyone a chance. For a moment, no one rushed to the cave anymore. Some of the teams that had been prepared before disrupted their plans because of the sudden appearance of Shura Ghost Queen. Lin Shen looked at Dais and Bingria and asked, "What do you say?" Huang Feiwu's strength is not worse than Feng Feitian. The reason why she was injured was mainly because of the black aura in the cave. It's nothing to have one more Ghost Queen, because I'm afraid there will be other Shura Ghost King and Ghost Queen inside. Bingria said. Try your luck. Lin Shen said in a deep thought. His theory of evolution is not afraid of black energy, and his body is strong enough. Even if there are any other Ghost Kings and Ghosts inside, he cannot do anything to him. Dais looked at Lin Shen and said, "Let's lead the Ghost King and the Ghosts first, and you can take the opportunity to go in." Okay, then let's act according to the original plan. Lin Shen nodded. The three of them flew down the mountain and walked towards the cave surrounded by black air. The Nirvana on the mountain immediately became nervous again when he saw Dais and Beria heading towards the cave. The fame of these two people is no less than that of the two Phoenix clans. If they succeed, the preparations of so many people will be in vain. Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu landed on the mountain without leaving. Feng Feitian treated Huang Feiwu's injuries while paying attention to Dai's and the others.
If Dai's and the others can't do it, they plan to wait for Huang Feiwu to heal and challenge him again. With previous experience, after their condition recovers, they are confident that they will be able to successfully obtain the pet egg.
Who is that guy?
He should not be an ordinary person who can act with characters like Dai's and Iria.
Why don't he have any impression of it? I really don't have any impression.
Maybe I'm the kind of strong man who never came out of the world. I don't know if Dai's has returned to Nirvana. If he had not returned to Nirvana, it would be difficult for him to be the opponent of the Ghost King and the Ghost Queen.
How come their combination looks a bit weird?
Dai's is the Supreme Clan, and Irea is the Snow Clan. Although that person is wearing a shell, he can't tell what race it is, but judging from his body characteristics, he should not be the Supreme Clan or the Snow Clan. How could three such people get together? While everyone was talking, Berea had already walked to the cave first, while Dai's and Lin Shen were behind. Especially Lin Shen, he stood the farthest, just standing in the black air, allowing his body to feel the coldness of the black air. The temperature of the Ghost Gate star itself is very low, and the black gas is extremely cold. Just standing in the black gas makes Lin Shen feel like he is about to be frozen. No wonder Huang Feiwu suffered such severe injuries after rushing into the cave. The main reason was the black gas. Lin Shen found that his body was so strong, but he could not withstand the invasion of the cold, making his body stiff, as if even the cells were about to be frozen. Fortunately, the theory of evolution has taken effect. Lin Shen has already had a lot of experience in fighting low temperatures before, and he doesn't think there is any problem. The Shura Ghost King over there rushed out again. The guy was like a tireless machine. After fighting for so long, his strength showed no sign of weakening. Bingria directly summoned his arm guard and started a battle with the Shura Ghost King. Neither Lin Shen nor Dai's wanted to go up to help. Bingria fought against the Shura Ghost King alone, and burst out with terrifying combat power. Lin Shen was a little surprised when he saw it. He was just standing and letting Ice AI fight before, and he didn't really see Ice AI's ability. This time he saw it. Bingria's technique is more feminine, and the punches he exerted are actually a bit similar to those of the Shura Ghost Queen, both silently. The difference is that the punching power of Bingria is very slow, so it is difficult to judge where his punching power has reached. Several times, Shura Ghost King actually bumped into Bingria's punching power without realizing it. Unfortunately, the ghost shield of Shura Ghost King was too strong in defense, and Irea's fist power failed to break the ghost shield. The people watching the battle were also surprised by Bingria's strength. Like Feng Feitian, he withstood the Shura Ghost King alone. Wait, I'll be ahead. Seeing that the time was almost done, Dai's rushed into the cave. His purpose is not to pet eggs, but to lure the Shura Ghost Queen out and create space for Lin Shen. Okay. Lin Shen nodded, stood in the black gas, and continued to let the evolutionary mutation strengthen his body to adapt to the extreme cold of the black gas. After Dai's rushed into the cave, Shura Ghost King roared and wanted to chase him, but was entangled by Icea so much that he could not get out. Bingria swung his fists wildly, and the thunder and lightning fists like dragons hovered in the air, blocking all the retreat paths of Shura Ghost King and not giving him a chance to retreat to the cave at all. Shura Ghost King's swords and shields all came out, shattering Bingria's fists. Icea does not have the ability to defend against the weakening of the ghost shield. The reason why he can compete with the Shura Ghost King is purely the use of techniques and tactics. His fist strength was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes thunder and sometimes silently. With his ghostly body skills, the Shura Ghost King could not do anything to him. Lin Shen looked at it strangely. He had underestimated this Ice Aria before. If it weren't for the special physical condition, Ice Aria could not break his defense. If it were to compete for his skills, it would not be easy to win Ice Aria. Not long after Dai's rushed in, he rushed out again, chasing the Shura Ghost Queen behind him. But he was not as embarrassed as Huang Feiwu, and was not injured. He was surrounded by starlight. The invisible sword energy of the Shura Ghost Queen touched the starlight and exploded immediately. No sword energy could touch Dai's body. Dios has indeed returned to Nirvana. Dios is still strong.
After hurting Huang Feiwu into such a Shura ghost, he couldn't hurt him at all. It seems that Dais hasn't used all his strength yet, otherwise the Shura Ghost Queen should not be his opponent. This time the pet egg is going to be taken away. Dios returns to Nirvana, and his pet egg is not easy to capture. Chapter 722 Shura Ghost. Dais stood there without even moving his hands. The countless dust shining with stars around him blocked the attack of the Ghost Queen. Moreover, the starlight and dust were increasing, which surrounded the Ghost Queen. Seeing this, Lin Shen rushed towards the cave. His body had almost adapted. Although the black air had an impact on his body, it would no longer freeze him. Only then did the people watching the battle know why Lin Shen had been standing by and watching the battle, and had no intention of participating in the battle. It turns out that person is just going in to get pet eggs, no wonder. Who is that person? A strong man like Dais and Berea doesn't want to get the eggs himself, let him get them? The black gas in the cave is too cold, and most people can't stand it. Isia has suffered a great loss before. It is estimated that this person should have the ability to resist the cold, and he just needs to find someone who enters the cave to get pet eggs. Seeing Lin Shen rushing into the cave, the Shura Ghost King and the Shura Ghost Queen both made sharp ghost cry. The fork behind the ghost flipped into the air, and the starry dust around it condensed towards her fork. The starry dust that had been sucked away from the energy suddenly turned into real dust scattered on the ground. On the contrary, the white light appeared on the fork, and a white halo appeared on the body of the ghost, which actually had a bit of Buddha's light. On the Ghost King's side, the ghost face on the ghost shield was also blooming red light. Isia and Dais felt their bodies sinking, and their attributes and skills were weakened even more. However, they had been mentally prepared for a long time and would not let the Ghost King Gueho rush back to the cave no matter what. They tried their best to block all the way back to the cave, but were a little surprised to find that the Ghost King Ghost Queen did not rush towards the cave, but rushed towards each other. Neither Dais nor Irea expected such a move and were not prepared at all. Although he expected something bad would happen, he had no time to stop it. When the Ghost King and Ghost Queen collided together, everyone saw a strange scene. After rushing towards each other at high speed, the speed did not slow down when the bodies collided together. However, the expected impact did not appear, and their bodies strangely overlapped together. The Ghost King and Ghost Queen actually merged into one and turned into a half-white and half-black Shura ghost. The Shura ghost is half a beautiful female face, and half an ugly male face. The body is also half white and half black, half like white jade, and half like black jade, and half like black jade, looking like black and white impermanence being spliced together. What's even more strange is that other body parts are fused, but the arms are not fully fused, which forms a situation where one person has 4 arms, and each hand holds a life base. The double swords with shields and forks look strange. The ghost face on the ghost shield was not only emitting red light in his eyes, but the entire ghost face turned red, and his mouth was open as if he was smiling fiercely. Dais and Irea suddenly felt that their bodies became heavier and their bodies were weakened even more severely. I'll go. After this thing is combined into one, the skill effect has become stronger. Dingria was shocked. The power of the thunder and lightning real dragon fist he swung was not like a dragon at this time, but like a small snake or an eel. It looked like a small one, without any power. The starlight dust on Dais's body also became looming, like a firefly's, not as bright as before. Seeing the Shura ghost turning around and rushing towards the cave, Isia and Dais immediately burst out together. Isia activated the arm protection and nirvana power, and used the skills of the body transparent dragon fist to fight a blue thunder and lightning dragon with all his strength. But with a wave of the big sword in the Shura ghost, he beheaded the much smaller true dragon of lightning. A holy light rose from Dai's body, and thousands of starlight illuminated the entire valley in an instant, and even starlight dust appeared in the body of the Shura ghost. Thousands of starlight rushed towards the Shura ghost like a galaxy. The ghost teeth fork in the Shura ghost's hand was a fork into the void, and countless starry dust condensed towards the ghost teeth fork in his hand. In just a moment, all the starlight was absorbed on the fork, like a meatball, inserted on the fork. Then the Shura ghost swung casually, and the ball-like light ball flew towards Dais at an incredible speed. Dais's face changed slightly, and his figure suddenly turned into starlight. the ball-like light ball passed through the scattered starlight and hit a mountain in the distance. The rocks of Ghostgate Star are extremely hard, and the power of Nirvana is difficult to cause too much damage to these rocks. The top Nirvana attack with all his strength is almost the limit to being able to smash a stone that is one person tall. However, the ball of light like a ball exploded the mountain, and the Nirvana who were originally watching the show on the mountain flew up like frightened birds. The earth shook, and amid the shocked gazes of many Nirvana, the peak collapsed with a blast, and the blown-off top hit the mountain next to it, breaking the peak next to it, and the rumbling sound was endless. Everyone was frightened, and they had never seen such a terrible destructive power in Nirvana creatures. And this power is not the power of the Shura ghost, but he just used the power of Dies to fight back. Dies, whose body turned into stars, appeared on the left side of the cave, while Irea ran to the right side. The two of them burst out with powerful force to bombard the Shura ghost who was about to rush into the cave. The lightning thunder dragon roared, and dust was flowing like a galaxy, and two terrifying forces blasted towards the Shura ghost, one on the left and the right. The figure of the Shura ghost seemed to have turned on an accelerator in an instant, and disappeared the moment the two forces were about to touch his body. Dies and Bingria did not expect that the Shura ghost would suddenly disappear. Without time to control its power, two terrifying forces collided together, creating a terrifying explosion. The lightning and light explosion continued to explode, and the shockwave made both of them retreat uncontrollably. It was too late to pursue the Shura ghost. The Shura ghost's figure rushed into the cave with the afterimage. Dies and Irea changed their colors. After controlling their bodies, they rushed towards the cave. I didn't expect that the Ghost King and the Ghost Queen could still merge. The Shura ghost after the fusion was no longer a Nirvana-level existence that could fight with. The person who rushed into the cave was probably dead. Feng Feitian said. Huang Feiwu nodded and said, the more the cave goes, the heavier the cold air, and it almost freezes everyone. Fortunately, I met only the Shura ghost at that time. If I met this Shura ghost in a fusion, I would not even have a chance to escape. Chapter 723 The Broken Lin Shen. Lin Shen rushed into the cave and suddenly felt the cold air was strong. The theory of evolution is running wildly, and the cold air has little effect on him. Once the Superbase article, Superbase recast and Superbase form are opened, the impact is almost negligible. It was just because the black air was too strong that Lin Shen could only grop and walk forward. Fortunately, there is no fork in the cave, so there is no need to worry about taking the wrong path. Not long after walking, I suddenly felt the black air surging behind me, and a strong fluctuation of power came from the direction of the entrance of the cave. Why did you rush in so quickly? Is it the Ghost King or the Ghost Queen? Lin Shen was shocked and quickly turned around to look. I saw the black air at the entrance of the cave rolling back like a wave of water, and then I saw a figure rushing in the stirring black air. What's that? Lin Shen suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the Shura ghost who was combined into one. Before he could react, he had already seen his Shura ghost swords move together, and two sword auras slashed towards Lin Shen. A sword energy was as dark as ink, and a sword energy could not be seen at all. But when it passed by the black air in the hole, the sword energy was like a paper cutter, silently cutting the black air. Lin Shen subconsciously pulled out the scum knife, and the blade body faced the black knife energy, and the scabbard faced the invisible knife energy. With the strong tug of warming effect, the knife energy did not completely saw the knife energy, and the blade body and scabbard saw the two sword energy of the Shura ghost. Lin Shen himself was shocked by the powerful force and took 2 steps back. The ghost shield in the Shura ghost's hand shone red, and Lin Shen suddenly felt his body sinking, and he obviously felt that his power and skill effects were affected. Seeing the Shura ghost swords slashing down wildly, and sword auras hit the face, Lin Shen could only dance the 2 swords wildly and use the bloodlife sword technique to fight the sword aura. Because the power was weakened, although the knife energy was cut off with a slag knife, Lin Shen himself was shocked and retreated continuously and was constantly pushed into the depths of the cave. The Shura ghost's sword slashed faster and faster, and the sword energy became faster and faster, making Lin Shen exhausted and could only burst out his skills desperately, strengthen his own strength, and blocked all the sword energy that Shura ghost slashed. After repeated collisions, Lin Shen kept retreating, and the speed of his waving hands was almost unable to keep up with the speed of Shura ghost's slashing. Lin Shen suddenly thought of a question: Why did he block the sword energy of the Shura ghost? His body is so strong that he is not afraid of these sword energy at all. Why is this waste of energy? Thinking of this, Lin Shen suddenly became shattered and stopped blocking the sword energy of the Shura ghost, allowing the black sword energy and invisible sword energy to slash on him. Dang dang! Lin Shen's body was chopped and flew towards the depths of the cave, but he had no injuries at all, but was just knocked out by powerful forces. A series of sword auras slashed on him, constantly slashing him into the depths of the cave. Lin Shen returned the scallion knife to the sheath, turned his back to the front, and simply turned his back to the Shura ghost, allowing the Shura ghost's sword energy to slash on his back, and rushed into the cave with the powerful force, and then rolled directly into it. Lin Shen rushed into the depths of the cave more quickly. The Shura ghost behind him was chasing him relentlessly and chasing him wildly. Dais and Berdia rushed in with the cold air and forced themselves to fight against the cold air with the power of Nirvana. However, the cold air here is not the power of the Shura ghost, but the natural power from the Ghost Gate star. It is difficult for them to compete with the power of nature as strong as they do. After rushing in for more than 200 meters, I obviously felt like my body was about to be frozen. Damn! Why is the cold breath this time more cold than when I came in last time? At least I rushed in 400 or 500 meters last time to feel like this. Bingria said tremblingly as she rushed inside. Promise is about to catch up. Dais also felt his body trembling, and his Nirvana power could not fully resist the coldness of the cave. He only felt that the cold air was drilling into the bone like a knife. However, hearing the constant collision sounds coming from the front, Dais could only force himself to rush inside, hoping to find Lin Shen before he was killed by Shura Ghost and stop Shura Ghost. Even if you can't get your pet eggs, you will at least have to save your life. But the more they walked forward, the colder they became. When they reached 500 or 600 meters, their bodies had already begun to stiffen, and their cells were about to stop moving, and their bodies were about to be frozen into ice sculptures. No. No. We have to go out, or we will lose our lives. Bingria could no longer hold on, her body was covered in white frost, and the shells and the power of Nirvana could no longer withstand the terrifying extreme cold. You go out first, I'll take a look inside. Dais heard the sound of impact inside, and it became more and more intense. He knew that Lin Shen was not dead yet, so he forced himself to continue walking inside. Go out first, it's really going to die. Bingria couldn't hold on anymore, so she turned around and ran out of the cave. After he ran out of the cave, he forced himself to jump up, flew to the mountain wall next to him, and fell to the ground. His body shrank into a ball, trembling, and the shell was covered with frost. Everyone was shocked. Judging from the situation in Berea, I am afraid that the people inside would be in danger. Dais rushed into the cold air, and the light on his body became stronger and stronger. In the thick black smoke, it looked like a strong light cannon. But his pace became slower and slower, and the holiness of his body became dimmer and dimmer. The cold breath of the black smoke was too strong. Dais tried his best and could only walk so fast. Suddenly, the sound in front disappeared and there was no movement. Dais thought Lin Shen was finished, so he couldn't help but sigh and turn toward the cave. After he rushed out of the cave, he also jumped up and landed on the mountain next to him. His body originally looked fine, but as soon as he stopped, a large amount of black gas suddenly gushed out of his body, forming a thick black ice outside his body, and the thicker it became. In a blink of an eye, an ice peak was formed with Dai's body as the center. Dais was able to rush in such a long distance because he used his innate ability and various secret techniques to rush in. A large amount of yin and cold breath had accumulated in his body. After coming out, I forced these cold auras to be transformed, and it was difficult to force them out for a while. Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu looked at each other and were both glad that they did not challenge the Shura ghost again. Judging from this situation, there might be abnormal changes in the cave. The terrifying cold air freezes both Icia and Dais like this. If they go in, the situation will not be much better. What's more, there is a terrifying Shura ghost, who is basically in a situation where there is no life and 10 deaths. Dios and Berdia have both come out. Judging from their appearance, they should not be able to stop the Shura ghost. The person who entered before may be dead. Who would have thought that not only was there another Shura ghost in the cave, they could even merge? Even the powerful men of the Dais, Isia and Phoenix clan were hard to match. It seems that they could only rush in and grab the pet eggs when the day came and the black gas in the cave became weaker. Chapter 724 Egg Grabbing. Not to mention these other people, even Dais felt that Lin Shen should have been killed. Although Lin Shen's physical strength is very high, even immortals should have a headache in the face of such natural power. In addition, the ability of the Shura ghost is almost approaching immortality, and the extremely cold power of the black gas can also bless the Shura ghost. No matter how you think about it, Lin Shen seems to have no way to survive. Lin Shen was not as bad as Dais thought. The theory of evolution had left him almost unaffected by the extreme cold breath. The black gas is strengthened for the Shura ghost, and for Lin Shen, who has a super basic article, it is also strengthened. The surging world power was pulled into Lin Shen's body, and coupled with the Superbase recast, even after it was weakened, the attack of the Shura ghost would not cause any harm to Lin Shen's body. Instead, Lin Shen used its power to roll and fly all the way to the deepest part of the cave. At the end of the cave is a cave, and there is a black well inside the cave. The black air in the cave is all gushing out of the black well. At this time, the black gas in the black well was still pouring out continuously, causing the een and cold breath in this space to reach its peak. The mountain walls were frozen by the black gas and turned into a crystal that looked like ice and stone, with a hardness beyond imagination. Above the black well, there were 3 pet eggs the size of a fist, rising and falling in the black smoke. The 3 pet eggs were also strange, one was pure black, one was pure white, and the other was half black and half white. At this time, they were pushed into the air by the black gas sprayed out of the black well, rolling in the black gas, as if absorbing the cold breath in the black gas. Lin Shen rushed to the side of the Heijing without hesitation, sucked out all 3 pet eggs, and grabbed them in his hand. 2 of them were stuffed into the backpack, one in his hand was left, and then he pulled out the scum knife and pressed it on the pet egg, staring at the Shura ghost chasing in. Lin Shen didn't know if Shura ghost could understand what he meant, so he threatened it first. Unexpectedly, the Shura ghost was very intelligent. Seeing Lin Shen's movement, he stopped immediately. He stood opposite him without continuing to attack, but just stared at Lin Shen viciously. Dais couldn't hear the sound at this time, and he thought Lin Shen had been killed by the Shura ghost. Lin Shen and Shura ghost were in a stalemate in the cave. Lin Shen was so afraid of Shura ghost. It was not easy for Shura ghost to hurt him. But Lin Shen also realized that this guy's ability is probably very close to the immortal level. With his little power, it is also very difficult to kill Shura ghost. Lin Shen didn't want to kill Shura ghost, and killing Shura ghost was not good. If you have good luck, you would just get the eclipse of reincarnation, and at most you would have the materials of Shura ghost. These things are not a must for Lin Shen, and he wants to leave with his pet eggs. Of course, the main thing is that it is not able to kill Shura ghosts, and its power is much worse. The Shura ghost naturally cannot let Lin Shen go, and the Shura ghost has a high IQ, blocking the passage to go out, so it does not give Lin Shen any chance. Don't worry. Unable to think of any solution, Lin Shen gritted his teeth and rushed towards the Shura ghost. The Shura ghost roared, raised his sword and slashed at Lin Shen. Lin Shen raised the pet egg in his hand and went up to meet it, which immediately made the Shura ghost shocked and angry, and forced the knife to hold it back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Shen stepped on the wave step and exerted force, and turned sideways and bounced back. During this series of movements, Lin Shen was actually accelerating and rushed over strangely from the Shura ghost. The Shura ghost turned around and chased after him, holding up his sword, ghost shield and ghost teeth fork, and attacking Lin Shen wildly. Lin Shen could block it if he could, and if he couldn't, he would be forced to do so. The power of Shura ghost pushed him further. The Shura ghost has been in trouble for 8 lifetimes, but he didn't expect to meet Lin Shen like a hob. He couldn't beat him to death, and he couldn't catch him. He watched Lin Shen run out as he got farther and farther away from him. The Shura ghost let out a sharp and harsh ghost cry, and the ghost teeth burst out with a strange light, and it penetrated into the void. Lin Shen suddenly felt a terrifying suction coming from behind him, pulling his body and flying backwards. Lin Shen directly summoned the destiny to merge, and at the same time blasted out the treading fist towards the connection behind him.
It was directly the 7-in-1 punch of the waves. Super G1 absorbed the power of the world from here, which was enough to support him to shoot the 7-in-1 punch. The Shura ghost swords raised at the same time, crossing and slashing. The two different sword auras merged into one, turning into a strange semi-black and translucent sword aura, instantly cutting the force of the Tialong Qilian fist like cutting tofu. Bang! The sword energy slashed Lin Shen's body, and flew out like a cannonball. A deep mark appeared on the shell behind Lin Shen, but it was recovered in an instant. This knife failed to kill him. Instead, Lin Shen used this force to break through the suction of the ghost tooth fork, and rushed out of the cave like a cannonball. The people outside the cave suddenly saw a large amount of black gas gushing out from the cave. Before they could figure out what was going on, they saw a figure flying out like a missile. After a closer look, it was the one who had been with Dais and the others before and entered the cave to retrieve the pet eggs. Hey, he's still alive? This can make him run out. This man's strength is really good. What is he holding in his hand? Fuck, pet egg, he actually took out the pet egg. Dais and Berea were also surprised and happy. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen was still alive and even took out a pet egg. Lin Shen took advantage of the opportunity to fly up, saw the location of Dais, and landed on the mountain. At this time, Dais had just driven out the cold air in his body and broke out the iceberg. Before Lin Shen could stand firmly, the Shura ghost rushed out of the cave. The ghost flew up in the sky and reached the peak at an incredible speed, almost like teleporting. Holy light burst out from Dai's body, starlight appeared in the sky, turning into countless streams of light and rushing towards the Shura ghost. The Shura ghost was already crazy and didn't use the ghost teeth fork in his hand to crack it. He used the ghost-faced shield to block the flowing light in the sky. At the same time, the two swords in his hand attacked, slashing out the half-black and semi-transparent sword energy. The sword energy swept across, and all the starlight blocking in front of him was instantly shattered. In a blink of an eye, the sword energy came to Dais and Lin Shen. Dais reached out and grabbed it, and the starlight in the sky condensed into his hands, turning into a star-bright light sword, with fierce force towards the strange sword energy. With a click, the starlight sword in Dais's hand was cut off directly, and the sword energy continued to slash. Lin Shen had already risen from the sky, and Dais's body turned into stars and scattered, avoiding the sword. The sword energy slashed, and the mountain peak was cut in half. The Nirvana on the mountain and nearby were terrified and rushed up in the night and flew everywhere. Chapter 725, Fighting the Shura Ghost. The Shura Ghost would not have left the cave entrance, but this time, he rushed out directly. His figure flashed, and he chased Lin Shen behind the flying sky, and pierced the ghost teeth in his hand towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen suddenly felt a suction force pulling his body and flying towards the Shura Ghost, and the Shura Ghost's big sword swept across, and he was about to cut off his head from behind. Lin Shen himself didn't feel anything. Although the Shura Ghost was powerful, it would at most hurt his body and could not kill him. Dais and Bingria were frightened and their souls were thunder and lightning flashed. Bingria jumped up from the mountain wall like thunder, and his fists did not hit the Shura Ghost, but hit Lin Shen's feet. Lin Shen only felt an explosive force in the soles of his feet, and he supported his body to rise up quickly. Dais on the other side moved his fingers, and thousands of starlight and dust filled the hand of the Shura Ghost, forcibly preventing his sword from slashing down, slowing down his speed of swinging. Lin Shen escaped and was not killed by the Shura Ghost, but the Shura Ghost refused to give in and chased after him again. Seeing this, Lin Shen knew that he would not be able to escape if he didn't decide the outcome with the Shura Ghost. Not to mention his speed, even if the speed of Dais and Isia is the speed of Shura Ghost really wants to chase them, it is probably difficult for them to get rid of them. Only by cooperating with Isia and Dais to kill it can you get rid of this guy. Thinking of this, Lin Shen had no choice but to give up the rottenness, put away the egg, took the scum knife from his waist, drew the sword in his hand to face the Shura Ghost, and said to Bingria and Dais, "I'll stop you, you can kill with all your strength." The Nirvana who was watching the battle in the distance heard Lin Shen say that he wanted to restrain the Shura Ghost alone, and they were a little curious about how he wanted to restrain the Shura Ghost. Then they saw Lin Shen face the Shura Ghost's two swords in front of him. Everyone was stunned. Just now, Dais and Irea couldn't withstand the attack of Shura Ghost's head-on. This person actually had to take the lead. Could he be stronger than Dais and Irea?
When they were confused, they saw the sword and scabbard in Lin Shen's hand slashing violently, cutting off the sword energy that the Shura ghost cut out. Even the invisible sword energy cut out from the small knife in the Shura ghost's hand was cut off. Lin Shen himself is a good player in this way, and the Shura ghost's invisible sword aura cannot hide it from him. A man and a ghost swung their swords wildly in the sky, and the sky was full of cut-off sword energy, and the sound of the attack was endless. "I'll go. This guy is so fierce." He actually cut off the sword energy of the Shura ghost in front. Who is that person? No wonder he entered the cave to grab eggs. It turns out that he is the most powerful among the three. What kind of sword technique is that? Why have you never seen it before? It looks a bit weird. While the Nirvana in the distance was still discussing, the Shura ghost attacked and slashed out a semi-black, semi-transparent, and strange sword aura. They had seen the power of this sword energy before, and knew that the destructive power of this sword energy was stronger than the sky. There should not be many people in the Nirvana level that can withstand head-on, and Lin Shen should have to hide. Lin Shen had no intention of hiding, and crossed the knife and scabbard in his hand and greeted him with the force of scallops. Click! Lin Shen's figure slid backwards in the air, but the Shura ghost's sword energy was cut off by him. This is too fierce. Who is this guy? The Nirvana in the distance were stunned. Lin Shen held the Shura ghost in front, and Dais and Bingria attacked wildly on the side. Shura ghost's shield and fork waved, blocking the ever-changing offensives of Dais and Isia, and his attacks were blocked by Lin Shen, and the battle entered a stalemate. Dais had just passed away once. The power of Nirvana was not pure enough or strong enough. Although the offensive was like a tide, it could not break the defense of the Shura ghost. Iced's power of lightning is also restrained by the Shura ghost, making it difficult to pose too much threat to the Shura ghost. 3 people and 1 ghost were fighting in the sky, making the sky dark, with streaming lights everywhere, and the shock waves storm in the sky like waves. Lin Shen also saw the problem. Dais had hit the Shura ghost several times, but his Nirvana power was already difficult to cause effective damage to the Shura ghost after being weakened by the ghost shield. The omnipresent Dust and Life Foundation cannot hurt the body of the Shura ghost, and it is useless to enter the Shura ghost's body. The ghost tooth fork also has a strong suction ability, which can suck out the starlight dust entering the body of the Azura ghost. This move really restrains Deus. Originally, Deus could allow starlight and dust to continuously enter the body of the Shura ghost. After accumulating to a certain level, the power of the dust life base could directly explode the body of the Shura ghost. However, because of the ability of the ghost fork, this move cannot be used. After the ghost teeth fork absorbed the starlight dust, it could turn it into its own use, and condense the starlight dust into a light ball and threw it towards Lin Shen. After all, Lin Shen took everything and split the light ball in half. 2.5 beads flew towards the mountain walls on both sides, blowing down the mountain walls in 2 sections. How come you have never heard of such a strong man and such a technique before? Feng Feitian said with a frown. Feeling at his physical characteristics, he should not be from the top 10 races. Huang Feiwu said in a deep thought. I wonder which clan has produced such a person. Is it possible to introduce him to our clan? Feng Feitian said, staring at Lin Shen in the sky. I'm afraid it's difficult. He is with Dais and Bradia, which is likely to be related to these 2 races. Maybe he is the subordinate of these 2 races. Huang Feiwu thought for a while and said. Feng Feitian didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. The other Nirvana people were also curious about who Lin Shen was, and they actually withstood the attack of the Shura ghost with their own strength. Lin Shen at this moment seemed to be even stronger than Dais and Isia, as if he was the main force among the 3. Dais suddenly retreated for a while and did not continue to attack the Shura ghost. He held his hands high above his head with his hands, and starlight appeared in the sky, gathering towards his hands. In the blink of an eye, a starlight knife more than 1 meter long condensed in his hand, and countless starlights condensed towards the starlight knife. More and more, the knife became larger and bigger. In a moment, the starlight knife had become 4 or 5 meters long. The starlight on the blade was getting stronger and stronger, emitting extremely terrifying power fluctuations. The starlight dust around him decreased, and Dai's moved quickly, absorbing the starlight dust around him while flying, making the starlight knife bigger and stronger. Everyone saw Dai's idea. He wanted to accumulate strength to complete the strongest attack and kill the Shura ghost. Chapter 726 Shura Transformation. Deus, it must be Dios, itis, it can do this. This is simply cheating, who can play like this? Is this really reasonable an infinite superposition of power? Or what if there is only one Dais in the universe, everything is reasonable in him? If you stack this way, the immortal level can't stop his big sword. Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu looked at the sword that was already dozens of meters long in Dai's hand, and his face turned a little gloomy. Although the Phoenix clan has been ranked number 1 in the universe this time, the Supreme clan is still the biggest competitor of the Phoenix clan. There are strong people like Dais in the Supreme clan, and the number 1 position in the Phoenix clan is always difficult to stabilize. Of course, even without Dais, the number 1 position in the Phoenix clan is not very stable. After all, the Supreme clan is not the strongest one. If the strongest of the Supreme clan participates in the battle, Feng Lu is not sure of winning. The starlight sword in Dai's hand has exceeded 100 meters, and the power condensed on it has reached an unimaginable level. Just the power fluctuation on the starlight sword has already made the Nirvana in the distance feel frightened. Dais did not condense anymore. Such power was far beyond his control. If he continued to superimpose the starlight dust, he would be unable to swing it. Dais held a 100-meter sword in both hands and rushed towards the Shura ghost at high speed, while shouting loudly, "Dawe!" Bengrea, who had been desperately attacking the Shura ghost, stepped back like thunder when he heard this. The star-bright sword slashed down like a blade of heavenly punishment and headed straight to the Shura ghost. The Shura ghost gave up attacking Lin Shen for the first time, and his half-white and half-black face looked at the starlight sword slashed down from the high place. The two swords in his hand crossed, and suddenly emitted a semi-black and semi-transparent sword aura, facing the starlight sword. The sword energy cut a hole on the starlight sword, but it was also consumed quickly. After only 1 meter deep, the sword energy was wiped out. The hole on the starlight sword was also instantly filled with the starlight dust next to it, and it was slashed down hard. Boom! The terrifying force impact caused the explosion that directly exploded all the people nearby. A huge explosion of light instantly expanded, like a big bang in the universe, and the light instantly swallowed everything within hundreds of times. The shock wave even rolled down Nirvana, who were hundreds of miles away, and the nearby mountains were collapsed. It seemed as if a huge sun was rising on the dark Ghost Gate star, illuminating the area thousands of miles away. The power of one blow seems to be comparable to the power of the immortal. Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu could only keep retreating to avoid being affected by the terrifying power. Dios is too strong. Seeing the huge explosion of light in the sky for a long time, Feng Feitian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He and Huang Feiwu could not stop such an attack. Dios is still an invincible existence at the same level. Huang Feiwu had to admit that no second person in the same level could burst out such a terrifying power. The light explosion lasted for a long time before it slowly darkened. Lin Shen, Dais and Berdia looked at the center of the light explosion from afar. They were all pushed out by the shock wave for hundreds of miles before they could stabilize their bodies. But when the light disappeared, everyone's pupils shrank, and their faces showed a look of horror. No one thinks that the Shura ghost who has endured such a terrifying blow can survive, but in the center of the light explosion, a majestic figure still stands tall in the void. However, this figure is a little different from the Shura ghost just now, and it is even difficult for a moment to determine whether he is a Shura ghost. The Shura ghost, who was originally a jade body, turned into a flesh and blood creature at this time. The Shura ghost was suspended naked in the air, his skin was as white as snow, his long hair was loose, and a pair of black sharp corners were growing on his head. Although there is no half-black and half-white color, the face is still half as delicate as a woman and half as masculine as a man, but it looks unusually harmonious. The original 4 arms were only left with normal arms, and it looked no different from many human races in the universe. As everyone was looking at him in surprise, the Shura ghost opened his eyes, his scarlet eyes flashed, as if there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As his eyes opened, black particles overflowed from his body and turned into black jade shells to wrap around his body.
A creature nearly 3 meters tall, with a narrow waist and long legs, and a broad mind like an inverted triangle, stood upside down in the air, looking coldly ahead. The dark carapace completely wrapped the body of the Shura ghost, and a blood-red pattern of the evil ghost's face appeared on his chest and back. The Shura ghost's hands were spread open, and white particles condensed in his hands, quickly condensing 2 white weapons. One was a narrow white jade knife and the other was a weird white jade fork. The knife body is narrow and slightly curved, 4 feet long, like a shallow crescent moon, but there is black smoke like an unjust soul on it. The fork is 3 feet long and divided into 2 strands. It looks a bit like the front fork of a bicycle. The pair of fork edges is only wide forks, and it is a triangular shape. Everyone was stunned. It was really unimaginable that Shura ghost was changing so much. It is unimaginable that a basic creature actually has a flesh and blood body. The Shura ghost's eyes fell on Dai's, and the knife in his hand slowly raised it over his head, and then suddenly swung it at Dai's. A crescent-like sword light tear apart the space and slashed towards Dai's. Dai's eyes narrowed, and countless starry dust in the sky was like a galaxy pouring out, facing the white crescent sword light, instantly submerging it. Under the impact of the endless starlight and dust, the crescent sword light instantly cut it, like a moonblade that splits water and breaks through the waves, and instantly arrives in front of Dai's. Dai's eyes narrowed, and his body turned into stars and scattered, but the crescent sword light suddenly seemed to have turned on the acceleration mode, and suddenly accelerated, and then disappeared. Before everyone could see clearly what was going on, they saw a crack appear in the sky, and a crack was washed open to the atmosphere. Boom! A mountain suddenly broke out like a bombardment of heavy objects. Everyone looked in shock, but saw Dai's body crashing through the broken mountain, hitting the ground, breaking a big pit of the rocky land. Dai's knelt on one knee, pressed his hand on the ground, and forced himself to stand up. But above his chest, a scar appeared that almost spanned the entire chest, and blood was gushing out of it. For a moment, everyone was shocked that Dai's was actually injured like this, which they had never seen before. The Nirvana, who already had a quick reaction, turned around and fled desperately. The Shura ghost can survive such a blow and hurt Dai's like this with a casual knife. It is no longer a person who can match Nirvana. If you don't escape now, waiting for the Shura ghost to start killing, I'm afraid no one can survive. Chapter 727 Kill All. Fear spreads in everyone's hearts. Even though many of the people who came here are famous and surnamed Nirvana in the universe, they were also extremely frightened in their hearts when facing such a strange Shura ghost. The Shura ghost looked down at Dai's on the ground like an ant, and did not attack again. He glanced at the Nirvana who was flying around, and the strange white jade fork in his hand suddenly threw it towards the ground. The white jade fork, with a crisp sound of jade, pierced directly on the earth, and instantly drilled into the rock and disappeared. The next second, the Nirvana people who flew everywhere, including Lin Shen, suddenly felt their bodies sinking, and they fell from the air like meteorites. The rain of Nirvana came down from the sky, and Nirvana fell in various postures. Some plunged into the rocks directly, and some slapped flat on the ground, with all kinds of strange postures. Lin Shen, who was not slow to escape, also fell to the ground. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, his feet fell to the ground, and he fell directly into the broken rock. Lin Shen wanted to pull out his legs, but found that the gravity of the planet seemed to have become extremely high. He failed to pull out his legs for the first time. The other Nirvana people were also frightened. They found that it was not just a problem of being unable to fly, but the gravity of this planet had reached an unimaginable level. The tall mountains around all began to collapse due to this terrifying gravity. The earth seemed to be shrinking, and the rocks cracked and were squeezed and raised, forming a new mountainous trend. However, after reaching a certain height, these squeezed mountains collapsed again due to the terrifying gravity. The entire continent was shaking violently, as if the end of the world was coming. The Nirvana want to run, but their speed is unimaginable. Now their speed is not as high as the Ascender. Lin Shen was originally an Ascendant. Although his power and speed were much stronger than ordinary Ascendants, he was still slightly worse than Nirvana. In this situation, he ran slower than those Ascendants. It's poisonous. It's really poisonous. I just want to get a pet to be with me. How could I encounter such a monster? Lin Shenrun was so irritated.
He was obviously just fighting monsters and bouncing pets. How could he become like this? Bingria was also running. His speed was deeper than Lin, but it was also very fast. If you want to run to the position of the teleportation device at this speed, you will definitely not be able to run within 10 or 8 hours. Don't run away. We can't run past the Shura ghost. If we join forces to fight, there may be a glimmer of hope. Feng Feitian's golden light surged, holding the phoenix feather in his hand, and shouted loudly. But there were few people who listened to him. Those who should run away were still running desperately. They were already scared by the Shura ghost and did not dare to fight against the Shura ghost at all. Many people have thoughts of the intent, thinking that the Shura ghost may only want to kill those who rob pet eggs and will not chase them. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and ran towards Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu. He also wanted to run away, but he was the one who snatched the pet egg, and he was the first Shura ghost to kill. He must be the one who can't escape. There are also some Nirvana people who don't know if they listened to what Feng Feitian said and moved closer to where Feng Feitian was. Bingria is also one of them. He and Lin Shen have similar ideas. He has fought with Shura ghost for so long. After Shura ghost killed Lin Shen and dies, it is probably his turn next. Instead of being chased, it is better to join forces to keep warm now. What the hell is this? He won't be promoted immortal, right? Bingria and Lin Shen met and said depressedly. There is no immortality. This is not an immortal law. It should be a certain talent. He is still a Nirvana creature, but not an ordinary Nirvana creature. Feng Feitian said, staring at the Shura ghost in the sky. It's not an ordinary Nirvana creature. What is that Nirvana creature? Bingria also knew that the Shura ghost was not an ordinary Nirvana creature, and could see it with eyes. I don't know. Feng Feitian stared at the Shura ghost and said with a serious expression, I have only seen some records of basic creatures that can be transformed into flesh and blood. There are very few records, but those basic creatures that can be transformed into flesh and blood have unimaginable terrifying abilities and can even easily kill them. I originally thought this was just a legend, but I didn't expect that there was such a thing. The Shura ghost in the sky just looked at them coldly and did not take action again. His eyes fell on Lin Shen, which made Lin Shen feel very uncomfortable. I'm going to return the pet eggs now, isn't it a bit late? Lin Shen said depressedly. I don't know if it's too late. Judging from his expression, he will decide your life. Bingria said from the side. The starlight flashed, and dyes also came near them. The wound on his chest had been repaired by the starlight dust, but it seemed that something was wrong. It should be that the wound on his body had not healed. The Shura ghost is indeed at the level of Nirvana, but his Nirvana power is already unimaginable. Even if I let me pass away 10 times, it is probably difficult to reach this level. Dai said. What are he waiting for? Huang Feiwu suddenly said. No one can answer his question, and they have the same question in their minds. The Shura ghost just cut off Dai's and then used the white jade fork to increase the gravity of the planet. After that, he kept watching them in the air without taking any more moves. This was a bit strange. While they were wondering, the Shura ghost let go of the white jade knife in their hands. Everyone was shocked and immediately burst into strength and prepared to fight to the death. Everyone's eyes were watching the white jade knife falling. The white jade knife slowly fell, and when it was about to penetrate into the ground, it suddenly stopped. The tip of the knife was less than 1 centimeter away from the ground, and then the white jade knife slowly came over. The next second, the white jade knife moved again, turning into a white lightning bolt, flying against the ground. Only a scream was heard, and the Nirvana who were fleeing in all directions, their bodies wrapped in carapaces were penetrated directly like bubbles. Their speed is too slow to avoid it. Some Nirvana people want to struggle, holding their life base or summoning their pets to fight to the lightning transformed by the white jade knife. The result is that the life-based pets are penetrated together, and in just a blink of an eye, I have died countless Nirvana people. More Nirvana people died of death without having time to fight. In just one breath, the white jade sword returned to the hands of the Shura ghost. Except for the dozen Nirvana people gathered together, the other Nirvana people were already dead. Looking at the Shura ghost in the sky, everyone felt a little cold. The Shura ghost obviously wanted to kill all of them and not let anyone go. Chapter 728 Nirvana Power Star Condensation. Looking at the figure of the Shura ghost in the sky, a chill arose in his heart as strong as Feng Feiqian and Huang Feiwu. Although the expression and eyes of the Shura ghost cannot be seen, everyone seems to be able to see the Shura ghost showing a playful look. The feeling was like being targeted by an evil ghost, and his body was trembling slightly with difficulty. Everyone knew that the Shura ghost wanted to kill them all, but the Shura ghost only looked at them and did not take action immediately, just like a cat catching a mouse. If they stand here and do not escape, the Shura ghosts will not kill them. If they escape, their fate will be like other Nirvana people, and they will be easily tortured and killed by the Shura ghosts. He didn't attack us. He should be scrupulous of the pet eggs on this friend. Feng Feiqian looked at Lin Shen and said. Everyone's eyes looked at Lin Shen, and someone said tremblingly, "My friend, if you return the pet egg to him, maybe we still have a glimmer of hope." Before Lin Shen could speak, Feng Feiqian said, "It's impossible. The Shura ghost has already had the intention to kill and will never let us go. Sending out pet eggs will only make us die faster. Don't have this idea anymore." Huang Feiwu said, "The only way to do this is to work together to protect ourselves. Using the Shura ghost to fear that pet eggs are damaged, it may lead to a glimmer of hope." "That's the reason," Dai said. "I have a method that may resist the attacks of Shura ghosts, but I need help from you." "It's this time, just say that. How do we cooperate?" Bingria said. Feng Feiqian and others also looked at Dai's, waiting for him to tell him a plan to protect himself. "I can condense dust into a protective cover. The more dust it condenses, the stronger the protective cover will be. As long as it can reach a certain level, even the immortal level can be blocked, but I need time, and my own power is limited after all. If dust continues to condense, it will be difficult to last for a long time." At this point, Dai's eyes swept across everyone's faces. "DS, do you want us to help you hold the Shura ghost? This idea is probably unrealistic. You have also seen that with our strength, it is impossible to hold the Shura ghost. Even if it is a moment, it will not be possible," said a Nirvana of the Tiger clan. Everyone had the same idea. Even if they ran away separately, no one could escape under such gravity conditions, and they would not win much time at all. Dai said, "You don't need to buy time for me, you just need to gather the strength of everyone and help me form a protective cover, so that you can stop the Shura ghost." "How can we help you?" Feng Feiqian asked directly. When everyone heard that they didn't need to delay time, a glimmer of hope arose in their hearts and their eyes were all looking at Dai's. "Only relying on my own power to condense ordinary dust, it will not be cast to a protective cover that can resist the Shura ghost in a short time, but if ordinary dust is replaced with your Nirvana particles, it will be able to directly cast a Nirvana protection cover in a short time. Combined with the power of us, it may be able to block the attack of the Shura ghost and maintain it for a long time. As long as your Nirvana power is not exhausted, the protective cover can be maintained." Dais looked at the Shura ghost in the sky with a burning look and said, "So, I need you to release your Nirvana attributes and then completely leave it to me to control." Releasing the power of Nirvana, but having to be controlled by Dais, is equivalent to giving his own capital and life to Dais. If Dais had the intention to kill anyone, he could kill them at any time. If it were normal times, no one would be willing to do such a cold, but at this moment, Feng Feiqian said directly, "Dios, we believe in you, just do it." "Damn it, I'll try it, tell me what to do." Bingria also said. A group of Nirvana from various races worked together with rare cooperation. Under the command of Dais, everyone began to release their own Nirvana power, but they did not control it, allowing the Nirvana particles to emit from their bodies. The light rose on everyone's body, swaying and spreading like flames. The holy light bloomed on Dai's body, and everyone felt that their power of Nirvana suddenly flew up as if it was pulled by some force. I saw colorful light rising, and countless invisible particles flew around, arranged in an orderly manner outside their surroundings. In a blink of an eye, countless particles formed a colorful shield, covering them all. The power of this shield is equivalent to the power of more than a dozen Nirvana people. As the Nirvana power on their bodies spreads out continuously, the shield becomes thicker and brighter. "Why don't you release the power of Nirvana?" Huang Feiwu found that Lin Shen, who was standing beside her, had no nirvana particles released on her body. Everyone who had been in tension turned to look at Lin Shen, and indeed found that there was no glory rising on him. Lin Shen suddenly became depressed and wanted to help, but he was not a nirvana person and had no power to nirvana. He could not release his own power particles. He is an ascensioner, he has no nirvana, and he does not have the ability to release power particles. Lin Shen explained. Everyone was a little unbelievable when they heard this, and even Bingria looked surprised. Is he an ascendant? Huang Feiwu looked at Lin Shen in disbelief. It was not just her that she couldn't believe it. It was hard for everyone to believe that the person who fought against the Shura Ghost head-on and blocked all the attacks of the Shura Ghost was actually just an ascensioner. If this was not said from Dais, even if Lin Shen said it himself, no one would believe it. It's no wonder that they are. Even these people from the powerful cosmic clan have never seen an ascensioner with such combat power. I'm afraid Dais doesn't have such terrifying combat power when he is flying to upgrade. Bingria only remembered that Lin Shen had told him before that he was just an assassinator, but later he did not believe it. It was not until this time that he believed that Lin Shen was really an assassinator. At this time, if Lin Shen is a nirvana person, there is no reason not to help. Let's go. Dais's voice woke everyone up. Now is not the time to investigate whether Lin Shen is an ascensioner or a nirvana person, so you must escape first. Under the control of Dais, everyone walked towards the teleportation array with a dazzling protective cover. Everyone's eyes were staring at the Shura Ghost in the sky. As expected, as they thought, once they wanted to escape, the Shura Ghost took action and slowly raised the white jade knife in his hand. A white crescent-shaped sword light fell directly from the sky and slashed onto the colorful protective cover. Chapter 729. Everyone is at peace with their destiny. When everyone watched the crescent moon sword light slashing on the colorful protective cover. The knife light collided violently with the protective cover, and the protective cover suddenly swayed and twisted like soap bubbles. The colorful streamers scattered everywhere at the impact, and the protective cover seemed to be broken at any time. Bang! The protective cover was hit by the crescent knife light, like a large colored glass ball, rolling constantly on the ground. The people inside rolled together and kept colliding inside the sphere. What is exciting is that although it looks very embarrassed, the protective cover blocks the crescent sword light of the Shura Ghost. Before they could be happy, the Shura Ghost had disappeared from the sky like a ghost and appeared directly in front of the rolling protective cover. Like a god of killing, the white jade knife in his hand slashed down against the rolling protective cover. When the protective cover color flies around, and the cover body shakes violently, like a heavy blow to the glass. Don't stop, release the power of Nirvana with all your strength. Dais floated in the shield and shouted loudly. Everyone was tilted around, but they all tried their best to release their power of Nirvana. Now they all know that if the protective cover is broken, they will be dead and no one can survive. The white jade knife in the Shura Ghost's hand slashed on the protective cover with one knife, and each knife slashed the protective cover with a splash of light. Everyone tried their best to withstand the pressure, released their Nirvana power, and lent Dais to him to fight against the Shura Ghost. Only Lin Shen couldn't help, and he was holding a Shura Ghost pet egg in his hand, thinking about whether to warn Shura Ghost and tell him not to do anything randomly, otherwise he would have to tear up the ticket. Unfortunately, the Shura Ghost now didn't look at him at all. He kept moving coldly, slashing on the protective cover formed by the power of Nirvana, and the light of the chopping shot randomly, and the Nirvana particles collapsed. Looking at the violent shaking of the chopping and the light and dark protective cover, everyone's hearts were like protective covers, twisting in various ways. The Shura Ghost sword raised the tip and actually lifted the protective cover into the air. The person appeared next to the protective cover like a teleportation, slashing the protective cover. The protective cover had not yet flew far away, and the figure of the Shura Ghost appeared on the other side of the protective cover again, and the white jade knife slashed on the protective cover again. The protective cover was like a big sandbag in the air. The figure of the Shura Ghost kept flashing around the protective cover, and the protective cover that was slashed by each knife swayed and shaking continuously. The protective cover twisted and deformed in the air, and the light splashed in the air, which made everyone inside tremble for a moment. Boom! The Shura ghost slashed the protective cover with the last knife. The protective cover hit the earth heavily, knocking out a huge circular pit. Even so, the protective cover was not cut open. The Shura ghost stopped attacking and stared at the protective cover in the sky. Everyone was overjoyed. The protective cover still survived under such a violent attack. The Shura ghost was unable to break through, and they all saw the dawn of life. People, hold on, this will work. The Shura ghost is no longer able to do it. He cannot break our shield. A Gaul Nirvana shouted excitedly. Everyone felt hopeful and gritted their teeth and persevered, as if they had released the power of Nirvana in their bodies much easier. Lin Shen looked at the Shura ghost in the sky, but felt that things might not be that simple. From the beginning, the Shura ghost gave him a very bad feeling, and he looked like a storm-like attack. For some reason, Lin Shen felt like it was a Shura ghost playing. Maybe he is also a person who likes to play, so he will feel this way. Dice tried his best to control everyone's Nirvana particles, stabilized the protective cover, and wanted to continue moving towards the area where the conveying device was located. But the Shura ghost suddenly reached out to grab the void. When everyone was wondering what he was catching, a white light rushed out of the earth and landed in the palm of the Shura ghost. It was the strange white jade fork. After the white jade fork left the earth, everyone suddenly felt their bodies lightening, and the terrifying gravity disappeared, returning to normal state. But before they could fly, the Shura ghost held the white jade fork and appeared above the protective cover. Looking at the dark carapace and extremely cold body of the Shura ghost, everyone's heart sank and had a bad premonition. Click! The white jade fork in the Shura ghost's hand was pierced on the protective cover, and it actually pierced the protective cover 2 holes. When it became even more strange, the Nirvana particle that formed the protective cover actually forcibly broke away from Daisa's control and was sucked onto the white jade fork. The 5-color Nirvana particles condensed on the fork, forming a colorful ball of light that expanded rapidly like a colorful marshmallow. As the light ball on the white jade fork expanded, the light of the protective cover suddenly became dimmed and became smaller and smaller. Catch it! Daisa's face changed drastically. It was already very difficult for him to control so many Nirvana particles, and his power was not as powerful as the Shura ghost. He could not compete for it at all. He could only let everyone quickly retract their Nirvana power, otherwise these Nirvana powers would be sucked by the white jade fork. In fact, there is no need for Dice to speak. All those who can survive to this day are elites among the elites. They don't know what happened and are trying hard to regain their power of Nirvana. The protective cover was shattered suddenly, and a large amount of Nirvana power was sucked by the white jade fork, and only a small part of it was taken back by everyone. The Shura ghost held a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, floating in the air, looking at everyone jokingly, and slowly raised the fork in his hand. Everyone was shocked. When they thought the Shura ghost was going to throw the light ball on the white jade fork back to attack them, they saw the Shura ghost lifting the white jade fork in front of him. The black facial armor cracked a jagged gap, and bit the light ball like a demon's sharp teeth. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the ball of light was bitten by the Shura ghost and swallowed it into the belly. At this moment, everyone understood that they could not be the opponent of Shura ghost, who was playing with them from beginning to end. The Nirvana people all looked like Earth, and looked at the Shura ghost in horror, as if they were eating marshmallows, swallowing the ball of light on the white jade fork one by one. Even Dai showed a little bit of surprise on his face, knowing that they had no chance of winning against Shura ghosts now. Escape separately, everyone will do their destiny. Feng Feitian was already desperate and had a mentality of treating the dead. Everyone fled and scattered and only Lin Shen was still standing there. It's not that he doesn't want to escape, but that he knows that he can't escape. Not to mention that his speed is the slowest among the crowd, even if he is the fastest, he can't escape. The first Shura ghost to kill is definitely him. If others still have a 1/10 chance of escaping, he doesn't even have a 1/10 chance of escaping. Lin Shen stood still without moving, staring at the demonic Shura ghost in the sky who seemed to fool all living beings, holding the hilt of the scum knife and saying in a deep voice, "The sky is vast, the wilderness is the most rampant in my life, the sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, the wilderness is the most rampant in my life."
The sound from low to high, from slow to fast, from low to high, and the wild and unrestrained voice gradually resounded throughout the world.
Chapter 730 Close Combat. Everyone was stunned when they heard this voice. They could not remember the name Lin Shen, or even the person Lin Shen.
But together with this weird battle song, they immediately knew who this person was. In the race rankings, a battle song ignited the universe. Even many immortals are familiar with people, even if they can't remember their names, they know that there is such a person.
In fact, many people know Lin Shen's name, and Feng Feitian and others also know Lin Shen's identity. Seeing Lin Shen not running away and singing war songs alone in front of Shura Ghost, everyone looked gloomy and seemed to be a little hesitant.
They actually knew they couldn't escape, but they just had to run.
Lin Shen's battle song reminded them of it.
Through the blessing of the battle song, Lin Shen can also become extremely powerful. But Lin Shen had only Fey upgraded and had only a dozen of them here.
Unlike during the battle of the race rankings, hundreds of millions of people blessed Lin Shen's war song. Even if they are willing to stop and sing a battle song for Lin Shen, can Lin Shen gain the ability to fight against Shura Ghost?
You should know that they had joined forces to lend dies before, which was equivalent to gathering the strength of everyone to fight against Shura Ghost, but they still suffered a crushing defeat.
Just singing to Lin Shen's blessing will definitely be even worse.
The Nirvana level dies was defeated in that situation.
Can Lin Shen, who has been upgraded, really have hope?
They thought this in their hearts, and for a moment they were a little hesitant.
The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I'm the most rampant in my life. A voice sounded along with Lin Shen's singing, and it was a diva.
When Bingria, who was running away, saw this situation, thought of Lin Shen's physical strength and said in his heart, the possibility of being able to escape is very slim.
It's better to take a gamble than to take a gamble.
Bingria also stopped and shouted out a battle song, increasing the momentum of Lin Shen. Seeing that neither Dies nor Berea escaped, everyone shouted war songs while walking towards Lin Shen.
Many people couldn't help but gritted their teeth and shouted. There is little hope for escape. Since someone is going to stand up, it is a little better than leaving fate.
Although more than a dozen people yelled out the battle songs with all their might, they were too few and not so imposing. Lin Shen Ben didn't expect them to sing war songs to help him. He sang war songs by himself, mainly because he had singing techniques he learned from Xingxing.
When he sang war songs alone, he also gave himself considerable enhancement.
The effect of more than a dozen people of Dies and others singing war songs is far less powerful than Lin Shen sings alone. Because there is no one among them who is good at sound power, if it is the four girls of Yexing, the effect will immediately explode. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. What's more, Dies and the others are all Nirvana, and singing war songs is also effective.
Lin Shen did not really expect to defeat the Shura Ghost by relying on the battle song.
In addition to the battle song, he also had the halo of sacrifice to the sky he had accumulated before. Originally, the halo of sacrifices did not accumulate too many attributes, so it only accumulated less than 1,000 points in a long time. However, just now, the Shura Ghost killed all directions, and thousands of Nirvana were slaughtered by him, and the result was that Lin Shen was cheaper. The Nirvana level sacrifice made the attributes of the aura of sacrifice soar wildly. Now it has exceeded the 6,000 mark. With his own attributes and various skills, the attributes can reach about 7,000 or 8,000. The attributes of Nirvana are only more than 1,000. If you use the attack of the aura of sacrifice, Lin Shen's attributes are theoretically much stronger than those of Shura Ghost.
However, the combat power of Nirvana level does not simply look at attributes. Nirvana power is the key.
The power of the Azura Ghost is so powerful that Lin Shen is not sure whether the full force of 7 or 8,000 forces can defeat the Azura Ghost.
But now, I have to give it a try.
Unfortunately, the halo of sacrifice can only have one chance to use it. If it can be used continuously, even if it only takes a few seconds, Lin Shen has the chance to take action continuously, and it will not be that difficult to solve the Shura Ghost. Lin Shen was thinking in his mind whether this attack was completed with the slag knife technique or by pointing acupoints. The destructive power of the scrap knife skill is stronger, but if one blow cannot severely damage or kill Shura Ghost, Lin Shen will have no chance next. Pointing acupoints can control the Azura Ghost, but pointing acupoints requires the use of sand between fingers. The destructive power of sand between fingers is slightly worse than the slag knife skill. I don't know if it can break the Nirvana power defense of the Azura Ghost. If you choose one of the two, Lin Shen only has one chance. Lin Shen's skills are fully opened. The black crystal-like carapace is actually emitting light, but the stronger the light on his body, the deeper the black crystal carapace becomes. Therefore, others think that his carapace does not seem to be shining. The Shura Ghost in the sky looked at Lin Shen, who was singing the battle song, and did not take action because Lin Shen had his Nirvana egg on his body. He just didn't want to hurt his Nirvana egg, otherwise he would have attacked Lin Shen long ago. The main reason is that Lin Shen's body is too strong, which is even higher than his Nirvana egg. If he wants to kill Lin Shen, he must use extremely strong destructive power, and that destructive power is likely to destroy his Nirvana egg first. Lin Shen naturally knew the concerns of Shura Ghost, which was his advantage. Lin Shen's thoughts were lit up, and suddenly he jumped up and rushed towards the Shura Ghost in the air. He wanted to take the initiative to attack. However, even with the blessing of the war song, his speed is just about the same as that of ordinary Nirvana, and he does not seem to be very strong. The Shura Ghost watched him fly up coldly, with a sharp look flashing in his eyes, and the white jade knife in his hand slashed directly on his head. However, his attack did not slash out the crescent-shaped swordlight, but directly slashed under the white jade sword's blade. After the moonlight leaves the blade, it is difficult to control. The Shura Ghost is afraid of hurting his Nirvana egg, so he is so careful. Even so, the speed of the Shura Ghost was too fast, and the sword almost seemed to teleport, slashing in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen pulled out his weapon without hesitation and met the Shura Ghost's white jade sword, but what he pulled out was not a scum knife, but a dead powder wrapped around him. The dead powder, like a red beef tendon rope, was pulled out from the cuff by Lin Shen and faced the white jade knife of the Shura Ghost. The moment the two clashed, there was no shocking sound, and there was no sound. The boneless dead powder was wrapped around the white jade knife like a snake, and it also wrapped around the Shura Ghost's arm. The Shura Ghost seemed to have not expected this situation. He held the white jade knife and used force. The sword light flashed on the white jade knife. He wanted to use the sword light to cut off the dead powder wrapped around the knife. Unfortunately, the dead fan itself is too flexible, and the new base transformation talent Superbase demonization has doubled effect, so the Shura Ghost failed to cut off the dead fan's body, nor could it pull out the knife. Instead, the dead fan was about to wrap the Shura Ghost's arm around. Chapter 731 Blood Spills in the Sky. All this happened too quickly. Feng Feitian and others only saw Lin Shen flying up the sky at a speed that was not fast. Shura Ghost flashed down like a ghost and slashed towards Lin Shen's head with a knife. Then a red light flashed in Lin Shen's hand, blocking the Shura Ghost's white jade sword. The next moment, an incredible scene happened. The Shura Ghost actually let go of the white jade knife in his hand, retreated with his arm, and slightly tilted his body, and actually abandoned the knife. Huang Feiwu widened her eyes, her face full of incredibleness. Almost as invincible as a demon god, the Shura Ghost, who was hard to match even if they had joined forces, was beaten by Lin Shen in one encounter. Bingria was also stunned and clenched her fists hard, hoping that Lin Shen would resist. The other Nirvana people were also surprised and happy. No one expected that Lin Shen would have such a result. They thought that their war songs had such a powerful blessing effect on Lin Shen, so they all yelled out the war songs desperately, and their voices were almost yelling. The Shura Ghost obviously would not give up easily. He just abandoned the knife and avoided the entanglement of dead powder. The white jade fork in his other hand pierced directly at dead powder's body. The white jade fork has strange abilities. If it touches the body of the dead pink, it will immediately increase its gravity. Even if it does not lose its combat power, because the gravity is too strong, it will greatly reduce its ability to move. It was almost a natural reaction from the body. Lin Shen pulled the dead pink hard, and the dead pink rolled up with a white jade knife. The white jade knife collided with the white jade fork and was actually sucked on the white jade fork. However, the white jade fork's penetration was also hindered. The soft body of death powder was straight in an instant, and it was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole and stabbed towards the Shura Ghost. Fast, it's too fast.
The dead pink raked quickly in Lin Shen's hands, leaving red afterimages in the air, like red gunflowers flashing in the sky. The Shura ghost's body moved quickly in the gunflower like teleportation, avoiding the attacks of the dead pink again and again, but it was unable to escape the attack range of the dead pink. The people below were stunned. They were as powerful as Shura ghosts, but they could only dodge under the strange gun in Lin Shen's hand.
Is that person really Lin Shen? Is it really just an assassinator?
Some people already suspected in their hearts that the person fighting the Shura ghost was not Lin Shen at all, nor could they be an assassinator.
Can the assassinator use his gun so fast?
The Shura ghost can only dodge with all his strength, and there is no time to wave his sword to greet him?
And I haven't heard that Lin Shen is good at gun technique. Isn't Lin Shen good at fingering and boxing? When he used sword technique to block the Shura ghost, it was already unreal.
Unexpectedly, there was even more outrageous marksmanship.
Not to mention the Ascensioner, even top Nirvana like Feng Feitian and Feng Feiwu cannot use that speed. How could they know?
It seemed that Lin Shen was using a gun. In fact, it was mainly because of the dead fans who were fighting themselves. He was just responsible for controlling the overall situation. Lin Shen did not expect that the dead fans under the blessing of Superbase demonization were so fierce. The Superbase instantly matched the Superbase armor-breaking spear and bulged the spear flowers all over the sky, so fast that even the Shura ghost was very difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the red light of the Shura ghost's chest and the ghost face pattern behind them was shining, and the speed of the dead pink suddenly decreased. The Shura ghost then had time to reach out and grab the handle of the white jade knife stuck to the white jade fork. The knife and fork came out one after another, attacking the dead pink with a strong light. Lin Shen pulled and swung his backhand, and the straight dead pink instantly turned into a whip, bypassing the attack of the knife and fork, and tugging at the Shura ghost's head. The Shura ghost swung his sword to slash, and the white light on the sword was shocking, as if it was invincible. However, the sword light met the red light on Death Powder's body, but it was directly cut by the red light, and Death Powder's body collided with the white jade knife. The white jade knife was knocked to a halt, and the back end of the dead pink was also knocked to the Shura ghost faster, and it was about to wrap around his neck. The white jade fork in the Shura ghost's hand appeared at an incredible speed, and his backhand blocked the front of the dead pink that was wrapped around his neck. The Shura ghost was delighted. The white jade fork touched the dead powder and immediately sucked it. But at the same time, the Shura ghost suddenly felt a needle-like pain coming from his waist. When he looked down, he saw Lin Shen pointing the finger of his other hand in the direction of his waist. And the shell on his waist was stabbed into a pinhole, making the Shura ghost feel paralyzed, and his body seemed to tremble uncontrollably, making his body paralyzed. Lin Shen was also shocked when he saw this. His finger was a sneak attack, and he also used the attribute blessing of the aura of sacrifice to the sky, but he failed to completely light the Shura ghost. The Shura ghost could also look down at his injured body. Lin Shen didn't dare to hesitate. He directly let go of the hand holding the dead pink and allowed the dead pink to wrap around the body of the Shura ghost. He moved his 10 fingers and bounced hard at the body of the Shura ghost. The silent sand between his fingers attacked the same acupoint on the Shura ghost's body.
One must win 10.
Only one must win 10 can you completely tap the Shura ghost. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and danced wildly with his 10 fingers. The Shura ghost with a numb body was still able to move. As his body twisted, Lin Shen's fingers were basically lost, and he could not click that acupoint. The shocked and angry Shura ghost wanted to wave the knife and fork to kill Lin Shen in front of him, but found that the dead pink had entangled his arms and fork, and pulled it back, making his hands unable to wave. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and directly bumped into his body, hugging the Shura ghost who was bound by the dead pink and raised his hands with his fingers, and his fingers also touched his injured acupoint. The Shura ghost's body was paralyzed and bound by dead powder.
He could not hide from it.
Lin Shen hugged his body directly, and his fingers quickly connected it on his body. The Shura ghost roared, trying to explode the power of Nirvana to shake Lin Shen's body away, but it was too late. Lin Shen continued to give a last tip, and the Shura ghost suddenly felt his body numb and completely lost control of his body. Lin Shen held the dead pink's tail in his back hand and pulled it. The dead pink wrapped around the Shura ghost was immediately pulled back, and the Shura ghost's body was pulled and turned like a top. Lin Shen waved the dead pink, brought out red lights and whipped the Shura ghost hard, and immediately pulled out the shell of the Shura ghost's body with deep bone visible cracks, and blood splattered out of the wound. Lin Shen was secretly frightened. After several Nirvana fans, the death light was so terrible. Just by destructive power, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the top Nirvana attribute in the universe. But the death light hit the Shura ghost, which only cracked his shell and did not directly cut off his body. Feng Feitian and others only saw Lin Shen breaking the shell of Shura ghost, and blood splattered from the sky. It's time to make 2 chapters at noon, and 3 chapters will be put in the afternoon. Chapter 732 Olive Branch. Looking at Lin Shen, who was frantically sucking Shura ghosts in the sky, Bingrea cursed for a while. This person is so outrageous. Feng Feitian, Huang Feiwu and others deeply felt that the Shura ghost that even a dozen of them could not defeat was actually beaten by Lin Shen alone. It was simply outrageous that the door was opened and outrageously. Everyone looked at Lin Shen raiding Shura ghosts in the air with a strange look. For a moment, they didn't know whether to watch here or to go up to help, and even forgot to shout the battle song. They forgot that Lin Shen did not dare to forget, and sang war songs while beating Shura ghosts. The sky is vast, the wilderness, the eye, the life is, the most crazy, the pony. Lin Shen found that he was very happy to beat him, but the injured body of the Shura ghost was actually healing himself at an extremely fast speed. The damage caused by the dead fans is not much faster than his self-healing speed. It's not a solution to continue like this. Lin Shen thought and threw the dead fans out. The dead pink's body expanded rapidly in the air and instantly turned into a giant object. He opened the mouthpart like a ruby crusher and swallowed the Shura ghost's body in one mouthful. Then I heard the crackling sound in the mouth of the dead pink, and my teeth were sore. Only then did everyone realize that the strange weapon in Lin Shen's hand, which was sometimes soft and sometimes hard, turned out to be a pet. Is that thing actually a pet? Many people were full of questions. Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu were also full of questions, and some doubts were confused about how Lin Shen could use Nirvana-level pets if he was really an Ascensioner. What kind of pet is that? Why is it so powerful? Bingrea stared at the huge dead fans, her eyes full of envy. In any case, everyone was relieved now. As soon as the Shura ghost died, their lives were finally saved. Lin Shen watched the dead fans shatter the Shura ghost's body and swallow it, and a hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Before he could reach out to recall the dead fans flew towards him, and his body continued to shrink during the flight, and finally turned into a pet capsule and fell into his palm. Nirvana has reborn again. Lin Shen held the pet capsule and knew that this guy had reborn again. Lin Shen found that he was increasingly dependent on dead fans. Almost every time he encountered a strong enemy, dead fans played a huge role in order to turn defeat into victory. This time I got the eggs of Shura ghost. As long as I hatched them, I won't have to rely so much on dead powder in the future. Lin Shen said in his heart. Dais and Bingrea came over to meet Lin Shen, and Bingrea gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. Brother Shen, you have to be the one who is strong, and your pet is stronger. In Bingrea's view, Lin Shen's ability to defeat the Shura ghost was mainly due to the dead fans. Not only Bingrea thinks so, but Feng Feitian and others think so too. Such a powerful pet is difficult to get even the pride of the strong clan. This is true. Dead fans are indeed the main force, but if they are just their own power, it is still unknown whether they can kill Shura ghosts. Sacrifice to the sky and pointing acupoints are also the key to victory, but others cannot understand the ability of fire. Lin Shen, if one day you are unhappy with the Heavenly Man clan, the Phoenix clan welcomes you at any time. Feng Feitian and Huang Feiwu came over and actually said this. Lin Shen wants to change jobs. With our friendship, he is also here with my Snow clan. When will it be your turn? Bingrea said directly. Feng Feitian ignored Bingrea and just asked Lin Shen for the signal number. Feng Feitian knew that there were too many people here and didn't say much. After getting the message number, he secretly sent a message to Lin Shen. If you want to sell the Shura ghost pet egg in your hand, you can contact me at any time, and you can open the price at any time. The pet egg belongs to the three of us, and I don't have the right to deal with it yet. Lin Shen also replied with a message. It's okay. When will you want to take action? contact me at any time. The price will definitely satisfy you. There is also the pet you just used. If you want to take action, the price will not be capped. Feng Feitian sent another message. This time Lin Shen did not return, so he greeted everyone, and then left the ghost star with Dais and Bingria. Lin Shen's pet is so strong. Now he has a Shura ghost pet again. In the future, no one in the Nirvana level will be his opponent. Looking at Lin Shen and the others' backs leaving, Huang Fei Wu looked envious. Feng Feitian narrowed his eyes and said, "You don't really think that he can kill Shura ghosts, but he just depends on that pet, right? Isn't it?" Huang Fei Wu was slightly stunned and looked at Feng Feitian in confusion. At least not all. Feng Feitian smiled and said, "If I were asked to choose one between him and that pet, I would choose him." "Do you think so much about him?" Huang Fei Wu was even more surprised. "It's not that I am optimistic, but that I am very optimistic," Feng Feitian said seriously. "It's a pity that I heard that he is the dean of the Tianqi Academy and is extremely favored by Tianqi. If he can get to such a position in the Tianqi, it should be impossible for him to switch to our Phoenix clan." Huang Fei Wu sighed. "That's not necessarily the case. The Heavenly Man race is a race that attaches great importance to bloodlines and is not so friendly to foreign races. The more advantage Lin Shen shows, the more difficult the situation in the Heavenly Man race may be. We are not completely without a chance." Feng Feitian smiled and said, "We just need to maintain a good relationship with him, leave a good impression, give him some time, and give the Heavenly Man race some time. Maybe there will be unexpected gains in the future." After Lin Shen and the other two left the Ghost Gate Star, they found a place where no one was left, and Lin Shen took out all the gains this time. In fact, it was just 3 pet eggs. Shura Ghost and his life base were swallowed by dead powder, and the hair was not left behind. "According to the previous agreement, we will each have 3 pet eggs," Lin Shen said. "This time it's all up to you to turn the tide." "I can't help, so I won't take the pet egg." Dai shook his head and said. Bingria also quickly said, "Joe's is right. Without us, you, and your pet's ability, you can get pet eggs. The pet eggs should be yours." It's the suggestion that Feng Feitian said before. You can consider it. If you are unhappy in the Heavenly Man clan, the Snowman clan, and I welcome you to ensure that your status in our Snowman clan is higher than your status in the Heavenly Man clan. The benefits will definitely be better than that in the other side and more comfortable than that in the other side. Lin Shen didn't answer the conversation, but just took the half-white and half-black pet egg, turned around and left. "According to the previous agreement, I will choose first, whether you want to decide whether you want to do it yourself." Dais and Berea wanted to call Lin Shen, but Lin Shen had already flew away and disappeared in a blink of an eye. It's a pity for such a person to be in an exclusive place like the Heavenly Man race. "He should come to my Snow clan, don't you?" Bingria said regretfully. "I think he is more suitable for our Supreme clan." Dai said lightly, took a pet egg and got up and left, leaving only Berea, who was stunned. A person like Dai's actually wants to form a gang? Chapter 733 Shura Ghost Baby. Lin Shen returned to Giant Ring Star as soon as possible and put the half-white and half-black Shura Ghost pet egg into the hatching warehouse. The dead pink and the halo of sacrifice to the sky were no longer expected. Lin Shen didn't plan to go anywhere during this period, so he was preparing to stay in Tianquan to implement the plan to create a human. Lin Shen and Lin Miao talked alone. Lin Miao didn't mind the Lin family had several mixed-race babies, and she could accept it as long as it was the Lin family's bloodline. Unfortunately, there was no movement on Tianquan yet, and the half-white and half-black Shura Ghost pet egg broke the shell first. When Lin Shen saw a crack on the pet egg, he kept guarding in front of the hatching cabin. After waiting for more than a day, he saw the crack on the pet egg break open. It is strange that since the cracks appeared on this egg, the cracks on it continued to increase, and almost the entire egg had cracks, like broken tempered glass, and finally it broke with a thud. A small figure appeared in the fragments, making Lin Shen, who had been staring at him, stunned. Lin Shen originally thought that the hatched from this Shura Ghost pet egg would be the half-white and half-black creature that the Shura Ghost King and Shura Ghost Queen merged. But now sitting among the fragments was a mini baby sitting cross-legged like snow, wearing a pair of black sharp corners and long black hair, holding a mini-cut knife in one hand and a mini-cut fork in the other, like a Buddha. The Shura ghost baby, the size of a fist, has a solemn appearance, and the baby's fat face actually has a bit of an ancient Buddha's appearance. Lin Shen looked at him, and the Shura ghost baby's bright black and white eyes also looked at Lin Shen. After Lin Shen reacted, he was overjoyed. He had personally experienced how powerful the Shura ghost in this form was. Now that he hatched this form of Shura ghost, it was really great. Lin Shen was about to stop the Shura ghost baby from eating the eggshell fragments, but the Shura ghost baby did not move, just sat there and looked at Lin Shen. The Shura ghost baby did not play according to common sense. When Lin Shen didn't know what to do, the Shura ghost baby opened her mouth and spit out a jade pet key with black and white colors. The pet key flew directly in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen was a little caught off guard. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and reached out to grab the pet key. After the Shura ghost baby spit out the key, he ignored Lin Shen and used the small fork in his hand to thorn a piece of eggshell fragment, put it into his mouth, and then chewed it slowly. His elegant appearance was impossible for even adults who pretended to behave. Lin Shen just saw the Shura ghost babies all over the place, gracefully and calmly, slowly ate the eggshell fragments. There were some relatively large pieces that the Shura ghost baby couldn't eat in one bite. He even used the knife in his other hand to cut it open with a small fork, cutting it to the size that could be stuffed into his small mouth, and then put it into his mouth with a fork. As the eggshell fragments were constantly eaten by him, the Shura ghost baby's body gradually grew. After he ate all the eggshell fragments, his body grew to the size of a 3 or 4-year-old child, and his body was gradually wrapped in black substance seeping out of his body, forming a black carapace. What are you waiting for? After the Shura ghost baby got up, the knife and fork in her hand turned into particles and merged into her body and disappeared. She looked up at Lin Shen and suddenly said this. Lin Shen was already a little stunned. When he heard the Shura ghost baby say this, he opened his mouth wide in shock and did not come back to his senses for a while. Can this guy speak? Lin Shen looked at the Shura ghost baby blankly. Lin Shen is not without flesh and blood pets, but he is really the first one who speaks human language like Shura ghost baby. Although Xiao Yi and Xiao Na also look like humans and are both flesh and blood, they seem to be unable to speak. The Shura ghost swallowed by dead fans also can't speak. Why does his baby speak human language and can speak when he is born? This is really not very scientific. The Shura ghost baby obviously had no intention of telling Lin Shen about scientific principles. She stood up and walked to Lin Shen, stretched out her hand, and said coolly like a little adult, "You don't plan to accept me, then return my pet key to me." Who said I don't plan to accept you? Lin Shen looked at Shura ghost baby curiously and asked, "Would you voluntarily recognize me as your main? Do you have a brain disease or is it my brain disease?" Shura ghost baby said disdainfully, "You killed the inheritor who gave birth to me and snatched me up. Only when my brain gets watered will I voluntarily recognize you as the main person. Do I look like the kind of fool who has no brains, will voluntarily sacrifice freedom, and recognize thieves as fathers? It's not like it." Lin Shen shook his head with a wry smile. He found that he really couldn't understand this pet. Now you are better than me, and my life is in your hands, so you can do whatever you want me to do. Whether you want to be my master or father, you can be happy. When I am better than you, one day I will let you call me dad. The Shura ghost baby's expression seemed to be talking about something that was normal. Lin Shen was not angry either, and looked at him with interest and said, "Don't you want to avenge your parents?" First, we Shura ghosts do not have the concept of parents, we are just inheritance relationships. Second, why should I avenge them? They are not strong enough, and being killed by others is because they are too weak. Third, although I dislike you very much, since you don't plan to kill me, I will not kill you. Fourth, you let me regard you as your master. When I am stronger than you, I will also let you think of my master. After saying that, the Shura ghost baby walked to Lin Shen. "Stop talking nonsense, I need to rest, let me return to the capsule state. It seems that there is a little reason, but according to what you said, I have the final say now. It's not your turn to arrange what you want to do." Lin Shen said. "Whatever you want." Shura ghost baby looked indifferent. "Listen to my order, you can go back to the capsule state. Lin Shen stretched out the key to him. Bored, childish. Shura Ghost Baby curled her lips, looking at Lin Shen's expression as if she was looking at a boring child. After turning the Shura Ghost Baby into a capsule, Lin Shen checked his attributes. Shura Ghost, little body super nirvana creature, evolving. Power, 2430. Speed, 2430. Hardness, 2430. Toughness, 2430. Basic transformation talent, super basic Shura Jade Body, super basic Ghost Body, super basic God. Life base, super basic Shura Sword, super basic Shura Fork. Nirvana attribute, Shura Ghost Realm. It is indeed a double life base, and its attributes are super perverted. After Lin Shen's Nirvana, it is just such attributes. Its talent skills, life base and Nirvana attribute are also the best among the best, and it is worthy of being a super basic pet. Chapter 734 Your Name. The super basic Shura Jade Body is a skill that enhances all attributes and has a powerful self-healing effect. The super base Ghost Body is the Ghost Shield's weakening skill, and the group weakening skill. The super base God is even more perverted, and it is an immune effect of all attributes. Of course, it is not 100% immune, but it is already very perverted, but any attribute damage will weaken a large part of the Shura Ghost. The Shura Sword and Shura Fork in the double life base are actually both talented by the double life base. The Shura Sword is a dual offensive talent, and the Shura Fork's dual talents are one of the Ghost Gate and the other is the Naiha Bridge. The function of the Gate of Hell is to enhance gravity, but in fact it is not that simple. Naihikyo talent is the kind of skill that can attract power to transform power, which is also very complicated. The Nirvana attribute of Shura Ghost Domain is also a top-level Nirvana power, but it is obviously a little weaker than the Nirvana power of Death Fan. However, Lin Shen has never seen Nirvana attribute in this world. If he is not as good as the Dead Fan, the Shura Ghost Domain is already considered to be the top Nirvana attribute. Although Shura Ghost skills are not as many as Dead Fans and are not as widely used, in terms of pure battles, they are probably not weaker than Dead Fans. With the Shura Ghost, you don't have to worry so much when the Dead Fans are gone. This guy's combat ability is no worse than the Dead Fans, and he is even stronger in some aspects. But his wisdom is too high, so he won't be rebelled on the spot in the future. No. I'll go up and upgrade. I won't be able to summon it. Lin Shen then remembered this matter, and quickly took out the key and tried to activate the Shura Ghost. Fortunately, Lin Shen didn't worry about it. He used the key to successfully activate the Nirvana-level Shura Ghost. Mother-in-law, hesitating and repeating, "Can you be a little bit qualitative?" After the Shura Ghost came out, he educated Lin Shen seriously. "I just forgot to ask you, do you have a name?" Lin Shen was not willing to say that he had forgotten that he could not summon Nirvana pets, so he made an excuse. "You are afraid that you can't summon me if you fly to upgrade." The Shura Ghost Baby ruthlessly exposed Lin Shen, and then said, "I am a Shura Ghost. Do you need any other name?" Fortunately, Lin Shen was thick-skinned and just pretended not to hear it. He smiled and said, "Shura Ghost should be your race name. We have been together for a long time in the future. For the sake of the convenience of the name, I will give you a name. Whatever you want, your name is just a code name. You can call me anything." Shura Ghost Baby looks like a little adult who sees through life. "Let me think about it, how about calling you a little ghost?" Lin Shen said after thinking for a while. Shura Ghost's face suddenly collapsed. He was obviously dissatisfied with the name Lin Shenchi, but said angrily, "You can call it whatever you want. With your cultural level, it seems that it is already very embarrassing to come up with such a name. That's the case, then call me a little ghost," Lin Shen said to Shura Ghost with a smile. The Shura Ghost was obviously still too young, his eyes changed, and he even gritted his teeth, but he refused to refute it again. Lin Shen smiled and looked at him and said, "But the name Little Ghost is only suitable for you now. When you grow up, it seems a bit unsuitable to use such a cute name. Forget it, Little Ghost is just a nickname, and I'll give you another big name." When Shura Ghost heard Lin Shen say this, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and his face became obviously relaxed. "You look like a jade doll, and the shell on your body is like a jade stone. Then call you Shura. Lin Shen said with a smile at the Shura ghost. Whatever you do. Shura ghost still pretended to be indifferent, but it was obviously different from the last reaction, at least it was not repulsive. It can be seen that compared with Xiao Gui, he was still quite satisfied with his current name. Okay, then you will be called Shura from now on. Xiao Yu is abbreviated. Lin Shen's previous words were normal, but when it came to the back, the Shura ghost's face became even more ugly than before. When Lin Shen named him Little Devil before, he didn't see his face so ugly. Xiao Yu, go back and rest. Lin Shen did not give him a chance to speak again, and directly turned him back to the capsule state. The little tree doesn't strode or straighten, and you have to teach it slowly in the future, otherwise he is so smart. If he goes on an evil path. Lin Shen was afraid that this guy would go back on the wrong path and planned to train him well if he had the chance. Fortunately, I have the pet key in my hand and I can deal with him at any time, so I don't have to worry too much. The dead fan is still in Nirvana and I don't know when it will be able to come out again. What happened during this period is that I can only let Xiao Yu be a coolie. In the Super Rain Clan conference hall, many senior executives of the Super Rain Clan all had extremely excited expressions on their faces. General Bell, please order me. I'm willing to slap the human mother star for the pioneer. Ostone shouted excitedly. General Bell. This is a God-given opportunity. God has made us discover the teleportation device to the human mother planet. We will not destroy humans. God is not tolerant. If we destroy humans, we can enjoy the resources of Wanxing, so don't hesitate. If humans discover the location of the teleportation device and are prepared, although we can still take down the human mother planet, we will definitely have to pay a greater price. General Bell, order. Everyone was excited. Since they discovered the teleportation array that could be teleported to the human mother planet, the Super Burning Clan has been planning to attack the human mother planet. Although Wanxing only has basic resource, the mutated resources are too rich and plays a great role in cultivating the younger generation. In the past, he could only confront humans on the World Star, and World Star had level restrictions, which made the strong men of the Super Burning Clan unable to use it. This time, a teleportation device leading to the human mother planet was discovered, and the entire super combustion high-level building was in full swing. Carlo, what do you think? General Bell turned his eyes to Carlo, who seemed to be asleep. Carlo seemed to wake up from a dream, pondered for a while before saying, I remember this time the race rankings, humans rushed into the ranking of billions of races, and their strength should not be underestimated. It's just entering the ranking of the billion races. With our current strength of the Super Rich Clan, there's no need to care about it. Ostone immediately retorted. As far as I know, although humans have not been in the universe for a long time, they have developed very well. Many human families have joined the strong clan that ranks very high in the universe. Just like Lin Shen, who defeated Christine before, is serving in the Heavenly Man race, and is deeply favored by the Emperor of Heavenly Man race, and is in a high position as the commander of the Heavenly Man school. Carlo continued. A mere ascensioner is not to be afraid. We don't need to care about those Nirvana people in humans. 1 kills 1, 2 kills 1, and 2 kills 1 pair. If Lin Shen comes, I will cut off his head in person. Ostone said contemptuously, so what about the celestial race? They have a background in humans, so don't we super burning race? Carlo, you are really less courageous as you get older. What are you worried about just a race that has only entered the universe for more than 200 years? Not to mention that you only occupy their parent planet, even if you destroy them, it is just a slight effort. With so many resources from the World Wine Star, we are determined to win the World Wine Star. We can no longer let humans share the World Wine Star's resources. Jerry also said. General Bell. Carlo wanted to persuade him something, but was interrupted by General Bell's wave of his hand, which calmed everyone down. It is indeed time to break the grudge between us and mankind. General Bell's words immediately made everyone excited. Chapter 735 What do you want? Lin Shen, can you make up your lie a little fake? Tian Xayan pointed to Xiao Yu, who was wearing casual clothes and a hat on her head, and said with a sneer, I think this is the illegitimate child you raised outside, right? You really dare to think about it if you want to bring it back under the name of a pet. You can treat him as my illegitimate child. Lin Shen did not make any excuses, and was reading a book in his hand. Xiaoyu is quite useful. Even when there is no need to fight, it can be used to serve tea, water, clean, do housework, etc. Apart from that mouth, it is basically the same as a normal person. When there is no one else, I can chat with Lin Shen to relieve my boredom, but the words are not very nice. Lin Shen hopes to find a way to make himself nirvana from the book. The effective time of the dark domain lotus seed is at most 1 year. In fact, the effect will decline very significantly after half a year. It is best to find the method of nirvana as soon as possible. Tianqin looked at Xiaoyu, curled his lips and said, "Child, what's your name? To be honest, is he your father?" Xiaoyu, who was sitting on the sofa, turned her head to look at Tianqin, looked him up and down a few times, then turned her head, and ignored him even if she didn't say anything. "Child, are you talking to you? What is your attitude? Didn't your dad teach you the etiquette of being a human being?" Tian Xin said angrily. "I haven't taught you, I've only taught you not to talk to people with IQ, which will reduce your IQ." Xiaoyu said lightly. "You dead child." Tian Xin was furious and turned to look at Lin Shen and said, "This is definitely your own son. It's just as annoying as you, and you will never be wrong. Let me tell you, Lin Shen, I don't care about how you play outside, but you dare to bring people back and disgust my sister-in-law, which makes my sister-in-law unhappy, and I'll kill you. Dogs that can bite people don't bark. The more fierce the bark, the less likely the dogs will bite people." Xiaoyu replied next to her. "Lin Shen, don't care about your child anymore. If you don't care, I'll take care of you." Tian Xin said, glaring at Lin Shen. "You care, I can't control it. Lin Shen reads the book on his own." "Okay, this is what you said. Don't blame me for bullying your son. I don't believe in this evil anymore. I can't deal with you or your child," Tianqin said as he suddenly flashed and arrived next to Xiaoyu. He reached out to grab his collar and wanted to pick up Xiaoyu. His hands stretched out quickly, retracted faster, accompanied by a scream. Xiaoyu raised her hand, and a small white jade fork that looked like a fruit fork appeared in front of Tianqin's palm. Tianqin's hand was like electricity, and she didn't have time to withdraw it. Her palm hit the small fork, and the fork immediately pierced into the flesh. Tianqin screamed in pain, and her palm retracted it like an electric shock. "Fuck, you dead child." Tianqin was furious and raised his hand to slap Xiaoyu's mouth wildly, but after raising his palm, he was stunned. Tianqin looked at Xiaoyu incredibly. No matter how he looked, he was all a human child. But how could a human child have such a fast speed and such a strong force, and pierce his palm with a fruit fork from nowhere? You should know that he is now a nirvana, and his physical strength cannot be harmed by a child's strength. To be honest, what kind of mist have you found to give birth to such a dead child? Is that mistress the supreme clan? The child born is a natural upgrade? Tianqin still couldn't believe that this would be a pet. "I just thought Lin Shen had climbed up to a high branch again, so I found a woman with a higher bloodline and gave birth to such a child." "Has water flowed into your brain?" Lin Shen said nothing, not knowing what kind of brain Tianqin is coming back. "I was so angry that I was so embarrassed. I guessed it." Tianqin immediately thought he guessed it right. It's not that he has a water in his mind, but that the original content of the skull is small. Xiaoyu said as she fiddled with the small fork in her hand. "You damn child, I think Yu Shaokai didn't act ruthlessly on you. That's because you are kind-hearted. You really think I can't do anything to you, right? It seems that if you don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is." Tian Xin was so angry that she stopped talking nonsense, and grabbed Xiaoyu's head like lightning. He was known for his speed, and he was as fast as lightning at this time. Even if he was an ascensioner, he would basically not be able to react and would be grabbed by him. Xiaoyu is not an ascensioner, so he realized that the small fork appeared again on the path that Tianqin could pass through. If Tianqin continued this palm, it would be penetrated by the small fork again.
Tianxin's palm changed, like lightning turning a corner, bypassing the small fork, and grabbed Xiaoyu's head from the other direction. Tianxin still had room for anything after all, but when he took this palm, he found that a small fork appeared in front of his palm again. He was shocked and Tianxin changed his techniques again. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen techniques had changed, but every time the small fork appeared in front of his palm, he had to stop and change his posture. Tianxin's technique was getting faster and faster, and basically nothing was left to reserve, but it was still faster than Xiaoyu. The small fork appeared accurately in front of his palm every time. Tianxin took a few steps back, looked at Xiaoyu in surprise, and said in disbelief, "What a pet! Nirvana level? Didn't you say it at the beginning?" Lin Shen said lazily. "This is unscientific. How could a pet be a flesh and blood body, and he could talk like a human?" The more Tian Xin looked at Xiaoyu, the more surprised she was. Although he did not use his real power, Xiaoyu's speed was enough to surprise him. His speed attribute is already at the top of Nirvana, and Xiaoyu is obviously faster than his speed, which is very unscientific. "Ask me, how do I know? This is what he looked like when he hatched," Lin Shen said. Tianxin looked around Xiaoyu in surprise, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this guy was really strange. This kind of pet is really unheard of. What abilities is he good at? Good at killing people, Xiaoyu said without waiting for Lin Shen to speak. "I have personality, I like it, Lin Shen, why don't you transfer him to me, so that others will misunderstand that you have an illegitimate child?" "I'm fine, I can handle it," Tianxin said with his eyes turning. "If you ask him if he is willing to follow you, I don't care if he is willing." Lin Shen smiled. "This is what you said, don't regret it." Tianxin looked at Xiaoyu after hearing this, and said with a smile on his face, "Little kid, it is necessary for us to re-recognize. My name is Tianxin, the future heir of the Tian family, one of the three major families of the Tianren clan. It has a rich family background and great resources. If you follow me, you will have whatever you want in the future. Do whatever you want, and do whatever you want, and do whatever you want, and get up to immortality." "Whatever you want?" Xiaoyu asked, looking at Tianxin with interest. "Yes, as long as you follow me, you will have whatever you want and say whatever you want." Tianxin laughed. "Then can you be more handsome?" Xiaoyu said slowly. Chapter 736 Constellation Class Battleship. The Super Burning Star General Bell's Mansion. "General, you have to think twice about attacking the human mother planet." Carlo followed General Bell and persuaded with good intentions. "There has been decided on this matter," General Bell said lightly as he walked. "Although humans have been in the universe for a short time, after the world Wang Xing encountered humans, I have studied the current situation of humans in the universe. Many humans now have many families that depend on their sex of major races, including Nirvana, and their strength is really not as weak as we imagined," Carlo said. "Since you have been studying for so long, you should know that the teleportation device that has been discovered by humans does not support the teleportation of Nirvana, right? The human Nirvana in the universe cannot return to the mother planet." General Bell pushed open the door of the study, sat down on the chair behind the desk, and took the tea in cup. Carlo came over and took the tea set. While making tea for General Bell, he said, "The human mother planet is not the key. It's okay for us to capture the human mother planet. The problem is that after we capture the human mother planet, the humans in the universe will become our mortal enemies. For a planet that is useless and the resources of King of the Realm, there is no need for this at all, and it is not worth the loss. There is a constellation-level battleship on the human mother planet." General Bell suddenly said this. Carlo's pupils contracted and showed an incredible expression. How is it possible? Such a low-level civilization has entered the universe for such a short time, how can there be a constellation-level warship? General, where did you get the news? Is the news wrong? Humans cannot have that level of warship. Even those humans who depend on major powerful races cannot get a constellation-level warship. Carlo doesn't believe that human mother stars will have that kind of thing. You should know that constellation warships are warships with interstellar navigation capabilities. At present, there are only 2 races in the universe that can create such warships. Races with constellation warships are basically among the top 100 races. Because the sales price of that thing is ridiculously high, and it is not something you can buy just by wanting to buy, and it depends on whether it is sold or not. Small races like the Super Burning Clan, even if they sell all their belongings, they may not be able to afford a constellation-level warship. There is no mistake in the intelligence. This is from the humans we caught on the Star of the World. We have confirmed many times. The information is accurate. General Bell took a deep breath and said, "It was a Constellation-class warship crashed on the human mother planet. It has been broken into 2 pieces, loaded with many pet eggs. The reason why humans began to transform was because of the crash of the Constellation-class warship. The pet eggs inside fell out and became a source of infection. Humans don't know that it is a Constellation-class warship, nor what it means. At present, there is only a human family guarding there. They have not yet explored the interior of that warship. This is our opportunity. If it is later, if humans know that it is a Constellation-class warship, I'm afraid everything will be too late." When Carlos' face changed, he sighed for a long time. "So, our real purpose is the warship that crashed on the human mother planet for no reason? Otherwise, why do you think I would agree to attack a planet like the human mother planet that is almost abandoned by humans? Even a broken ship, the value of the things inside and the warship itself are immeasurable." Bell said. "Since that's the case, I will do my best to help you take down the human mother planet, but please be sure to be prepared to start a war with all the human families in the universe." Carlo stood up straight and saluted. "Carlo, don't worry, Odbo and the others are back," Bell said with a smile. Carlo suddenly showed ecstasy when he heard this. "Odbo and the others are back, that's not to say, the old general." General Bell nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with a confident light. "That's right, Odbo and the others have found the old general, and the old general is immortal." "Ah! Our Super Burning Clan. Finally immortal." Carlo's excited body was trembling. The Super Rich Clan once had immortality. It was the era when the Super Rich Clan developed the fastest, but with the demise of immortality, the development of the Super Rich Clan has not only stopped moving forward for so many years, but has even retreated quite seriously. Now the Super Rain Clan has finally had a new immortality, which means that the Super Rain Clan has ushered in a new era of great development in the future. Although the old general is immortal, because no one can help him, he needs to spend a lot of time and energy to prepare for the death disaster, so he cannot return to our clan for the time being. Bell said this, and paused before saying again, "But the old general used a place of nirvana that he now controls to help Odbo and the others complete nirvana. Now they are all nirvana." "They mean that team to confuse the galaxy, have everyone completed nirvana?" Carlo asked in surprise with wide eyes. "Yes, everyone, the entire team, 57 people, all of them were reborn without exception, and all of them failed," General Bell said with a smile. Carlo's excited body was trembling, and he couldn't even believe that nirvana was extremely dangerous for ascendants of small races like them. Even if he took the path of small nirvana, the chance of failure was more than 70%. Now there are 57 more nirvana people at once, and they all take the path of great nirvana, which directly increases the strength of the Super Burning Clan to a higher level. The place of nirvana controlled by the old general is very mature. In the future, as long as our tribe is qualified, we can directly reborn there. We transcend the tribe and have our own nirvana land. The veteran general will have his merits for thousands of years. The more Caro listened, the more excited he became. A mature place of nirvana could allow the tribe members to safely nirvana. This is really important for the Super Burning Clan. With this place of nirvana, as long as there is enough time to accumulate, the Super Burning Clan may even enter the ranks of all races. Of course, it takes a long time to accumulate and develop. It is not a matter of a few more nirvana people soaring into the sky. More immortals need to appear. No one knows about the old general yet, don't spread it. When Carlo was leaving, General Bell reminded him again. Carlo's mood also changed. If he thought he shouldn't attack the human mother planet at first, he would feel it doesn't matter now. The young strong people of human beings are indeed very strong, but the strong people are everywhere.
The most indispensable thing in the universe is the genius strong people. How many people can finally achieve immortality?
Now the Super Burning Clan has regained the immortal strongman, and there is no need to look forward to ordinary small races. If the things inside are valuable enough, the Super Burning Clan may usher in greater opportunities and development, and even more valuable than having the immortals.
Chapter 737. Just walk forward and leave the rest to me.
Lin Shen couldn't find a way to nirvana, but he always had a good mentality and lived a very leisurely life every day.
A message from Ouyang Yudu made Lin Shen's good mood disappear without a trace in an instant. After reading the information, Lin Shen dialed Ouyang Yudu's number. "Ouyang, is your message accurate?" "Accurate,"
Ouyang Yudu said. "Since the emergence of the super rich clan in the realm Wangxing, our family has been paying attention to the situation of the super rich clan. However, at that time, our abilities and resources were limited, so our understanding of them was only found in other people's information. Since I took over the Secret Service Department of the Tianxia Academy, I have used the resources and privileges of the Tianxia Academy to conduct a series of research on the Super Rich Clan, and also installed some eyeliners within the Super Rich Clan." Speaking of this, Ouyang Yu's face was a little gloomy. The news that the eyeliner just sent back: the Super Burning Clan discovered the teleportation device that teleported into our human mother planet, and there was no restriction.
Any level of creatures can enter our mother planet through that teleportation array. What is the overall strength of the Super Burning Clan?
Lin Shen asked in a deep thought. On the surface, the Nirvana people in the Super Burning Clan and those who depend on other major clans have more than 2,000. According to my speculation, there should be at least more than 3,000 Nirvana people in the secret, and countless Ascensioners.
Ouyang Yu thought for a while and said, "The 5,000 Nirvana people are really troublesome."
Lin Shen frowned.
"This is just a conservative estimate. However, there are not many Nirvana people in the Super Burning Clan.
Because their local resources are limited, most families are similar to our human family. After leaving the mother planet, they serve other major tribes in exchange for resources. Most Nirvana people in the Super Burning Clan are actually aliens, and there are probably only a few hundred Nirvana people in the local area."
Lin Shen understood what Ouyang Yunu meant, and his eyes lit up and asked, "Is there any immortals in the Super Burning Clan?"
"It was a long time ago, and later died in the death disaster. It has been a long time since immortals appeared,"
Ouyang Yu said with his eyes narrowed.
"So, the best way for us to solve the problem is to go to the Super Burning Clan to grab the teleportation device back."
Lin Shen laughed. "Maybe I can also charge some interest." Ouyang Yudu also laughed.
"We need a plan," Lin Shen said.
"Leave it to me."
Ouyang Yu thought for a while and said, "You need to know the old wayside. The Super Rain Clan knows the background of our human beings and should not send too many Nirvana people, but only the Wei family has the ability to block them on the mother planet. Unfortunately, our Nirvana people cannot enter the mother planet, so we can only let the Wei family continue to carry it."
"I can go back in the future." Lin Shen's eyes shined.
The discovery of a transmission device that can enter and exit the homestar freely is not only a crisis but also an opportunity. With this teleportation device, human Nirvana can freely enter and exit the mother star without being trapped by the mother star.
Lin Shen had a headache about how he could bring Wei Wufu out.
That guy had a temper like a stubborn donkey and could not persuade him. Now, as long as you get the teleportation device on the Super Burning Star, this problem is no longer a problem. I'll go and talk to Lao Wei. You can only stare at the Super Rib Clan,"
Lin Shen said.
"Don't worry, with me here, I won't give the Super Burning Clan any chance,"
Ouyang Yudu said. "Ouyang, it's great to have you here."
Lin Shen sighed from the bottom of his heart. He is a playful person, and it is impossible for him to focus on the whole and make arrangements in detail like Ouyang Yu. If it weren't for Ouyang Yudu, they probably wouldn't know what had happened, and their hometown might have been stolen by the Super Rib Clan.
Lin Shen really doesn't know how much Ouyang Yu has done silently. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "Just go forward and leave the rest to me."
The Qing Piao Piao's words seemed like a joke, but Lin Shen didn't find it funny at all, because he knew that Ouyang Yu had put in a lot of effort to achieve this Qing Piao's words.
After turning off the communicator, Lin Shen prepared to go back to his home star by himself. This matter may not be settled by Lao Wei alone, and the Wei family needs to withstand the invasion of the super-rich clan. Lin Shen could not go back to help them because he had to go to the mother star of the super-rich clan and take advantage of the nirvana of the super-rich clan to snatch the teleportation device back in the lake clan's lair. It was more dangerous than guarding the mother star, so he could only go there in person. Lin Shen teleported to the Cape base again. Recently, the staff here have become familiar with him. When they see Lin Shen teleporting over, they all smiled and said hello. On the mother planet, the Lin family is not very famous, but all families who have emerged from the mother planet know what kind of existence the Lin family is. Lin Shen is now the director of the Tianren Tianzhi Academy and is deeply favored by Emperor Tianshu. The reason why humans can be on the race rankings is because Lin Shangdong, the fourth brother of Lin Shen. The Lin family, which is not famous on the parent star, is already the loudest voice of human beings in the universe. While Lin Shen was talking to the staff, he saw a familiar and beautiful figure walking in. Concubine by Shen? Lin Shen saw the figure clearly and was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to meet Concubine by Shen here. When Concubine by saw Lin Shen, her expression was slightly complicated. She obviously had heard of Lin Shen's many deeds in the universe. Why are you back? Concubine by Shen said expressionlessly. Lin Shen smiled and said, some things are going to Tiancheng. Where are you going? Lin Shen knew that Concubine by must be teleporting to the universe when she came here, but he was a little curious whether Concubine by's theory of talent had made any breakthroughs. While practicing the talent theory, Ouyang Yu had already made a breakthrough, but Concubine by was slow to move. This time, Concubine by Shen wants to teleport away from her mother star, which is probably a breakthrough. I'm going to Donafulai star. Concubine by was still indifferent, as if nothing was worthy of her touching. Has the talent theory been broken through? Lin Shen couldn't help but ask. Breakthrough. Concubine by Shen nodded slightly, but her expression was a little strange. That's good. Lin Shen was happy for Concubine by. Theory of talent is an evolutionary technique created purely by humans, and can even be compared with the top evolutionary techniques in the universe. If it can be carried forward, it will naturally be the best, and Lin Shen is happy to see it. Of course, the main thing is to be happy for Concubine by. After all, the two have met each other and their relationship is pretty good. Where are you? You're about to pass away? Concubine by Shen didn't want to talk about her breakthrough and asked at Lin Shen. It's almost done. Lin Shen took out a notebook, wrote down his message number and handed it to Concubine by Shen. I'm in a good condition now. I can help if I have anything to do. You're welcome, contact me. After saying a few more words to Concubine by Shen, Lin Shen left the teleportation station. Concubine by Shen looked at Lin Shen's back as he left, and her expression became more and more strange. I haven't had nirvana yet, and I still have a chance to catch up, so it's not in vain that path. Chapter 738 I really need your help. Carrying the specialties of Giant Ring Star and a few bottles of kidney treasure Dan produced by my elder sister, Lin Shen went to see Coach Mu and hinted that he might have alien races invaded his mother planet, so he asked him to make plans early and arrange his family. The reason why I didn't tell Coach Mu the details directly was because if this matter was leaked now, it might be discovered by the people of the Super Burning Clan. Maybe something will happen then. Let others know that it is actually useless. There are not many Nirvana people in each major family on the mother planet. Most of the people who can go out have gone out, and there is no one who can help. Did the alien discover the teleportation device teleported to our mother planet? Coach Mu immediately realized something, his face changed drastically, and he stood up and said, I'll inform everyone to prepare and jointly fight against foreign invasions. I don't know anything. Lin Shen said lightly. Seeing Lin Shen's attitude, Coach Mu was stunned for a moment, then sat down dejectedly and smiled bitterly. That's right, there are no decent strong people on the mother star. Anyone who can go out has gone out. If there is a foreign invasion, it is not bad whether they can fight against foreign invasions together. What's more, all the big families have their own thoughts, and there may be a counter effect at that time. Forget it, don't affect your plan. Coach, don't worry. No matter what happens in the future, I will do my best to protect the safety of my mother star.
Lin Shen comforted.
With your words, it's also considered that you and I have never met each other for nothing. Coach Mu shook his head and said, but listen to my words, if you can guard the mother star, if you can abandon it. If you can't, you will live, you will be home. If you have lost people, what's the use of keeping a broken place? It's easy to make choices, but it's difficult to be at ease.
Lin Shen sighed.
That's because you're not thick-skinned enough.
You have to practice more and learn from the people at the Wanderer base.
The coach laughed. Is there another monster on the Wanderer base?
Lin Shen was a little confused. Although he had some conflicts with the Wanderer base before, after he came out of his home star, he never remembered this matter at all, nor did he find trouble with the Wanderer base. It's not that he is generous, but that the universe is too big and the Wanderer base is too small, so small that he has no way of knowing which corner of the universe the Wanderer base is. It is so small that it is difficult to notice like dust. All the people from the Wanderer base have moved out of their home star and joined the Shatua clan.
Coach Mu said. It is normal to join other races, why do you have to move out of your parent star?
Lin Shen was a little puzzled. What I mean by joining means that they give up their identity and will live as the Shatua clan in the future, and have no connection with us humans anymore.
Coach Mu said a little disdainful.
Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. I have never heard of the Shatua tribe.
What is the situation with them? How could a foreign race join his own race? Isn't this a stolen bell? Humans are humans. Even if they change their names, will they still be humans? That's not necessarily true. Some people are inappropriate and want to be beasts. Instructor Mu's more angry as he spoke.
Lin Shen asked in detail about the situation, and then he learned that the Shatua tribe has poor fertility and the ethnic group has not been able to develop, so they like to absorb people from other races to join the Shatua tribe.
The Shatua tribe has a good technology level and is good at genetic modification technology.
Those who are willing to join Shatuofang only need to transform into a unique nose of the Shatua tribe, which is a bit similar to a dog's nose, and will be regarded as Shatua people. The senior management of the Wanderer base, who brings his family to join the Shatua tribe, needs to undergo that kind of transformation surgery, which is indeed different from humans in the future. The Shatua clan is not a good thing, and it is also a terrible thing with the people in the Wanderer base.
Forget it, let alone them, it will be very angry. How is your situation there?
If you need manpower, your brothers can do their best.
Instructor Mu said. I am now living under someone else's roof. I have to live a life based on other people's faces.
It is not easy for senior brothers to suffer this grievance with me. Lin Shen said with a wry smile.
Instructor Mu nodded and said, I also know that it is not easy for you to be outside. Every effort is to gain every effort. It seems glamorous on the surface, but it must have suffered a lot in the dark. If there is anything we can help, we just need to say it. Coach, if you say that, then I really have one thing I want to ask for help.
Lin Shen said seriously.
I know that you are going to be troublesome with me. If you have anything to say, you will definitely help you because of the things you have done in the past few days.
Instructor Mu cursed with a smile.
Actually, it's not a big deal. Can you lend me your sea snake's tooth for a few days?
Lin Shen kept thinking about the sea snake tooth with fire, but he couldn't imagine how much excuse he could take it away.
Today he finally found an opportunity. It's just a souvenir. You just want to take it directly, don't say whether you borrow it or not. But at your current level, what's the use of that thing to you?
Instructor Mu said, got up and walked into the kitchen, took out the sea snake teeth, and handed it to Lin Shen.
This is not easy to explain.
It is useless to others, but it is of great use to me.
I will borrow it for a few days and will not damage it. I will return it to you in a few days. Lin Shen took the sea snake teeth and was very happy.
He didn't know what kind of fire ability could be produced here.
Since that's the case, then I'll give it back to me when you have time. It's a memory of my beautiful youth.
Instructor Mu smiled.
By the way, instructor, how is your training camp? Lin Shen put away the sea snake teeth and asked about the situation of the training camp again. Speaking of the training camp, Instructor Mu's eyes suddenly shone. With your evolutionary skills, the training camp is in good condition now, and has collected a lot of good seedlings with very good potential. That is, the venue is limited, so we cannot collect so many students, so we can only politely reject a large number of students who want to enroll. Speaking of this, Instructor Mu hesitated for a moment and said embarrassedly, "There is something I have to apologize to you. I will announce one of the evolutionary techniques you left behind, so that ordinary children who do not have the opportunity to practice in the training camp can also practice at home. It's not the inheritance and evolution technique, right?" Lin Shen's heart moved. It is the inheritance and evolution technique. After my attempts during this period and the trials of students, the inheritance and evolution technique is the easiest evolution technique to get the most proficient in results, and it is very applicable. Other evolution techniques may need to be combined with specific top-quality pet eggs to obtain a relatively ideal basic transformation talent. The inheritance and evolution technique can also obtain a very good basic transformation talent. This is really ideal for ordinary children, so I will promote it vigorously. Instructor Mu felt a little guilty and did not inform Lin Shen in advance. "Coach, you did a great job. I'll give it to you. Just hope you can carry it forward, and the more people you practice, the better." Lin Shen laughed. Instructor Mu's assist was too strong. He didn't know what to do if he wanted to spread it out. Chapter 739 Old Grudges. After leaving Instructor Mu's house, Lin Shen returned to the Suwanio base to see the people in his hometown. Walking in a familiar and unfamiliar base, I feel quite different. "Little fifth brother, I haven't seen you for a long time." An old man greeted Lin Shen from a distance. "Brother Lu, your body is getting stronger and stronger. I have gone out to do something recently and rarely come back," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Is your elder sister okay?" Uncle Lu asked again. "It's very good. I'm doing business outside, I'm very busy, and I don't have time to come back. I told her to come back and let her come back to see you," Lin Shen said. The information of Suwanio base is blocked. Most people in the base only know that something happened to the Lin family, but few people know what happened to the Lin family and what is going on now. Lu Bo waved his hands repeatedly. "Business is important, don't bother her to come back and run away. It's good that you're fine. Our old neighbors all look forward to your good luck. The young people of the Qi and Wang families are so annoying. They always say that the old Lin family is not good. If something big happens outside, they can't come back. I'll just say, your Lin family is so kind-hearted, God will definitely bless you. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, our family is all fine." As Lin Shen walked back all the way, many old neighbors and those who worked in the Lin family before greeted Lin Shen in surprise. Until Lin Shen walked to his egg-catching shop, Zhao Li's eyes turned red when she saw Lin Shen. "Fifth brother. Where have you been? Why did you come back?" "I watched the store. It has been open as usual. It has not been left for a day. There were fewer goods before. I also bought the goods several times. The account book is here." Zhao Li read eyes, and took out the account book from the drawer and gave it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen did not go to pick up the account book, and reached out to press Zhao Li's head and shook it. "Don't cry, you're back. Beast, let go of your dirty hands, don't touch my Xiaoli." The fat man rushed in with the bench, looking like he was trying to fight Lin Shen desperately. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Zhao Li quickly stopped Qi Tianfu, grabbed the bench and threw it on the ground. Qi Tianfu, who was usually fierce and arrogant, looked like a grandson in front of Zhao Li, and the cowardly Lin Shen was a little bit over. He was afraid of Zhao Li and wanted to show his might toward Lin Shen, but when Zhao Li glared at him, he had a little bit of a tail between his tail. "You?" Lin Shen looked at the movements and expressions of the two, and seemed to be unusual. "Xiao Li is already my wife. You kid will put your attention in the future. Don't touch me. If you do something randomly, I will ruin you." Qi Tianfu put one hand around Zhao Li's waist, swore his sovereignty, and then said, "You are also broken shop, hurry up and find someone to take over. My wife has no time to help you manage this broken shop." Shut up.
As soon as Zhao Li spoke, Qi Tianfu suddenly became timid and didn't dare to say anything.
Fifth brother, we are married. We originally wanted to invite you, but we couldn't contact you. No one knows where you are.
Zhao Li's cheeks were slightly red, and she gave the fat man a white look, and then said to Lin Shen again, Fifth brother, if you have something to do, I'll help you with the store.
I don't like to be at home all day, it's good to do something.
I didn't expect you to be able to walk together, congratulations.
Lin Shen thought for a while and said, I can't attend your wedding.
Let's do this, shall we? This shop will give you.
Except for the things in my room, it will be yours in the future. How can that work? I can't ask.
Zhao Li quickly shook her head and refused. Lin Shen interrupted Zhao Li and said with a smile, we grew up together.
I will treat you as my own sister. My dear sister is married. What's wrong with me giving me some dowry? Fifth brother.
Zhao Li wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Shen.
It's hard for me to have time to come back in the future.
If you don't accept this store, no one can accept it.
This store is in your hands, and I think it's good. Lin Shen said. Fifth brother, don't worry, as long as I'm here, this store will be there.
Zhao Li wanted to say something, but saw a group of people suddenly coming from outside. When Qi Tianfu saw the person coming outside, his face changed immediately and he quickly said to Lin Shen, you go through the back door. Lin Shen looked outside and saw that the people from the Qi and Wang families were coming, and the old acquaintances Qi Shuhuang and Wang Tian'er were also famous figures named by the Qi and Wang families. Qi Tianfu thought they were coming to make things difficult for Lin Shen, so Zhao Li reached out and pushed Lin Shen to the back door. Lin Shen did not move, indicating that they could feel at ease.
Qi Shuhuang and Wang Tian'er brought people to the gate.
Standing outside the gate, Lin Shen was not as fierce as Qi Dafu and Zhao Li thought.
Suddenly, Qi Shuhuang and Wang Tian'er knelt outside the door with a pounce.
The senior executives of the Qi and Wang families who followed them were like them, kneeling behind them, and a large number of people were kneeling outside. The people watching the fun outside were stunned, Qi Tianfu and Zhao Li inside, and didn't know what the situation was.
Qi Tianfu was even more at a loss.
Among the Qi family members who were kneeling outside, his father made the fat man feel at a loss for a moment.
Fifth master, Mr. Lin Wu. It was all my fault before. You want to fight or kill? Just say it. Don't dirty Mr. Lin Wu's hand. I broke it by myself. I just want you to bet on your own for the sake of a 100-year-old neighbor. Don't bother with our family.
Wang Tian'er said as he tore open his clothes, revealing his chest, holding a knife in both hands, and then raised it to his head and continued, if you feel unhappy, you can do it yourself, and I will admit it even if you have to scratch it.
Fifth master, how do you want to vent your anger? Just one word.
Qi Shuhuang's face was also full of bitterness. The ordinary people at UltraBase don't know what the situation of the Lin family is now, but they learned some of the current situation of the Lin family from outside and some news related to Lin Shen. Every time they hear the news, their blood pressure soars, and their blood vessels are almost unable to withstand the pressure. Who would have thought that after the Lin family escaped in a panic, they would develop to that level in such a short period of time? They heard that Lin Shen had become a senior official of the Cosmic Clan, and could destroy human planets with just a move. Since they kept asking about Lin Shen, they had become increasingly unable to sleep, and even unable to sleep at night. Thinking of what they did to Lin Shen before, Lin Shen's return this time made them scared them to their core. Even those big human families who rushed out of their mother planet and had a certain status in the universe were disgusted by Lin Shen. They were really afraid that Lin Shen would destroy all their clans when he came back this time.
If one person has attained enlightenment, the chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven, the old grudges in the family will be destroyed. There are so many such things that they cannot help but be afraid. If they hadn't really had no place to go, they would have moved their family long ago.
However, with Lin Shen's current influence, as long as Lin Shen said that if they wanted the lives of their two families, I wonder how many people would rush to cut off their heads and send them to Lin Shen. Where could they go? Looking at the senior executives of the Qi and Wang families who were kneeling outside the store, the old neighbors nearby suddenly realized something.
The little fifth master of the Lin family seemed to be a little different from the little fifth master who they had watched as growing up since childhood. Chapter 740, The Super Burning Star. After leaving the Suwanio base, Lin Shen went directly to Tiancheng. The situation in Tiancheng has improved a lot recently, because the eternal regret of Dongli was removed, and Wei Wufu succeeded in rebirth, which made the pressure on the Wei family to guard the underground space much less. However, I don't know why, but there are still those blue mushroom-headed nirvana creatures in the underground space from time to time, and I don't know where they came from. The Blood Sea obviously cannot give birth to that kind of nirvana creature. The Wei family has been exploring underground spaces for this period of time, trying to find the birthplace of those nirvana creatures, but no new discoveries have yet. When Lin Shen told the Wei family about the super-rich clan's invasion of the mother planet, Wei Changqing and others were not as surprised as expected. Because of the existence of this spacecraft, we had long expected that there might be such a day. This day was a long time later than we imagined. It gave mankind more than 200 years of development time. God is not bad for mankind, Wei Changqing said calmly. Mr. Qing, judging from the information we have obtained now, the Super Rain Clan may not have immortals, but the number of Nirvana people should be far more than us. In order to make it happen once and for all, we plan to go to the Super Rain Clan's mother planet while the Super Rain Clan attacks the mother planet and take back the teleportation device. First, it can prevent people from other races from teleporting to our mother planet in the future, and secondly, it can also solve the problem that human Nirvana people will be trapped in the mother planet. Lin Shen said his and Ouyang Yudu's plan. How do we need to cooperate? Wei Changqing asked seriously. Before we succeed, restrain the invading Super Burning Legion. Lin Shen paused and said. Don't worry, as long as there is one person in the Wei family alive, the Super Rich Clan will not be able to live in peace. Wei Changqing made a decisive move. Mr. Qing, it's not the time to fight. We have studied the Super Rich Clan before, and combined with the information obtained, the reason why the Super Rich Clan invaded our home planet is definitely not just because the resources of the King of the Realm are as simple as the resources of the King of the Realm. It is very likely that their target is actually underground space. Lin Shen told Wei Changqing and others in detail about Ouyang Yudu's speculation and the plan they formulated. Since that's the case, let's act according to the plan. Let's evacuate the personnel of Tiancheng first. Wei Changqing unconditionally trusted Lin Shen, and according to the plan, he transferred the personnel of Tiancheng to the Suwanio base first. The reason why Lin Shen had to go to the Suwanio base first was because of this. Tiancheng will inevitably become the main battlefield, and the elderly, weak, women and children in Tiancheng will inevitably be transferred. With so many people in Tiancheng, you need a place to settle down temporarily. Suwanio base is a good choice. Both humans and the Super Burning Clan are preparing, and the war is about to break out. April 1st is a very special festival in human history, but in this era, no one has ever celebrated this festival again. Today's night, there are many stars and the moon is very bright. Although it is not a full moon, the cold moonlight shines brightly on the night. Suddenly, the sky seemed to darken suddenly, and dense black dots appeared on the moon in the sky. The black dots became more and more large, quickly covering the entire moon, making the night much darker. What is that? The human being who had not fallen asleep saw countless streams of light appearing in the sky, like a rain of light flying across the sky. That's ascenders. How could there be so many ascenders? Someone finally discovered what that was. Ascenders were flying in the sky, countless in numbers, rushed into the atmosphere like locusts, and flew quickly in the sky. The Super Burning Legion composed of ascenators rushed into the human mother planet like locusts from the sky. The human mother planet is really a habitable planet. General Bell breathed the air of the human mother planet and found that there were almost no gases that were harmful to the Super Burning Clan. They were more comfortable here than in the Super Burning Clan's home planet. This is an unexpected surprise. If we take down the human mother planet, we can use it as a breeding planet. Aakitong said with a smile. The humans here can also become our slaves and serve the noble Super Burning warriors. Jerry also said. General, let's take the Tiancheng as soon as possible, so as not to have too many dreams. Apart from the Tianchengwei family, there are basically no Nirvana people. As long as you take the Tianqingwei family, the human mother star will be ours. Carlo said, looking at the map. The Super Burning Clan has captured a lot of humans on the world star, and the information obtained is very accurate and has a very high understanding of the human mother planet. Under General Bell's leadership, the Super Burning Clan Legion, like a heavenly soldier in general, passed by and headed towards the direction of the Tiancheng. The Super Burning Clan, how can there be so many Super Burning Clan? Ascendants, so many ascendants. The Super Burning Clan found a teleportation device that was teleported to our human mother planet. Seeing the Super Burning Legion passing by, people were extremely frightened. How could humans on Earth have seen so many ascendants? When passing through some human bases, some super burning Nirvana attacks caused a devastating blow to the human base. Humans are really vulnerable. Seeing the humans screaming and crying in the ruins, the super burning warriors laughed. Don't waste time in such a place, take down Tiancheng. General Bell shouted softly, asking them to hurry up and head to Tiancheng. Almost at the same time when the Super Burning Legion teleported to the moon, a figure also arrived at the Super Burning Star through the teleportation device. The Super Burning Clan warrior who was responsible for guarding the teleportation device saw the person who was teleporting, wearing a black carapace, and he couldn't tell which clan he belonged to, so he reached out and stopped him. Pass. The Super Burning Clan warrior reached out to the man. Boom! Lin Shen punched the Super Burning Clan warrior in front of him and exploded into pieces. This scene shocked the staff in the teleportation station, and the Super Burning warrior in charge of security work rushed over immediately. Among them, there were many ascendants, whose lives were formed into streams of light and smashed towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen waved his fists, one step at a time, and the force seemed to be shocking and terrifying, directly bombarding the life base. The numerous assassinators of the Super Burning Clan were spitting blood in their mouths and staring at the figure in horror. Lin Shen didn't bother with them at all. After rushing out of the teleportation station, he flew towards the military region of the Super Burning Legion. Woo! Woo! The sound of alarms sounded over the Super Rising Star, and many of the senior executives of Super Rising Star were stunned and didn't know what had happened. Invade, there are invaders. The staff of the teleportation station kept transmitting information to the outside. The people of Super Rising Star were a little unbelievable. Someone actually dared to invade the Super Rising Star's home star. This has not happened in hundreds of years. In the Torch Building, the iconic building of Super Burning Star, members of the Super Burning Clan's Presbyterian Church were all watching the projections on the wall in the hall. Human, that's a human, a mere human, who dared to break into our mother planet and even killed our tribe members. It's unforgivable. Looking at Lin Shen, who was flying rapidly in the sky, the elders of the Super Burning tribe were roaring angrily. Chapter 741 Kill the Explosion Super Burning Army. It seems that the human is heading for the garrison of the Super Burning Legion, where is the teleportation device that teleports to the human mother planet. The news should be revealed. Elders, please allow me to kill that human. A general stood up and said calmly. Who revealed the news? An elder was furious. No matter who has revealed the news, there is no Nirvana guarding there. We must first kill the invading humans, and the teleportation device cannot be missed. The previous general said, I. Xiaoku, requested to fight, kill the invading humans. General Xiaoku, then I'll ask you. The elder agreed to Xiaoku's request. General Xiaoku turned around and walked out of the Torch Building without saying a word, and his body soared into the sky like a shell, heading towards the military district. Little human, you dare to break into my Chaoran star. He is looking for death. Seeing General Xiaoku rushing over at a very fast speed, he should be able to stop the invading humans halfway, the elders sneered. They are still very confident in Xiaoku. Xiaoku has a bad temper and likes to charge and is cruel by nature. He will have to massacre almost every time he sieges the city and falls into the ground. In recent years, the Super Burning Clan has rarely allowed Xiaoku to lead his troops to fight. Because he is not only cruel to others, but his opponents are also very violent, beating and scolding, and beating to death at worst, so even the Chaoran tribe doesn't like him very much. However, it cannot be denied that Xiao Ku was very capable and has completed 9 Nirvana, which is rare among the Super Burning Clan. So no matter how much they don't like Xiao Ku, they can't deny Xiao Ku's ability. Lin Shen was flying at high speed in the air and suddenly saw a stream of light appearing in front of him. Soon, a super burning Nirvana person wearing a golden battle suit and a golden battle helmet stopped Lin Shen. Human. Leave your name. I won't kill woman under Xiao Ku axe. Before he finished speaking, he saw the human opposite slashing over. Xiao Ku was furious and waved the giant axe in his hand and went up to meet him. However, before his axe could touch the other party's knife, he suddenly felt his body numb and he was stunned for a moment. Click. Xiao Ku's head was cut off directly by the scum knife, and his head, which was like a bull, flew high, but his body fell down. Ah! The elders of the Super Burning Clan all changed their faces, and some people couldn't help but scream. Xiao Ku, who had been reborn 9 times, was cut off his head by just one meeting, which shocked everyone. The legions obey orders, at all costs, to eliminate the invaders, at all costs. The Great Elder immediately issued an order to the major legions. After receiving the orders from the commanders of various major legions, many legions set out as soon as possible to intercept Lin Shen. In the closest to Lin Shen, the commander of the legion led 4 Nirvana and nearly 1,000 Ascensioners to intercept Lin Shen as soon as possible. Because of attacking the human mother planet, most of the Nirvana people in the Fierce Wind Legion were drawn away, and now there are only these 4 left, and the other legions are still on the way. Seeing the overwhelming Ascension Legion appearing in front of you, thousands of life bases are shrouded like a meteor shower. Lin Shen danced the scum knife in his hand, and the sword energy shattered the life foundations that fell like raindrops, and rushed over with the attack of the life foundations like rain. Wherever you pass, the life base explodes, fragments splash, and shock waves keep exploding in the sky, like mushroom clouds blooming in the air. Looking for death. Ogas, the commander of the Reigning Wind Legion, slashed wildly at Lin Shen with a long sword in his hand, and slashed downwards with a shocking sword light. Lin Shen rushed forward and met Oga's sword light. The slag knife and the sword light hit each other, and the dazzling slag broke in the air. The slag knife, like the demon's minion, directly split Ogazo's body in half. The people in the Marine Wind Legion were shocked and angry. They could hardly imagine that a Nirvana like Ogazer could not even block a single sword. In fact, it was not that Ogazer was not strong enough, but that he was hit by the silent sand between his fingers, unable to move, and had no time to resist, and was split into 2 by Lin Shen. These Nirvana people of the Super Burning Clan are actually not bad in power and have strong abilities, but compared with Nirvana people of the large clan, their knowledge and abilities are actually much worse. Lin Shen waved the scum knife with one hand and secretly shot out the sand between his fingers with the other hand. In such a chaotic battle, it was hard to defend against. After rushing into the Legion, the sword energy was scattered. The assassinator of the Super Burning Clan who was killed for a moment fell over and over, blood spurted in the sky, and his remaining limbs and broken arms flew around. Thousands of Ascensioners and several Nirvana people could not stop Lin Shen's impact at all. They seemed to be a pile of loose sand, and they dispersed as soon as they rushed. Seeing Lin Shen about to break out of the encirclement of the Legion, a black and super burning Legion appeared in the distance. Brothers of the Stormless Legion, don't panic. Let's support. The commander of the 9G Legion shouted and issued an order. I saw a series of life foundations soaring into the sky, and copper bells swelled in the sky, shaking at the same time. As the copper bells fluctuated, all the super burning warriors had red halos, as if they were blessed with a violent halo, and the battle suddenly increased significantly. When Lin Shen slashed down with one sword, but he was unable to kill the Nirvana person on the opposite side. The giant axe of the Nirvana person of the Super Burning Clan was shining with a strange red light, and Lin Shen actually slashed the scum knife skill with all his strength. Stop it! The elders were overjoyed. No matter how powerful a person is, how can he compete with the Legion? The Great Elder's eyes were extremely cold. A human being dares to attack the Super Burning Family Star, and he simply doesn't regard them as human beings. The numerous copper bell life bases in the sky kept shaking, making waves of shocking sounds, making the soldiers of the Super Burning Legion rush towards Lin Shen as if they were crazy. Lin Shen knew that those copper bell life foundations gave these super burning warriors great blessings, and it was impossible for a simple force offensive to rush over. But he was not in a hurry, and blocked the Nirvana who was attacking from the other side with a knife. With a move with his left hand, the Inheritance Fan appeared in his hand, and then he threw it out violently. The Inheritance Fan suddenly flew up like a butterfly, and at the same time, the mysterious light text above flew out like raindrops and landed on the super burning warriors, which immediately reduced their momentum. A Nirvana saw the Inheritance Fan flying over and raised his sword to slash the Inheritance Fan, wanting to break it or shoot it down. But the moment his sword was about to slash the Inheritance Fan whirled strangely, bypassing his sword and flew past his legs. Ah! The Nirvana screamed, and his legs were cut off by the Inheritance Fan. Wherever the butterfly-like Inheritance Fan passed, the bodies of the super-burning warriors were broken, and no one could stop them. Lin Shen held the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other, and rushed over along the path of the Inheritance Fan. The Inheritance Fan flew back with the tip of the knife and threw it out again. Each man and his two swords cooperated with each other and fought out a bloody path. Under the double team of the two legions, he still had a crazy impact. After being weakened by the technique of the Inherited Fan, the blessing of the Copper Bell was almost useless, and no one could stop Lin Shen's scum knife skills. Lin Shen. He is Lin Shen in the human race. As soon as the Inheritance Fan came out, someone immediately recognized Lin Shen's identity. Chapter 742, Two Shocked and Fallen Styles. Lin Shen was crazy about killing, and Lin Shen had no compassion for the super burning clan that invaded the human mother planet. The universal law of the universe, the strong survive. If he cannot regain the teleportation device, the human mother star will fall, and the end will be even worse than these super burning tribes. The battlefield is not a place to show mercy means. What Lin Shen did not expect was that under his crazy slaughter, these super burning warriors were not afraid at all, and they still rushed forward without fear of death. The super burning warriors were red-eyed and rushed up like crazy. Before Lin Shen rushed out, another army rushed over. The legion that came this time was different from the two legions before. The life base they sacrificed was like lanterns, radiating a strange red light. Lin Shen's body was shining with the red light, and he felt that his strength and speed were greatly reduced. The small super burning clan actually has so many auxiliary legion soldiers. If those big clans fight in legion, I don't know how terrifying it will be. Lin Shen said in his heart. The elders of the Presbyterian Church breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Shen's voice dwindling. Other legions were also on the way, and Lin Shen would inevitably be besieged to death. Lin Shen also knew that if this continues, he would not be able to kill all the super burning warriors of these legions. I can only be glad that most Nirvana went to the human mother planet, otherwise his situation would be worse. No longer in love with the battle, Lin Shen inserted the scum knife back to his waist, reached out to hold the flying Inheritance Fan, and slapped it in front of him. The storm swept across the wind, and wherever it reached, the super burning legion in the sky instantly lost its ability to fly and fell from the air like raindrops. Lin Shen held the folding fan in his hand and fanned wildly with his fore and back. For a moment, the super burning warriors around him fell into trouble. Lin Shen rushed forward and fanned wildly. The two shocked styles cooperated, causing the super burning warriors who rushed towards him to lose their flying ability and could no longer stop his impact. He rushed over forcibly. The life foundation that fell all over the sky was also blown by Lin Shen, and he could not be hurt at all. The soldiers and the commanders in the legion were both shocked and angry, and they had never seen such a strange ability. Although they just fell down and were not injured, they could not stop Lin Shen. The elders were even more shocked and watched Lin Shen rush out of the encirclement and head towards the military district. Stop him no matter what. The elder's face was gloomy. Great Elder, let's go to war. A voice rang out in the corner of the conference hall. The elders turned around and saw a young and tall super burning warrior standing up. Oh DBO. It's not time for you to go to fight. The great elder frowned. That Lin Shen's skill is weird. Although there are many people in the ordinary legion, it is probably not that easy to stop him. If he destroys the teleportation device, so many warriors in our clan will be permanently trapped in the human mother planet. We can't afford such losses. Odbo said calmly, don't worry, elders. After watching for so long, I already know him well and am sure to break his skills. When we fight together, we can kill him immediately, and we cannot tolerate him being rampant in our super burning clan's mother planet. How sure are you? The elder stared at Odibio and asked. 10%. Odibio replied. Okay, then go to the battle. The elder's eyes swept across the faces of many elders, and when he saw that no one objected, he issued an order. I will definitely live up to my expectations. Odibio walked out with great strides, and the Nirvana people followed his steps and walked out. These Nirvana people followed Odibio to the chaotic galaxy to find the old general, where they used the Nirvana land, and they just didn't have long since Nirvana. Although they have not been able to pass through Nirvana for a long time, they have all taken the path of great Nirvana, and most of the Nirvana who are transcendental clans are small Nirvana. With the same number of Nirvana, ordinary small Nirvana cannot compare to the great Nirvana. What's more, they have received guidance from the old general, and their abilities and insights are not comparable to those of ordinary Nirvana who are super burning clan. This time, the super rich clan deliberately kept them all, and did not let them participate in the war, but planned to treat them as the backbone of the super rich clan. This time, Odibio and the others took the initiative to ask for a fight, which is also the time for the senior management of the super burning clan to test their abilities. The elders were not too worried. Although Lin Shen's ability was strange, it was unlikely to kill these 50 Nirvana people. Even if they can't stop Lin Shen, they will not be in danger of their lives. They just think it is their experience. Moreover, other legions were also rushing to the military district headquarters. As long as Odibio and the others could stop Lin Shen for a while, the major legions would meet. No matter how strong Lin Shen was, he would never be able to compete with the army. When the elder thought about this, he felt a little uneasy. After thinking about it, he took out the communicator and dialed a number. Soon, the communicator was turned on and a white-haired Tauron was projected. Little Nyo-Nyo, what happened? The old elder, who was already in his twilight years, was actually called Little Nyo-Nyo by the white-haired Taurus, which made the other elders look a little strange. Elder General, humans have entered our home planet and attempted to destroy our teleportation device. The elder was not concerned and continued, Odibio and the others have gone out to intercept it. The white-haired Tauron heard this and smiled. It seems that your confidentiality work is not done well enough. People have discovered clues. How many humans have come in total and how many Nirvana have there? 1, said the great elder. Only 1 Nirvana came? The white-haired Tauron was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, how many humans have come? Only 1, said the great elder. There is only 1 human being, Lin Shen, who is the president of the Tianrun Academy of the Heavenly Man clan. If we kill him, the Tianrun clan may have to come forward. Things that rely on human power really think that with the Tianrun clan as their backer, they can bully me the super rich clan? Don't hold back, just kill me, the Tianrun clan will have me. The white-haired Taurus said, transfer the image to me, and I want to see how those boys Odibio and others perform. The elders secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked someone to synchronize the images outside. Lin Shen had already rushed out of the encirclement of the Legion. The second style of Jing Luo was really useful, and he defeated the enemy without fighting. Even those who were super burning Nirvana lost their ability to fly under the 2 postures of shock and fall, and could not stop him at all. The only pity is that the second style of Jing Luo has no lethality and can only be used to ban flights. Not long after flying, I suddenly saw a series of lights soaring into the sky, and dozens of Nirvana flew into the sky, sealing all the paths in Lin Shen. Why are there so many Nirvana people in the Super Rain clan? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. The Super Rain clan's background is deeper than in the information, which was something that had not been expected before. Chapter 743 Violent Jade. This battle was originally intended to fight the Super Rich clan. Most of the Nirvana people in the Super Rich clan were not on the mother planet, and most of the Nirvana people in the local area went to the human mother planet. Lin Shen was like coming to steal the family. Unexpectedly, there are so many Nirvana people in the mother plane of the Super Rain clan. In such a short time, 50 or 60 Nirvana people were called out. The foundation of the Super Rain clan is deeper than Lin Shen imagined. The arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Those who could not fight for speed, Lin Shen, directly fanned over with a fan, and the wind was everywhere, and they wanted to ban all the new Nirvana people from flying, so that they could not stop their own steps. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw the Nirvana leader of the Taurus and summoned a strange life foundation. The life base is ring-shaped and only the size of a bracelet. After leaving the Tauren's body, it suddenly becomes larger. The rushing wind that rushed towards them seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, actually headed towards the ring's life base. After flowing through the middle of the ring, it disappeared without a trace, and it did not have the effect of being forbidden to fly. Ha! What kind of life foundation is that? Lin Shen was surprised. The Super Burning Clan who watched the game were overjoyed. Odbo did not brag. He was indeed able to restrain Lin Shen's skills. The old general of the white-haired Taurus was also comforted by Lao Huai. Odbo is gifted and has excellent luck. Whether it is talented, life base or Nirvana, it is the best choice. There is great potential in the future. If our clan thinks about immortality, it will fall on him. It's the old general that you taught. The great elder was also full of joy. If another immortality could be produced, the Super Burning Clan's position in the universe would be even more stable. Lin Shen saw that the shocking style was useless, and the backhand was a drop-off style. The wind is rising in a shocking manner, and the falling in a flash is without trace. The life foundation of the ring can overcome the wind, but it may not be able to break the falling in a flash. However, Lin Shen's incitement did not play any role. The ring shone brightly in the sky and showed no sign of falling. When Odbo and other Nirvana people saw Lin Shen inciting, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Shen, don't waste your energy. My life foundation of the wind and ring can determine all kinds of airflows. Your skills are useless in front of it. Odbo said coldly, you dare to break into my family's mother planet alone. Your courage is commendable, but your sins are unforgivable. Let's leave your life today. As he said that, at the command of Odbo, more than 50 Nirvana people sacrificed their lives, and one by one, with shocking light, attacked Lin Shen. The super burning people in the city below were all energetic when they saw the divine lights covering the sky and the sun. They thought Lin Shen would definitely die this time. You are so anxious to die, so I will fulfill your wish. Lin Shen flicked his finger and a pet capsule flew out and greeted him in the sky. Seeing this scene, the people from the super rich clan were extremely confused and didn't know what Lin Shen was doing. With one pet against more than 50 Nirvana-level life bases, even the most powerful pet may be difficult to do. The old general of the white-haired frowned, not knowing what pet Lin Shen was using. The pet capsule flew in the air and suddenly turned into a petite body, looking like a child, with black armor all over his body, and a pair of small hands holding small white jade knives and forks, just like tableware for eating. Everyone watched Xiaoyu face more than 50 Nirvana life bases alone in the air. I wonder how such a pet would fight against so many life bases. The next second, they saw red ghost face patterns appearing on Xiaoyu's chest and behind. As soon as this pattern came out, not only the power of those life foundations suddenly decreased, but even Odbo and the others all sank their bodies, feeling that their bodies became very weak, as if they were hollowed out. The next second, the petite black figure moved, and soared into the sky with the power of more than 50 life bases. The white jade knife in his hand swept out. The transparent Shura sword energy directly shattered the opposite life bases on the spot, and the sword energy rushed forward without stopping. Everyone was shocked. They never expected that this petite-looking pet would be so violent. But Xiaoyu had already passed through the foundation and rushed into the crowd in an instant. The white jade knife slashed horizontally and vertically, and opened the killing ring. The sword energy cut through the power of Nirvana, and in an instant, several Nirvana people were killed. The power of the Shura ghost is so powerful. Not to mention the Nirvana who just passed away, even the top Nirvana who were Bingreya and Fengfeiqian, they are helpless in the face of the Shura ghost and can only be killed. If it is a true Nirvana Legion, it is possible to use the Legion battle formation to fight against Xiaoyu, but these are all Nirvana people who have been promoted to Nirvana, just mobs. Seeing his comrades being ruthlessly killed, Odbo was shocked and angry, and once again destroyed the life foundation of Dingfengyuan.
The life foundation of the Dingfeng ring rotates at high speed, and a whirlwind grows inside, pulling Xiaoyu's body and sucking him into the ring. Xiaoyu flashed and forced out of the suction range of the fixed wind ring. Who knew that after his flash, the fixed wind ring seemed to be sucked by a magnet, and instantly accelerated and flew towards Xiaoyu, and suddenly put it on Xiaoyu's body. The fixed wind ring automatically contracted, and immediately tied Xiaoyu, and his arms were tied into the ring, making it difficult to move any longer. Seeing Xiaoyu being caught by Dingfengyuan, the elders were overjoyed, and the elders also smiled. But the smile froze on his face for only a moment. Xiaoyu let go of the jade fork in his hand, and the jade fork stabbed Dingfengyuan by itself, and the force of the stabbing Wenwen shattered. Odibio suddenly burst into blood from his mouth and fell from the air. Xiaoyu escaped from the trap and grabbed Yucha. Her figure seemed to teleport, flashing through the crowd, and her heads flew into the sky. The Nirvana people were all frightened and they didn't care much about it at this time. Some people turned around and ran away. With the leader, the Nirvana who was not killed for a while scattered into birds and beasts. Xiaoyu's intention to kill was already aroused, so how could they allow them to escape? The white jade fork in his hand pierced the void. The escaped Nirvana flew back as if he was pulled back by invisible force. She was swept by Xiaoyu's horizontal knife and her body was broken into two pieces. Xiaoyu cooperated with knife and fork, and each knife was one, and there was no need to chase after it. In a blink of an eye, he almost wiped out all these dozens of Nirvana people. Seeing the Nirvana people being massacred, the elders were shocked and angry, and their hearts were bleeding. These are all elites of the Super Burning Clan and the mainstay of the future. Being slaughtered in this way is like killing a chicken or a dog. They were both angry and scared, not knowing what kind of pet it was, but they had such terrifying abilities. Kill them, no matter how much the price you pay, you must not let them leave alive, the old general. The elder gave the death order, and the entire Kairangsing mobilized. He turned to look at the communicator, but found that the old general had disconnected communication. Chapter 744 Super Immortal. All the legions gathered towards the military district garrison. Since Lin Shen could not be blocked, they would fight Lin Shen to the death at the garrison. When Lin Shen led Xiaoyu to the military base, he saw that the sky and the earth were filled with black super burning warriors, and the number of people could no longer be counted. Before we got close, we saw the Assassinator's spiritual foundation flying over the sky, as if it was covered with dark clouds. The number of life bases is too terrifying. Lin Shen has been inciting the two positive and negative styles, and the two shocked and fallen styles have been constantly erupting, but he can only destroy part of the life bases. For life bases that are bombarded like a flood, it is just a drop in the bucket. Xiaoyu snorted coldly, let the Shura fork in her hand drop, let the Shura fork fall to the ground, and directly drilled into the ground. The next second, the Ascensioners and Nirvana fell from the sky, and countless life foundations fell to the ground one after another. The powerful gravity changes made those life foundations unable to fly at all. Get in! Lin Shen threw out the inheritance fan and rushed towards the military base with his knife and scabbard. Xiaoyu also rushed into the base and started a bloody rush. Although those super burning warriors were limited by terrifying gravity, they still tried their best to activate their life base and their own talented skills. Various lights rose up in the base, constantly blessing the super burning warriors, causing the super burning warriors to face Lin Shen without fear of death. Lin Shen and Xiaoyu rushed into the garrison. Killing people was like mowing grass, especially Xiaoyu. The Shura sword in his hand swung out the sword energy, which directly reaped life piece by piece. Lin Shen's eyes were cold, and his two swords and folding fans rushed wildly. Any super burning warriors standing in front of him were basically different from their bodies and heads. For a time, the blood that was killed in the military district was flowing into a river and the corpses were piled up like mountains. Lin Shen was looking for the teleportation device in the garrison, while the super burning warrior was desperately stopping him from moving forward. The elders who were killed for a while, who watched the battle through the image, felt weak in their legs, but no one dared to come forward to participate in the battle. Most of them are also Nirvana, but seeing the Nirvana of the Super Burning Clan being harvested like wild grass under Xiaoyu's knife, it is no different from the Ascensioner. They are heartbroken and weak, not to mention letting them fight. They can't even lift them out at this time. This battle, the Super Burning Clan will probably take at least 10 years to recover. The Great Elder was extremely angry, but he did not dare to participate in the war. On the contrary, those ordinary super burning warriors fighting wildly were almost filling their lives with their lives, and more people died. Finished. Lin Shen's whole body was stained with blood, as if he had just crawled inside from the blood pool, and his face was almost covered in blood and could not see the way clearly. A strange building finally appeared in front of me. The building was tall and large, mostly supported by metal shelves. The information Ouyang you got was so information here. Inside that building, there is a white jade mountain, which is 100 meters high and looks like jade. There is a cave in the mountain, and there is a faint light flashing in the cave. It's it. Xiaoyu helps me cut off the back. Lin Shen slashed wildly with both swords, killing the dozen ascension warriors blocking the front, and rushed directly over. Xiaoyu slashed the white jade sword in his hand, and the sword energy killed the super burning warriors who rushed over and killed the rows of people outside, even the lives of grass. Blood was squirting everywhere, and the broken corpses and limbs blocked the door. Lin Shen rushed to the front of the Jade Mountain, took out something like a bullet, and activated it at the Jade Mountain. The bullet's head flew towards Yushan. After hitting Yushan, the space was twisted. In an instant, the entire Yushan shook, and disappeared in the strange space twist, and with the warhead being retracted. Go! After getting the teleportation device, it was put into the space. Lin Shen rushed out without hesitation. As long as the teleportation device is brought back to the giant ring star, with the strength of the Super Burning Clan, he will never dare to provoke the Heavenly Man Clan. After returning to the giant ring star, Lin Shen can use the teleportation device to directly return to the human mother planet, and completely annihilate the Super Burning Clan that invaded the human mother planet. Now there is no time to care about these super burning legions. After Lin Shen took Xiaoyu out, he flew up and headed towards the teleportation station when he came. The soldiers of the Super Burning Legion were angry when they saw Lin Shen Feitian escape, but the terrifying gravity made it difficult for them to take off and they couldn't even run fast. Xiaoyu was in the air and reached out to grab the ground. The white jade fork that had penetrated into the ground broke out from the ground, flew up and landed in Xiaoyu's hand. For a moment, gravity returned to normal, but it was too late for them to catch up with Lin Shen and Xiaoyu. That pet is so terrifying. The elders were chilling, and their eyes were filled with fear and awe. They have never seen such a terrifying Nirvana creature. It is like an immortal existence. Nirvana people are killed at will. The Great Elder's face looked like Earth, and the teleportation device was taken away by Lin Shen. The Super Burning Legion that teleported to the human mother planet would never come back. Such a huge loss may not have been able to recover for decades. He regretted it now. He had despised humans too much before, and he never expected that Lin Shen would turn the Super Burning Clan upside down. The people from the Super Rain Clan watched Lin Shen and Xiaoyu pass by. Now, let alone not being able to catch up, even if they can catch up, who can stop them from leaving? If you catch up, you will just die more people. Suddenly, a figure as gorgeous as the sun broke through the air, blocking Lin Shen and Xiaoyu's only way to the teleportation station. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Seeing that the person in the sky was a white-haired magnificent man, his body was as bright as the scorching sun, and his heart couldn't help but burst. Xiaoyu didn't care about that much, and slashed at the white-haired Tauron with one knife. The shocking Shura sword energy tore the space apart, and with the momentum of splitting the mountain and slashing the mountain, he arrived in front of the white-haired man. Seeing that the Shura sword energy was about to slash on the white-haired Tartar man's face, the white-haired Tartar man did not take action, nor did he use his life base, nor even had the power of Nirvana. Humph! The white-haired Tauron stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the sky, just snorting coldly. The airflow rushing out of his nostrils actually shattered the Shura sword energy. This white-haired Tauron cannot be an immortal. The Super Burning Clan actually has an immortal. Lin Shen realized that something was wrong. Xiaoyu's expression also became solemn. She stared at the white-haired Tauron, and her little hands tightly held the knife and fork. The old general is back. The elder was ecstatic, and the elders seemed to be tough all of a sudden. All of them straightened their chests and roared angrily.
the veteran general, killed that human. The people of the Super Ran clan were in anger. It seemed that they had reacted at this time that the Super Ran clan soldiers killed by Lin Shen were their compatriots and their blood relatives. They were all sad and angry, wishing they could rush up to eat Lin Shen's flesh and blood. Chapter 745, Adopted Father is on. Immortal? Lin Shen looked at the white-haired Taoran and stopped rushing forward. He didn't want to stop either, but unfortunately he was not able to kill the immortal. The white-haired Taoran did not answer Lin Shen, but just looked at him and said coldly, "In my super-rich planet, killing my super-rich people, you will not be able to redeem your sins by 100 deaths. Atonement? Why do I need to atone for my sins? Wasn't you the super-rich clan going to invade our human mother plane first?" Lin Shen said lightly. The white-haired slutty man said hypocritically, "Our clan is not an invasion, but to help you primitive races integrate into the interstellar civilization era as soon as possible. Now it seems that we are too kind-hearted. You dare to run to our clan to kill. The blood debt must pay the price of bleeding. Just use your life to pay the lives of the warriors of our clan." Lin Shen was almost angry and laughed. He had seen shameless people, but never seen such shameless people. He is obviously a bandit, but he insists on calling himself a savior. Such a boring person has only been seen in history textbooks before. You are an immortal, you are better than me, and you are what you say, but I don't know whether your theory can be accepted by the heavenly race. Lin Shen said expressionlessly. The white-haired Taoran sneered when he heard this. Some dogs have been following people for a long time and think they are human beings, but they don't understand that no matter how long they live with people, dogs are always dogs and they cannot become humans. No one will fight against people because a dog is killed. As he said that, the white-haired Taoran emitted a strange power, and the space around him seemed to have slightly distorted. Lin Shen frowned slightly. He knew that the white-haired Tartar was determined to kill him and would not worry about his status in the heavenly man race. Xiao Yu. Lin Shen was about to call Xiao Yu to fight hard. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, Xiao Yu had already rushed towards the white-haired Taoran. Okay, today we will join forces to fight against the immortals. Lin Shen couldn't help but be proud when he saw Xiao Yu so brave. Lin Shen held the inheritance fan in his hand. Just when he was about to release his skills, he saw Xiao Yu slid hundreds of meters in the air, and kneeled in front of the white-haired Taoran. I was coerced by him after I was born, and everything I did was not from my original intention. I had long hated spitting on him and wanted to kill him quickly. But I was suffering from being no match for him, so I have to endure it until now. I originally thought that it would be difficult to see the light in this life, but I finally saw Tianyan today. Gong is a kind and righteous person. Please save me from the sea of suffering. If Gong does not abandon me, I would like to worship you as my adoptive father and kill this evil villa with you. Xiao Yu said with great enthusiasm and indignation, and then bowed to the white-haired Taurus. As she spoke, the facial armor on Xiao Yu's face had automatically faded away, revealing her red lips and white teeth, like a jade doll. Lin Shenrun was stunned, and the white-haired Taurus was stunned. Looking at Xiao Yu's face, he couldn't feel any disgust. You are not a pet? The white-haired Taoran looked at Xiao Yu in confusion. That evil thief never regarded me as an extraordinary person, and made me look like this. Xiao Yu's face was full of bitterness and resentment. Okay, you really have the way to kill you, and you actually did such a thing that both humans and gods are angry. People are doing things, God is watching, and evil people will be punished by evil. If you do many evils, you should be rewarded today. The white-haired Taoran looked at Lin Shen with disgust and said, and reached out to help Xiao Yu, "Child, follow your father in the future. No one in this world can force you to do that evil. The adoptive father is here, please accept my bow." Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with tears, as if she had been moved to the extreme, so she bowed her head. Looking at the two fathers and filial sons, Lin Shen felt that he was still too young and had too little knowledge. Things in this world were really unpredictable. The white-haired Taoran had seen Xiao Yu take action through the image before, and the ruthlessness was even greater than Lin Shen. The reason why he was willing to accept Xiao Yu was definitely not because Xiao Yu did good deeds or not, but because Nirvana with such strength would be a great help if he was taken to his seat. Now the Super Burning Clan has suffered heavy losses, and it is naturally excellent to be able to accept such a powerful man of Nirvana as a thug. He could not stay in the Super Rich Clan forever, keeping Xiaoyu in the Super Rich Clan. Unless an immortal attack comes, no one can seriously damage the Super Rich Clan's energy like Lin Shen. The white-haired Taurus was not afraid of Xiaoyu's betrayal. As an immortal body, it was not difficult to suppress a Nirvana person. As long as he used some means on Xiaoyu, he was not afraid of him being able to turn the world.
Damn it, don't fucking disgusting me.
Lin Shen directly threw out the inheritance fan. The inheritance fan rotated strongly, like a butterfly, and quickly cut it towards the white-haired Tauran and Xiaoyu.
Be careful, I'll fight him, Xiaoyu said, turning around and slashing at the inheritance fan with a knife.
The terrifying sword aura seemed to be astonishing as the sky, and with an unstoppable momentum, it slashed towards the inheritance fan. Seeing that the sword energy was about to slash the butterfly-like folding fan, the folding fan moved strangely, bypassing the sword energy from a strange angle and tangled towards Xiaoyu's neck. It was unexpectedly unpredictable and made people unable to defend themselves. Xiaoyu was shocked and stretched out the Shura fork in her hand, trying to block the folding fan, but the folding fan was too close to his neck, and the Shura fork had no time to block the folding fan. The white-haired Tauran was also slightly surprised.
He just saw Lin Shen using a folding fan to kill the enemy in the image. He didn't think there was anything special about this folding fan.
His strength and speed were just that.
He was only at a very average level in Nirvana.
The Nirvana people of the Super Burning Clan couldn't stop this folding fan, making him feel that the juniors in his family were so low. But now when I looked at Lin Shen's fan head-on, I found that even he could not see the trajectory of the folding fan, which was completely unpredictable. It was no wonder that his juniors could not resist the attack of the folding fan. Seeing that the folding fan was about to scratch Xiaoyu's neck, a white-haired Tauran appeared in front of Xiaoyu with one hand, and actually grabbed the folding fan and held it in his hand.
How can you let you be arrogant in front of me, ah? The white-haired Tauran suddenly felt a pain in his waist.
When he looked down, he saw a small white jade fork inserted into his waist.
Behind the small fork was Xiaoyu's handsome face like a jade doll.
The white-haired Tauran did not expect such a change. He was stunned for a moment. After the shock, Xiaoyu had already pulled out her fork and retreated quickly.
You! Damn! The white-haired Tauran was extremely angry.
He didn't believe Xiaoyu just now, and was also wary of Xiaoyu, but when he saw Lin Shen's folding fan, he wanted to kill Xiaoyu.
He didn't think so much at that moment, and he was attacked in a sneak attack.
The white-haired Tauran directly threw the folding fan in his hand towards Xiaoyu. The folding fan was completely out of Lin Shen's control and shot towards Xiaoyu, and instantly came to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had no time to dodge, so she leaned back and the white jade fork tapped on the folding fan from below, causing the trajectory of the folding fan to rise slightly, almost facing his face, and flew over from above. Lin Shen slashed at the folding fan with a knife, but he was shocked by the power of the folding fan and retreated repeatedly. He couldn't even hold the knife's hand, and the scum knife flew out of his hand. But because of this slash, part of the power on the folding fan was eliminated. After flying for a while, Lin Shen was finally able to control it and flew backwards. Lin Shen held it in his hand. Lin Shen's other hand holding the knife was still trembling violently at this time, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The power of the immortal is indeed not something I can resist.
Just a casual blow, the power is so strong. Chapter 746, The End of the World. The white-haired Tauran was extremely angry. In front of the entire Super Burning Clan, he was actually fooled by such a bad thing, and his old face was lost. Although this injury had no effect on him, it made him feel very humiliated. In a rage, the power of the white-haired Taurian's immortal law appeared again, and the void around seemed to be twisted. Lin Shen knew that he could not be the opponent of the white-haired Taurus. When he activated the mechanical watch, he had to take Xiaoyu away quickly. Although using mechanical watches to teleport to other planets will have time limits and will be teleported back in the end, you can run for a while and save your life to find a way. Who knew that the mechanical watch could not start, and there was no movement at all? Don't waste your time.
The teleportation device itself is a space teleportation made by the space laws.
Under my immortal laws, the laws of this space have been disturbed and you can't go anywhere.
The white-haired turtle man looked gloomy and walked towards them step by step.
At the same time, he said on the side of his vagina, I originally wanted to give you a pleasure, but now I will let you die in the most painful way. You dare to touch one of my fingers, I'm afraid you can't bear someone's thunderous wrath. Lin Shen did not escape, he knew he could not escape either. The gap between the assassinator and the immortal is too big, and there is no need to try to fight.
The opponent just uses the immortal law, which makes him feel as if he is locked.
His every move is within the control of the opponent.
If the opponent wants him to live, he can only live.
If he wants him to die, he must die.
Even if Emperor Tianshu came in person today, you must die.
The white-haired Taoren stretched out his palms to Lin Shen and Xiaoyu. Lin Shen suddenly felt that the space around him seemed to suddenly tighten, and his body seemed to be grabbed by a huge invisible palm, and he felt that his bones were about to crack. Xiaoyu's condition was not much better, and she seemed to be grabbed by a huge invisible palm, and her body could not struggle for a while.
What is Emperor Tianshu? This person is thousands of times stronger than Emperor Tianshu.
Lin Shen said, enduring the pain of being about to be crushed. A person who is thousands of times stronger than Emperor Tianshu, are you talking about a god? The white-haired Taoren sneered.
Emperor Tianshu is already one of the top people in the universe.
Even if he is the strongest man in the Supreme Clan, he dare not say that he is thousands of times stronger than Emperor Tianshu. Lin Shen wanted to scare him with such words, and he was simply like a 3-year-old child.
You are right.
This person is a god, an omnipotent god.
Lin Shen said. Ha, then you pray to the gods to save you.
The white-haired Taoren smiled contemptuously.
Okay. Haotian Golden Palace. The Supreme. Natural wonderful existence. Miluo's Supreme Jade Emperor. Come and help me.
Lin Shen shouted loudly. He really had no tricks, so he could only call out the boss's name and use the only chance to protect the fairy spirit. When the white-haired Taoren saw Lin Shen actually shouting a strange name, he thought he was ambushing his helper in secret, and he couldn't help but frown and look around. But there was no discovery, and there was no one nearby. He couldn't help but sneer, you really want to ask for the gods, then ask for it louder and see if the gods dare to come here to save you. As he said that, the white-haired Taoren man used both hands to crush Lin Shen and Xiaoyu's carapace and bones together. Lin Shenrun was a little stupid when he didn't see the Jade Emperor appear. Fuck me.
God of Jade Emperor is not fooling me, right?
The black air rose on Xiaoyu's body, and the white light flashed in her hand. The knife and fork suddenly crossed together, and then with a force, it forced a slash, which bound his power like an invisible big hand, and his eyes were staring at the white-haired Taoren. The white-haired Taoren was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu could easily break free from the influence of his immortal laws. The power of immortal laws can disrupt the order of laws and strengthen and highlight a certain order of laws. Just the influence of the power of the immortal law can make it difficult for ordinary nirvana to move. This is just the influence accompanied by the immortal law, not the true power of the immortal law. But just this influence may have caused more than 90% of nirvana to lose their ability to move. Those who can forcibly get rid of this influence are already rare in the nirvana level.
You can't do it anymore. Today I can't escape death. I'll give me the key. One escape is one. Maybe I'll be in a good mood in the future and can help you get revenge.
Xiaoyu did not rush towards the white-haired Taoren, but rushed to the side and said to Lin Shen. Okay, I'll give it to you. Lin Shen, with the influence of the immortal law, slowly reached out to his backpack and groped out some things from it.
The white-haired Taoren thought Lin Shen was a nirvana, and he was not too surprised that he could move under the influence of his immortal laws. He never thought that Lin Shen was just an ascendant.
In fact, in his immortal law, the ascendant's body might have been directly crushed and could not have survived. Xiaoyu really thought Lin Shen took out his key, so she reached out and was about to pick it up. Who knew that Lin Shen's palm was not a key, but something that looked like a pet egg? The eggs are very many, the size of quail eggs, each of which is colorful, and look very beautiful. Before Xiaoyu could react,
Lin Shen had stuffed the sacred eggs in his hand into his mouth and swallowed them directly. Today I can't call Jade Emperor, so his life is almost overwhelming. But Lin Shen is not a person who is waiting to die. Since he knows he is dead, he has to fight for it no matter what. With the ascension, it is impossible to fight against the immortal, and even moving under the influence of the immortal law is a problem. Only by being promoted to nirvana level can he be able to fight the immortal. Of course, it may not be considered a battle. It's just that when you are slapped in the face, you can still attack. It's hard to say whether you can hit someone. At least you don't have to stand still and get beaten. In fact, Lin Shen has always known that there may be a way to make him reborn. He cannot be nirvana because the strength particles in his body are too strong and too solidified, and he cannot merge with the nirvana attribute particles. It is actually not difficult to solve this problem at all. As long as the nirvana attribute particle is strong enough to match its power particle, this problem can naturally be solved. But Lin Shen did not dare to use this method because his body could not support the power of nirvana with so many attributes, and it was likely that he would become a non-human. Lin Shen is no longer afraid now. Anyway, he is just a dead person. If he becomes a non-human, he will become a non-human. Moreover, it would be better to swallow these sacred eggs by themselves than to be cheaper after death. With this idea, Lin Shen swallowed all the remaining sacred eggs, including the sacred eggs with a strange shell that looked like an egg, and there seemed to be a heartbeat inside. Chapter 747 Nirvana begins. The white-haired Taoran frowned slightly, wondering what Lin Shen was doing. Only the Ascensioners will rely on swallowing pet eggs to advance. If a Nirvana wants to become an immortal, he needs to understand the power of the laws in the universe. It cannot be solved by eating pet eggs. Even the eggs of immortal creatures cannot help the Nirvana become immortals. When the white-haired Taoran was confused, he suddenly saw the light gushing out from Lin Shen's body like a volcano erupting, rushing directly into the sky. The light that rushed into the sky turned into thousands of threads, spreading like a huge spider web, spreading outside the super burning star, and soon wrapped the entire super burning star. The people from the super burning clan looked at the strange scene in the sky with confusion, wondering what this was. But the next second, the spider web-like light silk in the sky started to burn in an instant, and the entire super burning star was directly swallowed by the flames. Plants and various flammable substances were burned in an instant. Items with high ignition are gradually ignited in the flames. High-rise buildings caught fire, aircraft ignited spontaneously in the air, forests ignited, earth ignited, and super burning people were everywhere wailing in flames. Damn it! The white-haired Taoran man was shocked and angry, and directly punched Lin Shen, whose body had turned into a fire-like man. Boom! Lin Shen's body was blown away directly, the flames on his body swayed, and his body was broken together like a book. Lin Shen's body crashed into one burning building after another, and finally hit the ground, smashing a huge round pit on the ground. The white-haired Taurus thought that he had killed Lin Shen with one punch. With the blessing of the power of immortal laws, the body of the Nirvana could not resist his power. He burst out crazy about the power of the immortal law. Under the power of the immortal law, the burning flames in the surrounding areas immediately extinguished. But the flames in other areas were still burning, and the white-haired Taoran rushed to other areas, but the extinguished flames in this area were rekindled again. The white-haired Taoran found that these flames were like wild grass, and it was difficult to eradicate them after all. His law of immortality can only affect one area, and in areas outside of his influence, the flames will burn wildly, burning everything to ashes. Countless super burning people were wailing and screaming in the fire. Those who are deep in the building are not threatened by the flames for the time being, but it is only a matter of time sooner or later. How could this happen? The elders of the Presbyterian Church were all shocked. Through satellite monitoring, we could see that the entire super burning star was like a huge light cocoon. The inside was burning with raging light flames becoming stronger and stronger, and the light cocoon became thicker and thicker. Light threads continued to generate outside the planet, wrapping the super burning star more and more tightly. Image equipment around the world is damaged one by one, and there are fewer and fewer images on the giant screen, but even if you don't have to see it, they can know that the entire super burning star is being burned. In just this moment,
countless super burning clans have been burned to death. The soldiers of the Super Burning Legion who were outside before were also trapped in the flames and kept screaming and wailing in the sea of fire. Many super burning warriors rushed left and right like headless flies in the sea of fire, wanting to find a cover or rush out of the sea of fire. Unfortunately, the entire planet is now engulfed by flames. Where can they escape? There are Nirvana-level existences who want to rush into space, but when they rushed to the edge of the light cocoon, they were blocked by a flexible force, as if there was an untearable shield that wrapped around the entire planet. No matter how hard they attacked, they could not rush out. The white-haired Tauren had already realized the problem and appeared in the big pit where Lin Shen fell in an instant. Sure enough, I saw that Lin Shen had stood up at some point. He could not see anything abnormal in his body, which was originally beaten by him. Under the immortal law of the white-haired Tauren, the flames around were extinguished, and only Lin Shen still had flames swaying. Lin Shen's body was like a piece of iron burned by flames, his whole body was red, as if iron juice would drip from his body at any time. Nirvana, he is in Nirvana, how is this possible, isn't he actually in Nirvana before? The white-haired Tartar had already seen the clues, but it was hard to believe it. Lin Shen was actually in Nirvana, but the white-haired Taurus had never seen such Nirvana cocoon formed by Nirvana actually wrapped around the entire super burning star. The cocoon of Nirvana formed by ordinary Ascensioners will only wrap around the Ascensioners themselves. The white-haired Tauren who has never seen or heard of it. This means that the entire super rising star is experiencing Lin Shen's Nirvana, but ordinary super rising people can withstand such a terrifying power of Nirvana, and they will turn into ashes in an instant. Even those who ascend in Nirvana will find it difficult to withstand such Nirvana power, and their bodies will sooner or later be burned to ashes. The white-haired Tauren never dreamed of such a terrifying power of Nirvana. Now the white-haired Tauren regrets not killing Lin Shen at the first time. Even if Lin Shen is let go, it will be much better than the current situation. At least Kairangsing will not fall into such a terrible situation. Just at this little time, there were not many living people in the super burning star. The entire planet became like hell. The building collapsed and everything was burned in the light. Without time to think so much, the white-haired Tauren knew that he had to kill Lin Shen in the shortest time. Only by killing Lin Shen can Nirvana stop, and the surviving super burning clan can save the surviving super burning clan, and how much can it be saved? The immortal law of the white-haired Taurus is called eternal power. In the law of eternal power, his power is eternal, will not dry up, will not disappear, and will exist eternally. Even the strongest substance in the world, it is difficult to withstand the eternal power. Even a drop of water can be penetrated by stone, not to mention the power of the immortal. As long as time is enough, the white-haired Tauren can break all the matter in the world. Now he just wanted to kill Lin Shen, and the white Nirvana power burned on his body. Under the law of eternal power, the Nirvana power turned into an endless and immortal force, bombarding Lin Shen's body. Bang! Lin Shen's body was like a ray of light, directly rushing the earth away like water, drew a deep mark on the planet, rushed straight into the sky, and hitting the light cocoon wrapped around the planet. Lin Shen's body stopped, but the white light that bombarded him did not stop, and was still rushing wildly against his body, as if it would never disappear. Lin Shen's body was splashing with steel and fire, and it was almost pierced by that force. Chapter 748 Breaking the Cocoon. After Lin Shen swallowed many divine eggs, the power of Nirvana in his body suddenly erupted like a volcano. The power of Nirvana transformed by the many divine eggs merged with the original power of Nirvana in his body. Particles of various attributes should have repulsive or collisions. However, since the effect of the dark domain lotus seeds has not disappeared, although these particles have not been able to merge with each other, they have not repelled or collided with each other. Particles with various attributes squeeze Lin Shen's particles separately and want to merge with them. The original situation was that Lin Shen's own particles were too solidified, and it was difficult for the attribute particles to break through the particle shell and merge with them to form new particles. But now there are too many attribute particles. Lin Shen had absorbed the attribute particles in the brazier when he was in the ancient temple and used several divine eggs at that time. Now that we have eaten so many god-making eggs, various attribute particles are flooding Lin Shen's body,
it is no longer a force particle corresponding to one attribute particle, but a few, dozens, or even dozens of attribute particles are fusing around a force particle. Under the squeeze of many attribute particles, the shell of the power particle finally couldn't bear it and was squeezed into it by attribute particles. As soon as this hole was opened, particles of various attributes came in. The one-to-one pairing was originally supposed to be one-to-many. Moreover, because the attributes are too complicated, the power particles are attracted by this attribute particle and another attribute particle, and it is always difficult to truly complete a stable fusion mode with a certain attribute particle. Instead, the power particles themselves are about to be destroyed. All of this happened in an instant. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shen's body would explode due to the breaking of the power particles and would not enter the true state of nirvana. At this moment, a very special particle directly combined with Lin Shen's own particles to form a binary star system. The unique particle characteristics are very special, somewhat similar to Lin Shen's own particle characteristics, and somewhat similar to the properties of attribute particles, but not exactly the same as the two. It does not merge with the force particles, nor does it press down on the force particles like other attribute particles. Instead, it attracts and repels each other, rotates around each other, and stalemates at a certain distance. As the two particles form a stable binary star system, a force field is formed in the area where they operate. Many attribute particles are gradually attracted by this force field and begin to revolve around this force field, no longer extrude pressure quantitative particles. The numerous particles seem to form a strange galaxy, reaching some incredible balance. With the formation of galaxies, the power of various attribute particles was gradually sucked into the binary star system, making the energy in the binary star system stronger and stronger. The binary star itself became heavier and heavier, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Finally, it reached a certain critical point. The binary star system collided together and burst out with terrifying energy. For a moment, Lin Shen only felt that his body seemed to be no longer his own, and a terrifying energy broke through his body's shackles and burst out. At this time, Lin Shen had completely lost control of himself and entered a state of nirvana. Because the nirvana power in his body was too terrifying, the nirvana light cocoon formed enveloped the entire planet. When the white-haired Tauren bombarded Lin Shen's consciousness was still clear and knew that he had been attacked. But his body was completely uncontrollable. Not to mention fighting back, he couldn't even move. He could only watch his body plow the earth out of a deep groove and then hit the inner wall of the light cocoon. At this time, his body was still erupting energy outward. He really absorbed too much of the nirvana power. You should know that just the nirvana power of the ancient temple brazier is already an immortal level energy, and it is not an ordinary immortal level energy. At this time, it completely exploded, and Lin Shen's body could not bear the energy generated. This is because his body is in a super basic form and has been strengthened by the thunder and fire of the jade level. If it were still flesh and blood, under that terrifying energy, it would have been chi-shaped. Even so, his body could not withstand such a terrifying power of nirvana. Fortunately, the nirvana light cocoon wrapped around the entire super burning star, so most of the nirvana power was not used for his body nirvana, but burning the entire planet. Lin Shen himself only bears a very small part of the power of nirvana, but this does not mean that his nirvana will be completed in this way. In fact, when the entire planet is burned and melted by the power of nirvana, all the power of nirvana will eventually surge into Lin Shen's body, which is a process that every nirvana person needs to go through. Lin Shen's process was just one step more than others, and the final result was the same. If the light cocoon really refines the entire planet, the power of nirvana will only become even more terrifying. At that time, all the power of nirvana will be gathered in Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen may not even have the chance to become an inhuman, and his body will explode directly. The power of the white-haired Tauren bombarded Lin Shen's body crazily. Lin Shen's chest was beaten into a strange deformation and twisted, but it was like 100 refined steel. No matter how hard it was not broken. Seeing this, the white-haired Taurus frowned slightly. He didn't want to waste even a little time. He didn't know how many people from the Super Burning Clan died in the flames every second. The white-haired Tauren bombarded Lin Shen's body crazily, and fist forces with the law of eternal power hit Lin Shen's body, like an iron stake, nailing his body to the inner wall of the light cocoon. These forces are endless, constantly bombarding Lin Shen's body. One punch after another, the force behind the fist hit the force in front, like a giant hammer hitting the iron chisel, which deformed Lin Shen's body, like a twisted and deformed iron sheet, and the wall of the light cocoon was deformed. The white-haired Tauron was frightened. Lin Shen's body had been bombarded to form an unborn person, like a twisted skin, sticking to the wall of light cocoons. However, even so, Lin Shen's body was still not broken and remained intact. He had never seen a Nirvana's body so tough that even the power of an immortal could not break it. The power of Nirvana on the white-haired Tartar rose, and the power of the immortal law also pushed to its limit. It could almost blow the planet's full-strength attack, bombarding heavily on the power that was still constantly hitting Lin Shen's body. With a bang, the cocoon of Nirvana that wrapped the entire planet was penetrated by this terrifying force. Lin Shen's body flew out from the breaking hole of the light cocoon and rushed into the dark space, like a comet burning with flames in the dark night. Chapter 749 Broken. The white-haired Tauren breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shen, the Nirvana man, was knocked out of the Nirvana light cocoon, and the Nirvana light cocoon was also broken. Regardless of whether Lin Shen died or not, Nirvana should theoretically end. But the next second, the white-haired Tauren discovered in horror that the cocoon of Nirvana, wrapped in the super-burning stars, had not disappeared. The gap in the light cocoon that he broke through was filled with the light wire generated by the light flame in an instant, and the flame inside the planet was still burning wildly. What's going on? The Nirvana is no longer there. Why will Nirvana continue? The white-haired treacherous man looked extremely difficult to see. The elders of the Presbyterian Church and the super-burning nobles hidden in various high-level buildings, their eyes gradually became frightened and helpless. How could this be? Impossible. The great elder's eyes seemed to have seen a ghost. The Nirvana was no longer there, and Nirvana was still going on. He had never heard of such a thing in his life. The other elders were also frightened. If Nirvana continued, the entire super-burning star would eventually be burned. Except for immortals like the white-haired Taurus, there would never be a living creature. The white-haired Tauren seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly flew up from the sky and rushed towards the point where the light cocoon had just broken through. He punched the light cocoon wall, but this punch failed to break the light cocoon wall. It just hit the light cocoon wall like a deformed balloon, pushing up a huge tent-shaped protrusion. This light cocoon is more tough than before. The white-haired Tauren looked ugly, but his hands did not stop. With a move, a one-horned bronze spear appeared in his hand. He slammed the light cocoon with a spear. With the direct blessing of the immortal law, he directly bombarded the light cocoon and rushed out directly. As soon as he rushed out, the hole in the light cocoon was automatically filled, and Nirvana continued. When the people from the super-burning tribe saw the white-haired Tauren rushing out, they couldn't help but feel desperate. Is it no longer helpful? Even the old general is about to escape. The white-haired Taurus naturally did not want to escape. He suspected that it was because Lin Shen was not dead, so Nirvana did not stop. He wanted to kill Lin Shen completely to see if Nirvana could stop. The white-haired Tauren originally thought that Lin Shen had been bombarded by his eternal power for no reason, but who knew that after he rushed out of the light cocoon, he saw the light spots shining like stars in the space. The white-haired Tauren quickly chased after him, almost approaching the spot of light, but the scene he saw made him slightly stunned. I saw that Lin Shen's body had returned to normal, no longer the appearance of being bombarded into thin slices just now, but the power nailed to Lin Shen's body, which was attached to the law of eternal power, disappeared. At this time, Lin Shen was suspended in the dark space, and the flames on his body were still burning, but the flames were no longer as thick as before, swaying outside Lin Shen's body like transparent ripples. What puzzled the white-haired Tauren was that Lin Shen's body had just turned into a base body, and his whole body seemed to be burned red iron, otherwise he would not have been beaten like a thin piece, and he still did not die. But at this time, Lin Shen's body recovered from his flesh and blood, and even the shell outside his body disappeared. The white-haired Tauren didn't know what Lin Shen was like. If we look at it from a normal perspective, Lin Shen's Nirvana should have failed. If successful, Lin Shen should now become a basic creature, and complete Nirvana with the body of a basic creature. Moreover, with such a terrifying power of Nirvana, even if Lin Shen completes Nirvana,
it may be difficult for him to recover from his human body. He may always live in a non-human form as a base-transformed biological body. But now Lin Shen has completely recovered his human body, and the power of nirvana in his body has not disappeared, which can only mean that nirvana has failed. Is it because I knocked him out of the nirvana light cocoon, causing him to fail in nirvana? The white-haired Taoran thought so. He no longer wants to study whether this is the reason. Now he only needs to kill Lin Shen, nothing else matters. The white-haired bull-headed man's one-horned bronze spear hit Lin Shen. His speed and strength were so strong that the void seemed to be torn apart by the one-horned bronze spear. Lin Shen didn't even have a chance to dodge, and the one-horned bronze spear hit Lin Shen's head. But as expected, the scene where Lin Shen's head exploded like a watermelon did not appear. The white-haired Taoran stared wide and showed an incredible look of horror. His one-horned bronze spear really hit Lin Shen's head, but what was cracked was not Lin Shen's head, but the one-horned bronze spear in his hand. After hitting Lin Shen, this immortal life base exploded like sand, and the top turned into countless pieces of fragments splashed in all directions. The white-haired Taoran could not accept this result, so he raised the one-horned bronze spear again and smashed Lin Shen's body with the rest. Bang bang! Bang bang! The immortal life foundation like the unicorn copper man spear hit Lin Shen from different directions, and Lin Shen stood there without even moving. The one-horned bronze spear was constantly exploding, as if it was not an indestructible life foundation, but the tempered glass that had been broken into slag inside, and it would shatter when it hit Lin Shen. The one-horned bronze spear, which was originally several meters long, exploded in pieces under the crazy hit of the white-haired magpie. In a blink of an eye, only a piece of it was only about 1 foot long left in his hand, and he was already standing in front of Lin Shen. Seeing that there was no expression in front of him, he was motionless like a robot, and looking at Lin Shen indifferently, a trace of fear arose in his heart. The white-haired Taoran looked at Lin Shen's Jinxiu in front of him, and actually felt fearful of a human who had just passed away and a new nirvana. But is this really a normal nirvana? The immortal life foundation in his hand is an immortal divine weapon with the immortal and eternal power. Such a magic weapon hit Lin Shen, but it was still a flesh and blood body without any defense measures. It was not Lin Shen that broke. The white-haired Taoran could not understand and could not accept it. This was completely different from the cognition he had formed over the past few hundred years, and almost subverted his worldview. Lin Shen was standing in front of him, and he just needed to raise his hand to slap Lin Shen on the face and slap Lin Shen's face and skull, but he hesitated and did not dare to attack Lin Shen anymore. He was afraid that his hands would be broken into pieces like a single-man bronze spear. The two of them stood face to face, neither of them moved, and for a moment they were surprisingly quiet and weird. The white-haired Taoran gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not wait any longer. He had to kill Lin Shen, otherwise the mother star of the Super Burning Clan would be finished. The immortal law and the power of nirvana erupted at the same time. The white-haired treacherous man flew with long hair, a pair of cow horns flashed with terrifying light, his eyes bloomed with red light, and the terrifying power rose wildly on him, and the space around him was distorted with his power. The white-haired Taoran roared, held the last piece of the one-horned bronze spear, and stabbed Lin Shen's chest, which was close to him. The light in the life foundation is as gorgeous as the sun, emitting an eternal dazzling divine light. Chapter 750 The Melted Planet. The last piece of a one-horned bronze spear was pierced on Lin Shen's chest, but it was not able to penetrate into the skin. The life base, which was as thick as a baby's arm, touched Lin Shen's body and spread out like incense ash. The life base that was broken inch by inch was finally the small piece that the white-haired Taoran was holding in the hand. The white-haired Taoran roared and smashed the last part of his life in his hand towards Lin Shen. Regardless of the backlash from his life and his destruction on himself, he punched Lin Shen's cheek. The life-based foundation hit Lin Shen's face and suddenly burst into ashes. The white-haired Taoranman's fist hit Lin Shen's face, and the shell wrapped outside suddenly turned into ashes, scattering like smoke and dust. However, the white-haired Taurus's flesh and blooded fist hit Lin Shen's face, but it did not spread out like the life base and the carapace. Bang! Lin Shen's face was twisted and his head was sideways. The white-haired Taurus was immediately surprised. He didn't know why the life base and carapace, which were stronger than his flesh and blood body, scattered when he encountered Lin Shen. Even his nirvana power and immortal law could not leave any scars on Lin Shen's body.
Instead, his flesh and blood body could actually hurt Lin Shen. It should be the immortal law of eternal power. When it hits Lin Shen, its power will still be broken. Although the power did not disappear, it dispersed. Now he could not think so much, and he swung his punches towards Lin Shen frantically. The fist fell on Lin Shen like raindrops, causing Lin Shen's body to be twisted and deformed. This is a pure power attack. The strength of the immortal is 10 times that of Nirvana. How terrible is the power of the 10,000? In theory, it should be able to punch Lin Shen's body into blood mist, and not even a slag will be left behind. However, although Lin Shen's body suffered constant bombardment and looked distorted, it was never broken. A terrifying explosion of force continued to explode in the air, and circles of shock waves continued to spread like a halo. The white-haired Tauren's attack went from madness at the beginning to slow down, from the beginning to the violent at the beginning, but gradually lost strength. By the end, the white-haired Tauren was so tired that he could not move his fists, but he still failed to blow Lin Shen's body. The white-haired Tauren man panted and looked at Lin Shen in disbelief, his eyes becoming more anxious. As his attack stopped, Lin Shen was hit to his twisted body and had returned to normal, without even a scar on his body. The head that was tilted to the side slowly twisted back, and the eyes that seemed to have no focus gradually became radiant. Looking at Lin Shen, who turned his head back little by little, the white-haired Tauren man's face was distorted, and the confusion and fear revealed in his eyes were irrepressible. Impossible, how could there be such a person, a Nirvana, why? The white-haired Tartar looked like crazy, tried her best to do her last strength, and roared and waved her fist to Lin Shen's cheek again. But this time, his fist could not hit Lin Shen's face again, and he held his wrist with one hand. The white-haired Tauren saw Lin Shen's eyes as if they were like a knife, and the brilliance became brighter and brighter. The hand holding his wrist pulled him forward, causing his body to crash into Lin Shen. Another arm was raised, stretched back to the extreme, and then punched him in the chest. Boom! On the super burning planet, the buildings that were originally angular at this time were melted into various strange forms like sugar, and they were like melted popsicles, constantly dripping juice down. Most of the super burning people in the building also began to catch fire in this terrifying high temperature and were burned to ashes. The Parliament Hall that can withstand the power of Nirvana has also begun to melt, and liquid like iron juice is constantly dripping. The elders were extremely frightened. The high temperature made their bodies sweat continuously. They dared not rush out of the Parliament Hall, and there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They could sense the violent explosion and fluctuation of force outside the light cocoon, and the shell of the light cocoon was waving like a wave in the fluctuation. They knew that the veteran general should still be fighting, and perhaps as long as the veteran general wins, the crisis of Karangsing will be resolved. This is their last hope, although they know that there are probably not many living people in the entire super rising star now. But as long as they can survive, as long as they are still there, the super rich legion that enters the human mother planet is still there, the super rich family that develops in the major powerful tribes in the universe is still there, and the old general is still there, the super rich clan can rise again. The ordinary super rich tribe members will die if they die. As long as there is enough time, they will prosper again sooner or later. Boom! The conference hall could not bear the burning and began to collapse. The elders and super burning nobles rushed out of the collapsed building in their shells and flew out with the terrifying flames. At this time, they were no longer allowed to choose. They rushed towards the light cocoon wall one by one, hoping to break the light cocoon wall and rush out. This is their last hope. However, their attack hit the light cocoon wall, but it only made the light cocoon wall sway slightly. If the light cocoon is just formed, they will rush out without hesitation, and with the power of everyone, they may break the light cocoon and rush out. But now, it is too late, and the intensity of the light cocoon itself is getting higher and higher. Even if they join forces, they can no longer break the light cocoon. Various life-based foundations attacked the light cocoon wall in a crazy way, but it was difficult to break the slightest. Just when they were desperate, they suddenly saw a big hole in the light cocoon wall, and a figure broke through the light cocoon wall and bumped into it. The old general is here to save us. Everyone was overjoyed and thought it was the old general who had come back. But when they saw the figure clearly, they were all stunned. The person who rushed in through the light cocoon was indeed the old general, but the current appearance of the old general was completely different from what they imagined. The carapace on the old general's chest was broken, and the exposed chest was sunk downwards. His whole body was arched like shrimps, falling down like a meteorite, hitting the ground that had melted into magma, splashing the magma several meters of waves. How is it possible? The elders all widened their eyes and stayed there like they were seeing a ghost. That's an immortal-level veteran general. How could he become that way? Who made him like that? Could it be that Lin Shen has an immortal existence? Despair spread in everyone's heart. The figures that walked in through the hole made their pupils shrink again. The figure that walked in from the hole of the light cocoon was clearly Lin Shen, who had no carapace on his body. After Lin Shen walked in from the hole had returned to its original state and no one came in again. This made these elders have to have an idea that the person who knocked down the old general would be Lin Shen. Chapter 751 Nirvana. After Lin Shen entered the light cocoon, he looked at the earth that had turned into a sea of magma. Now the entire super burning star has turned into a sea of magma. There are only some buildings that have not yet completely melted, protruding from the sea of magma like melting red popsicles, while still melting. Xiaoyu was holding a backpack and standing on a building that had not yet completely melted. The black air on her body was fighting against the light flame. Her mouth opened and closed. Judging from his expression and mouth shape, she should be cursing something, but the distance was too far to hear what he was cursing. In the backpack, the fat boy showed his head and was also looking at Lin Shen in the sky. Seeing that they were not burned to death, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the elders of the super burning clan who were struggling to fight Guangyan. The elders' expressions were all stagnant, and the elder's face was as clear as the ground, and he shouted sternly, "Lin Shen, you have killed thousands of people from the Chaoran tribe. How many innocent old, weak, women and children are there? Are you not guilty enough? Do you really want to exterminate our Chaoran tribe? Is it an extermination? It's a good idea." Lin Shen's expressionless words made the elders feel cold. It wasn't Lin Shen's cruel and ruthlessness that destroying the entire super burning star was not his true intention, nor did he expect that things would evolve to this extent. He didn't want to kill those innocent people if he had a choice. But this does not make him a reason to let these people go. These people are the culprits that caused the war. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong anymore. Since it has reached this point, it can only be a life and death life. Lin Shen's body moved, and his speed was incredibly fast, rushing towards the elders like a phantom. The elders were shocked and angry, and they all sacrificed their lives to stop Lin Shen from rushing over. Lin Shen ignored those fate bases and directly hit him. One by one, the fate bases were hit by him, but those fate bases could not hurt Lin Shen. After hitting him, they immediately turned into smoke and dust. Puff! The elders opened their mouths and spewed blood. Before the horror on their faces spread, Lin Shen had already rushed among them. As Lin Shen's fingers bounced, he ran through the air. The armor and heads of the elders and nobles of the super burning clan were penetrated together, and their bodies fell from the air and fell into the sea of magma. Lin Shen, really want to kill everyone? My warriors of the super burning clan will not let you go. An elder roared angrily, as if Lin Shen was a demon who was angry with both humans and gods. The moment you invaded my human mother planet, it was destined that only one of our two races could survive in the universe. This is your own choice. Lin Shen punched the sand between his fingers through the elder's head. Massacre, unilateral massacre. Lin Shen slaughtered this group of Nirvana-level elders and super-burning nobles with his own strength. No one could take a stroke of sand between his fingers, and in a moment, all the elders and nobles shot their heads. Boom! The white-haired man with a broken carapace on his body rushed out of the magma. His chest was sunken and the broken bones could not be restored. You, destroy my clan. I die with you. The white-haired Tauron looked at the super-burning star that had turned into a magma hell, and was already crazy. Lin Shen could understand him. If the human mother planet became like this, he would be crazier than the white-haired Taurus. But even if he turns into a demon, he cannot let the human mother planet fall to the same level as his relatives and friends. The white-haired Tauren desperately burst out the power of Nirvana and the law of eternal power, and rushed towards Lin Shen in the air like a white-haired lion that twisted the space. Lin Shen's fist power hit the white-haired Tauren, punching one punch after another, and endless wave-step fists hit the white-haired Tauren. Lin Shen no longer knew how many heavy tread fists he had punched out, because there was no need to care about this issue. The infinite light merged into his body, making his power endless, inexhaustible, and inexhaustible. No matter how many wave punches he punched, the energy rushing from outside would instantly fill his body. The power of the step wave fist hit the white-haired Tartar. The white-haired Tartar's Nirvana power carried the law of eternal power and penetrated many fist waves, but the fist wave seemed to have no end, and it surged in layers, like a vast ocean, and there would never be an end. This feeling was so cool. Lin Shen found that in the Nirvana light cocoon, his energy was endless. All energy can only circulate in the Nirvana light cocoon, so no matter how he uses the energy is still in the Nirvana light cocoon, and he can control it at will. This energy is like a part of his body and can be mobilized at will. The Nirvana light cocoon has refined the energy of the entire planet, and the Nirvana power emitted from Lin Shen's body, and even the power emitted by the white-haired Taurus have become part of the Nirvana light cocoon. Such a huge power is hard to match even an immortal. The white-haired Tauren man overcomes all obstacles in the vast ocean and the sea. He is very powerful and the law of immortality is also very strong. But his power only exists within a certain range, and Lin Shen's power to drive the entire Nirvana light cocoon is infinite. The flames of the entire planet were stirred by Lin Shen's fist force, turning into huge waves and pounced on the white-haired Tauren, consuming his power. The power of the white-haired Taurus was getting weaker and weaker. After all, he was just a person, and he was not an omnipotent god. His power was also used up at the moment. Boom! When the power of the immortal law was difficult to continue, the white-haired Tauren's body was once again slapped into the sea of magma by the fist waves. Lin Shen was about to pursue him, but suddenly felt the energy of the light rushing into his body like a tsunami. Lin Shen's face changed suddenly, and he quickly transferred the desperate person and the inheritance fan in his body. Life should basically complete Nirvana with its master, but Lin Shen's path to Nirvana has gone wrong, and life is not able to undergo Nirvana with his body. Therefore, although Lin Shen has succeeded in Nirvana, the desperate person and the inheritance fan have not yet Nirvana, so Nirvana has not stopped. At this time, the destiny and the inheritance fan left Lin Shen's body, and the surging power of Nirvana suddenly surged into both, no longer entering Lin Shen's body. With the influx of Nirvana, the light of the destiny and the inheritance fan shines everywhere, and turns into rays of light. In the Nirvana cocoon, the Nirvana light cocoon condenses. Lin Shen looked at the destiny who turned into a light cocoon and the inheritance fan. He had never heard of it. The life base could still be reborn independently. However, Lin Shen didn't care. His path to Nirvana had already gone astray, and it didn't matter if he was a little bit off. Chapter 752, The Foundation of Life Breaks Through the Cocoon. Lin Shen ignored the fate-reversing person and the inheritance fan in Nirvana and dived into the sea of magma. The terrifying impact of the fall of his body hit the white-haired Tauren who wanted to rush out of the sea of magma. Both of them fell into the sea of magma, causing huge waves in the sea of magma. The terrifying power of Nirvana continued to pour into the two light cocoons, making the two light cocoons brighter and brighter, and the energy inside became more and more terrifying, like two suns emitting light and heat, hanging on the sea of magma. The endless power of Nirvana rushed into it like a tornado, making the light of the two suns stronger and stronger. Damn, what is this guy's Nirvana power? Xiaoyu was shocked to find that because the Nirvana power was too strong, the two light cocoons seemed to be about to be unable to hold on to the explosion. Suddenly, the fat guy in the backpack rushed out. Xiaoyu reached out to grab it, but she couldn't catch it. The fat boy flapped his wings and jumped up, rushed out of Xiaoyu's Nirvana power range, and rushed into the flames. It swallowed its long mouth and its flames sucked into its mouth like a whale swallowing tornado, which immediately made its body burst into a strong light. The light became stronger and stronger, and light turned into light feathers, covering its body, gradually turning into a white phoenix light and shadow. As the phoenix light and shadow passed by, more and more Nirvana power was sucked into its body, making the phoenix light and shadow more intense, and its body became bigger and bigger, like a cloud covering the sky.
A phoenix chirping resounded throughout the clouds, and a trace of light extended out of the phoenix light shadow, wrapped it in it, and turned into a huge cocoon of nirvana light. The nirvana light cocoon wrapped in the super burning star. The power of nirvana is divided into three, injecting into the three light cocoons respectively. Xiaoyu was stunned. What are these things? Is that okay? The power of nirvana was divided by three nirvana light cocoons. The light that originally filled the entire planet gradually weakened, but the three light cocoons became brighter and brighter, making people unable to look directly. Xiaoyu's heart moved. So many nirvana powers can't be cheap for them. But my nirvana attributes do not match the attributes of these nirvana powers. What should I do? Thinking that she couldn't get a little advantage, Xiaoyu felt that she had suffered a huge loss. She was so anxious that she scratched her head but still couldn't think of any way to get a share of the pie. Just as Xiaoyu was trying hard to get some benefits, she saw that the light cocoon wrapped around the entire planet suddenly became much darker. Damn, the nirvana light cocoon is about to disappear. Xiaoyu's heart stretched out the white jade fork, and pierced towards the light flame. The nearby flame suddenly seemed to be attracted by a powerful vacuum cleaner and condensed towards the white jade fork. Through the absorption of the white jade fork, the light flame is transmitted into Xiaoyu's body. Xiaoyu's body suddenly crackled, and the power of the light flame could not be merged with the power in his body, and it exploded directly. Xiaoyu was so scared that she stopped absorbing the light flame and forcibly discharged the light flame in her body. Your sister, why can't that fat bird suck? I can't. Xiaoyu was extremely depressed, but she had no choice but to watch the power of nirvana continue to decrease and was divided by the three nirvana light cocoons. Finally, all the power of nirvana was sucked into the three light cocoons. There was no flame burning on the super burning star, and the light cocoons wrapped around the planet gradually returned to nothingness and eventually disappeared. Boom! Two figures rushed out in the sea of magma that was slowly cooling down. The carapace on the white-haired Tauron was broken, the white hair was flying, and there were still blood at the corners of his mouth. There were many sunken areas on his body, which looked very miserable. But he was still alive and not killed. You are just a nirvana after all, you can't kill me. The white-haired Tauron laughed wildly at Lin Shen. He had discovered Lin Shen's problem. Lin Shen's body was very strange and could even easily break his life base and carapace. But that does not mean that Lin Shen's power is really strong enough to crush the immortal level. His power is only at the nirvana level, but a certain power contained in his body can destroy his immortal life base and shell. The white-haired Tauron had never heard of such a strange power, but he had discovered that strange power had no effect on the flesh and blood body. Lin Shen cannot destroy his immortal body, although he cannot kill Lin Shen. Lin Shen! You destroy my super rising star. Kill countless people in my tribe. I need to make you pay for your blood debts. I will go to the human mother planet. Kill all humans. Let the human mother planet become a hell-like super rising star. The white-haired Tauron said, and actually left Lin Shen and turned to rush towards Xiaoyu. His target was not Xiaoyu, but the backpack in Xiaoyu's hand. He knew that the teleportation device that was taken away by Lin Shen was in the space items in the backpack. As long as he gets the teleportation device, he will immediately teleport to the human mother star and start a killing. He wants Lin Shen to regret everything he has done to Chaoran star. If he can't kill Lin Shen, then let the human mother star be buried with Chaoran star. Xiaoyu was startled. His speed and strength were far inferior to that of the immortal. He threw his backpack without hesitation, and fled at full speed in another direction. The immortal did not chase Xiaoyu, so he flew to grab the backpack and tore it open, and everything inside was scattered out. He ignored other things and grabbed the space device that looked like a bullet. Lin Shen had already rushed towards him, but his speed was not as high as the immortal, and it was too late. As the white-haired Tauron flew at high speed, he activated the space device and poured out everything inside, including the teleportation device that looked like a hill. The white-haired Tauron man held the hill with his hands and flew into space, so fast that Lin Shen could not catch up. Lin Shen was anxious and thought there was no way to do so. He watched the white-haired Tauron start the teleportation device. I will use human blood, to dye the human mother star red, to pay tribute to the warriors of my clan,
will not let any human be alive, no one will. The voice of the white-haired Tauren seemed to be about to break his teeth. Boom! Two light columns in the sky were like thunder falling from the sky, bombarding Lin Shen's body. Weird particles poured into his body, condensed into strange matter, covering his body, forming a new shell. Life Base. Breaking out of the cocoon. Chapter 753 Curse Me in Hell. As the light column turned into particles and merged into Lin Shen's body, the Nirvana light cocoon that belonged to the Destiny and Inheritance fan in the sky also disappeared. The black pattern on the white background, like an ink painting, wrapped around Lin Shen's body, and a folding fan with black bones and white light also appeared in Lin Shen's hands at the same time. Lin Shen's carapace is extremely strange, that is, it does not have the crystal clearness of jade or the luster of metal. Instead, it looks like armor folded from white paper, white and clean, not so smooth, with a skin-like feeling, and it will be faintly shining under the light. The black pictogram is like ink soaking in the paper armor, making the armor look like a scroll of ink painting. Black and white are obviously two opposite colors, but they blend in a freehand way on the armor. Lin Shen shook his hand holding the folding fan gently, and the folding fan was folded and opened. The black fan bones were crystal clear like gems, and each fan bone seemed hollowed out, with rows of white light. If you look closely, you will find that the parts of those words are not hollow, but a colorless and transparent crystal blending with the black crystal, emitting a bright white light, so it looks like it is hollow. Lin Shen held the folding fan and slapped the white-haired Tauren flying into space. The sky was filled with light, imprinted on the white-haired Tauren. The white-haired Tauren suddenly felt his body sinking, falling down towards the planet like a meteor. The white-haired Tauren was shocked, but found that no matter how hard he exerted, it was difficult to keep his body flying in the air, and there was no place to borrow power. Boom! The white-haired Tauren fell on the planet, while the hill-like teleportation device was still floating in space. You can't go anywhere. Today, only one of us can leave alive. Lin Shen shook the folding fan in his hand, and countless words of light and shadow flew towards the white-haired Tauren. The white-haired Taurus's power of Nirvana erupted like a volcano. The law of eternal power made his power of Nirvana exist forever, forming an immortal shield. However, those light and shadow words were like ghosts without entities, passing through his shield and imprinting on him, which immediately reduced the attributes of the white-haired Taurus and weakened the strength of the skill. The white-haired Tauren jumped up. His target was not Lin Shen, but a teleportation device in space. He wanted to explode the teleportation device so that Lin Shen could not use the teleportation device to go to the human mother planet. This is the only teleportation device discovered so far that can be transmitted to the human parent star without restrictions. Other teleportation devices that can teleport to human mother planets can only teleport humanoid creatures below Nirvana. The white-haired Tauren knew that he could no longer limit Lin Shen, but as long as he destroyed this teleportation device, Lin Shen at Nirvana level would not be able to return to the human mother planet. Although the Nirvana Legion on the human mother planet cannot return, that is exactly what the white-haired Taurus needs. Without a perverted Nirvana like Lin Shen, the Super Burning Legion could completely occupy the human mother planet, enslave the humans there, and build it into the second Super Burning Star. Lin Shen destroyed their Super Burning Star, so they could also turn the human mother star into a Super Burning Star. The white-haired Tauren turned his mind very quickly, but he had no chance. Lin Shen threw out the folding fan in his hand and turned into a butterfly with black and white brilliance, chasing the white-haired Tauren. The speed of the folding fan flying far exceeded Lin Shen's own speed, faster than the white-haired Tauren after being weakened. Before the white-haired Tauren could catch up with the teleportation device, the butterfly-like folding fan had already arrived behind him. Your power cannot hurt me. If you destroy the Super Burning Star, then pay the human mother star to our Super Burning clan. The white-haired Tauren man's face was distorted, and he smiled with one grimacing toward the folding fan, and the other hand condensed his strength, and hit the teleportation device in space with all his strength. However, the white-haired Tauren hit the folding fan, but it failed to blow the folding fan away. Instead, it made the folding fan faster. The folding fan danced like a real butterfly, flashing with the force, and strangely swept through his neck. The white-haired Tauren suddenly widened his eyes, and his body seemed to lose strength. His fists that were hitting the teleportation device deviated from the direction and hung down weakly. His other hand unconsciously touched his neck, touched the slippery body, and slowly stretched out his hand and saw that his hands were covered with blood. The white-haired Tauran man's pupils contracted and his palms clenched, as if he wanted to do something, but as his fist exerted, a deep mark broke open on his neck, and blood sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. The fan was dismantled and danced around the white-haired Tauran like a butterfly. The white-haired Tauran forced his hands to waving his strength, and exploded to blow the folding fan away, but his power hit the folding fan. Not only did he not be able to blow the folding fan away, but instead made the folding fan faster, and passed by the white-haired Tauran from various unexpected angles. Blood arrows splashed out from the white-haired Tauran, and blood fell from the sky, and the sky was covered with bloodshot like drizzle. Lin Shen came to the teleportation device and watched the white-haired Tauran shed the last drop of blood during the battle, and his scarred body cut by the folding fan fell down to the earth. Even if he died, his eyes were staring at Lin Shen in the sky, and his eyes seemed to be saying that he was going to wait for Lin Shen in hell. Lin Shen rushed down, grabbed the folding fan, closed the folding fan, and the white light turned into a light blade, slashing towards the white-haired Tauran's neck with one knife. One knife after another, Lin Shen waved the light blade in his hand frantically and slashed dozens of times in his neck before finally slashing his head off. Lin Shen held his head and looked at him with his eyes open. He was not afraid at all, but said lightly, "Curse me in hell. Before I fell into hell, even if I transform into a devil, no one would enslave my race." After saying that, Lin Shen threw the white-haired Tauran's head into the magma. He took back all the things he could find, put them into the space device, then flew into space, and sent the hill-like transmission device in. I don't know if the transmission device in the teleportation station is still there. If the transmission device is also melted, it will be a little troublesome. Lin Shen looked at the huge light cocoon in the sky and knew that it was Fat Boy in Nirvana. I don't know how much time it will take for Fatty to complete Nirvana. Lin Shen asked Xiaoyu to guard here and went to the location of the teleportation station first. Because Nirvana ends, the high temperature of the super burning star no longer rises, the temperature is falling, and the surface of many magma has begun to turn black, but I don't know how long it will take to completely cool down and solidify. When Lin Shen came to the teleportation station, he saw that the teleportation station and the surrounding buildings had long disappeared, and there was also magma on the surface that had turned black. What surprised Lin Shen was that he saw several teleportation devices, half submerged in magma, and some were exposed outside, which did not seem to melt. Chapter 754 The Invading Super Burning Legion. Bell led the Super Burning Legion to the Tianchang mentioned in the information and saw the town hall behind Tianchang. Humans' technological level is really backward, not even a decent building. This is already the top building of the human parent star. Compared with our super burning star, it is too far behind. Ostone floated in the air and looked at the town hall on the ground and said contemptuously, "How can human buildings be compared with our great super burning tribe buildings? Many of our buildings can defend against Nirvana-level power attacks? What kind of garbage is this?" Jerry said, releasing his life foundation. With one axe, he immediately split a huge crack in the town hall, almost splitting the town hall in half from the middle. What's wrong? Didn't it mean that Tianchang is the strongest family of human mother star guarding the Wei family? Why is there not even a single person here? Carlo said with a frown. The Wei family is just a small family with several Nirvana people. In our super rising star, they don't even count. I'm afraid they'll run away after receiving the message, knowing that we're coming. Jerry said contemptuously. What makes sense is that humans are too weak. The human bases we encountered along the way are all kinds of things, and they are all garbage. The so-called Wei family is just garbage that is a little stronger than garbage. Ostone also laughed. As they flew along, Ostone's casual attack destroyed almost all the bases they encountered on the road. I don't know how many people died, and no human could resist their casual attack. Nirvana is basically an invincible existence on the human mother planet. But according to those humans, the Wei family has been guarding the underground space for more than 200 years, and only a dozen people died in the entire clan and did not retreat. How could he escape without fighting so easily? Carlo still felt something was wrong. That's because they know that we are the real strong people. If they wait here, they can only destroy the clan and no one can survive. Jerry said with a lip silence. Bell interrupted them and ordered, "The Vanguard troops will go down and take a look. If you encounter humans, you will go to the underground space as soon as possible. The matter of the spacecraft cannot be missed." No need to be so troublesome. Ostone sacrificed his life foundation, and the life foundations were crisscrossed. In a moment, the Tanchang and the town hall, which had been standing for hundreds of years, became ruins. "I'll just say, there's not a single person, they all ran away," Ostone said with a smile. Enter the underground world. Bell no longer hesitated and let people go from the exposed hole to the underground space. They had long known that there was a flight prohibition in the underground space, and they brought ropes. The Vanguard went down the ropes to the underground space. This information was learned from the humans who came to Tanchang to guard, and they had already made various preparations for this. General Bell discovered, "We found that spacecraft, just below the entrance." The Vanguard rushed back to report, his face full of surprise. "Carlo, you stay outside, the others go down with me." General Bell showed joy on his face, and he was finally about to see the legendary Constellation-level battleship. "General, let me go?" Carlo said. "It's important. I must confirm it myself. Keep this place well and don't let humans take advantage of it." General Bell patted Carlo on the shoulder and then took people into the underground space. Ropes fell from the sky. When Bell and others slid along the rope into the underground space, they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. The human parent star is so small, and there is such a huge underground space. It's really a bit strange. Isn't this just an empty shell planet? Ostone couldn't help but say. The warship is indeed a constellation-level warship. Bell was not in the mood to look at this underground space. He searched his eyes and saw the spaceship broken into two pieces in the river. Although the warship is not particularly large, even smaller than ordinary civilian planetary spacecraft, the level of the warship is not based on size. Just looking at the surface material of this spacecraft that was broken into two pieces, you will know that this is a Constellation-level warship. The main materials of Constellation-class warships are made of Immortal-class materials and fused with other auxiliary materials. Their strength is so high that it is not comparable to ordinary spacecraft. When Bell was studying at the Consortium Academy, he had seen similar Constellation-class warships, and was fortunate to enter the interior of the warship to visit. He was almost certain that this was a Constellation-class warship, and the material would not belie. What shocked him was that he could hardly imagine what this Constellation-level warship encountered and would be broken into two parts. Moreover, the fracture is smooth like a knife cut, not like a collision or a story damage, but as if someone had been split into two halves from the middle with a knife. There should be no living people inside, otherwise they would not have been here for more than 200 years. General Bell ordered the Vanguard to carry the instruments and enter the spacecraft through the gap to search. However, when the super-burning warriors in the Vanguard were exposed to the blue liquid, even if they were separated by the shell, their bodies would change in a short time. Soon, the super-burning warrior who entered the spacecraft began to change his body, and in a very short time, the flesh and blood body completely turned into crystal or metal. At the same time, they all lost their human nature and actually attacked their comrades around them. The scene became very tragic for a moment. The super-burning warriors started to kill each other, and they all fought with their lives, as if they were not alive anymore. There are problems with those blue liquids, which will cause the body to change rapidly. A super-burning warrior who has not yet completely changed stumbled out, and his body also undergoes a radical transformation as he speaks. He soon lost his mind and pounced on the super-burning warrior beside him. Ostone drew her sword and slashed the head of the super-burning warrior who had become a goddamn person, looked at the other super-burning warriors with a gloomy face and shouted, "Don't touch those blue liquids. Camp by the river first." Bell's face was not very good either, so he turned around and left. It seems that it is difficult to fully explore the warships in a short period of time. I will solve the humans first, and catch some people back and let them in and explore the way. While everyone was about to climb out with ropes, they saw Purple Sword Oris passing by, cutting off all the ropes. The people in the super-burning legion changed color slightly. When they turned around, they saw that on a huge pillar not far away, several humans leaped down. The leader was tall and majestic, wearing thick purple heavy armor, but wearing a white robe on the outside. The white robe fluttered in the air, and the purple air on her body rose like a volcano erupting, making it unimaginable. Behind the man, 12 Nirvana people with purple armor and long purple auras in their hands jumped down from the air and slashed purple phoenix sword auras at the super burning legion. Chapter 755 Human Guards. Kill, no one stays. The sudden appearance of Wei Wufu and others caused a slight panic in the Chaoran Legion, but with General Bell's order, the Chaoran Legion immediately entered a state of combat. There were only 13 people on the human side, and there were as many as 300 or 400 Nirvana in the Super Burning Legion, not to mention the blessing of the Assassinator Legion. A team of Nirvana led by Astone received Bell's order and went up to him. More than 100 Nirvana people with pets were much louder than Wei Wufu and the others. Among the Assassinator Legion, one of the team released various buffing skills, and another team released weakened skills. For a time, various skills filled the underground space, illuminating the originally dim underground space. 10 times the Nirvana of the Wei family, Bell and others thought that this battle would definitely lead to the Wei family's people, but as soon as the two were connected, they found that the Nirvana of the Super Burning Clan was like an egg hitting a stone. The purple phoenix sword energy seemed to be invincible. With one encounter, several Nirvana and pets were killed or injured, and Astone's team was in chaos. Jerry and Deli immediately reinforced from both sides. Seeing that the momentum was wrong, Bell immediately asked the remaining 2 Nirvana teams to support. "What is that idiot Astone doing?" Jerry rushed up cursingly, and then he knew why Astone and his team performed so poorly. After entering the battlefield, he suddenly felt that his attributes and skills had been greatly reduced, but the opponent's power seemed to have been gained, just like a tiger going down a mountain. Even though the number of people was the dominant, he could not stop the 13 Nirvana people on the opposite side. Especially one of the old men, with 2 swords in their hands domineering. The Phoenix sword was as thunder and lightning, like gods and demons, and in a moment, they killed many Nirvana-level pets, and the people in the Super Burning Clan were shocked. How could there be such a terrible Nirvana among humans? Bell's face looked ugly. Although I heard those humans say that the Wei family is very powerful, at that time, the people from the Chaoran tribe just thought that the humans had no knowledge and thought that the Wei family was very powerful. For a family that has not even left the Mother Star, how strong can Nirvana be? But now they realized that they were all wrong, and they were outrageously wrong. The Nirvana of the Wei family was terrible. The Nirvana who had gone through 9 Nirvana like Astone and Jerry would not take any advantage of the Nirvana who went up to the Wei family, and the old man with the double swords was even more irresistible. More than 300 Nirvana people besieged the 13 members of the Wei family with their pets, but they were actually killed by the Wei family and were frightened and could not take advantage of them at all. That's the purple chi Phoenix art of the Phoenix clan, right? Humans can actually practice the Phoenix clan's evolutionary skills to this level. Jerry saw the root of the evolutionary skills they practiced. The Nirvana of the Wei family has always been not weak. It is only when they face the perverted existence of Changhen Dongli, which makes them seem not that strong. The purple chi Phoenix art they practiced is a top evolutionary technique, and the combat abilities of the Wei family are also first class. In the universe, the Nirvana of the Wei family can also enter the top ranks, and Wei Changqing is even the top Nirvana of the double life. Of course, although they are very strong, the most important factor in being able to make the Nirvana team of the Super Burning Clan like this is Wei Wufu's White Robe Life Foundation. The White Robe Life base greatly weakened the strength of the Nirvana of the Super Burning Clan, and at the same time gave Wei Changqing and others the benefit. The effect of adding and subtracting immediately opened the distance between the two, allowing the Wei family Nirvana who had been dying for 5 or 6 times to be at all against the Nirvana who had been dying for 9 times, such as Astone and Jerry, who had been dying for 9 times, and even took a little advantage. The 13 members of the Wei family supported each other and kept rushing in formation, rushing the people killed by the Chaoran Legion. No one could stop Mr. Wei Changqing, who was leading the way. Wei Wufu did not show off his mountains and did not look very outstanding, but he was the core of the entire formation. Can't kill, it can't kill. Astone roared violently, grabbed the giant axe Life Foundation, and slashed at the Wei Shouqing at the end of the Wei family formation with an axe. Wei Shouqing's Yanling knife came forward without retreating. The swords and axes hit each other, and the purple air and red light suddenly exploded. Astone was shocked and retreated, and Gu Shoucheng's body also fell backwards.
He pressed one hand on Wei Shoucheng's back, dissolving the strength of Wei Shoucheng's body.
He was obviously a white-robed Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's other hand punched Astone at the shocked back.
Astone was not stable and had no time to dodge, so she could only force the punch to block the purple fist light that Wei Wufu hit. When the two came into contact, there was no explosion.
Astone only felt a force penetrate into her arm, and an arm suddenly exploded. Ah!
Astone screamed and retreated.
Seeing Astone's miserable situation, the Nirvana team suddenly declined.
There are so many Nirvana people who besieged more than a dozen Nirvana people, but they are even beaten like this, so how can they have any intention of fighting? Seeing this, Bell knew that the situation was hopeless. Although there were many people from the super rich clan, it was impossible to beat the 13 members of the Wei family. 1,000 people are a city, and one guard in 100 years.
Human guards are indeed a little different.
Bell gave the order, allowing the Legion to retreat in an orderly manner. Every Nirvana person in the Super Burning Clan is a precious wealth, and they cannot afford such losses. If you want to kill the 13 people in the Wei family, more than half of the Nirvana people may not be able to do it.
Since you know the details of the Wei family, you will be ready to come again next time. If you design them, you will definitely be able to kill them at the lowest cost.
Now the only one who can enter the human mother planet is their Super Burning Clan, and there is no need to rush to such a moment.
It really doesn't work. Just ask their old general to take action.
The immortals come here and crush these humans into ashes at will.
Under Bell's command, the Legion evacuated the underground space in an orderly manner.
Carlo, who was guarding outside, was surprised when he saw Bell and others evacuate, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "General Bell, what happened?"
"The Wei family members hid below and attacked us. Let's retreat for the time being."
General Bell directly ordered the retreat. Carlo looked down and happened to see Wei Changqing dancing wildly with his swords, splitting a Nirvana pet in half.
The human mother planet, there is such a strong Nirvana. Carlo was shocked and hurriedly directed the team to retreat.
The Wei family chased the team of the Super Rich Clan to kill, but most of the people they could kill were just pets.
Chapter 756. It's over.
The Super Burning Legion retreated to the back of the moon. In a circular pit, there was a huge hole in the ground. The Assassinator Legion jumped into the hole one by one and disappeared immediately. After all, the Assassinator Legion teleported away. Bell and others began to let the Nirvana Legion retreat.
"Humanity, when I come again, when you die, I will let you die without a burial place." Astone held his injured arm and stared at Wei Wufu with resentment, then turned around and jumped into the cave and disappeared.
The Nirvana Legion retreated while fighting and jumped in very orderly. As the last group of Nirvana of the Super Breeding Clan jumped into the cave, almost all the pets that resisted Wei Wufu and the others were killed.
Wei Wufu and the others also came to the cave and found circles of halos shining below, and they couldn't see clearly what was there.
It turns out that the teleportation device here is on the moon.
No wonder no one has found it before.
Wei Shoucheng said, astonished. There were many people who came to the moon before, but seeing that there was nothing here, no one thought about digging, but they didn't expect the teleportation device to be below.
Wei Changqing said, "I wonder how Lin Shen is doing."
"If we can't get the teleportation device from the Super Burning Clan, we can only find a way to see if we can destroy the teleportation device here."
Astone and others teleported back to Super Rising Star, but the scene in front of them was stunned. "We teleported here to where?"
Astone stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He thought it was a teleportation error, and it was impossible for them to be their Super Burning Star. Not only Astone, all the Super Burning Clans are like him, and they think that this place is absolutely impossible to be Super Burning Star.
On the bare planet, there are pungent smells and constant heat coming out of the ground.
The irregular black ground is like burnt plastic, and magma can be seen bubbled in many places.
This is simply a primitive planet that cannot survive.
There is no sign of civilization, and it is even less likely to be a developed Super Burning Star.
"General, will the teleportation device still go wrong?" Jerry asked blankly.
"What is that?" Suddenly, someone pointed to a place and screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone looked at each other and saw a head and a Tauron on the black ground. After seeing the head clearly, Bell and others felt their heads blast. The old general, that's the old general. He is an immortal existence. How could it be? How could it be? Impossible. This is impossible. Carlo thought of something even more terrible, and his eyes quickly looked around. He felt extremely uneasy in his heart. Here. This is our super burning star. In one sentence, all the mentality of the super burning tribes exploded. What the hell are you talking about? How could it be our super rising star here? Jerry grabbed Carlo's collar and roared. He couldn't accept that this was super rising star, nor did he dare to accept this reality. Everyone else was staring at all this, feeling that reality suddenly became magical. They just went to the human mother planet, and it took less than 12 hours in total. Why did they feel like they had a big dream and the world became what they didn't know? Bell was chilling all over his body. He would rather have dreamed, but the old general's head was right in front of him, and there were familiar stars in the sky. He begged that this place is not a super burning star, but all signs seem to indicate that this place is a super burning star. This is your super burning star. A strange voice came, and all the super burning clans could not help but look at the place where the sound came. I saw a person standing at the top of the hill like teleportation device. After seeing the figure clearly, Bell and others all had their pupils contracted, showing an incredible expression. Lin Shen. Bell's voice trembled, but these two words seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, almost making him use all his strength. Lin Shen's appearance here means that all this is true. The immortal level veteran general was cut off his head, and the super rising star also turned into a hellish look. Lin Shen originally wanted to transmit and leave, and the transmission device of the transmission station could still be used, but it was not destroyed by magma, and it was not damaged by high temperature. But Fatty has never completed Nirvana, so Lin Shen can only wait for it here. In order to prevent problems from happening on the human mother planet, Lin Shen had to take out the teleportation device and plan to teleport back to the human mother planet by himself, and first solve the invading super burning legion. Who knew that before he could teleport, the Chaoran Legion teleported back first? Seeing that there were no people from the super burning clan teleported in again, Lin Shen directly took back the teleportation device to the space so that they would not teleport and escape. Seeing the teleportation device like a hill disappearing in front of them, Bell and others looked even more ugly. What did you do to Super Rising Star? Carlo asked in a trembling voice at Lin Shen. Destroyed. Lin Shen replied calmly. Where is the person? Carlo still held the last trace of fantasy in his heart, which was also the fantasy of everyone. It's all ruined. Lin Shen's words shattered their last slight disillusion, and Carlo stood there blankly as if he was struck by lightning. You are a butcher, you actually attack women, girls, and children. Jerry roared angrily and rushed towards Lin Shen desperately. When you invaded the human mother planet, you thought that there were women, girls, and children there. Lin Shen shook his palm and a folding fan appeared in his hand. When the folding fan flew back to Lin Shen's hand, Jerry's head was also separated from his body. Wrong. Bell saw Lin Shen killing Jerry with a casual blow, and already knew that the Super Burning Clan was doomed today. If there is no teleportation device that teleports to the human mother planet, if it is not attacked, Carlo was in great pain, but there are not so many ifs in the world. This is the only life. Carlo summoned the lifeline and rushed towards Lin Shen. The numerous Nirvana and Ascensioners are also like Carlo's choices. The regret and pain in their hearts are intertwined. Only fighting can make them stop thinking about anything else, even death will be better than now. Lin Shen threw out a pet capsule, Xiaoyu appeared in front of him, looking at the Chaoran Legion rushing up, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he raised the knife and fork in his hand. Will this be the result without invading the human mother planet? Bell experienced a nightmare that he had never had in his life. When he closed his eyes, the nightmare finally ended. But the corpses all over the ground and the blood dyed red from the earth will not disappear with the disappearance of the nightmare. It's over.
Lin Shen looked up at the fat boy who was still in nirvana, and for a moment he didn't know what it felt. Chapter 757 Lin Shen's Nirvana Attribute. User, Super Nirvana Creature, Evolutionable. Power, 2879, plus 2430. Speed, 2430, plus 2430. Hardness, 2430, plus 2430. Toughness, 2430, plus 2430. Basic variability, 1%. Life theory activity limit, 1600, plus 1600. Basic transformation talent, hyperplasmic, hyperplasmic recast, hyperplasmic form. Fate base, a fan of Superbase and reverse fate. Nirvana attribute, none. Superbase reverse destiny, Superbase nirvana creature, evolving. Power, 2879, plus 2430. Speed, 2430, plus 2430. Hardness, 2430, plus 2430. Toughness, 2430, plus 2430. Talents for the basis of life, those who deviate from fate have the same root. Nirvana attribute, reversal of the light of destiny. The fan of inheritance, a super key nirvana creature, evolving. Power, 2430, plus 430. Speed, 2430, plus 430. Hardness, 2430, plus 430. Toughness, 2430, plus 430. Talents for life, inheritance, fan dance. Nirvana attribute, the light of bloodline inheritance. Lin Shen completed nirvana, and man had already become nirvana level, but he did not obtain the power of nirvana. His power was still the same as when he was flying and upgraded, and it was difficult to release it. He could feel that his body had become even more solidified. The entire body has completed nirvana. Although it seems to be just a flesh and blood body, in fact, every cell in Lin Shen has become a completely different state from before. Lin Shen couldn't describe what kind of state he was in now. Others' nirvana transforms into the body of the base, while his nirvana transforms his body into the body of flesh and blood. Now when he uses the power of basic change, his body will not have any shells. When he uses the superbase form, his body will not be fundamentalized, and he is still a flesh and blood body. But his flesh and blood body is even tougher than any metal or crystal shell. Moreover, he felt that he had nirvana attribute, but it seemed that the function of the watch could not be analyzed, so that the function of this nirvana attribute would be displayed in nothing. Lin Shen needs time to figure out what his nirvana attribute does. On the contrary, the destiny and the inheritance fan have obtained their respective nirvana attributes. This is a very outrageous thing in itself. Generally speaking, the Life Foundation should share the nirvana attribute with the ontology. The attributes of the destiny are the same as Lin Shen, but the inheritance fan has more attributes, which is the role of inheritance talent. More and more people are practicing inheritance and evolution techniques, and the blessings obtained by the inheritance fan will become stronger and stronger. However, the destiny and the inheritance fan each have their own nirvana attributes, and they are obviously different from Lin Shen's own nirvana attributes. Fortunately, Lin Shen can use their nirvana attributes, and his own nirvana attributes are equivalent to 3 attributes. More than a week has passed since the Battle of Super Rising Star. The demise of Super Rising Star has not caused much storm in the universe. Except for those related to the Super Burning Clan, no one is concerned about the survival of such a small race. The Super Ran clan is dependent on the families of major powerful clans and is also investigating what happened to the Super Ran clan star. However, because there is not even a single living cells, the entire planet has been destroyed, and they still cannot investigate what happened. Some people who know that the Super Burning Clan are going to invade the human mother planet recently, they all suspect that this is the work of human beings. But they find it hard to believe that humans have the ability to destroy the entire super burning star. If humans really have such ability, they would not dare to seek revenge on humans. That would not be a force they could compete with. Lin Shen had a rare leisure time and studied his power of nirvana at home every day. He found that his entire body could be regarded as the power of nirvana, and the power particles had completely merged with his body. It can be said that he is his own nirvana attribute. Lin Shen finally figured out why he could not use the power of nirvana. The power of nirvana released by nirvana is the fusion of nirvana particles and the power particles. Now Lin Shen himself is his own nirvana particle, so he can't launch himself out, right? Lin Shen even had a thought, whether he could launch his fist out of the body. Experiments show that this idea is really too abstract and cannot be done at all. Fortunately, he also has skills such as stepping wave fist and finger sand. Although he cannot release the power of nirvana like a normal nirvana person, there is still no problem with long-range attacks. With his current strength and physical strength, a random punch of the wave is not something that ordinary nirvana can withstand. Lin Shen found that his nirvana power was very interesting, and he could easily break up immortal-level materials, but it was difficult to damage the flesh and blood body. When facing the flesh and blood body, his nirvana power seemed useless, and he could only fight against the other party with his own strength and physical strength. Lin Shen found some immortal-level materials to test, and found that his fist could easily knock it to ashes, which was simply terrifying. Now even if an immortal comes to cause trouble for him, he can still break the opponent's life base or shell with one punch. The problem is that as long as the other party is still flesh and blood, it is still difficult for him to kill the immortal. Xiaoyu can fight him back and forth without using the carapace. If he uses the carapace, he will be beaten by Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't understand what his power of nirvana was, and this ability was too abstract. If this is the case, can I just go to find those immortal creatures and kill them at will? Lin Shen really wanted to find immortal creatures to try it, but he was afraid that something would go wrong. Think about it, forget it, and try again when there is a safe opportunity in the future. The sixth brother of Jade Emperor, I'm so hard to cheat me. Lin Shen found Wei Wufu, and by the way, he was sure that he had never called the wrong name before. He was calling the Jade Emperor's name, and no word was wrong. The Jade Emperor did not come out, he was simply an irresponsible scumbag. Lin Shen complained fiercely in his heart. Fortunately, he survived this level himself, otherwise he wouldn't even know how to die. Lin Shen, a resolution has been passed by the heavenly mansions. While Lin Shen was basking in the sun by the swimming pool, Ouyang Yu sent a message. After reading it, Lin Shen immediately started cursing. What does the heavenly man court mean? Let me go to the Emperor Barbarians to go to the mission? Isn't this my life? Are those beasts still humans? After scolding someone, Lin Shenkai said again, wait for me to go back, I will go to meet Emperor Tianshu now. I am the dean of the Tianchu Academy and belong to Emperor Tianshu. Why should their Tianchu Academy arrange me? Lin Shen said that he would not go to any place like the Emperor Barbarians. Their grudges with the Emperor Barbarians have not been resolved yet. He would definitely have no good results when he went to the Emperor Barbarians. Chapter 758 The Leader of the Blame. Lin Shen rushed back to the Zenstar overnight, wanting to meet Emperor Tianshu and explain clearly the matter of the Heavenly Man Academy to send him on the mission to the Emperor and Barbarians. But even the gate of the Imperial Palace could not enter, only Tian Songyun saw him and brought him a word. The Heavenly Man Academy is the highest functional department of the Heavenly Man race. The decision to pass more than half of the seats in the Heavenly Man Academy must be implemented, and no one is exceptional. Lin Shen pondered and said nothing. Emperor Tianshu asked Tian Songyun to bring him this sentence, and the meaning was already very obvious. Lin Shen had to go this time. Director Tian, you must understand the difficulties of the Lord. After all, it was the Emperor's own decision before. All matters within the clan were left to the Lord's house. The Emperor's words are naturally a promise and cannot go back on their word. Tian Songyun comforted Lin Shen's two words, but there was no practical meaning. After saying goodbye to the sky and conjuring the clouds, Lin Shen walked back in depressed mood. This time, the Heavenly Man tribe was going to serve as an envoy to the Emperor Barbarians to welcome back the sacred objects of the Heavenly Man tribe. It is said that the statue of the god of the celestial being was transformed from the life foundation of the first immortal of the celestial race. Although the statue itself has no power and can be used as a material at most, it has extraordinary significance for the celestial race. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the treasure of the celestial race to maintain its clan. Before every emperor of the Heavenly Man clan ascended the throne, he had to worship the statue of the Heavenly Man god, so that it was in accordance with orthodox. But hundreds of thousands of years ago, during a civil strife in the Heavenly Man race, the statue of the Heavenly Man god was lost in the war. Just a few years ago, the Emperor Barbarians actually found the suspected missing statue of the god of heaven and earth. However, even the heavenly earth itself thought that the statue of the Emperor Barbarians was fake, so it didn't take it seriously. Until recently, the Emperor Barbarians invited several appraisers from major clans, and even one appraiser from the Heavenly Man race to identify the statue of the Heavenly Man. The final result of the identification was that the statue of the Heavenly Man was probably the one lost by the Heavenly Man race. At this moment, the Heavenly Man clan couldn't sit still and kept negotiating with the Emperor Barbarians, hoping that the Emperor Barbarians could return the statue of the Heavenly Man. Unfortunately, with the relationship between the Emperor Barbarians and the Heavenly Man race, how could it be possible to return the statue of the Heavenly Man and God to them casually? After more than half a year of negotiations, the two sides still failed to reach an agreement. The Emperor and Barbarians did not say anything, but the conditions they put forward were simply impossible for the Heavenly Man race to agree. Lin Shen's main task when he was on the mission to the Emperor Barbarians was to re-identify the authenticity of the statues of the gods, and to negotiate with the Emperor Barbarians again, hoping to make the Emperor Barbarians give in and discuss a price that both sides can accept. Of course, although Lin Shen is nominally the head of the mission, in fact, the mission has a professional appraisal team and professional negotiation experts, and Lin Shen does not need these. Lin Shen, the nominal leader, is actually useless. The reason why the Heavenly Man court wanted to take Lin Shen to the Emperor Barbarians was probably because he knew that he had a grudge against Catherine of the Emperor Barbarians and asked him to suffer from the Emperor Barbarians. And if the agreement cannot be reached, he will definitely have to take the blame when he comes back as the leader. If the delegation members make some trouble, Lin Shen's life will be even more difficult. Anyway, he will not have a good deal when he goes to the Emperor Barbarians this time, so he will definitely take the blame. If Catherine secretly attacks him, she may not be able to save her life. Although the envoys also had immortal guards, Lin Shen was very suspicious of whether those guards would pay attention to his safety. He should not have the intention to harm others, and he should be guarded against others. Lin Shen even had some doubts whether these immortal guards would be an Isho who came to deal with him. Even if he could come back alive from the Emperor Barbarians, these guards would kill him halfway, just push him on the Emperor Barbarians. But thinking about it, and he shouldn't be so despicable. If you really want to kill him, there is no need to be such a trouble. You just step on the gate of the Tianchi Academy and catch him out and kill him. Having said that, he had to be careful. Fortunately, he has now passed away and faced with ordinary immortals, and he has no power to fight back. I don't know what the fat boy's strength will be after Nirvana is gone. Lin Shen looked at the fat boy in his backpack and was still sleeping soundly there. Since this guy was reborn in the Nirvana of superstar burning, he has returned to his eating, sleeping and eating mode. He still looks like a fat pigeon, which is no different from before, and he doesn't know what his strength is. The newly bought backpack is still from heaven, but it is the highest end series of heaven. It is woven from immortal materials. It is made of water and fire, and is difficult to damage by swords. It has good breathability, but it will not be penetrated by liquid. It can resist some damage when it is carried on the body. The goods are good and the price is good. In order to buy this backpack, Lin Shen sold a batch of spiritual foundations on his hand. These spiritual foundations were all obtained from the Super Burning Legion, and Lin Shen didn't feel sorry for using them at all. While walking, I suddenly saw a familiar figure at the base of the wall in front of me. A miscellaneous old man was shrunk inside the base of the wall, wearing the torn cotton jacket, with his hands folded inside the sleeves, sitting on a small stool, with a chessboard in front of him. "Brother, it's been a long time since we saw each other. Do you want to have a fun?" Zamayo Laoshinran also saw Lin Shen and greeted him with a smile. "Uncle, why don't you set up a stall in the market? Are you here?" Lin Shen walked to the opposite side of Zamayo Laoshinran, looked at the chessboard and said, "I know a little more chess. I really don't know anything about Go at all, I can't play it." "I'm not Go, but goji. Zamayo Laotian said with a smile, "Did you see the prizes over there? They are all good things. If you win one, you can draw a lottery. You may win any prize. If you can win 10 games in a row, you don't have to draw the lottery anymore. You can pick the things on it." Lin Shen looked at the fingers of Zamayo Laotian and saw a broken wooden shelf on the wall next to him, with several things on it, and a simple lottery box at the bottom. Lin Shen took a closer look and found that the prizes also contained the names and introductions of the items. Nirvana Level Pet Capsule. The Great Technique of the 5 Decays of Heaven and Man. The Dagger Used by the Emperor of Heaven. The 5 Thunder Booming Heaven Fist Note. Lin Shen read it and almost laughed out loud. The introduction of those things is really far from the big picture, and it even has the battle uniforms worn by the Emperor of Heaven when he was young. How much does it cost to play once? Lin Shen didn't believe that these things were real. If this was true, any of them would be priceless. How could the old man from Zamayo set up a stall? Zamayo Laotian pointed to the sign next to it, which said it was 10 yuan per time. If you win, you can draw, but if you lose, you will not refund the money. Okay, then I'll play a game. Lin Shen got the mutant Yulinglong from Zamayo Laotian and helped him a lot. He spent some money to make Zamayo Laotian happy, and he didn't think that he could really beat him. If you can win those treasures for 10 yuan, Lin Shen will not believe that you can kill them. Chapter 759 The Immortal Law. In the past, Lin Shen spent a lot of money on the streets. He had seen many of these scam methods, and the above must be fakes. Lin Shen didn't think about winning because he didn't understand Go, and he was not good at Go. If the old man from the world could come out to set up a stall, there must be something, so Lin Shen just gave him money and didn't want to win at all. When I was a child, I set up a stall on the street and no one played Goji. Lin Shen later learned that there was such a game, but he was not very familiar with it and had never studied it. Lin Shen paid 10 yuan to Zamayo Laotian, and then sat down opposite Zamayo Laotian and got off in a normal manner. Emperor Tianshu narrowed his eyes and played chess with Lin Shen, but he was moved in his heart. "Boy, I have put a lot of effort into you. In order to deliver things to you, I have also come here to play such a play. As long as you can win a game, you can draw the 5 declines of heaven and man in a random way, so that you can save your life when you go to the Emperor and Barbarians." Emperor Tianshu originally thought that Lin Shen was playing so well, and Gozi chess was as simple as it was, no matter how bad it was. But after playing a few chess pieces, Emperor Tianshu's expression became strange. "What's the thing Lin Shen called? There are flaws everywhere, and even the most basic trap can't be seen." Emperor Tianshu could see that he could not play this game at all, at most he just knew the rules. Emperor Tianshu held a chess piece, and it was not right to hit it, nor was it not right to hit it. If he follows the normal method, he only needs to make a move at the intersection of 2 and 3 suns to form 2 and 4 suns. In this way, no matter where Lin Shen blocks, he can connect to 5 suns on the other side, which means he wins. But today, Emperor Tianshu's goal is not to win but to lose, which made him a little depressed. Fortunately, Emperor Tianshu was a person who had experienced great storms. This little thing was no problem. He quietly left his hand beside him, pretending not to see the chance to win the chess. Emperor Tianshu gave Lin Shen a chance, but Lin Shen couldn't grasp it. After Emperor Tianshu had a few more suns, his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He gave Lin Shen several chances. If he didn't win, the blind man could guess that he had a problem. Emperor Tianshu just wanted Lin Shen to win, not to make himself look so stupid, so he had to win this one. "Uncle, it's amazing." Lin Shen gave a thumbs up to Emperor Tianshu. "It's okay." Emperor Tianshu twitched his lips, and finally said only these 2 words, but he cursed in his heart, "You're amazing, you're a ghost, just by your trick, a 3-year-old child can beat you." "Uncle, it's getting late, I'll leave first." Lin Shen got up and was about to leave. He had no intention of playing any chess here, and he had to go back and plan to go to the Emperor Barbarians. "Don't leave, let's play 2 more. I think you've made great progress and you should be able to win right away." Emperor Tianshu said hurriedly. "Then let's play 2 more. Lin Shen was right when he thought about it. It was indeed a bit unreasonable that such a valuable thing as mutant Yulinglong lost only 10 yuan to the other party.
Deli, then you will lose a few more games.
Lin Shen simply gave 100 yuan to Emperor Tianshu. Master, I will play a few more games.
While the two were playing chess, there was a little god next to them.
They surrounded them curiously and watched them play chess.
After looking for a while, Xiao Tianren suddenly pointed to the chessboard and said, "Grandpa, you get down here, you win." Lin Shen saw that it was true. As long as he was at the position of the little heavenly finger, 2 four suns were formed, and Lin Shen could not stop him.
Old man, you are still good.
Lin Shen picked up all the pieces on the chessboard, saying that he had abandoned the ball.
Emperor Tianshu looked at the little Tianren, who was so innocent that he was happy because Emperor Tianshu won the chess, and his eyes twitched even more violently.
The little Tianren was even more interested because he helped Emperor Tianshu win the chess in the last game.
He guided Emperor Tianshu from time to time, allowing Emperor Tianshu to win several games in a row. Emperor Tianshu was so depressed that he almost wanted to vomit blood.
He originally thought that he could let Lin Shen go and win quickly.
Who knew that such a small god would be able to win if he didn't want to?
The key is that this little god is full of justice and thinks that he should help the poor old man, Emperor Tianshu.
Emperor Tianshu never thought that it would be so difficult for him to lose a chess.
Uncle, let's do it today. I have to go back.
Lin Shen got off a few plates and felt that it was not interesting.
He got up and was about to leave.
Today he didn't have the heart to play and couldn't get involved. Emperor Tianshu looked at the little Tianren, who had no intention of leaving at all, and felt a headache. Fortunately, his mind was turning fast enough and stood up and said to Lin Shen, "It seems that you are not lucky today.
You have lost so many times in a row. Why don't you do this? I'll give you a consolation prize. You can draw whatever you want, and you will get whatever you want."
Lin Shen shook his head and said, "I have a good intention to receive it, so I will forget the prize."
He has nothing to lack now.
He wants money and people, and there are several top-quality pets, and he really has nothing to want.
What I want most is to be immortal, but promotion is not that fast.
First, you need to increase the basic variability to 100%. Second, you need to understand the laws in the universe, so that your own strength resonates with the laws of the universe, and reach the level of direct absorption of the power of the law from the universe, so that you can synchronize with the universe and reach the level of immortality.
To understand the laws of the universe, it depends on talent. Some talented people can understand the laws of the universe by reading a book.
Some people may still not be able to understand the laws of the universe after living for thousands of years. Most nirvana people may stop at the nirvana level for the rest of their lives, and it is difficult to go further.
Lin Shen has been idle recently and has read some experiences about understanding the immortal law. In summary, it is actually the same sentence, that is, you must be talented.
Low level relies on hard work and resources. If you want to become a top level, hard work and resources are indispensable, and you also need to have talent. Lin Shen had no confidence in his talent, and he was a little worried that he would not be immortal. However, after reading it for a lot of experience, Lin Shen discovered that this understanding of the immortal laws of the universe is not enough to just read any laws of the universe.
Rather than understanding the laws of the universe, it is better to explore one's own abilities and understand the relationship between one's own universe.
Only by understanding one's own abilities can one understand the relationship between one's own abilities and the laws of the universe, and by this, one understand the laws of the universe.
Simply put, it is what your own nirvana attribute is so that you can understand the corresponding laws of the universe.
There is a causal relationship between this, and it is not possible to understand any cosmic law. However, even if the same cosmic law has different understandings, the laws that have been comprehended are also different. Just like the most common law of force, some people have realized the ability to control gravity, which can form a gravity field and manipulate gravity. Some people may understand some kind of immortal law of power forbidden type that can control the interaction of forces. Like the white-haired Tauron, the eternal power he comprehended is also a branch of the law of power.
Although the effect is okay, the frontal combat power is not very strong. The immortals divide the laws of the universe into 4 levels: the laws of the past, the laws of reality, the laws of the future and the laws of immortality. In fact, the white-haired Taurus is just the lowest law of the past, and among the immortals, it is also the weakest one. After understanding this truth, Lin Shen became even more unconfident because he couldn't even understand his own abilities. How could he use this to understand the laws of the universe? Chapter 760 The Great Method of 5 Declines of Heaven and Man. Lin Shen refused a few words, and saw that Samael Laotian insisted on letting him draw, so he had to walk over and reach into the draw box and take out a piece of paper from it. "Brother, you are lucky and won the second prize," Emperor Tianshu said, and took the book The Great Method of the 5 Declines of Heaven and Man from the bookshelf and handed it to Lin Shen. He said with a smile, "This book is amazing. It was a pawn for me when a big man was in a downturn." It was said that it was an extremely rare technique in the world, which could reverse the luck and bring good luck to people. At that time, I spent a lot of money to get it. With the good luck it brought, I lived an extremely nourishing life. If you have any trouble, it will definitely be beneficial to look at it more. Lin Shen thought to himself, if this thing really brings good luck to people, how could that big man who owns it be so depressed that he needs to be beaten? All this miscellaneous man has fallen to the point of setting up a street stall, and he still says that he is living a prosperous life. How can he believe this kind of thing? Then I must take a good look, thank you. Lin Shen put away the book and said goodbye to the old man Zameo Tianren. After changing your luck, I will take care of the business more, Emperor Tianshu said with a smile. After arriving at the Tianshur Academy, Lin Shen called a group of senior executives of the Tianshur Academy, held a meeting, and told them about the fact that they were going to the Emperor Barbarians, and asked them to help analyze whether this matter was good or bad. "Director, I think you should go to find Lord Tiendi. The Tianshur Academy is busy with official duties, so how can you have time to help the Tianren Academy send an envoy to the Emperor and Barbarians," said the logistics minister. "The Emperor of Heaven is busy with all kinds of things every day. How can he bother him with this little thing?" Lin Shen said. "Several of them are old fry." After Lin Shen said this, he guessed that he might have found the Emperor of Heavenly Art, which probably didn't work. Vice President said in contemplation, "Director, your face doesn't seem to be very good. Why not go see a doctor? For the sake of the heavenly race and the statue of the gods, as long as I have a breath, I will climb to the Emperor Barbarians even if I climb. Please return to the statue of the gods." Lin Shen looked righteous for the country and the people. Unfortunately, everyone here is old fry and has heard the hidden meaning of Lin Shen's words. This time, let alone getting sick, even if he only breathes, the Emperor Barbarians will have to go. "Director, actually I have several old friends in the Emperor Barbarians. I will find their contact information and let me go back to you. If you have any trouble after arriving in the Emperor Barbarians, maybe I can help you." As he said that, Vice President Xiao took out the communicator and started to flip. Lin Shen suddenly felt helpless when he heard this. Vice President Xiao's friend thought about it and knew who they were. If he really needed help, it would be hard to say whether they would help Lin Shen or vent some bad emotions on Lin Shen. "After discussing for a long time, I didn't agree on it, so I came." During this period, Sai used her strong connections to try to find someone to settle the matter. In the end, she only shook her head to Lin Shen and said, "It was originally just a small matter, but this time it was voted by the House of Heaven and Human Resources in Parliament, and it was proposed by President Yi himself. I'm afraid you can only go this trip, President." After the meeting, Shi Xinhua came to him and said, "Director, I am also a security captain. Otherwise, you can take me there, and I can also protect you." Lin Shen knew that Xinhua was a person who had real things and was indeed a reliable helper. However, going to the Emperor Barbarians is not a problem that can be solved by one or two masters. It really needs to be solved by force. Even if he brings a few immortals over there, the ending will probably be a word of death. In the end, Lin Shen politely declined Xinhua and only brought Ouyang Yudu and a few nirvana under Ouyang Yudu to the Emperor Barbarians. There were more than 200 members of the delegation who went with Lin Shen, and most of them kept their distance from Lin Shen. To put it nicely, they don't cause trouble for their leaders. To put it bluntly, they just don't take the leader Lin Shen seriously.
Lin Shen had no intention of taking care of the matter, and he was happy to be idle. After several teleportations, the delegation boarded the spaceship heading to the Emperor Man star. The Emperor Barbarian star is not only the parent star of the Emperor Barbarian clan and the administrative center of the current Emperor Barbarian clan. However, unlike the Heavenly Man clan, the Emperor Barbarian clan now has 4 main stars, and the Emperor Barbarian star is just one of them. In the earlier days, the Emperor Barbarians actually had 8 main stars, but with the disappearance of those kings, the other 4 main stars were banned. The 4 main stars of the Emperor Barbarian clan are the Emperor Barbarian star, the Greed star, the Arrogant star and the Furious star. Except for the Emperor Barbarian star, the other 3 main stars are all kings of the Emperor Barbarian clan. Lin Shen thought for a while and found that he seemed to have some relationship with the 3 existing kings of Dimenxing. He has a grudge against Catherine, the Emperor's daughter of the Arrogant king. The 3rd brother is currently working under the Greedy king. His main pet gun is a tyrant who was used by the Fury king when he was young. Fortunately, these 3 kings are all in charge of their respective main stars and will not easily go to the Emperor Man star. The master of Emperor Barbarian star is the current emperor of the Emperor Barbarian clan, Sasson 11. I heard that he was not old and had only ascended the throne of emperor for many years. In fact, Sassoon 11 was not the ruler of Emperor Barbarian star, but could only be regarded as a mascot. The real power of Emperor Barbarian star is the General Sassoon of the Emperor Barbarian clan. General Sassoon was the cousin of Sassoon 11th. The Emperor Barbarian Legion he controlled was the real elite of the Emperor Barbarians. What made Lin Shen depressed was that General Sassoon and the Arrogant king had a good relationship, at least on the surface. This is what Lin Shen is most worried about, because he is afraid that Catherine will stumbling through General Sassoon. The spacecraft took more than 10 days to reach the Emperor Man star. Lin Shen was bored on the spacecraft, and the gods took out the book The Great Method of the 5 Declines of Heaven and Man and started reading it. I originally just wanted to pass the boring time on the spaceship, but after reading it for a while, I felt that although the content was unreliable, it was very interesting. The content of The Great Method of the 5 Declines of Heaven and Man is not so much about bringing your own luck to others, but rather transferring your own bad luck to others. Then you will naturally have only good luck. According to the book, it is difficult to increase your luck, but as long as you throw away the bad luck, you will lose your bad luck and have a little bit of good luck. It's like watermelon is obviously a fruit with a relatively low sugar content among fruits, but it tastes sweeter than most fruits. That is because the watermelon is purer and has no sour taste and affects the sweetness. Of course, it can also be said to be a little bit more ugly. When others are unlucky, your little luck will make people feel very happy. Chapter 761 The Woman Who Drinks. Lin Shen felt that what the book said before was quite reasonable, but when it comes to the specific operation, it doesn't seem so reliable. There are many evil and unreliable methods in it. For example, writing a small note, wrapping $1 in it and throwing it on the ground, saying that the person who picks up this dollar will be borrowed 10 years of life, and this dollar is to buy life. Those who pick up small notes in this way will be bought for 10 years of life. There are many unreliable methods like this, including the 5 Declines of Heaven and Man, which can only be regarded as a small fight. There is also a bringing luck method, which is to find a person with good luck, and then use special methods to form a community of shared future, so that he can borrow his luck in the future. This person's luck will become yours. If this person works hard to practice, the more he practices, the worse he will be. You just need to lie down and your ability to practice will rise. The harder he practices, the stronger you will become, while he will only get worse and worse. Lin Shen regarded these as stories and watched them with relish. He didn't believe that such a thing would happen. If such a good thing really happened, who would have been working hard to practice hard? Find someone who is lucky and willing to work hard and form a community of shared future with him. Lin Shen felt that the people who wrote this book had such a strong mind. Although these ideas may be useless, they still look quite interesting, helping Lin Shen waste his free time along the way. After arriving at the Emperor Man star, there was no tension as expected. The diplomats of the Emperor Man clan received the missions of the Heavenly Man clan, and did not make things difficult for them.
The place where they arranged for them to live was the hotel where the envoys of various tribes lived. There are not only missions from the heavenly man race here, but also many missions from other races. Now the Emperor and Barbarians rank third in the race rankings. There are more races that want to be close to the Emperor and Barbarians. Their Ministry of Foreign Affairs is very busy. After arranging Lin Shen and their residences, officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs left, leaving only 2 staff members to connect with Lin Shen and their itinerary. Lin Shen has nothing to do with this, and there is a dedicated person in the mission to take charge. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu both went directly to the hotel restaurant and wanted to have something to eat first. The hotel specifications are indeed not low. Even the restaurant is divided into several areas, with areas similar to bars, and beautiful girls of all ethnic groups singing in turn. There are also places like private rooms for people to chat and communicate. There is a buffet restaurant, you can order food, and everything is free of charge in this hotel, showing the style of a grand family. When Lin Shen and his team came to the music restaurant area, they saw a sexy red-haired queen man singing on the stage. Her expression was lazy, her eyes were blurred, and her waist was gently twisting, and a wonderful singing sound flowed out. Lin Shen and his friends were not interested in listening to music. After leaving the music restaurant, they found a quiet place with few people and quietness, prepared to order some food, and chat while eating. When passing by a row of semi-open private rooms, Lin Shen took a casual look and stopped immediately. In that private room, Lin Shen actually saw a human-shaped mosaic. There is actually a fire here. Lin Shen was overjoyed and decided to find out who the other party was first so that he could go to find her in the future. You guys go there first, I'll come soon. Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yu and the others to go to a private room where no one was going to order food, and he walked towards the semi-open door. Lin Shen walked to the door of the private room. Because there was no door in this private room, Lin Shen knocked on the door, attracting the other party's attention. Hello, can you disturb you for 2 minutes? Lin Shen tried his best to make himself look harmless, with a sunny and kind smile on his face. No. A female voice came into Lin Shen's ears. Combined with the outline covered by the mosaic, she should be a beauty. Lin Shen had already expected this. After all, there is no ugly woman who has a genius and a fire that is turned against the will of heaven. After being rejected by the woman, Lin Shen had to turn around and leave. Usually, others always pick him up, but he had no experience in picking up others. After being rejected so directly by the woman, Lin Shen could only leave in shame, intending to find a waiter and use the money to find out what the woman is from. I lack a drink companion here. If you want to drink, come in. Unexpectedly, when Lin Shen turned around and left, he heard the woman inside say. Lin Shen was happy when he heard this and thought to himself, although that boy Tianxin is not reliable in normal times, he still makes some sense when he says something occasionally. He said that women say no, just want it. I didn't believe it before, but I didn't expect it to be true. Hello, I am. Lin Shen walked to the woman and looked at the woman half leaning on the sofa with a wineglass in her hand. He was about to introduce himself, but was interrupted by the woman. Are you here to drink? Just drink the wine first. The woman pointed to the wine on the coffee table and said. Lin Shen had no choice but to pick up the wine and bottle on the table, poured himself a glass, then raised it to the woman, said nothing, and drank it all in one go. He was not afraid that women would do anything in the wine, or that poisoning would be useless to him. Moreover, he had a temporary idea. This woman could not have known in advance that he would come in, and it seemed unlikely that she would be planning something against him. After drinking 1 cup, Lin Shen poured another full cup, raised it to look at the woman and said, What's the name? If you want to know my name, a cup is not enough. The woman looked at Lin Shen with interest and said. Then what kind of cup do you think is suitable? Lin Shen asked back. It depends on how much cup your name is worth. The woman said lightly and threw the problem back to Lin Shen. Let's drink it slowly, otherwise you will never be able to finish the wine in your life. Lin Shen sat down and did not ask the woman's name again. The woman laughed. I didn't expect that the dean of the Tianchi Academy is not only good at skill, but also very good at speaking. You know who I am, but I don't know who you are. Isn't it a bit unfair to do this?
Lin Shen said. If you want fairness, then drink a bar. When I get drunk, you can do whatever kind of fairness you want. The woman said as she held the cup in front of Lin Shen. Then when will you get drunk? Lin Shen touched her glass and saw that the woman had just drunk all the drinks, so he had to drink all the wine himself. When I can get drunk depends on who is drunk with me. If I drink with some people, I may get drunk with one glass. If I drink with some people, I may never get drunk no matter how much I drink. As the woman said that, she opened another bottle of wine, poured it on herself first, and then poured it on Lin Shen. Then which kind of person do I belong to? Lin Shen asked. It's the second cup now. The woman held the glass in front of Lin Shen again. I don't have a chance to say so? Lin Shen and the woman touched the glass inside. That's not necessarily true. You can try it. Maybe I'll get drunk while drinking? The woman said as she put the wine glass beside her lips and slowly drank the wine in the glass. Although she was not happy, her lips remained close to the glass, and finally finished the wine in the glass. Lin Shen and the woman drink one by one, and I drink one by one. Women rarely talk, but every word makes Lin Shen feel unbearable. The woman looked at Lin Shen drinking glass after cup, her eyes curled into crescent moons. At first, she thought Lin Shen was deliberately pretending not to know her, but now it seems that Lin Shen really doesn't know her. This person can't even recognize his enemies. Catherine slowly drank the glass of wine, but her eyes looked at Lin Shen with interest. I only got 2 chapters in the morning and updated 3 chapters in the afternoon. Chapter 762 The Demon Confuses the Heart. Lin Shen really doesn't know Catherine. Not to mention that Catherine has mosaics on her body. Even if she doesn't have mosaics, he still can't recognize Catherine. I only knew before that the Wan family was following the subordinates of a woman with an extremely noble status in the Emperor Barbarian tribe to make a living. In other words, the Wan family was just the one with the ones under Catherine, and maybe even more below. They didn't even dare to say Catherine's name. This information Lin Shen knew was basically found out later. The Wan family and the Lin family fought to death, but it was not Catherine's instructing him. It was just that the Wan family was afraid that Wan Nyanmomo and Lin Miao's affairs would affect the relationship between Catherine and Wan family, so they started directly. Of course, if Catherine took action, she might have done even more. At first, Catherine didn't know whether Lin Shen was like this, or after Lin Shen became famous in the universe, Catherine realized that there was such a grudge between her and Lin Shen. For Catherine, she was just an interesting toy and didn't need to take it to heart. Although she did not come here specifically for Lin Shen, she also knew that Lin Shen was coming to Dimangsing and did have some ideas. I just didn't expect to see Lin Shen under this situation. If he knew that I was the one Catherine who almost forced the 2 of them to death, what would it look like? Catherine looked at Lin Shen and showed a meaningful smile. Her eyes seemed to be the girl who had gotten a new toy. Catherine thought it could be more interesting if Lin Shen fell in love with me wholeheartedly and then found out that I would kill Wan. Catherine who almost killed their siblings. That love-hate look must be very interesting. Lin Shen didn't know that there were so many scenes in Catherine's heart. When he looked at Catherine, he saw mosaics, and he didn't even know his expression. He didn't know if he had drunk some feelings, and could he know her name after drinking for so long. There's no alcohol, let's drink it again? Catherine said. You don't want to say you want to go to your room to drink, right? Lin Shen said. What if? Catherine said with her eyes narrowed. Today I will sacrifice my life to accompany the gentleman, and I will also make a breakthrough in the Dragons and Tigers' Den. Lin Shen looked generous to the righteous. It's so difficult, then forget it. Catherine stood up and was about to leave. Don't make things difficult. Lin Shen hurriedly grabbed Catherine's wrist. If he really went to Catherine's room, he couldn't even ask for it, so how could he be embarrassed? Catherine took Lin Shen away, but instead of going to her room, she took a track machine like an elevator and came to a separate building in a manner like hotel. Track machines are similar to elevators, but they are not straight up and down, but are connected to many places. When the door of the track machine opened, Lin Shen saw that it was pitch black, and there was no light in the building. But as Catherine walked out of the track machine, the building suddenly lit up.
Lin Shen saw that there were rows of combat uniforms in it, and Lin Shen was dazzled by the various styles of combat uniforms. The key is that the style of these combat suits is so novel. Some combat suits seem to have only a few pieces of fabric, like bikini. Some combat suits are designed like princess dresses or dresses. Anyway, they don't seem to have a more orthodox combat suit. Lin Shen was very suspicious of how many defensive functions these combat suits had. "I'm going to attend a banquet tomorrow, so help me choose a dress," Catherine said and walked towards the rows of clothes hangers. "Okay." Lin Shen followed Catherine. Before he could express his opinion, Catherine took off a silver backless dress from the hanger. "Do you want to see me change my clothes?" Catherine turned around and looked at Lin Shen, slowly pulling the zipper on her chest with her fingers. Lin Shen then realized that Catherine had arrived at the dressing room. He smiled and took a step back, watching the door of the dressing room close. Originally, he thought it would take some time to change clothes. Lin Shen sat down on a bench next to him. He looked at the combat uniforms around him and couldn't help but exclaim, "The Emperor Barbarians are really generous. They have prepared so many combat uniforms as dresses." Lin Shen thought this place was like a supermarket and was also part of the hotel's free service. In just a blink of an eye, the door of the changing room opened and Catherine walked out of it. "How about this dress?" She wore a tight silver backless dress, showing her exaggerated waist and hip curves to the fullest. Her exposed back was as smooth as the moon. It was obviously the least easy place to show beauty, but it made people feel so beautiful that it was difficult to remove their eyes. Catherine deliberately looked towards Lin Shen. Her beautiful white and tender shoulders attracted imagination, and she looked back and smiled and showed her charm. Her smile is very particular. The demon confusing heart seems to be natural and integrated into her every frown and smile. It makes people feel that she has used the means, but she can inadvertently confuse people's minds and emotions. Naturally, Catherine would not really wait for Lin Shen to fall in love with her wholeheartedly. She has never had any unrealistic fantasies about a fickle creature like a man. It is harder to make a man devote himself to a woman than to win a lottery. In contrast, the demon-confusing mind is much more reliable. This technique does not make Lin Shen lose his mind, but will only make Lin Shen fall in love with her as Catherine wishes. In other words, it makes Lin Shen more likely to discover her beauty and be moved by her, and this kind of heartbeat can last longer and will not disappear easily. The Heatherine's demon-confusing mind is used. Not to mention a nirvana person, even an immortal person is easily affected by it, because this thing will not really affect the mind, but will only mobilize the other person's emotions, so that the other person will indulge in it without realizing it, or even become addicted. Catherine was full of confidence, but Lin Shen was indifferent to her appearance. If Lin Shen could see Catherine's current appearance, perhaps he could not resist such temptation. The problem is that Lin Shen can't see Catherine at all. No matter how charming she is or how she is chewing, it has no effect on Lin Shen at all. "It's so beautiful," Lin Shen exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. Lin Shen has tried very hard to imagine Catherine's beauty, but when faced with a ball of mosaics, he was really powerless and out of sight, so how could he describe it? Catherine heard Lin Shen's perfunctory behavior and was slightly surprised. This guy's heart is so tough that he is unmoved. Chapter 763, the successor of the thousands of men. Catherine was not in a hurry. The demon-confusing mind was a technique that slowly mobilized people's emotions. She had absolute confidence in herself and was sure that Lin Shen would slowly fall into it. So Catherine was not in a hurry at all, but just showed her beauty and personality in every move. She changed into various dresses one by one, and she could easily control all kinds of styles, showing the beauty of various styles. She has sexy charm, pure and intellectual nature, flaming red lips, noble and cool. There are thousands of beautiful colors, and there is always one that is the favorite of men. But gradually, Catherine was a little shocked. She has applied the magic trick of deceiving the mind to the extreme. With her own beauty and temperament, even a monk who devotes himself to practicing Taoism should be a little moved. But although Lin Shen was trying his best to show obsession and sigh every time, Catherine could feel that Lin Shen's real emotions had not changed at all, just like an ancient well without waves, without any ripple. "It seems that I can only use that battle robe,"
Catherine was dissatisfied. How could Lin Shen remain indifferent?
This was simply an insult to her. When Catherine stood in front of Lin Shen in her most proud battle robe, her mood gradually became a little uncomfortable from the beginning, then became uneasy again, and finally she even had a sense of escaping. She quickly returned to the changing room and changed the battle robe that made her most satisfied.
Damn human, he must have deliberately pretended not to know me.
In fact, he knew that I was his enemy and didn't know how to hate me in his heart, otherwise how could he have no reaction at all?
Catherine couldn't even sense a change in her heartbeat just now.
She didn't believe that Lin Shen's heart was so tenacious.
It was obviously a beauty that even a saint would have a heartbeat when they saw it. How could Lin Shen be purer than a saint's heart?
Of course, Lin Shen's heart was not that pure. If he could see it, he might have bleeding from his nose just now. Unfortunately, he really couldn't see it at all, and there was no way to be moved. Catherine changed back to her original clothes and walked to Lin Shen, staring at Lin Shen on the bench from a high place.
This one is the best.
Lin Shen thought that Catherine had finally made up her mind to choose this set, so he said with the flow. He couldn't see the set of clothes that Catherine wore when she was drinking with him before. Whenever she got to Catherine, Lin Shen could see only mosaics.
Is this set really the best?
Catherine showed a charming smile on her face, but she wanted to swallow Lin Shen alive. Lin Shen didn't even remember what clothes she had worn before.
How much did she ignore her? Incomparable.
Lin Shen praised seriously. He remembered that someone had told him to always praise the last dress a woman wore.
That's it.
Catherine said as she sat down next to Lin Shen, stretched out her arm and put it on Lin Shen's shoulder. When Lin Shen wanted to say something, he suddenly saw an exquisite knife in Catherine's hand pressing against his neck.
Lin Shen, do you still have to pretend? Catherine was already angry.
She didn't want to continue playing this game that made her feel bored and even a little insulted.
What are you pretending? Lin Shen asked in confusion.
Lin Shen didn't find it strange to know him, it would be strange if he didn't know him. Lin Shen was not afraid either. If Catherine had fought against him naked, he would still be a little scared, but using a weapon made of base material to face him was pitiful for Lin Shen.
Do you still need to pretend? I see when you can pretend. Catherine scratched without hesitation, but she did not really scratch Lin Shen's neck. The blade had a little space away from Lin Shen's skin, but the movements looked a little scary. Lin Shen now represents the celestial race. If he dies here without understanding, Catherine will not be able to explain.
She just wanted to scare Lin Shen, but Lin Shen had no reaction at all and was still looking at her quietly, which made Cathershan's behavior just now seem a little ridiculous.
Do you really think I dare not kill you? Catherine's eyes looked strange.
She did it very realistically just now. In that sudden state, Lin Shen didn't even blink his eyes.
He was very brave.
Of course you dare, but why did you kill me?
Lin Shen said in confusion, from beginning to end, I have never offended you, right? Does he really don't know me?
Catherine frowned slightly, doubting her previous judgment.
Or we have had intersections before? Can you tell me your name?
Lin Shen continued. The knife in Catherine's hand disappeared, but there was a black crystal coin in her hand. Your pistol killing skills are famous in the universe, and I think the fingering method is amazing.
If you can take away the coin in my hand, I will tell you my name.
Although Catherine felt that Lin Shen might not really know her, the resentment in her heart could not be relieved. She could not kill Lin Shen, but she would also have to make him suffer.
In order to learn about my reputation, I had to offend me.
Lin Shen stretched out his finger to clip the coins between Catherine's fingers. Catherine's fingers changed, which made Lin Shen feel a little familiar.
Demon Heart Finger.
Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that this woman would actually have Demon Heart Finger. His fingers and Catherine's fingers were constantly changing, competing for the coins between the woman's fingers. Catherine was surprised to find that Lin Shen's fingering was not only very powerful, but also restrained her demonic heart fingers, so that she could not use the advantages of the demonic heart fingers at all. Not to mention teaching Lin Shen a lesson, after just a few moves, Catherine had to get up and retreat, otherwise Lin Shen would have to grab the coins.
What fingering method are you? Catherine frowned and stared at Lin Shen.
Lin Shen's fingering technique allowed her to see the shadow of the demon heart finger, but it was different from the demon heart finger and could also restrain the demon heart finger, as if she was the mortal enemy of the demon heart finger. The fingering method you practice casually is not worth mentioning. Lin Shen knew that the other party deliberately did not let him get the coins, and he had already started to cheat. If he continued, he would only put both parties in an embarrassing situation.
It would be better to leave now and maintain the last dignity. Maybe he will see you next time. If you really break up, you will probably have no chance in the future.
Catherine watched Lin Shen get up and leave, but did not stop him.
She just stared at his back and said, "Is your fingering called Are You 1,000 Men's Fingering? Do you know this fingering method?"
Lin Shen stopped and turned to look at Catherine. He always wanted to figure out what the thousands of people pointed out in the origin of the ancient city, but unfortunately he asked many people, but no one knew this set of techniques.
It's the demon heart finger, and many people know it. What 1,000 men are referring to? Are you the successor of Zhong Buhan? Catherine's expression became strange. Chapter 764 Catherine's Compromise.
This fingering method was indeed created by a man named Zhong Buhan, but I am not considered his successor. I just learned some of his fingering method by chance.
Lin Shen said.
If you can learn what he is referring to by thousands of people, it is not his successor.
What is the one who learns the meaning of the demon heart? Catherine said as if she was referring to herself.
After saying that, without waiting for Lin Shen to say anything, Catherine stared at Lin Shen with a bright look and said, "Are you willing to give up the price?
You can buy it at will, and exchange it.
You can do any evolutionary techniques, pets, or equipment you want, or I can use a basic change planet to exchange your thousands of people's fingers." Lin Shen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the Chinfu pointed out that the point of 1,000 men was so valuable. The value of a basic change planet was incalculable.
This woman actually used it for another fingering. Lin Shen couldn't think of it. How could the point of 1,000 men be worth so much money?
It was just a more powerful fingering.
If something goes wrong, there will be a demon.
Lin Shen feels that it is necessary to understand why this 1,000-man point is so valuable. He didn't mind exchanging his fingers with thousands of people. Anyway, the fingers he practiced were already very different from the original version. If he only studied the original version, it would be impossible to break his fingering. However, even if you sell what you are saying, you have to figure out its value first. When I was criticized by thousands of people before, Zhong Buwen Lu was very crazy, saying that if he practiced the criticism of thousands of people, he could roam the universe. Lin Shen has become the point of being pointed by thousands of people, but he does not think that this fingering is very strong. It can only be regarded as a top-level technique, but it is not as strong as it can roam the universe.
You have anything to do with Zhong Buwen? Lin Shen asked at Catherine. Zhong Buwen is the ancestor of my lineage. Catherine said lightly, "It seems that you don't know about Zhong Buwen. You should have heard of the name of the great demon king, right? Is Zhong Buwen the great demon king?"
Lin Shen's expression became a little strange. He first learned the name of the great demon king from Yiya. Later, because of the demon heart, he also specifically checked the information of the great demon king. Because the times are too long, Lin Shen only found out that the great demon king became famous in the Emperor Barbarian clan, but there is a saying that the great demon king is not a member of the Emperor Barbarian clan.
No matter what, the great demon king was indeed an invincible person in his era. His most famous technique is the demon heart finger. Lin Shen couldn't find out more detailed information.
It was already very rare to be able to pass on such a little information in such a long time. In other words, only the powerful people like the great demon king who were once invincible in a time have been passed down some information, and few names of people of the same era have been passed down. In fact, for people of this generation, the era of the great demon king is almost the same as myths. It is because of the blood source that you want to get the point of being criticized by thousands of people? Lin Shen previously guessed that this woman might be Red Heart, or Catherine, or even the two might be the same person,
but when she heard that she was the descendant of the great demon king, she was a little confused again. Catherine is the daughter of the arrogant king, and the arrogant king is not a descendant of the great devil king. Otherwise, with such a loud bloodline, how could the arrogant king mention it? Who cares about the empty and ethereal things like bloodline? Catherine said indifferently, the reason why I want to be pointed by thousands of people is because the references to thousands of people is an upgraded version of the demon heart. Without the references to thousands of people, the demon heart finger will reach the top. My own family skills are not as good as those of outsiders. Wouldn't it be a joke if I tell them? Lin Shen suspected that Catherine did not say the real reason, but he didn't have to know the reason. Because he had already figured out what to exchange with Catherine, no matter what the price he was referring to, he just needed to change that thing. I can teach you what the thousands of people are referring to, but I have one condition. Lin Shen looked at Catherine and said. Say. Catherine said directly. I want to hold you and sleep all night. Lin Shen didn't care about so much now and directly stated his conditions. He drank so much wine and praised the other party for a long time, but he didn't even know what the other party's name was. It was too difficult to get the fire on the other party's body through his own efforts. Since there is such a shortcut to take, why not do it? Since the other party is willing to exchange a planet for criticism from thousands of people, I think it shouldn't be stingy for sleeping all night. Say it again. Catherine stared at Lin Shen and said word by word. I just hugged you and slept for a night, without untying my clothes and doing nothing. Lin Shen explained. Do you think I will believe you? Catherine didn't believe Lin Shen at all, thinking that he was just retreating. You can't believe me, don't you even believe yourself? Lin Shen said with a smile. Lin Shen's words are a murderous act. If Catherine is really taken advantage of by Lin Shen, it can only mean that she is moved by herself, otherwise how could she not refuse? Or in other words, Catherine is not as capable as him and does not have the ability to reject him. No matter which statement it is, a strong personality like Catherine is unacceptable. Of course, this was more like a step for Catherine, turning the request that seemed a bit insulting to become an excuse for being angry. Okay, I promise you. First teach me what the thousands of people are trying to get the thousands of people. Catherine obviously wanted to get the thousands of people's advice, so she agreed directly. This made Lin Shen more convinced that what 1,000 men might mean might have, and it might not be as simple as a technique. Sleep first and then teach. Lin Shen was very firm. If a woman like this really wants to teach her fingering, it would be strange if she is willing to let herself sleep. No matter what Catherine said, Lin Shen was very determined and had to go to bed first and then teach, otherwise there would be no need to continue. Lin Shen has many people in his hands. This woman will come to beg him sooner or later, and he is no longer the one who needs to worry about now. If you don't teach me what you are saying in the future, or if you teach it wrong, I promise you will never leave Dimangsing alive. Catherine stared at Lin Shen coldly and said. Although she is very strong, it is obvious that she compromised. What is the role of the reference of thousands of people? It can actually make a woman who trades the planet at will to compromise to this level. Lin Shen became more and more curious, but now it is more important to get the spark, and he doesn't care about that much. Follow me. Catherine walked towards the track machine with a blank expression. Lin Shen quickly followed, secretly happy in his heart. I have taken another step forward from the complete anti-natured bones. I don't know what effect will be like for the complete anti-natured bones. Chapter 765 Disgusting Plan. Wan Xinlong stood outside the gate and waited for more than 2 hours, and finally it was his turn to be summoned. Although he is the head of the interstellar 10,000 family, he is almost humble to the dust in places like Dimangsing. The efforts will always be rewarded. The commander-in-chief of Han Jixing was transferred to Dimangsing not long ago and finally summoned him. Appointment to Lord Evil. Wan Xinlong bowed to the Lord Evil who was sitting behind the desk. Wan Xinlong, why did you come to Dimangsing to come to me? Yue was a little confused. Why did Wan Xinlong come to him? Now Wan Xinlong is no longer his subordinate. He doesn't have as much effort as the road is spent. He also found a way to Dimangsing to meet him.
Mr. AII, now Han Jixing's commander is very hostile to me and my family, and is targeting us everywhere.
We are forced to be unable to survive.
For the sake of past circumstances, please give us a way out. Wan Xinlong said, taking out a small box and presenting it to AII. Yui opened the box casually, looked at the things inside, and a smile appeared on his face. Now Han Jixing's commander is Fu Lin, right?
Yes, sir.
Wan Xinlong felt a little relieved when he saw the feeling of echoing evil. Fu Lin has no grudges and no grudges with your family. He is not an extreme racist. It is not that he has any opinions about your family.
It should be the reason for the previous incident.
You didn't do the job well, and Fu Lin is afraid that the imperial daughter will pursue it, so he naturally dare not be good to you. You knew very well the ins and outs of this incident, because the reason why he was able to become the commander-in-chief of Han Jixing and later became more and more advanced was related to this incident. If it weren't for this, he would be Han Jixing's deputy commander and would never have been transferred to Di Mangsing for office. Sir, you also know what that person is now. Our Wan family wants to do its best for the imperial girl, but... Wan Xinlong looked bitter.
Yui nodded. It's really no wonder you. Now that person has a very extraordinary identity. Even if you want to attack him, you will have no chance.
Now that person is doing well in the Heavenly Man race. I heard that he is already a favorite minister of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Man race, and he is also a human being.
Why have you been doing it for so many years and still have no progress at all?
Wan Xinlong felt distressed. How did he know that Lin Shen had just entered the universe for such a short time, and had actually become the favored minister of the Heavenly Emperor of the great Heavenly Clan of the universe? If he had known that there would be such a day, he would never have let the Wan family do such a thing to the Lin brothers. Now not only can I not please the Emperor Catherine, but I also have to worry about revenge from Lin Shen at all times. Fortunately, the Emperor Barbarians and the Heavenly Man race are enemies, and the Heavenly Man race's minions are not so easy to reach the Emperor Barbarians, otherwise the thousands of families would be unable to sleep or eat. Sir, our Wan family has always been loyal.
What can Wan Xinlong say? He can only show his loyalty.
You waved his hand and interrupted him. Okay, stop talking about this. After all, your family is not doing well. If you want Fu Lin to let you go, you should have some actions so that the superiors can see your determination and ability.
Please give me some advice.
Wan Xinlong was happy when he heard this.
He knew that Joey must have some idea, so he said so.
Now, as the representative of the Heavenly Man clan, that man is on the mission to Emperor Mangsing.
Yui said. What? He is in Di Mangsing?
Wan Xinlong's face changed slightly. Lin Shen actually came to Di Mangsing openly.
If his hand could really reach Di Mangsing in the future, then the Wanzhou would be in danger. You don't have to worry.
He can come to the Emperor Mangsing because he represents the Heavenly Man race. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to come here if he lends him 10 courage. Yui paused and said, you also know the grudges between their family and the Emperor's lady, but in this situation, he represents the Heavenly Man race.
I'm afraid that it is not convenient for the Emperor's lady to do anything. But you are different. You are a human being and his compatriots. The personal grudges between you have nothing to do with outsiders. Sir, you didn't ask me to kill Lin Shen, right? That's not the outside. He now represents the Heavenly Man clan. If I kill him, how could the Heavenly Man clan let me go?
Wan Xinlong bowed directly to Joey. The pot was really too big, and he dared not take it. This would be a disaster for suppressing the clan.
Why are you anxious? Who told you to kill him?
You paused and said, with your Wan family's strength, even if you want to kill him, you don't have the qualifications. He is now the leader of the Tianrun tribe's mission. He lives in the Wanrun tribe hotel, which is specially used to enter the Wanrun tribe hotel. What's more, as the leader of the envoy, he has many masters around him.
There must be immortality in the guards. How can you be qualified to kill him?
Although what you said was worthless, Wan Xinlong breathed a sigh of relief and just asked him to kill Lin Shen.
Who do you mean?
Wan Xinlong asked cautiously. There will be a banquet tomorrow, and then the celebrity young ladies of all races will attend. The topic of discussion is the potential and future situation of various races today.
I can help you and let you attend that banquet.
Yu said.
What does this have to do with Lin Shen?
Wan Xinlong still didn't quite understand.
The banquet was held by Longyue.
You should have heard of Longyue, right? Said Yu. I have heard that it seems to be a powerful man from a small clan, but it only took less than 20 years to be immortal.
Wan Xinlong said.
Yu smiled and said, it's right that Longyue was born into a small clan, but she didn't grow up in that small clan.
Her adoptive mother is the famous Snow Clan Holy Mother.
Otherwise, no matter how talented she is, how could she become immortal in such a short time without resources? After a pause, Yu continued, but Longyue did not join the Snow Clan.
She has been traveling among all races in the universe.
She often holds some new thinking dialectical programs, because she is extremely talented, has strong abilities, and is extremely beautiful. She is deeply coveted by celebrities and even those with high status and powerful people. If it weren't for the backing of the Snow Clan, she would have become someone else's plaything. The dialectical session held by Longyue is generally very welcome to participate in the small clan. You are both a human race and Lin Shen, so you can attend the dialectical session at that time. How can my experiences and knowledge be comparable to those famous young men from those great families? Even if I want to win a little face for the imperial girl, I am still powerless.
Wan Xinlong said. Who said you were asked to fight for the emperor's imperial girl?
Yui sneered, you are a human and have nothing to do with the emperor's imperial girl.
Tomorrow's dialectics will be to see the potential of various races themselves, and you can only represent humans.
What do you mean by sir? Wan Xinlong felt something was wrong.
When you go there, you can only prove one thing.
Human beings are a race with no potential, preferably an incompetent and shameless person, so that humans will lose face in front of many celebrities and young ladies. Then Lin Shen, who is also human, will naturally have the same face. Yui said slowly, the imperial girl will also attend the banquet. If you can smile at her, then the Wan family will be stable in the future.
Wan Xinlong looked at Yui in a daze, his face gloomy and gloomy.
He wanted to slap Yui's face very much. This idea was extremely disgusting, but Wan Xinlong just stood there and did nothing. He had to consider the future of the Wan family.
Chapter 766, Get the Fire.
Lin Shen had never seen such a big bed before, and he felt that he could almost dance on it. The whole room is filled with one-way visual glass, and you can see the most prosperous night view of Dimangsing from it. With brilliant lights, sensuality and color, Emperor Mangsing is simply a city that never sleeps. Unlike the natural harmony of the Zenith Star, Diamond Star is a purely modern super city with aircraft everywhere, and even the outer edge of the planet has many habitable satellites built. Some people even have parties and carnivals on satellites, and various races are full of luxury here, as if they are two worlds outside. Catherine was lying on the bed, and the bed actually had a partial automatic lifting function, which lifted Catherine's upper body, making her look particularly plump.
Unfortunately, Lin Shen Wufu admired such a beautiful scenery, got into bed without any interest, and came to Catherine's side. Is it okay now?
Remember what you said.
Catherine said coldly.
What do you mean?
Lin Shen really didn't know what he said.
He said too much, and he didn't know which sentence Catherine was referring to. Catherine snorted coldly, but said nothing, and turned around and looked at the night view of Dimangsing outside. Lin Shen consciously put it on, and also leaned sideways, hugging Catherine from behind.
Catherine's eyes changed, but she didn't move. She said, pretending to be nothing, "Where did you learn what you mean by thousands of people?"
"In a room."
Lin Shen said.
"Where is the room?" Catherine rolled her eyes, feeling that Lin Shen was talking nonsense.
"A room in a city."
Although Lin Shen couldn't see it, he could now feel that Catherine's waist was very thin and her figure was plump and elastic.
"Where is the city?" Catherine said directly without waiting for Lin Shen to speak. "A city on a planet is right?"
"You are so smart, you have learned to answer quickly," Lin Shen said with a smile.
"You probably don't know yet. Tease me may be dead,"
Catherine said with a cold face.
Then I'd better shut up and sleep. Lin Shen said to go to bed, and just hugged Catherine and fell asleep. Catherine originally thought Lin Shen would do something bad in the middle of the night, but she had decided to teach Lin Shen a lesson that she would never forget. But who knew that Lin Shen didn't move all night and was actually just sleeping? Catherine even had some doubts whether Lin Shen was sick and had an unspeakable addiction to his body. Otherwise, how could he remain indifferent to her, the emperor's man? Even a man should not do this unless he can't. Catherine directly tied Lin Shen into the ranks of incompetence, and instead slept with peace of mind for a while. When she came to bed, it was already morning for Mangsing, and the two suns rose from different directions. The galaxy where Diamond Star is located is a galaxy of a binary star system, so you can see two suns on Diamond Star. However, the Diamond Star is far away from these two suns, so the Diamond Star's sun looks much smaller, as if it is only a little larger than a fist, and looks very mini. The sun was relatively small, but Catherine found a very spectacular tent, which made Catherine's cheeks turn slightly red, and at the same time overturned yesterday's judgment on Lin Shen's failure. What exactly does he mean? He can clearly exchange the point of thousands of people for a planet, but he just hugged me and slept for a night. Is this person stupid? Seeing that Lin Shen had not woken up, Catherine looked at his face and couldn't figure out no matter how she thought about it. What was Lin Shen thinking in her mind? It is understandable if she wants to get her. There are too many such men and she wants to get both people and wealth. But Lin Shen did nothing, which made Catherine unable to understand. Does it take retreat to advance? Catherine thought about it, and there was only one possibility. Lin Shen wants to attract her attention in this way, and ultimately, he must achieve the goal of gaining both people and money. Humph, you are thinking about beauty. How can you get the good things of both people and money? I will let you taste the taste of losing both people and money. Catherine thought she had seen through Lin Shen's thoughts, and planned to learn what the thousands of people pointed at, so that Lin Shen would never see him again, and let him get nothing, so she would regret it. While Catherine was thinking about how to let Lin Shen taste the feeling of stepping on the air, Lin Shen woke up. Lin Shen opened his eyes and saw a woman leaning against him, supporting her cheeks with her hands, and looking at him with her violet eyes, her eyes full of blur and dream. The morning light emitted light behind her, as if she had a layer of holy light on her. She had fair skin and beautiful appearance, and had beautiful hair like clouds. If it weren't for the pair of demonic horns on her head, it would have made people wonder if this was an angel. Even the pair of demon horns could not affect her beauty. Lin Shen exclaimed from the bottom of her heart, "So beautiful. It's useless to pretend. Now it's time to teach me what everyone is saying. You'd better not let me down, otherwise I'll sew your lie-up mouth first," Catherine said and sat up. A pair of demon wings were strangely born behind her, and gradually became bigger. As her wings slapped, Catherine's body flew up and stretched in the air. But when she landed, the demon wings on her back disappeared. I'll go wash now. When I come back, if you haven't figured out how to teach me, you know the consequences. After that, Catherine headed towards the bathroom. Looking at Catherine swaying back, Lin Shen was very sure this time that she was indeed not an angel. She was a standard devilish figure and was too domineering. When Catherine came out, she had even changed her clothes, and her tight-fitting combat uniform set off the S-shaped curves to the fullest. If I were you, I would say something now, Catherine said coldly. We are also good friends who have slept in the same bed. It's not too much to know your name? Lin Shen still doesn't know who this woman is. Fortunately, 10% of the tide is back, one step closer to the perfect fire. Guess? Catherine smiled happily. She wanted to know what kind of expression Lin Shen would look like after he knew that she was Catherine. I'd better teach you what everyone is saying. Seeing that she refused to say anything, Lin Shen didn't ask again. Lin Shen is almost certain that this woman has a 90% chance of being Red Heart A. The demon heart refers to the fact that Red Heart has sent him a message at that time. Both women have mosaics. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? But Lin Shen thinks that the possibility of this woman is not high. If it were Catherine, with her domineering nature, how could she not have any hostility towards herself? Is it Catherine? After I have taught her that the thousands of people will tell you if she will turn against you. Lin Shen began to teach Catherine that the thousands of people will tell you. Chapter 767 Player and Referee. Lin Shen originally thought that Catherine had the foundation of the demonic heartfinger, and it would be easy to get started by practicing what thousands of people pointed. After all, the demon heartfinger is originally a pre-level skill that thousands of people are pointing to. However, after he taught it several times, although Catherine learned all the moves, she was unable to exert the power that thousands of people are pointing to. Dare you dare to fool me? Catherine grabbed the 5 fingers, and the power of Nirvana turned into a sword light, which hit Lin Shen's chest. What I teach is true, and there is no hidden personal information at all. If you can't practice it yourself, how can you blame me? Lin Shen said with a frown. Seeing Lin Shen's expression, Catherine didn't seem to be lying, but it could not rule out that he was an old actor, so Catherine said coldly, "Don't move here, I will know the truth soon. If I let me know that what you taught is fake, even if you are the leader of the Tianren clan, I will still kill you." After saying that, Catherine walked aside, sat down on the sofa, took out the communicator and sent a message there. The Nirvana power, which was like a sword light, actually floated in front of Lin Shen, and it did not dissipate or move, as if the time on its body had been frozen. This woman is amazing. Lin Shen was sighing, and felt the mechanical watch in his pocket vibrating. No! Lin Shen immediately understood what was going on, turned his back to Catherine, quietly took out his mechanical watch and took a look. Sure enough, just like what he thought, it was a message sent by Red Heart A. Now Lin Shen can be sure that this woman is 100% Red Heart A. Seeing the woman holding a communicator and continuing to edit the message there, she didn't pay attention to it. Lin Shen clicked on the message from Red Heart A and saw that the message sent by Red Heart A was actually the full version he taught. Heart A actually trusts Spades so much. The technique he used to exchange for his body was sent here without reservation. What is the relationship between her and Spades A? Lin Shen was puzzled. He planned to wait until he got back and ask Lao Tai carefully if he was A of Spades, and if so, what is his relationship with Red Heart A? If the two are couples? Lin Shen was a little afraid to think about it. Please help me see, is this fingering true? Hong Xin sent another message. Lin Shen saw the woman turn around and look at him. Lin Shen pretended to be nothing, playing with the communicator on his own. Who are you looking for to identify it? Is it reliable? Lin Shen asked deliberately while pretending to play with the communicator. At least it's more reliable than you. Catherine said coldly, he said you were fake, then it must be fake. You must die. He said it was true, so you can survive. Just pray. Is he so powerful? Then do you want to invite him here to come here and verify in front of us, and only look at the information? Will you make a mistake? Lin Shen said. He will not make mistakes. Catherine was full of confidence, as if the man was an omnipotent existence. Lin Shen thought to himself, it's good that you believe it so much, this matter is stable. Lin Shen deliberately delayed for a while before quietly returning the message from Hong Xin, only one word true. Lin Shen regretted it now. If he had known that women would look for Spade A to verify the authenticity of the techniques, then he would just teach women a fake set. Anyway, he himself has the dual identities of a fake and an appraiser. Whether it is true or false is the final say. Catherine was a little surprised when she saw A's reply. She thought that there must be something wrong with Lin Shen's criticism. But Spades said it was true, so there was definitely no problem. But Catherine doesn't know why she can't practice it herself. She has the foundation of the magic heart finger, so it should be easy to practice it. However, since the technique is true, she has not practiced it. It should be because the technique is too difficult and it takes time to practice it. You go. Catherine stood up, ignored Lin Shen anymore, and turned around and prepared to leave here. Lin Shen got the fire and was satisfied. He didn't want to have any connection with this woman anymore, so he planned to go back to the mission. Unfortunately, there is only one track machine here, so Lin Shen can only enter the same track machine as Catherine. Seeing Lin Shen following in, Catherine couldn't help but frown slightly, but thinking of her previous plan, Catherine smiled. There is a banquet today, which was held by everyone in Longyue. Are you interested in going to have a look together? Longyue? Which Longyue? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He had done some homework before he came. I still have a little understanding of the powerful people with names and surnames of the emperor and barbarians. But he has never heard of the name Longyue. It seems that no one among the famous powerful people of the emperor barbarians and their children called this name. Don't you know that a talented and beautiful beauty like Longyue? Catherine thought Lin Shen was pretending. How could there be men in the universe who don't know Longyue? That's a woman that many nobles in the family want to be included in their own family. Lin Shen took out the communicator, searched for it, and immediately saw a lot of information related to Longyue. This Longyue is a bit like a big star in the interstellar era, but not an entertainment star, but a truly capable and talented star. There are many stories about her on Skynet, but they are all kinds of famous scenes of showing off. What is immortal when he is less than 20 years old? What is he who makes wild-based transformed creatures automatically recognize their masters when he was a child? What is debated with immortal-level strong men? The immortal-level strong men were angry and had to take action, but they were beaten to cry again by Longyue, etc. Anyway, it's just one word. This woman can beat and say it. If Dies is the most famous man in recent years, then this Yaya is the female version of Dies, but her background is not as good as Dies. But this also makes Yoko Mori more legendary and more popular by the grassroots. Lin Shen knew at a glance that such people must have backgrounds and cannot be a real grassroots class. Lin Shen was not interested in this person, but when he saw the image of Longyue taken by someone else, he was stunned. He didn't see what Longyue looked like, because Longyue had thick mosaics on her body. Lin Shen was originally not interested in going to that banquet, but when he saw that there was a mosaic on Longyue, Lin Shen immediately became interested and nodded repeatedly, "Then please come and go with me." After seeing Lin Shen searching, Catherine felt a little uncomfortable with her impatient face, but she also understood that this guy should have really not known Longyue before. This guy is a close minister around Emperor Tianshu, how could he not know anything? Catherine completely believed that Lin Shen really didn't know her. Thinking of this, Catherine seemed to have had another idea, and a cunning look flashed in her eyes. Chapter 768 Codename Zilong. Catherine only gave Lin Shen a request, one time and one address, so she asked him to go back by himself. After sending Lin Shen away, Catherine went to Weishan Mansion alone. Weishan Mansion is where Longyue holds a dialectical meeting. When Catherine came to the mansion, Longyue was asking people to set up the venue. "Catherine, you came here so early, were you here to help me set up the venue?" Longyue said with a smile. She is very familiar with Catherine and is a very capable woman. She has communicated with Catherine several times before and admires each other very well. This time when she came to Dimangsing, she had a lot of contact with Catherine. Yes, right? Catherine glanced at the venue that had been arranged and said, "In fact, there is nothing much to do with the arrangement of the venue or not. The important thing is people." "Is the person I invited wrong?" Longyue asked Catherine, who looked at her with some confusion. "The invitation is not wrong, but the invitation method is a bit problematic." Catherine continued without waiting for Longyue to ask, "Think about it, the celebrity young ladies you invited are all well-known characters, with their own races and families behind them. When they get together, their relationship network is even more chaotic than a spider web. Rather than participating in your topic, it is a large-scale human relationship scene. Every word and every point they say is included in other elements, which may not be their true thoughts." "Catherine, you are right. I have tried my best to find some celebrities from small races to attend the dialectical meeting, but their knowledge and abilities are indeed a bit unsatisfactory." Longyue sighed. "In fact, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. If you want people to tell the truth, you won't step on the low and praise the high because of interest entanglement. It's actually very simple," Catherine said with a smile. Longyue's eyes lit up suddenly. "You have a way?" "It's very simple. It only takes a few sets of combat suits that can cover the characteristics of the human body and change the voice. All those who participate in the dialectics wear combat suits and masks to participate, so that they can't see their true appearance or hear their voices. At that time,
they will naturally be scruples and be able to speak freely. The solution is a good idea, but the combat suit that can change the characteristics of the human body may not be ready for the moment. Moreover, when changing the combat suit, there will be some problems, just because I am afraid that someone will settle the score later. Long Yue was still a little worried. I will solve the problem of combat uniforms. It will be easier to change the combat uniforms. I will take the people who come to the banquet to different locker rooms and randomly change them into combat uniforms. When the dialectical meeting begins, I will take them to the venue. After the end, the staff will take them to change clothes first before leaving. Catherine told Long Yue the idea she had thought of. Long Yue nodded repeatedly when she heard this, and Catherine said that she could help Long Yue in the combat uniform and manpower so that she would not have to worry. Long Yue finally decided to change this dialectics to a masked dialectics. Catherine directly handed over the battle uniform and manpower he brought to Long Yue and let Long Yue operate it himself, which also dispelled Long Yue's biggest concern. Catherine didn't want to use Long Yue to do anything, she just didn't want Lin Shen to know her identity. When Lin Shen came to Weishan Mansion with the invitation, Catherine, who had been waiting for Lin Shen, walked out and took Lin Shen to the locker room himself. Why do you have to change your clothes when you attend a dialectical meeting? Lin Shen looked at Catherine in confusion. Who can understand the idea of a strange woman like Long Yue? She has her own ideas. We are guests, so we can only follow the guests. Catherine urged Lin Shen to change the combat uniform. When Lin Shen changed his combat uniform, he found that Catherine had changed into combat uniform. The combat suit that Catherine changed into was a puppet outfit that looked very similar to Lin Shen's style, but Lin Shen's one was a male puppet, while hers was a female puppet. Are we puppet couple outfits? Lin Shen asked with a smile, and found that even the voice of his speech had changed, a bit like an electronic synthesis sound. It just happened. Catherine's voice also changed, and it was barely noticed that it was a woman's voice. Okay, where is the venue? Lin Shen was anxious to see the beautiful woman with fire. What are you anxious about? When the dialectics begins, there will naturally be someone to take us there. Catherine said with a smile, as far as I know, one of the people who participated in the dialectics this time is your old friend. My old friend? Lin Shen was a little confused. If he didn't come out, how could he have his own old friend in a place like Dimangsing? Kristen. Catherine said with a smile. It's better to see such an old friend. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. If Christine found him, she would not know if she would fight him now to repay the shame of defeat in the first place. It's all covered in masks. As long as you don't reveal your identity, he will never recognize you. Catherine said, so we can't use our real name. We have to think of a code name. What kind of code do you think we use is more suitable? You might as well call it Puppet Princess, and I'm Puppet Prince. Lin Shen suggested. It's so cheesy. Catherine rolled his eyes, thought for a while and said, your name is Pinocchio, my name is Cinderella. Do you know these two fairy tales too? Lin Shen thought that this was a fairy tale that only human mother stars had, but he didn't expect that Red Heart knew it too. Who hasn't had a childhood yet? Catherine said with a lip silence. For some reason, Lin Shen felt that after wearing disguise, Catherine seemed much more lively than before. I don't like these two fairy tale characters. You can use Cinderella, but I don't need Pinocchio. Lin Shen said. Then what code name do you use? Catherine said with some dissatisfaction. My code name is Zhao Zilong. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. Zhao Zilong? What is that? Catherine looked puzzled. She had never heard of this name before. A famous general in our human history can be said to be an invincible existence in the world at that time. In his era, only one person could compete with him, and regardless of the top and bottom, it can be said to be the only two invincible existence in the world. Lin Shen said seriously. When you use such a code name, others just need to inquire and you will know that you are a human being? Catherine said. If you know, you know. I didn't think about hiding it. Besides, there are too many humans, and I'm not the only one. Lin Shen asked,
Do you want to use the name of another general as the code name? Okay, what's the name of the other general? Catherine thought it was quite interesting and asked. Chang Banpo.
Lin Shen said with a deep face.
Chapter 769, Lumbar.
Although Catherine thought the names of the two generals of human beings were a bit weird, it was normal for the name to be pronounced a bit weird.
Catherine eventually abandoned the Cinderella code name and used the Chang Banpo code name.
At Catherine's request, Lin Shen told Catherine about some of Zhao Zilong's achievements, but he did not talk about the most famous battle. Before Lin Shen could talk about the achievements of the famous General Chang Banpo, a waiter knocked on the door. The dialectical session had begun, and the waiter took them to the venue. On the way, I saw people wearing various combat uniforms going to the venue. I could hardly tell who was the race. Except for some people with special characteristics and cannot completely cover them with combat uniforms, it was basically the effect of a masked dance party. There are many positions arranged in the venue, not rows of seats like the venue, but small areas separated by sofas. At the bottom of the venue is a semicircular stage. The waiter led the two to a curved sofa area and let them sit down here. Lin Shen saw that many people were already sitting, and most of them had no communication because they were all wearing combat uniforms and no one knew each other. Only a few people who are good at socializing, even if they cannot recognize each other at all, they will soon chat with the people next to them. There are also several sofas on the stage, separated by a coffee table. Lin Shen looked at it but found no trace of the mosaic.
Which one is Longyu?
Lin Shen asked Catherine sitting next to him. If Longyu was here, then there would be something wrong with his previous judgment.
I can't wait to see that great beauty. Catherine did not answer him, but said this instead.
If you look at the beauty, I'll just look at you, and it won't be used here. Lin Shen explained with a smile, I'm just a little curious whether a person who can become immortal at the age of 20 has 3 heads and 6 arms.
Catherine laughed, how could a great beauty grow into 3 heads and 6 arms? Don't talk nonsense.
After a pause, Catherine said again, Yang Yue is the organizer of this dialectical conference. She should not cover her face, after all, she still needs to host it. But the person who walked out from behind the curtain slapped Catherine in the face, and the woman in a princess dressed in a combat uniform walked onto the stage, showing that her identity was Longyue, and then began to talk about the rules of this dialectical meeting and some issues that need to be paid attention to. The main thing is that you cannot take action at the dialectical meeting, nor can you reveal your identity, nor can you inquire about the identity of others. Everyone can speak anonymously and speak at will around the theme of the dialectical meeting. You can speak freely with any thought, but you need to pay attention and you cannot use insulting words.
The dialectical meeting was divided into several links, and Longyue explained each link clearly on the stage.
Catherine was a little surprised. When she discussed these things with Longyue before, Longyue did not say that she would also have to mask her. Moreover, the moon on the stage gave Catherine a little strange. Not only Catherine felt it was strange, but Lin Shen also felt it was strange because he didn't see the mosaic on Longyue.
Is it because I made a mistake?
Longyue is not a fire carrier at all.
The videos I saw were coded? That's not right. It's impossible for all videos to be coded, right?
Lin Shen was suspicious.
Just as Catherine was wondering, a man wearing a torrent-shaped combat suit walked to the area where the two were and asked, Sorry, are there anyone else here? Can I sit here?
Catherine was about to refuse, but she was not used to sitting with others, but when she saw the Taurus making a secret gesture, she was stunned.
There is no one here, just do whatever you want.
Catherine said with a strange look. When she saw this gesture, she knew who this person was. No wonder she thought Longyue on the stage was a bit strange. It turned out that it was just a fake, and the real Longyue was this taunt.
This is different from what Catherine thought before.
She didn't know what Mayu wanted to do, so she couldn't help but frown secretly. Fortunately, the combat uniform completely covered her face and others could not see her expression.
The Tauren sat down on the sofa next to him.
The 3 of them were in the same small area, and no one entered the small area again.
My code name is Inyo, what do you call them? Longyue looked at Lin Shen beside her curiously.
She knew that the puppet girl was Catherine, but Long Yu was extremely curious about who the man Catherine brought. A woman like Catherine would actually take a man to attend the dialectical meeting and personally pick up the man into the venue, which made Long Yu smell an unusual smell. Long Yu even doubted whether the reason why Catherine had the idea of masked dialectics was related to this man. "I'm going to Zhaozilong." Lin Shen reported his name friendly. When Long Yu heard the code name reported by Lin Shen, she seemed to be slightly stunned, but it was not very obvious. "My code name is Chang Banpo." Catherine also reported her code name. Long Yu looked at Catherine, then looked at Lin Shen, nodded and said, "You two code names sound a bit weird. I wonder what they mean?" "This is the name of two famous generals in my hometown in ancient times." Lin Shen looked at the guy who called himself Anyo. He already knew that this Anyo was not Anyo at all, but Long Yu, the real organizer of this dialectical association. No wonder he saw that Long Yu on the stage had no mosaics, and thought something was wrong. It turned out that the real Long Yu was not on the stage at all, so he didn't know why he ran to them to pretend to be an ordinary participant. "So that's it." Anyo didn't ask anything else, but instead said to Catherine beside him, "Naozaka. This name is a bit difficult to pronounce. I'd better call you Banpo. What do you think about the topic this time?" To the present, the class has been quite solidified. The resources that the large race can obtain will only increase and increase, and the speed of development and evolution will also become faster and faster. In the future, only more high-quality talents will emerge. If someone asks Catherine's question, she is lazy to pay attention to it, and she will only think that the other party is a fool. However, when Long Yu asked her this question, Catherine still reproduced a few words. Her mind was not on this at all. She just said it casually, saying some common clichés. "Brother Zilong, what do you think?" Long Yu finished listening carefully and looked at Lin Shen on the side. "I have the same view as hers. The stronger the one." Lin Shen didn't have any thoughts on these questions. He was full of how he could get the spark in front of him. He never expected that when he came to the Emperor Barbarians once, he would encounter two anti-bonefires. Chapter 770 on the potential of small race. Long Yu was a little disappointed when she heard this. She originally thought that someone Catherine valued so much should have some ability. Who knew that she was so empty and had nothing to say, and there was no new at all? Fortunately, the dialectical meeting has begun, and people have begun to speak, and people have expressed their opinions from time to time. For a while, various arguments have emerged one after another. Most people believe that the strong race will only become stronger and stronger in the future, the living environment of small races will only become worse and worse, and the opportunities to obtain resources will also become less and less. Lin Shen felt a little bored when he heard this. He didn't know much about the situation in the universe and did not have the ability to match it. "Brother Anyo, what do you think?" Lin Shen wanted to say a few more words to Long Yu, but he didn't know what to say. Long Yu thought for a while and said, "The big clan should have the responsibility and style of the big clan, help the small clan develop and improve the overall quality of the small clan. At the same time, she can also get feedback from the small clan and get the help of the small clan's talents. Only in this way can the big clan and the small clan develop and evolve accordingly." "Friends are of great advice," Lin Shen exclaimed. "When I said this, I actually disagree with it." What kind of grand clan style and responsibilities of grand clans sounded a bit too ideal for Lin Shen. Human history experience tells him that great things in the world will be divided after a long time of unity, and long time of division will be unified. They are all evolved in the process of division and unity. Although the process of unification is cruel, whenever unification really comes, ordinary people at the bottom can usher in a relatively stable life for a period of time. Lin Shen's heart was actually a little strange. Their views were also strange, but no one had ever mentioned the concept of a unified universe. Anyo is quite active. Although he sits on Lin Shen and the others, he debates with others from time to time, which attracts many people to pay attention. The fake moon on the stage has been controlling the process, and soon arrived at a relatively important link. They want to talk about which races have more potential among the emerging small races in the universe now.
If you want to talk about the newly emerging small race, it is naturally the Guochun race. The Guochun race has entered the interstellar era for less than 500 years. Now, an immortal-level strong man has emerged, with many geniuses in the clan. This time, the ranking has reached 50 million in the race rankings, and the future is unlimited, said a man wearing a battle uniform with a king-shaped battle name, also the codenamed King. Although the Guochun tribe has good fighting talent and good physical conditions, most of them are just brainless idiots with simple minds and well-developed limbs. They can only be the meat of mermaids, and they cannot be generous. Another person with a strange shape, a very big head, and the codename is Big Head. Can a brainless idiot produce immortality? The king retorted coldly. Who doesn't know how the immortality of the Guochun clan came from? He was fed by the Lion clan with his life and was fed by the Lion clan. Such immortality is just a brainless thug. He has no contribution to the development of his clan and has nothing to do with his racial potential. Data said. The Guochun tribe developed with the Lion King tribe and was taken care of by the Lion King tribe. The two tribes benefited each other. This time, the Guochun tribe entered the race rankings and obtained such a high ranking. The evolution of the tribe has far exceeded that of those small tribes that did not make the list. Isn't this a huge contribution to the Guochun tribe, and how can there be no contribution, said the king. Big Head sneered, King, you are a member of the Lion King clan. It is true that the Guochun clan has achieved evolution, but most of the young people of the Guochun clan have been removed from the Lion King clan as thugs or even cannon fodder. What's the use of such a race to obtain some evolution? After all, they are just slaves to others. To put it nicely, they are mutual benefits, and to put it bluntly, they are just exchanging their lives for leftovers. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Fumiyu on the stage quickly controlled the scene, interrupted the conversation between the two, and started to discuss again. From time to time, some recently rising races are mentioned, and most of them are more recognized. Lin Shen has gained a lot of knowledge and learned about many emerging races that have been more powerful recently. What surprised Lin Shen the most was that there was a race called Thunder Armor who had only entered the interstellar era for only 40 or 50 years before it had emerged. It has been almost 200 years since humans entered the interstellar era, and there has not been any human immortals yet. When Lin Shen was listening with relish, he suddenly heard someone say, if you want to say that among the emerging small races in the universe, the ones with the most potential and the strongest ability are of course humans. The argument of this voice calmed everyone on the scene for a moment. This man spoke too absolute, as if what he said was the truth, and the person who listened was very uncomfortable. The first person in data was unhappy and sarcastically said, why don't the most potential and strongest human beings have even been immortals yet? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Human beings have entered the interstellar era for more than 200 years, and there is not even an immortal. Compared with the races mentioned before, it is indeed a lot different. Lin Shen also has to admit that humans have not developed too fast compared to races like Lei Jia. He glanced at the person who said that humans had the most development potential and saw that it was a person wearing a pumpkin-shaped helmet. Lin Shen had not seen this person speak before, and this should be his first time speaking today. We are talking about the potential of a race, not how many immortals there are now. If it is better than the immortals, there are many immortals in all major races now, and of course the strongest race is the strongest. Pumpkin paused and continued, I say that humans have the strongest potential, because in their class, humans are not weaker than any small race, or even some large races. Just say Lin Shen, among humans, has obvious performance on the race rankings, which is a genius who can compete with top geniuses. There is also the invincible Heavenly King, who can win the race rankings as a Nirvana. Although the ranking is not high, how many Nirvana people of the small clan can do it? Jinmayu answered and said, Lin Shen and the Unprior Heavenly King are indeed the best among the same level, not inferior to any genius of the big clan. In this way, human potential is indeed very strong. Data said disdainfully, the reason why Lin Shen is strong is that he has nothing to do with whether he is a human being. As far as I know, human beings have entered the interstellar era for more than 200 years, and there are few outstanding people, and there have been no decent talents. The reason why Lin Shen was able to emerge is because he is the leader of Tianshi Tianshuan, who is just a person who is a slutty person.
If Tianquan had not dumped a lot of resources on him and recommended him to the Emperor of Heaven and Art, he would not have the ability to reach his current position. If he had to talk about his ability, I really admire his ability in bed. It is really amazing to make the people of the Tian family so devoted to him. There was another burst of laughter. After the battle of the race rankings, Lin Shen had entered the vision of all races. Many races had studied Lin Shen, and it was not surprising that Lin Shen's background and history of making a fortune. Chapter 771 Vulnerable. Catherine looked at Lin Shen with interest, wondering what kind of reaction Lin Shen would have at this time. Unfortunately, she was blocked by the helmet in the combat uniform, and she couldn't see Lin Shen's expression. Lin Shen actually had no expression. Others said he started his business by making a fuss, but Lin Shen felt that there was nothing wrong with this. If it weren't for Tianquan's help, it would be difficult for him to reach this point in such a short time. Lin Shen didn't think this was a shame. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Tian Sun, who was the noble person in his life. But Pumpkin was not convinced and continued, even if Lin Shen used other people's resources, it was his own ability, not to mention that there was an existence like the Invincible King. Who doesn't know that the Invincible King is Lin Shen's brother? One person has achieved the Tao and the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Lin Shen is a soft meal for one person. The whole family has become immortal. This is really amazing. If there are people like Lin Shen among humans, then the future development is indeed limitless. There are a few more soft-fed men, and becoming a strong clan in the universe by making a soft meal is also a matter of being a part of the world. Datu made everyone laugh again. Even the king who had not dealt with him before, echoed when he heard this. Humans have developed such a soft-eating thing for more than 200 years. It really has unlimited potential. After you go back in the future, you must pay close attention to the female family members of each family and don't let people take advantage of the loopholes. Under the pumpkin helmet, Wan Xinlong's face was not very good. Although this was the result he wanted, he felt very uncomfortable. As a human being, he doesn't want human beings to be described as like this by foreign races, and he doesn't want all this to be caused by himself. But now the Wan family is almost forced to survive, and he has no choice, otherwise he will not be able to take this step. Living. Wan Xinlong strengthened his belief in his heart, looked up at Datu and the king and said, no matter whose resources Lin Shen used, he has the ability to defeat Dais. You must use no less resources than Lin Shen. If you are at the same level, who can beat Dais? Everyone was stunned by this. No one dared to say that they could win against Dais at the same level. Lin Shen's words to defeat Dais are just rumors. No one has seen them. Who knows what the truth is? Maybe it's just his bragging. The king looked at Pumpkin and sneered, you speak for humans like this, can you be a human, right? So what if it's a human? Wan Xinlong had no expression on his face, but felt extremely uncomfortable. He didn't want to become a clown, but today he had to play the role of this clown well. That's great. Since you say that humans are so powerful and have such strong potential, I think you must be a very powerful person. Then let's prove it in front of everyone present. The king said with a smile, and anyone could hear the mockery in his words. How to prove it? Wan Xinlong asked, gritted his teeth. Simple, report your level. Didn't you say that humans are invincible at the same level? I'll find a servant of the same level to fight you. If you can win, I will agree with what you said. The king changed his tone, if you lose, I don't want your life. You just need to shout 3 times in front of everyone, do you dare to say that humans are weak chickens? Do you dare? Everyone, we are a dialectical meeting here. Kozatatsuki wanted to control the situation, but obviously her words were not really that useful. This is a matter between me and this human being, and it has nothing to do with the dialectics. Let's go out and solve it ourselves. The king said, then stood up and looked at Wan Xinlong and said, what do you say about the human with the strongest potential? Okay, I'll let you see the potential of humanity. Wan Xinlong stood up and walked out of the venue with the king. Everyone was curious, and they didn't care about dialectics. Anyway, everyone is anonymous now, and it's not a big deal to watch the fun.
Besides, that human is really annoying, and they also want to see how real this human has. Everyone followed out of the venue and came to the square outside.
Wan Xinlong reported his own level of nirvana. The king had no intention of going on stage, so he directly called a servant over.
That servant is the Guichen tribe mentioned earlier by the king.
He is indeed strong in size, more than 3 meters tall, and his whole body is full of explosive muscles. He is strong but not bloated, and he will not make people feel clumsy. On the contrary, he gives people a beast-like feeling, as if he can burst out unimaginable speed and power at any time.
Cool wheel, I want to live.
The king said to Gichunren with a smile.
That human may suffer a great loss.
Catherine looked at Lin Shen on the side and said, the king should be Charles, the prince of the Lion Royal clan.
Although the Kulin tribe under his command is just a servant, he is also well known in the Nirvana level and has great abilities. I heard that Nirvana has been 11 times and is very good at head-on combat.
Lin Shen frowned and said nothing. He felt that the pumpkin was strange. Although what he said was to elevate humans in Lin Shen, it had a little bit of praise. But now this person has ended up in person, and it will not be any benefit if he loses himself, which makes Lin Shen a little confused.
Is it because of the foreign race pretending to be humans and deliberately causing evil to humans in me?
Lin Shen thought to himself, and had no intention of taking action. But Lin Shen was a little surprised by Pumpkin's next move. After Pumpkin and the man entered the fighting arena, they actually put away their helmet and revealed his true face. They are indeed human appearance. Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that he was really a human compatriot. Catherine looked at Lin Shen with a smile, and she wanted to know how Lin Shen would deal with the current situation.
The entire battle process was unexpectedly fast.
The warrior of the Guichen clan rushed forward directly. Wan Xinlong was also unwilling to be outdone and fought head-on. With just one blow, the terrifying Nirvana collision, Wan Xinlong was bombarded out, his body hit the guard wall of the fighting arena, and fell to the ground. After struggling for a few times, he could not get up. Everyone felt very bored. Looking at Wan Xinlong's eyes were like looking at a clown who was ignorant of the sky and was observing the sky. Even the king who won the victory felt a little overwhelmed, and he didn't expect that this human being was so vulnerable. Long Yue frowned slightly when she saw it. Her impression of humans was actually quite good, but she didn't expect that there were such people among humans. Lin Shen frowned and looked at Wan Xinlong, who was slowly standing up while holding the wall.
He didn't know this person. After hesitating for a moment, he walked towards the wall. Are you going to do it?
Catherine narrowed her eyes, thinking that Lin Shen was preparing to fight himself for the sake of humanity and his own glory. The king and the others also looked at Lin Shen, wondering what he was doing at this time.
Is he a human being too?
Most people have this idea in their hearts, and they all have the mentality of watching the show, looking forward to the development of the situation.
Chapter 772. Who doesn't have a little light?
Everyone originally thought Lin Shen was going to enter the fighting arena, but they didn't expect Lin Shen just walked to the side of the fighting arena and looked at Wan Xinlong standing with the wall inside, gasping for breath.
Your surname is Wan?
Lin Shen said to Wan Xinlong.
Wan Xinlong trembled, looked up at Lin Shen, his eyes terrified. Who are you?
Lin Shen smiled at the corner of his mouth. He had already confirmed that this person was indeed from the Wan family, and he finally figured out why the other party appeared here.
The Wan family is having a hard time now, right?
Lin Shen continued in a voice that only 2 people could hear.
You, who are you?
Wan Xinlong's body trembled.
Who am I? Lin Shen said lightly, I am a human like you. I was originally proud of being a human, but now, you make me feel that the identity of a human is like a shame. Is this what you want?
Wan Xinlong was silent, struggling and in great pain. He didn't want to do this, but he had no choice.
Wanjia needs someone to stand up, otherwise Wanjia will die silently.
The universe is too big, and the Wanjia is too small. As small as someone else's evil thought, it can make the Wanjia fall into an abyss that will never be restored.
Do you really want this? Do you really plan to admit defeat like this?
Lin Shen looked at Wan Xinlong and said calmly,
if you like this, you will not be able to protect the Wan family, and it will only make the Wan family fall into the abyss faster. No one will respect the weak, and no one will help a family that will fall into the depravity. You are pushing your family to hell. You don't understand. Wan Xinlong shook his head and said, "Of course I don't understand. I don't understand your self-motivation. You think you are sacrificing for your family, but in fact it's just your own wishful thinking. You turn yourself into a Luoxiang, but you still expect others to regard Yixiang as a guest of honor. Do you think others' brains are as ill as you?" Wan Xinlong's eyes were bloody, but he clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head without saying a word. A sword that can cut iron knife and mud. Even if it hurts anyone, no one will throw it into the cesspool after getting it, and will only treat it as a treasure, or even offer it to the altar. But when have you heard of it? Who cares about Itua Xiang? Who would be willing to offer it to the altar? Xiang is always worthy of staying in the pit. Wan Xinlong trembled for a moment, but still lowered his head and didn't say anything. You are a good knife, which can shine brightly and make your family the most eye-catching. But you just take your family to hell, and you are still touching yourself there, which is extremely stupid. You have never experienced my predicament. What qualifications do you have to say such things to me? Wan Xinlong raised his head and stared at Lin Shen, roaring in a low voice like a wounded beast, enduring and hesitating. Of course I am qualified, because I have experienced more difficult times than you, and it was brought to me by your thousands of families. Lin Shen said lightly. You? Wan Xinlong's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. I used to regard the Wanjia as an enemy, but now I feel a little ridiculous. The Wanjia will no longer be my enemy in the future, because you and your Wanjia are not worthy of becoming my enemy. Lin Shen said slowly and stood up. Live like this, and some people are only worthy of living like this. Stop. Seeing Lin Shen turn and leave, Wan Xinlong suddenly screamed, his blood-red eyes staring at his back, You are not qualified to say such things. Why do you say such things? You are also attached to other people's wings. You are also shaking your tail and begging for mercy. You. Are you qualified to say me? You are just better luck than me. You are just better luck than me. At least, there is still light on my body. Lin Shen said without looking back. Light. Wan Xinlong looked at Lin Shen leaving blankly. Everyone was a little disappointed. They thought that humans couldn't stand it and wanted to go to war, but who knew that they just said a few words to Wan Xinlong and went back? Humans have the same virtues, they can only talk. The king said lightly, Humans, let's fulfill your promises, your life is yours. Light, who the hell still believes that thing? Wan Xinlong lowered his head and murmured to himself, but slowly stood up. Do you think of me as a fool? Wan Xinlong stood up again, walked towards the cool wheel opposite him step by step, muttering in his mouth. Do you still want to hit? I can't guarantee that I can save your life with the next punch. Kuluan stared at Wan Xinlong, who was shaking. If you want my life, then come on. Wan Xinlong suddenly raised his head, and a red flame rose from his body. He wants to die, just give him the promise. The king said expressionlessly. Then go and die. Kulun's mouth opened, showing a cruel look. The power of Nirvana gushed up like a volcanic eruption, gathering into a terrifying torrent, condensing towards his fist. The moment the cool wheel fist was swung out, the power of Nirvana turned into a roaring dragon, rushing towards Wan Xinlong overwhelmingly. Is it light? It seems that no one is talking about. I'm stupid. Wan Xinlong raised his head high, his eyes seemed to be about to burn, and his body suddenly accelerated, facing the power of Nirvana like a sharp sword. The moment the dragon-like Nirvana power was about to hit him, Wan Xinlong's body was split into two, like two phantoms, passing through the two sides of the dragon-like Nirvana power, and rushed towards the cool wheel like an illusion. The cool ring is crazy, and your fists are about to face the phantom of the clone transformed by Wan Xinlong. But the next second, the cool wheel was stunned. The two phantoms transformed by Wan Xinlong were divided into 2, 4, and 8 again. In an instant, there were many phantoms, and red phantoms were like sharp arrows, rushing past Cool Wheel's body. Kuluan waved his fists in panic, but he didn't know which light and shadow to block. He punched him, but what he hit was just a bubble-like illusion, and more phantoms hit him. The lights and shadows hit him, and actually bombarded the body of Ku Wong. The body flying in the air was still hit by phantoms, constantly exploding. Boom! Coolwheel's huge body hit the guard wall, and the carapace on its body had been broken into pieces by countless lights and shadows. Blood in its mouth blew wildly and fell off the guard wall. It struggled several times but was unable to stand up. Who doesn't have a little light? The light and shadows in the sky disappeared. Wan Xinlong stood on the fighting arena, but his eyes looked towards Lin Shen. This chapter is a bit difficult to write and change. In fact, I don't want to write a supporting role, and it's thankless. Chapter 773 The Battle Between the Enemy. What did you say to him? Catherine asked Lin Shen, who came back. What a shrewd person Catherine is. She had already guessed Wan Xinlong's identity and his purpose, and had even figured out who gave Wan Xinlong the idea. With Wan Xinlong's identity and status, he may have used up all his connections and abilities to come to Dimangsing. If you want to participate in the dialectical session, it is not within his ability, and someone will inevitably help you secretly. It was because she figured out why Wan Xinlong came that she was a little curious about what Lin Shen said, which made Wan Xinlong overturn his previous plan at the possibility that Wan Xinlong would be doomed to repel the Wan family. Long Yue also looked at Lin Shen with some curiosity, hoping to know his answer. At this time, Long Yue also understood that Wan Xinlong was simply praising Lin Shen before. How could such a person who would rather be self-deprecating than throwing dirty water on Lin Shen's body change his previous thoughts just because of Lin Shen's words? I just told him that people will only like noble and fragrant lotus flowers, and will not like the stinky mud. Lin Shen said calmly. Catherine looked at Wan Xinlong on the field, narrowed her eyes and smiled. That's right, at least he won't make people feel annoying now. Long Yue nodded thoughtfully, looked at Lin Shen and said, You pulled your enemy out of the fire pit. I'm afraid this cause and effect will fall on you. Such a choice will be harmful to you but not beneficial. Why choose like this? Long Yue had already guessed that the person Catherine brought was Lin Shen, so she became even more curious about Lin Shen. Although Wan Xinlong poured dirty water on Lin Shen's body by self-destruction, as long as Lin Shen does not reveal his identity and ignores Lin Shen's body, it actually has no substantial impact on Lin Shen. The masked meeting gave Lin Shen a choice, but Lin Shen's choice seemed quite interesting to Long Yue. He neither fell into Wan Xinlong's plan nor made a strong move onto humans, nor did he vent his resentment on Wan Xinlong. Instead, he convinced Wan Xinlong, who was determined to throw dirty water on him, and he succeeded, which was quite surprising. Long Yue could guess that he was Lin Shen, and others could guess that Lin Shen's behavior undoubtedly pushed himself to the forefront. Things were as Long Yue guessed. Some people such as King and Data guessed Lin Shen's identity, and their eyes were not on Wan Xinlong who had one. Even if a small clan has some strength, it is not enough for them to pay attention to. There are too many such nirvana people around them. But Lin Shen is different. Not only has Lin Shen's reputation spread throughout the universe, it is even said that he plans to be the emperor, but also a close minister of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor. This time he represents the Heavenly Man clan on behalf of the Heavenly Man clan. Such an identity is no longer as simple as an ascensioner or nirvana. Both humans, they may not care about Wan Xinlong, but they must not care about Lin Shen. I just want to confirm whether he is my enemy. Lin Shen's answer was a bit unexpected to Catherine and Long Yue. So what? Isn't he your enemy now? Long Yue couldn't help asking. No, I've confirmed that he is my enemy. If I have the chance, I will kill his whole family. Lin Shen's answer made Long Yue and Catherine stunned for a moment. Catherine laughed, and laughed happily. You're such a funny person. Long Yue was a little amused and crying. She was a little unable to understand Lin Shen's brain circuit, but now she felt that Lin Shen seemed to be not as empty and boring as she thought before. Your Excellency is Lin Shen, right? Charles, wearing the king's combat uniform, ignored Wan Xinlong who defeated his servant, but walked to Lin Shen and asked directly. So what? So what? Lin Shen asked lightly. It doesn't matter if it's right. Charles sneered, But there is a question, you have to answer me, are you an Ascensioner or a Nirvana? What does this matter?
Lin Shen still said indifferently.
Of course, if you are a Nirvana, I will fight you.
If you are a Ascensioner, I, Charles, still disdain to bully the weak. Charles said proudly. Before Lin Shen could speak, he suddenly saw a man wearing a pighead helmet walking over, taking off the helmet from his head, revealing a clearly angular face that made people feel as if they were a bit demonic.
Charles, he is mine. You are not worthy of challenging him. You want to hit me with you.
Christine stood in front of Charles and said expressionlessly.
Kristen, others are afraid of you.
In my eyes, you are just a rookie who has just passed away. Charles snorted coldly.
Since you're not afraid, come on. Christine said and walked towards the fighting arena. If you want to make yourself bored, then let you know that you are not the only genius in this world. Kristen was angry with Christine's attitude and walked into the fighting arena. Everyone who watched the game found it very interesting. They originally thought it was just a boring dialectic. They listened to some boring words that were common, but they didn't expect that there would be such a good show to watch. Charles is the Prince of the Lion King. Although there are many princes in the Lion King, this identity is not very valuable, but Charles himself has a very famous reputation. He has the reputation of the little Lion King in The Lion King. He is one of the princes who are more likely to be involved in the throne among the many princes.
His Sphinx Beast's life base is an extremely powerful mutated life base, and it is also an extremely rare life base in the blood of the Wang family of the Lion Royal family. Although Christine is strong, he is just not long since he passed on Nirvana and has only experienced Nirvana once, while Charles is already a Nirvana of 9 times. Most people do not think that Christine can take advantage of Charles.
What are you waiting for? Summon your life base.
Charles summoned his life base, Sphinx life base, and said coldly, staring at Christine.
No.
Christine still had that cold expression. Charles's face looked ugly. Kristen, I will give you 3 points in the Emperor Man star.
Don't be ungrateful. I don't know that it's been so many years, but you only know today?
Christine said lightly.
You?
Charles's eyes flashed with coldness. Very good.
Since you want to humiliate yourself, I can't blame me.
As he said that, the Sphinx in front of Charles had a golden flame burning on his body, and a golden divine light burst out in his eyes, like 2 golden columns of light shot towards Christine.
It seems that Charles is really angry.
He used the golden demon eye divine light from the way up.
It is a skill with inactivation ability. If it is touched, it will die. Cooperate with Charles's own Nirvana power, the power of the Golden Lion energy. Not many people can compete head-only at the Nirvana level.
Longyue said softly.
Chapter 774 Fighting Christine Again. Everyone was a little surprised.
Charles came up with such a terrifying skill. If Christine was really killed, the Emperor barbarians would probably not let him go easily. When Christine saw the golden divine light shining, she did not dodge or avoid it. She stood up as a knife and slashed at the golden divine light with one knife. The next second, everyone felt like the glass cracked in front of them.
No, it doesn't seem to be, but it's really cracked.
The golden divine light and the Sphinx cracked together, splitting in half from the middle, staggering towards both sides.
Puff!
Charles's mouth spurted out blood, and his life base was destroyed, which retaliated against his body and damaged himself. Although everyone had known that Christine was very strong for a long time, they did not expect that she was so strong. It was just that the Nirvana body had no use of the life base, but it destroyed Charles's life base with just one blow.
This was too domineering and too strong. Kristen is really good.
Longyue's eyes were also a little surprised.
He is good at everything, but his personality is too bad.
Catherine shook her head with a wry smile.
This is because Christine's temper has improved a lot. If it were Christine in the past, Charles would have died. Kristen, you are ruthless.
Charles left a ruthless word and left in a mess. Before meeting Christine, he always thought he was strong, and others thought he was strong, but he couldn't even stop Christine's attack, which made him embarrassed and angry. At that moment just now, his face was almost gone,
and he thought he would be cut in half with his life. Kristen is getting stronger again, the speed of progress is really fast. Lin Shen exclaimed. When Christine was upgrading, his separation method was almost invincible. Unexpectedly, after Nirvana, the separation method was more invincible with his Nirvana power than before. Christine didn't care about Charles at all, and didn't even look at him. She stood in the fighting arena, staring straight at Lin Shen, which was more obvious. Lin Shen knew that he might not be able to do it today, so he had to walk into the fighting arena.
Don't you stop me? Longyue said to Catherine. Why do you need to stop? Catherine asked back. Longyue was stunned when she heard this. Isn't Lin Shen your friend? You should know how strong Christine is now, right? Lin Shen is probably not his opponent. Others may not understand it, but they only think that Christine used his hand instead of the knife, and cut Charles's life base with one blow, and his strength seemed to be very strong. But Longyue could see clearly that Christine's sword was not as simple as strong power. His sword power had a very strange ability, as if he could break everything. Charles's Nirvana power was obviously stronger, purer and more powerful than Christine's Nirvana power, but when he encountered Christine's sword power, it turned into tofu in an instant and was easily cut open. Even Longyue was a little surprised by this Nirvana power and technique. Who said he was my friend? Catherine's words made Longyue stunned. Isn't it? Longyue asked back. Catherine smiled and said, at least not now, or maybe it's worse than not. Worse? Are you enemies? Longyue blinked and looked at Catherine and Lin Shen again. It seemed even more interesting. Maybe. Catherine said ambiguously, but her eyes looked at Lin Shen and Christine in the fighting arena. Wan Xinlong was also looking at Lin Shen in the fighting arena. He suddenly realized that he and Lin Shen were no longer on the same level. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, he could only fight to the Charles's servants, and he didn't even have the qualification to contact Charles. This is because in special occasions, if it is normal, he may not even have the chance to fight with the cool wheel. Charles didn't really treat him as a human being from beginning to end, and even when he won the cool round, Charles didn't pay any attention to him. Such Charles has to take the initiative to challenge Lin Shen, and there is no chance. A person like Christine may not have the chance to come into contact with a person that the Wan family will never have the chance to come into contact with in their entire life. Although he also wants to challenge Lin Shen, his respect for Lin Shen can be seen from his words and deeds. People really cannot be without light. Wan Xinlong murmured to himself. I have passed away, where are you? Christine did not rush to take action and asked at the station Lin Shen. Although I encountered some difficulties, I finally got Nirvana. Lin Shen said. That's good. Christine half-shakes his palms, and pink particles float out of his body, condensing into a pink magic sword. The same pink carapace also wrapped around his body, wrapping his whole body inside. Although his whole body is pink, it does not make people feel sissy at all. Instead, he has a wild macho texture, as if his whole body is full of explosive power. My Nirvana power is called the Ultimate Holy Light, has the evil-breaking attribute. Christine held the sword, but still did not draw the sword. Instead, she told Lin Shen about his Nirvana power first. Everyone could feel Christine's importance to Lin Shen. When Christine faced Charles, she didn't even use the carapace, but now she took the initiative to summon the life base and put on the carapace. Others can probably understand that after all, Christine was defeated by Lin Shen during the Battle of Race. However, most people do not think that Christine is really weaker than Lin Shen. Many people have watched video research repeatedly in that battle, and the final conclusion was that Lin Shen was able to win was purely a trick. The positive power confrontation is obviously better than Christine. Of course, Lin Shen's finger force that can turn in silently is indeed strange and unpredictable, and it is also considered a bug-level ability in the flying upgrade. But when it reaches the Nirvana level, such a strange fingering force may not work very well. The Nirvana level can release the power of Nirvana, and Christine's power can break everything. He can completely protect his body with the power of Nirvana. No matter how strange Lin Shen's finger power changes, he cannot break this kind of defense without dead corners. Lin Shen did not summon the carapace, but was still wearing a combat suit to face Christine. It's not that he doesn't want to wear a shell, nor that he doesn't respect Christine, but that there is no shell to wear at all. Unless he uses the destiny will turn into the paper-like armor when it merges with him. Lin Shen did not intend to use the destiny, so he had no shell to wear. He just pulled out the scum knife, holding the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other. My Nirvana power has no name, its function is relatively strong, you can do it. Lin Shen put on a not-so-minded posture and said to Christine. The people watching the game all looked a little weird. Facing a strong man like Christine, Lin Shen did not summon the lifeline and did not use the carapace. It was like a copy of Christine's treatment of Charles just now. Christine has such confidence because Christine is strong enough. Is Lin Shen's confidence also because he is strong enough? After seeing Christine's strength, everyone was very suspicious that Lin Shen's confidence would be his own illusion. Christine's emotions did not change at all. She still calmed down, stared at Lin Shen with a burning gaze, and slowly raised the pink magic sword in her hand. Chapter 775, It's Stronger Without a Knife. The pink magic sword in Christine's hand slashed towards Lin Shen, and the pink sword light instantly arrived in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen raised the scum knife in his hand and slashed at the pink sword light. Christine's sword light was almost everything, and it could break through the power of Nirvana. Lin Shen actually wanted to take the pink sword light head-on, which obviously had a strong confidence in his own power. This made everyone a little curious about what role did Lin Shen obtain after Nirvana, which would give him such confidence. Unfortunately, they did not see Lin Shen's Nirvana power, only the invisible sword energy rubbed against the air and collided with the pink sword light. Lin Shen's sword energy has the effect of sawing and filing. His sword energy can be sawed open with the general power of Nirvana, but when he encountered Christine's sword light, Lin Shen's sword energy was directly cut off by one knife. Everyone was stunned for a moment of surprise and thought Lin Shen's Nirvana power was so strong. Unexpectedly, it was just like this and it was cut off in an instant. When? After the pink sword light split the sword energy, it collided with the blade of the slag knife. Fortunately, the slag knife itself is hard enough, and the pink sword light cannot split the slag. Lin Shen's power was stronger than Christine, and the scum knife was hard enough. This knife saw the pink sword light and split it in half. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. The power of Nirvana was easily cut open, but it could also cut the pink sword light. I have never seen anyone playing like this. If an ordinary person with Nirvana is not as strong as the other party, he will definitely be at a disadvantage. He has never seen such a reversal. However, Christine seemed to have expected it, and the magic sword in her hand was not stopping, and her footsteps were like ghosts. As Christine moved at high speed, pink sword lights slashed from various strange corners towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen waved the scumbag knife and scabbard, stood there without moving, blocking Christine's attack again and again. For a moment, the sword light flashed and the sword energy was everywhere, and the two were in a difficult position to decide the outcome. Lin Shen took advantage of the scum knife, otherwise his sword energy would not be able to block Christine's sword light. Christine's separation method was able to split various forces before. Now, after Nirvana level, combined with the ultimate light, not only can it restrain most of the Nirvana power, but also can easily cut open the Nirvana level materials. In other words, a weird weapon like Jadao, who can be without fear of his sword light, and if it is replaced by other weapons or life bases, it has long been cut off by Christine. It turns out that Lin Shen's confidence comes from that knife. No wonder he is not afraid of Christine's challenge. Long Yue saw the problem, and Lin Shen's knife took a big advantage. The sword technique is also good, Catherine said lightly. Long Yue nodded. The person is strange, the sword is strange, and the sword technique is strange. This is the first time I have seen a person who can use such a fierce defensive force and use the most fierce momentum to use the most cowardly moves. Catherine couldn't help laughing when she heard this. You're very appropriate in your description. How did he practice such a cowardly and fierce sword technique? Everyone else also saw that Lin Shen's sword technique looked very powerful. At first, he thought he was fighting against Christine. After a while, he found that Lin Shen's powerful moves were actually defensive. Christine's sword skills became faster and faster, and her figure became more and more strange.
She quickly drew her sword around Lin Shen, flashing like a ghost. But no matter how Christine's sword technique changes, Lin Shen's sword and scabbard can block his attack. For a moment, only the sound of swords hitting endlessly, just like the continuous sound of thunder in thunder. The power of Nirvana, which had a slightly weaker ability, could no longer see clearly Christine's sword. Wan Xinlong thought his move was fast enough, but he couldn't even see Christine's move clearly. If he were Lin Shen, even if he could withstand Christine's sword light, he would not be able to withstand his sword skills. He would have long since no one knew how many holes had been pierced on his body. But Lin Shen stood there and blocked all Christine's attacks, as if he still had enough energy. It was obviously a defensive momentum, but it looked even stronger than Christine. It was slashed down with one knife, as if it could cut the mountains and the sea. How long has Lin Shen actually practiced to this point? Even a top genius like Christine can hardly ignore his existence. Wan Xinlong now felt more and more that his choice was not wrong. If he really defames himself as planned, even if he can make Catherine happy and prevent the Wanjia from being suppressed, such Wanjia may never have the opportunity to develop, because no one will give such Wanjia a chance. Those who are arrogant will be willing to collect gems with bright lights, but no one will be willing to collect stones in the pit. If you want to get Wanjia out of the predicament, you are not to please someone, but to let others see the shining points of Wanjia. The reason why Wan Xinlong was moved by Lin Shen was not because he was stimulated by Lin Shen's words, but because Lin Shen's words awakened him and made him realize that he needed to let the people of the Wan family have light, rather than being self-deprecating. At this time, Lin Shen, in Wan Xinlong's view, was undoubtedly radiant. Even among the geniuses of the entire universe, the light on him was still unignorable. Christine suddenly stopped and the sword light dissipated. Christine stared at Lin Shen and said, "Why don't you fight back? My sword technique has only practiced the defensive posture, and I have not practiced the offensive yet." Lin Shen answered sincerely. "I have only practiced the defensive, but never practiced the offensive?" This made people stunned. Who can only practice the defensive but not the offensive? Then, isn't it good to practice the sword technique of a ghost? Christine said with a strange look, "Then don't use a knife." Lin Shen looked at Christine, shook his head and said, "I'd better use a knife." Everyone thought Lin Shen meant that if he didn't use a knife, he wouldn't be able to block Christine's sword light, so he had to use a knife. Unfortunately, they all misunderstood Lin Shen's kindness. If he didn't use a knife, he could only fight with his body. He was afraid that he would blow up Christine's magic sword life-based foundation with one punch. Christine is not bad. Although she is an opponent, she is also a dignified opponent. Lin Shen doesn't want to ruin his life. Others misunderstood Lin Shen, but Christine did not misunderstand. He looked at Lin Shen and asked, "Are you strong when using a knife, or when you don't?" "Now, you should be a little stronger when you don't need a knife," Lin Shen replied. Christine nodded and suddenly turned around and left without saying a word. Everyone was shocked. Why did Christine leave like this? This is too abstract. It was obvious that Lin Shen could block Christine's sword light with that knife. How could Christine believe his nonsense and leave like that? Chapter 776 The Flower of the Universe. Kristen is really a real person. He believes it when others say it? That guy Lin Shen is really brave enough to say that he can block the power of Nirvana by relying on the magic of that knife. He actually has the face to say that he is stronger when he doesn't use the knife. It turns out that it can really become stronger. Most of the people who were able to receive the invitation from Longyue and attend this dialectical session were real people, and they could not see that Lin Shen could block the pink sword light because of that knife. Lin Shen didn't want to fight with Christine, and he was very pleased that Christine listened to such advice. You said, is what he said true or false? Will he be stronger when he doesn't use a knife? Longyue asked Catherine beside her. Even the immortal Longyue couldn't think of why Lin Shen said that he was stronger when he didn't use a knife. It was obvious that the knife was the key to his ability to fight Christine. I don't know, maybe. Catherine couldn't tell whether what Lin Shen said was true or false. Although Lin Shen knew what thousands of people were referring to, he probably couldn't beat Christine because the thousands of people were referring to him. The main reason was that Christine's sword light was too difficult to stop. Lin Shen, who had no scumbag, would he use to block it? Kristen dares not, so let me learn about your skills that are stronger than swordsmanship. Before Lin Shen could get out of the fighting arena, he walked into the fighting arena alone and stood opposite Lin Shen and said. When they heard that there was another good show to watch, everyone quickly looked at the fighting arena and saw that the person who was talking was the one with the code name Datu. Everyone was guessing what the identity of this big head was, and they dared to challenge Lin Shen. Lin Shen's combat power is already very strong, and even Christine has no choice but to deal with him. This big head is challenging Lin Shen now. Could it be that he thinks he is stronger than Christine? I'm here to attend the dialectical meeting, not to fight. If you want to fight, go find someone else. Lin Shen was lazy to pay attention to him, and after that, he was about to leave the fighting arena. Data did not go to block Lin Shen, but just took off the helmet of the combat uniform, revealing a beautiful face that seemed to be happy and angry. Ah! Heatherny! Everyone outside the fighting field was shocked. Heatherny's fame is not comparable to that of Christine. After all, Christine was just a person who had just been promoted to Nirvana. Although he had some reputation in the past, it was just some deeds about him. His real record was actually not much, and his fame was only limited to flying upgrades. Heatherny is different. She is from the Phoenix clan, which is now ranked number 1 in the universe, and has been reborn for many years and has become famous for many years. Although Heatherny is not a pure-blooded Phoenix clan, her other half of her bloodline is not worse than the Phoenix clan, because her other half of her bloodline comes from the Supreme clan. So Heatherny is a dual bloodline of the Supreme clan and the Phoenix clan, and she perfectly inherited the advantages of the two major races. Although she is not a natural Nirvana, her talent and ability are by no means inferior to Dai's. In fact, before Dai's was born, Heatherny was the strongest talent recognized by the universe. However, the reason why Heatherny is so famous is certainly because of her ability and talent, but there are two important factors. One is her beauty. Heatherny has the title of Flower of the Universe, so we can know how beautiful she is. But in addition to the Flower of the Universe, Heatherny has another title of the Stargirl Sea Queen or Cosmic Poison Widow. With his beauty, identity, status and ability, Heatherny has taught many geniuses of all races who were once famous in the universe. But the geniuses who had dated Heatherny were finally ruthlessly dumped by her. What's even more strange is that those geniuses who had dated Heatherny either died of misfortune or gradually became mediocre after breaking up with her. Everyone says that Hessen is a genius harvester, but all the young geniuses in the universe who can be famous for their time have more or less related to Hessen. Moreover, Hessen only likes young geniuses. Although she is not young, the young geniuses she is dating now are still around 20 years old. For Heatherny, a man over 25 years old is already an old man. Heatherny's personality and style of behavior naturally cause a lot of trouble. Among the genius boyfriends she has dated, many people have gone to trouble with Heatherny after they are broken up. As a result, those men who had all had various cosmic geniuses were beaten silently by Hessen. Compared with Heatherny's reputation, Catherine will make people feel that Catherine is as pure as a white lotus. Heatherny and Longuet are two kinds of people who are inseparable from each other. Although they are both famous women in the universe, they have almost no points to intersect. If Heatherny shows up at a certain drink party, no one will find it strange. But she actually appeared at Longuet's dialectical meeting, which made people feel a little surprised. Lin Shen, how about we bet? Hessen said to Lin Shen with a smile, if you can defeat me, I can promise you any conditions. Lin Shen also stopped and looked at Heatherny because of the exclamation of others. He had to admit that Heatherny was indeed beautiful. Although Lin Shen had heard of some Heatherny's reputation before, seeing her pure and sexy face, it was really hard to associate her with the words horse queen. Lin Shen has to admit that men are all visual animals, and he is no exception. In his opinion, Heatherny is a pure, kind and pure beauty. What if I lose? Faced with such a beautiful woman, Lin Shen felt like he was committing a crime if he directly rejected her. If you lose, then be my boyfriend. Heatherny's eyes that seemed to be able to talk looked at Lin Shen, like a cat's eyes, which was really irresistible. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Lin Shen shook his head. Although this beauty is good,
her reputation is too scary. The men she has dated are either dead or disabled, and Lin Shen wants to live a few more years. Then you can have another girlfriend.
Only 2 words were written on Hessen's beautiful face: sincerity. Sincerity is indeed a killing move. Lin Shen couldn't help but imagine the scene of Tianquan, the left hand, the right hand, Hesseni. But I can only imagine it. With Tianquan's personality, if he really did that, Tianquan might be able to chop off his little Lin. Excellent men should not bind themselves. You deserve better everything.
Hesseni walked towards Lin Shen with charm, and her smile seemed to have made the whole world lose its color.
Everyone, including women, was stunned.
It seemed that only Hesseni's stunning face was left in her eyes, and she could no longer see anything else. Hesseni, who was about to walk in front of Lin Shen, suddenly punched Lin Shen's lower abdomen. Only 2 chapters will be made at noon, and 3 chapters will be updated in the afternoon.
Chapter 777: The Great Way to Change Heaven and Earth.
The moment the fist was blown out, Hesseni's body was wrapped in a blue carapace, and spikes appeared outside the carapace of her fist, flashing with a blue light that looked like a dream. Hesseni originally thought that her punch would definitely hit Lin Shen, but she saw Lin Shen's body move strangely, and her speed was incredibly fast, causing her punch to fall into the air.
Ha! Heatherny showed a look of surprise on her beautiful face. I have no grudges with you, why do you want to attack me?
Lin Shen said coldly at Hesseni.
Hessen said with a smile, when did I attack you? This is a bet between you and me. If you win, you can make any conditions. If you lose, you have to be my boyfriend. How can you say it is a sneak attack? Even if I'm blind, are everyone blind?
Lin Shen snorted coldly.
They may not be as good as blind people.
Heather said with a smile. Lin Shen was slightly stunned and turned to look at the people outside, but saw that the people seemed to have become dummies, standing there motionless without even blinking their eyes.
Good means.
Lin Shen had to admire that Hesseni's means were really powerful. Although I don't know what method she used, it was unheard of for everyone to become like this.
It's fine for others, but that Yaya is an immortal.
Hessen is a nirvana, and her power can even be influenced by the immortal.
This is too perverted. It's not considered a very powerful method, it's just a trick. The one you see is not the real them, and the one they see is not the real us. This is just a very simple skill called the Great Method of Change of Heaven and Earth.
Hessen looked at Lin Shen with interest and said, it's you who can actually see the Great Method of Change of Heaven and Earth, which surprised me a little. I know what every word you say means, but together, I can't understand a single sentence.
Lin Shen said. It's no wonder you.
It's really hard for ordinary people to understand.
I'll explain it with a simpler metaphor.
We can see things because we have the organ of eyes and can hear sounds.
That's because we have the organ of ears.
In fact, these organs can be regarded as cameras. The images taken by the camera are transmitted to our brains, which are the images and sounds we see and hear. And my method of changing the world can use a recorded image to transmit to the camera, so what they see and hear are the images I transmit, not the real thing. So what they see now is still talking in the fighting arena, and they have never taken action. What they see next is what I want them to see, and what you see is actually the images I let you see. Speaking of this, Heatherny looked at Lin Shen and said, theoretical, the me you see now should be the image I let you see. It is impossible to see me who punches you, but it is obvious that you see the real me, which is a bit strange. You have already hit my another world Dafa, but you see that they are not moving, which means that another world Dafa is also useful to you, but why can you see the real me?
Can you tell me the reason?
Hathani said so much, and she wanted to know why Lin Shen could still see her true body when she was beaten by the great Dharma of another world. What you mean is that the method of changing the world is like replacing real-time monitoring with an image recorded in advance, so others can only see the recorded image content and cannot see what is happening now? Lin Shen said in contemplation. It's probably what it means, but it's very complicated to operate. It requires several very special talents to do it. Even the immortals are difficult to see through my magic method of changing the world.
Hessen said with a smile, can you tell me now, how did you see me?
I also want to know why I can see the real you, but unfortunately I don't know the answer. Lin Shen really doesn't know why he can see the real Heseni.
Don't you want to say it? That doesn't matter, you'll say it soon.
Heseni said, and suddenly punched Lin Shen's cheek again.
Lin Shen dodged away.
With the blessing of the two life bases, his speed was faster than most Nirvana people, and Hessen was no exception.
Is it still not possible? You are stronger than I thought. I want you to be my boyfriend more. Heseni's body movements changed, as if attacking Lin Shen like phantoms.
Lin Shen drew his sword in his hand, and the scum knife blocked all Heseni's offensive. Heseni's techniques are unpredictable, with rich combat experience and extensive techniques.
She seems to be no less than Wei Wufu.
If Lin Shen had not practiced defense and had practiced the defense to the extreme, it would have been difficult for her to block all her offensives.
This woman is not just a female sea queen.
She has practiced so many techniques to an extremely high level. Lin Shen was slightly surprised and looked around again. The people outside the fighting field were still motionless. He knew that he was still affected by the magic method of changing the world. Heatherne's ability made Lin Shen a little envious. If he had such ability, his opponent would not see what he was doing, so he would just walk to the enemy and stab him with a knife.
The enemy didn't even know how he was killed.
Such ability was really perverted.
In fact, this is true. The people watching the game outside saw Lin Shen and Heseni talking and didn't take action at all. Long Yue's eyes looked strange, and she looked at Catherine beside her. Are you planning to keep watching like this? What about that? Catherine rolled her eyes and said. Long Yue smiled and said nothing.
She looked at the fighting arena again, but the position where she was staring seemed to be a little different from that of others. Catherine curled her lips and muttered to herself, what a witch. Heseni's techniques changed, and various techniques of fingers, palms, fists, and elbows took turns to fight, but none of them could attack and defend Lin Shen's defensive posture. Hessen suddenly reached out and grabbed it, and a sword-shaped spiritual foundation appeared in her hand.
The spiritual foundation was snow-white all over, but blue lightning was wrapped around it.
It seemed that there was a true dragon of lightning wandering inside the sword body. Heseni slashed directly at Lin Shen with a sword in her hand. Lin Shen was surprised to find that Heseni's power of nirvana had turned into the power of lightning. In addition to Wei Wufu, this was the first time Lin Shen saw someone who could change his nirvana attribute.
Chapter 778 Unpredictable Changes.
Lin Shen slashed out with a knife and met the lightning true dragon sword light. The sword energy failed to crush the lightning true dragon sword light. Fortunately, the slag knife was powerful enough, and in the end, he sawed the lightning true dragon sword light away. Heseni's sword is like a dragon, and a set of thunder and lightning sword dance is as violent as thunder and full of aggressiveness. At this time, Heseni's previous charm was completely gone, and she seemed to have turned into a domineering thunder and lightning dragon. Sword lights wind out like thunder and lightning, and violently bombarded Lin Shen.
Lin Shen used his two swords to block Heseni's violent thunder and lightning sword technique.
A set of sword techniques failed to break through Lin Shen's defense, but Heseni suddenly abandoned his sword and drew his sword. A black sword-shaped spiritual base that looked like a bat wing appeared in Heseni's hands. At the same time, the nirvana power on Heseni also changed accordingly, turning into a black strange nirvana power.
Heseni's sword technique is completely different from the one just now.
If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would be almost impossible to believe that such different techniques and powers were actually from the same person. Heseni's sword technique was like a ghost, and her sword changed strangely like a shadow, attacking Lin Shen from various unexpected angles.
Unfortunately, such a sword technique is still useless and still cannot break Lin Shen's defense.
Next, Hessen actually created various spiritual foundations, including swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hammers, hooks and forks. Every time he used a spiritual foundation, the nirvana attributes on Hessen changed again. Every one of her techniques has reached an extremely high level, as if they have been tempered for thousands of times. If a person can practice such a technique in his life, he should be proud. But Heseni has actually practiced so many powerful techniques, each one is much stronger than ordinary people have practiced for a lifetime. Moreover, her nirvana power could actually be changed into an attribute that was in line with the technique. Even Lin Shen was surprised. Fortunately, his defensive posture and scumbag knife have almost become the ceiling of nirvana. No matter how Hessen changes, he cannot break his defense.
In fact, Lin Shen cannot defend, but he wants to see how many unexpected nirvana attributes and techniques Heseni still has.
The people watching the game also saw Lin Shen and Heseni start fighting, but the scene they saw was the part that Heseni wanted them to see after modifying it. Heseni changed more than a dozen nirvana attributes and techniques, and used more than a dozen spiritual foundations, but she was unable to break through Lin Shen's defense. She suddenly stopped attacking and retreated for a distance. Your sword and your sword technique are really interesting. I really want to make you my boyfriend more and more. Heatherne's eyes looked at Lin Shen, and it became more and more hot. I have already said that I already have a girlfriend, so let's stop here.
Lin Shen said. But I like to steal other people's men. I can't stand other people's men's excellence. When I see an excellent man, I want to steal it to be my boyfriend. What do you think this will happen? Heseni smiled like a flower, not intending to let Lin Shen go. You like excellent men, I can introduce them to you. Christine is very good. If not, I know dies. I heard that he is still single, so I can introduce you to you. Lin Shen said. Oh, but I just like you, you'd better introduce yourself to me. Hessen said. Sorry, then I can't help you. Lin Shen turned around and prepared to leave the fighting arena. That's not your choice, I'll decide you. Heseni said, and the dozens of spiritual foundations she had used before actually flew up automatically and floated beside her. Each spiritual foundation had a different light rising. More than a dozen top-level nirvana powers erupted at the same time, and the power generated was comparable to that of thousands of troops. More than a dozen spiritual foundations were facing Lin Shen, just like more than a dozen top nirvana people were doing their best, preparing to launch a thunderous attack on Lin Shen. Hessen looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile, your sword technique and defensive posture are indeed very powerful. I am afraid that no one in the nirvana level can break your defense, but you are just a nirvana person after all. If these dozen spiritual foundations attack with all their strength at the same time, I am afraid that no matter how strong your sword technique is, you can't stop them? Now you have two ways to choose, one way is to embrace the beauty, and the other way is to bear the full strength attack of these dozen spiritual foundations. I think this should not be a difficult multiple choice question, right? Don't you really plan to take action? Outside the fighting arena, Long Yue asked Catherine again. Obviously she could see the real scene. Lin Shen's sword technique was indeed powerful, but as Hessen said, no matter how powerful his sword technique was, he could not beat four hands with two fists, not to mention that he was siege of more than a dozen top nirvana spirit foundations. Even if Lin Shen had two more knives and two hands, he would never be able to stop him. Maybe they want to hug the beauty? Catherine was still unmoved and just curled her lips and said. In the fighting arena, Lin Shen looked at the dozen or so spirits floating beside Heseni, smiled and nodded, saying, this multiple choice question is really too simple. I think no one can choose it. So, have you promised to be my boyfriend? Heseni's eyes smiled into crescent shape. No, I am a person with difficulty in choosing. I don't like to do multiple choice questions. Lin Shen even put the knife in the sheath, hung the knife back to his waist, and looked at Heseni and said lightly, so, leave this multiple choice question for yourself. If you leave now, I will think that nothing has happened, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. The more you do this, the more I like what you like. If you don't want to be my boyfriend, I want you to be my boyfriend. Heseni said, and the dozen or so spiritual foundations floating beside her suddenly shined, turning into terrifying streams of light and attacking Lin Shen. The power of each of these spiritual foundations is comparable to that of the top nirvana. The power of the explosion of more than a dozen spiritual foundations has reached an unimaginable level, and it is no longer a force that nirvana can compete with. Catherine couldn't help but stand up, and Long Yue stared at Lin Shen without blinking. Lin Shen moved, but this time, he did not draw his sword, and flew directly to face the dozen spirit foundations, then raised his arm and punched him. Catherine thought Lin Shen had some secret technique to compete with Heatherne's Lingji, but she didn't expect that she rushed up like this. What made her even more confused was that Lin Shen had not even summoned the shell, and just met Hessene's dozens of top Nirvana spiritual foundations with his flesh and blood. Hessene seemed to have no desire for Lin Shen's life. Seeing that Lin Shen was facing Lingji with bare hands, her eyes moved slightly, and more than a dozen Lingjis bombarded Lin Shen's arms.
Chapter 779, Blast with One Punch. For a moment, many terrifying Nirvana powers burst into flames towards Lin Shen's arm, and the dazzling light was no longer visible.
Lin Shen didn't care where those spirit bases hit his body. The target of his punch was not those spirit bases, but Hessene himself. More than a dozen spiritual bases, carrying extremely terrifying bright light, bombarded Lin Shen's fists and arms one after another.
But the next second, Heatherne's eyes showed horror.
The dozen or so spiritual foundations, under Lin Shen's punch, exploded into ashes all over the sky, as if those top Nirvana spiritual foundations that could destroy mountains, were not paper ashes. Lin Shen rushed out of the ashes like a demon, and his fist instantly arrived in front of Hessene.
Hessene deserves to be the top Nirvana.
In this situation, she actually reacted and swung her fist toward Lin Shen's fist. Lin Shen's fist was just a flesh and blood body, and Hessene's fist was covered with carapaces and spikes, and the blue Nirvana power also exploded.
Boom! The power of Nirvana was broken, and Hessene's body was blown back by a punch.
As she flew back, the shell and combat suit on her body turned into ashes, leaving only flesh and blood, and hit the guard wall of the fighting arena hard. Hessene's snow-white body was twisted and stuck to the guard wall. Fortunately, the guard wall was too high and was made of immortal grade materials, otherwise she might even have crashed into the guard wall. Hessene's pupils dilated, her body slid down from the wall, and fell to the ground, with blood spurting out from her mouth. Catherine opened her mouth and stared at Lin Shen tightly, without moving for a long time. Long Yue's eyes were filled with dazzling colors, and her eyes were full of surprise. He's even more powerful when he doesn't use a knife. No, this isn't even more powerful, it's a powerful explosion, shattered more than a dozen top Nirvana spiritual foundations with one punch, shattered Heatherne's shell.
Can a Nirvana man's power be so strong?
Catherine's mind flashed through her mind, and she even had the urge to rush over and kill Lin Shen now.
If such a person is made immortal, how terrifying will it be, and this person is still her enemy?
Long Yue remembered what Lin Shen said before when he introduced himself to the power of Nirvana. At that time, he didn't think there was anything, but now he felt that Lin Shen seemed to be saying it sincerely. His power was really hard, not just hard. Lin Shen, you man, I'm going to settle down. Hessene's figure suddenly turned into blue particles, disappearing in front of Lin Shen's eyes, leaving only a sentence echoing in Lin Shen's ears. After Hessene disappeared, the people who were watching the field suddenly felt their eyes dazzled. The figure fighting in the fighting field disappeared. He saw Lin Shen standing alone on the edge of the field, but Hessene disappeared.
Where is the Hessene? Why is it missing? Everyone was confused.
They just saw Hessene using various techniques to fight Lin Shen, but his eyes were dazzled and he disappeared. When they saw Lin Shen coming out of the fighting arena, they all cast suspicious eyes at him.
Where is Heatherne? Seeing Lin Shen walk back, Catherine asked knowingly. Maybe something is wrong.
I suddenly left by myself, for no reason. Lin Shen shrugged and said. When Catherine and Long Yue heard this, their eyes were a little strange. They couldn't help but look at each other, thinking in their hearts, this person is really a fool.
What does it mean that she suddenly left for no reason? You are almost beating them to death. Are you waiting to be beaten to death if they don't leave? Maybe something happened to Heatherne suddenly. Let's continue the dialectical session.
At the signal of Matsuki, Matsuki came out to control the scene. Lin Shen returned to the venue with everyone and continued to attend the dialectical meeting as if nothing had happened. Long Yue, wearing a Taoran combat uniform, talked with Lin Shen intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Shen praised her views, which made Long Yue feel angry and funny. Anyone could hear that Lin Shen was deliberately trying to please her, but this kind of pleading was a bit too clumsy. Not to mention a woman like Long Yue, even a woman with a little knowledge will not be moved by such clumsy praise. Long Yue was a little confused. Why did Lin Shen try to please her so deliberately? Has he seen through her true identity? No one dared to challenge Lin Shen again. No top Nirvana like Christine and Heatherny could break Lin Shen's sword skills, so they naturally didn't feel that they had such abilities. Since they cannot defeat Lin Shen in actual combat, they hope to surpass Lin Shen in their own knowledge and talents, and hope to leave a good impression on Longyue. Lin Shen's knowledge is indeed not as good as theirs. When people are asked about their opinions, they cannot express any insightful opinions, and there are no obvious opinions. Many famous young men felt relieved when they saw that Lu Longyue did not pay much attention to Lin Shen. People from small races still have limitations after all, and their vision and knowledge are much worse. They just practiced a bit strange sword technique and got a good knife. They suddenly felt that Lin Shen's threat was not that great. After all, although Lin Shen's sword skills were powerful, it was a pity that he only had the defensive moment, and no matter how strong he was, he would be like that. When the dialectical session ended, everyone was taken to the independent locker room by the waiters, asking them to change their combat uniforms and leave. Lin Shen and Catherine also returned to their previous locker room and changed into their own combat uniforms. Lin Shen, do you think Hesony looks good or me? When Lin Shen changed his combat uniform, Catherine had already changed her clothes and sat on the sofa, looking at him with a smile and asked. I have facial blindness and can't tell you how beautiful and ugly. Lin Shen looked at Catherine with a serious look and said, but I think you are more beautiful than Heatherny. Why? Catherine asked with interest. If Lin Shen had said directly that she was beautiful, Catherine would never believe it, but Lin Shen's words made her a little curious. Because you have something she doesn't have. Lin Shen's words came from the heart. In fact, there are too many beauties in the universe. After seeing too many beauties, I feel that each beauties have their own beauty. If you want to say who is more beautiful, you really can't tell which one is more beautiful. Catherine and Heatherny are both great beauties, but not all the beauties in the universe that are not worse than them are everywhere, but there are also countless. Lin Shen really doesn't know which of them looks better than the beauty, but Catherine has a spark on her body. Those who can be selected by the spark should be more beautiful than those who have not been selected. What is there in me that she doesn't have? Catherine asked with bright eyes. I can't say it, it's just a feeling. Lin Shen didn't want to worry about this issue anymore, so he smiled and said, if you insist on saying it, I want to hold you to sleep, but I don't have such thoughts about her. Catherine blinked and looked at Lin Shen with a subtle look. If someone dared to speak to her like this, she would probably have to peel off even if she died. However, when Lin Shen said this, Catherine did not feel disgusted at all, and she was even a little proud. Chapter 780 Don't get along with her. Catherine thought about it and Lin Shen did not seem to be as polite to Hesony as she was, and she almost beat Hesony to death. If you say such a scoundrel, don't blame me for being rude to you. Catherine was angry in dress and glared at Lin Shen fiercely. You have to ask yourself, but you don't let someone talk. It's really hard to be a man. Lin Shen sighed and pushed open the door of the room, but saw a waiter standing at the outside door. Sir, the master, please go to Yaoyuan alone for a lecture. The waiter said quickly when he saw Lin Shen coming out. Longyue asked me to go to Yaoyuan alone? Lin Shen knew that Yaoyuan was where Longyue lived, and he was a little surprised why Longyue asked him to go there alone. Although he has tried his best to get close to Longyue today, he is obviously not a person who is good at pleasing others. He can feel that Longyue is not very tempted by those words he praises. Lin Shen looked at Catherine, but Catherine came over and hugged Lin Shen's arm and said, the dialectics is over. We still have something to do, so we won't bother everyone. As he said that, Catherine pulled Lin Shen out. The waiter was a little embarrassed, but he did not dare to stop Catherine, so he could only go back to Longyue to explain the situation. After hearing this, Longyue just smiled. I originally thought Catherine was a woman who cared about the world as much as I did. Unexpectedly, I admire her more than that. She would be obsessed with these little loves. After all, she was not a fellow person. Longyue did not make things difficult for the waiter, waved his hand to let him leave, sitting alone in the garden, recalling what would happen today's dialectical. Kristen is already a rare genius in the world. Although Hesony was too greedy to integrate all her abilities into one and truly use them for herself,
every ability of her abilities comes from the top talented ones. The combined attack has far exceeded the upper limit of power that Nirvana can bear. These two people are not Lin Shen's opponents. Such swordsmanship and such punch are probably unparalleled in the Nirvana level. It seems that the rumors that he had defeated dies once, and it is probably not entirely rumor. Longyue recalled Lin Shen's domineering punch, and was even more curious. He was from a small clan, and he did not practice in the Tianren clan since he was a child. Even if he received the help of the Tianren clan in the future, he would definitely not be all the contributions of the Tianren clan. I wonder if there are other small clans who can learn from him during his growth process. But after thinking about it again, Longyue felt a little funny again. Lin Shen is obviously very capable and talented, and can win the favor and respect of others by relying on his own talents and abilities, but he uses such words that are too heavy to please others, which makes people speechless. Is this person a pleasing personality? Longyue thought to herself. Lin Shen actually wanted to see Longyue, but then he thought that it would be difficult for him to find a common topic with a literary young woman like Longyue. If he went there, he might not win her favor. Instead, it might make the atmosphere awkward, and it might even make Longyue even more disappointed with him. Instead of doing this, it's better to go back and read more books first, and maybe there will be a chance to gain the favor of Longyue next time. I regretted that I had not been able to use the books when I was a child. If I had read more books and were not so crazy, I might have been able to impress Longyue today. Lin Shen did not stop Catherine from pulling him back, but he was a little sighing in his heart. He thought that even if he was really knowledgeable, he would probably be far from the famous young ladies from these great families who came from the universe. After all, his knowledge level is much higher than that of humans. It's really troublesome. I wonder if Longyue will have something like this woman, just like me. Is it just so easy to trade fairly? Lin Shen thought about it and felt that there might not be such a good thing. Longyue herself is an immortal, and the wealthy families of all major races are eagerly attracted to her. Anything she wants is sent to her with a glance, so how could she ask for it? Catherine was very satisfied with Lin Shen's behavior and seemed to have no intention of seeing Longyue at all. She obediently followed her and left Weishan Mansion. I have made you lose the opportunity to be alone with Longyue. Do you hate me so much? Catherine said while driving the aircraft. It's not just about hating me, but people are about to explode. How do you compensate me? Lin Shen said. If you say those rogues again, I will throw you away now. Catherine rolled her eyes and said she had guessed what Lin Shen was trying to say. Lin Shen had to shut up. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Catherine said again, you'd better not have any contact with Longyue, and it's better not to have anything to do with her. Why? Lin Shen asked curiously. Her background, appearance, talent and ability are all the best choices, but there is a little bad, and it is very fatal. Catherine said seriously. What? Lin Shen became even more curious. She is an extreme idealist and always wants to allow all ethnic groups in the universe to live in peace, and the big and small ethnic groups will benefit each other. It doesn't seem to be wrong. The idea is good, but it is too ideal. Her idea is equivalent to pursuing absolute fairness, but fairness is always relative, and there is no absolute fairness. Catherine said, for example, two workers work together. According to her idea, two people should receive the same salary and benefits, which is considered fair. But if one worker works hard and the other worker is just taking advantage of the situation and giving them the same treatment, is this really fair? Her thoughts are extremely dangerous, that is, she has a very good background, has the background of the Snow Clan Holy Mother, and has strong talent and ability. If it were someone else, even the Snow Clan would not be able to tolerate her. Before outsiders could deal with her, their family would have to deal with her first. Even so, if she doesn't change her mind, her future will definitely not be too good, so you'd better stay away from her and not get too involved with her. Lin Shen nodded thoughtfully, but thought to himself, distribution according to work is indeed fair, but I am afraid that I will eventually move towards absolute centralization, and then reshuffle and redistribution. Human history has been verified countless times, and this is a cycle of reincarnation. Catherine sent Lin Shen back to the hotel, but she did not return to the hotel herself and left in the airplane.
After Lin Shen returned to his room, he thought about how to obtain the fire on Longyue. He went online to study Longyue's information carefully. Dean, tomorrow the angel group is going to identify the statue of the gods again, and you need to attend. Ouyang Yudu came to Lin Shen. Then let's go and have a look. Lin Shen stretched. He was really not interested in these things, not to mention that the delegation didn't need him to do anything at all. The leader was just named. Chapter 781 Young Man in the Screening Hall. The next morning, the deputy commander of the envoy and several experts in charge of the identification were prepared to identify the statues of the gods under the escort of the immortals. Seeing Lin Shen coming, Deputy Commander Qi Nine couldn't help but frown slightly. Although Lin Shen was just named, they had been here for 2 days and had almost never seen Lin Shen's shadow, and they did not even attend the meetings of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the mission. Lin Shen was too outrageous. The others had no good expressions towards Lin Shen, just thought he was like air. Lin Shen didn't care either, so he took Ouyang Yudu and a few others to the Imperial Capital Museum with officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Imperial Barbarians. The statues of the gods were collected in the Imperial Capital Museum. However, after arriving at the Imperial Capital Museum, only Lin Shen and Qi Nine and several appraisal experts were allowed to enter. Even the immortals in charge of the guards could only wait outside. The list has been confirmed long ago and not everyone is qualified to participate. Lin Shen actually didn't want to go in, so he might as well rest in the hall. If he could choose, he would rather wait in the hall. Under the leadership of the staff, the group passed through numerous portals and finally arrived at the hall where the statues of the gods were collected. Lin Shen looked at the statue of a god in an energy cover, and the thing looked nothing special. It looks like a white stone statue carved with an angel with wings spreading, hands folded, and eyes closed. If I hadn't known in advance that this was a statue of a god, no matter how you look at it, it was just an ordinary stone statue. Although protected by energy shields, there is still a fully armed guard in each of the 4 corners of the room. The staff of the Emperor Barbarians were discussing with the appraiser of the Emperor Barbarians. Chijiao said something to the staff from time to time. Only the regiment commander Lin Shen did nothing and was yawning beside him. Lin Shen originally thought it would be an appraisal and it would be over soon. Who knew that the shield had not been opened yet? They just looked at the statue of the gods and had been discussing there for almost an hour. Lin Shen was bored and had a bench near the wall, so he walked over and sat down on the bench. Chijiao frowned and looked at him, but said nothing. The entire appraisal process was extremely cumbersome, and the Emperor Barbarians obviously did not let them touch the statue of the gods at will. Chijiao and the others were very painful to negotiate, but they had to patiently negotiate with each other. This hall is connected to the hall next to it. Lin Shen remembered that when he passed by, he saw some collections there. It was really boring to sit down, so he simply stood up and went to the hall next to him to take a look. There are many portraits hanging in this hall. Lin Shen looked at it for a while and found that the people on the portrait should be the same person, and they should be the Emperor of the Emperor and Barbarians. After looking at it for a while, I felt a little bored. Seeing that the door leading to the other side was closed, Lin Shen walked over. After walking in, I found that this was a small screening room where holographic projections were being shown. In the entire hall, there was a young man from the Emperor Barbarians sitting there watching the video. What kind of movie is this? It looks quite interesting. Lin Shen sat down next to the young man from the Emperor Barbarian tribe and asked. The young man ignored him and just watched the movies on his own. Seeing that he ignored him, Lin Shen did not bother him anymore. It was indeed a bit impolite to a person who was focused on watching movies. Lin Shen moved to the side, and sat there and watched without disturbing the man. It was more interesting than watching them identify. The movie was quite interesting. Although Lin Shen started watching it from the middle, he didn't feel bored either. The content seems to be telling a story similar to Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, but the protagonist is a young man and woman from the Emperor Barbarians. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. When Lin Shen watched it, he was playing the role of them studying in the same academy together, and the two practiced swordsmanship together. Men don't know that women are dressed as men. Both of them have extremely high talent and they will not convince each other when they compete with each other. In the end, the two people started to compete with each other, and later gradually admired each other, and then the woman fell in love with a man. The man finally discovered the fact that a woman disguised as a man, and developed into mutual admiration. The two of them practiced a set of joint attack sword technique together, which was so good that they were a man of love. Lin Shen suddenly felt something was wrong as he looked at the young man next to him, and then he saw the male protagonist in the movie. Then he realized that this man was the male protagonist in the movie. I don't know what it feels like to watch the movie I star in? Lin Shen thought to himself. The young man ignored Lin Shen at all and was watching the movie attentively. Since Lin Shen discovered that he was the male lead, he would quietly look at him from time to time. When the movie was performed by the man and the woman were separated due to family obstacles, Lin Shen saw that the young man had tears in his eyes, as if he was about to drip. Lin Shen was speechless, and he didn't feel how touching this was. This man was so moved by the movie he starred in. The ending of the movie is somewhat different from the story Lin Shen knows. The male and female protagonists are eventually broken up. The female protagonist is forced to marry by the family, and the male protagonist is forced to leave and unknown where he went. At the end of the movie, the young man seemed to have come to his senses and suddenly saw Lin Shen next to him and was shocked. Who are you? Why are you here? The man looked at Lin Shen and asked. It's true. This guy is so dedicated to watching a movie. He doesn't know that I'm here? Lin Shen had no choice but to say, I just watched the door open, and I came in and watched it for a while. I was talking to you just now, and you ignored me when you were concentrating on watching the movie. Movie? The young man was slightly stunned, looked at Lin Shen carefully, and suddenly realized, you are Lin Shen, the leader of the Tianren envoy. It's me, what do you call me? Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine if the other party knew him. Just call me Coco. I am the staff here. Don't tell others that you have seen me here. It will be a bit troublesome to go here to watch movies during working hours. The young man said. Same, I also came out of working hours. I will keep it confidential for you, and you will keep it confidential for me. Lin Shen smiled. Yes, you should be identifying the statue of the gods now. Why did you run out? Coco looked at Lin Shen in confusion and asked. Don't you know? The leader of the group is just named. They don't need me. It's the same if I have it or not. Lin Shen said lazily. This is not a secret. The Emperor Barbarians also knew it well. Their negotiations with the mission were basically connected with Chijiu, and no one came to find Lin Shen. Coca seemed to feel deeply touched when she heard it, and sighed, then you must be very depressed. Who said no? After all, I am a leader. Those guys don't take me seriously. Do you think it's annoying? Lin Shen said casually. He was just chatting with Coco. He really didn't want to care about the matter. Unexpectedly, Kiki felt very unfair and said angrily, you are right, they are really rude. The two of them chatted for a while, and the more they talked, the more they became more and more speculative. The young man was obviously excluded and understood Lin Shen's situation very well. When it comes to being excited, he was even more excited than Lin Shen. Chapter 782 True and False Statues of Gods. As he was chatting, Coco seemed to have thought of something and stood up and said, come with me, I'll show you something good. What good thing? Lin Shen asked curiously. You will know after you look at it, and you will never disappoint you. Kiki walked towards a small door next to him with a mysterious look on his face, opened the door with the key and walked in. Seeing that Lin Shen did not follow, Coco was still waving to him in the door. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, but still got up and walked over. After Lin Shen went in, Kiki locked the small door from the inside, which shocked Lin Shen. Don't worry, there are no other people here. What I asked you to see will definitely surprise you and will be extremely beneficial to you. The young man said, opening another small door, taking Lin Shen through several portals, and then came to a small room. Lin Shen was originally a little worried that this Coco might not have been sent by the Emperor Barbarians to set up a trap for him. But when I thought about it, I felt it was unlikely. How could the Emperor Barbarians predict that he would come out for a walk and wait here in advance to set up a trap for him? After looking at the hut, Lin Shen suddenly widened his eyes. This. Lin Shen pointed to the thing in front of him and stuttered a little. That's right, this is the statue of the gods of the celestial race. It's a real thing, the one outside is a fake. Kuka said laughingly. Lin Shenrun was stunned. He never dreamed that the thing he met would take him to see would be this. In front of me was also a praying angel statue, but this angel statue looked very worn, the surface had turned gray, and there were many mottled and falling off. Lin Shen couldn't believe that this would be a real statue of a god, because the statue of a god is transformed from the immortal's life foundation. Even if he has no spirituality, he should not be damaged so easily. You bring me to see this, it won't have any impact on you, right? Lin Shen asked at Kiki. Kiki said laughably, I just took you to see it. As long as you don't say it, no one will know it. Even if you say it, I won't admit it. Then why did you take the risk to take me to see this thing? Lin Shen was still a little unimaginable. No matter how you think about it, a normal person would not be able to do such a thing. We are not friends. Kiki pointed to the statue of the gods and said, the people in the mission should not be able to identify the true or false. You only need to remember the key places of the real gods and statues. After you go back, you can identify the fake statue of the gods and statues in front of them. At that time, they will naturally look at you differently and dare not disrespect you, the leader. When are we friends? Lin Shen stared at Coco in a daze, his heart full of questions. If what Kiki said is true, then this person would be too naive, so naive that Lin Shen couldn't believe what he said was true. Lin Shen suddenly thought that Kiki should not be an ordinary staff member. The movie he watched before, Kiki is the male protagonist in it. He should be a person with some identities, at least he should be a star or something. In this era, if you want to become a star, it is not as simple as just being good-looking and acting. You must also have extremely strong abilities. In the interstellar era, no one would worship the weak. Kiki ignored what Lin Shen was thinking and pointed to the statue of the gods and said, although the place where the statue of the gods and gods was discovered was a closed space, there was a strong corrosive liquid in that space. After erosion of countless years, even the surface of the immortal life foundation was corroded. No outsiders knew about this. If you talk about it, they would not admit it. What you really need to pay attention to are those places. The more Kuka said it became more and more serious, Lin Shen began to feel that what he said seemed to make sense, and maybe this was the real statue of a god. After Coco finished speaking, he asked Lin Shen, did you remember everything? Don't say it wrong when you look back. Can you say it again? Lin Shen took out a notebook embarrassedly and planned to write down the contents. Kiki said so much, but he only remembered one thing, and no one can remember so many things. Seeing this, Kiki's eyes softened a little, and he said softly, don't worry, I'll tell you carefully, remember it slowly. Sorry, please trouble you. Lin Shen said with some shame. It's nothing, we are friends. Kuka said laughingly. Lin Shen felt a little familiar when he heard this, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Kiki had already started to explain in detail to him, so Lin Shen had to write it down first before talking about it. Kiki said it very detailedly. If you say something, Lin Shen would remember it, as if you were afraid that Lin Shen would not remember it. Lin Shen recorded the different places between the real celestial statues and the fake celestial statues, and explained clearly how to distinguish the true and false. Why is it true, why is it false, everything is clear, Lin Shen has to believe that this is the real statue of a god. After Kuka finished speaking, he took Lin Shen's notes and looked at them, and returned them to Lin Shen after confirming that they were correct. Just write it down. If your people cannot identify it later, it will be your turn to appear. Kiki thought for a while and said, don't tell people that you have seen me, otherwise it will be harmful to you or not. I understand, thank you. Lin Shen now believes that what Kiki said is true. We are friends, so it's time to help each other. Kiki's sincere look made Lin Shen start to feel a little bit moved. The time is almost over. I guess they are about to end the appraisal. You should go back quickly and don't miss the opportunity. Kiki said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought about it and said goodbye and left. On the way back, Lin Shen suddenly thought about why he felt that Coco was a little familiar with his words. We are friends, don't that guy Tianqin often hangs around the corners of his mouth? I said, why is it so familiar? The expressions and tone of the two of them are a bit similar, but the words are a little different. Lin Shen suddenly felt that Coco's words seemed not so sincere. The friend Tianqin mentioned was not that easy to be a friend, and this Coco gave him a bit like Tianqin, which made Lin Shen frown slightly. When they returned to the hall, Shijiao and several appraisal experts had already begun to identify the statues of the gods in the vicinity.